connects to one another. So there's so much structure here. And this is something that you can repeat and you can do it consistently. We wouldn't have even taken short positions in this example because each higher time frame points to bullish movement. But if you look here, somebody, I mean, you would think hindsight, yeah, we got a 1, 2, 3, 4 touch point trend line break, get in. But if we go to the other example, you wouldn't have even taken that short position because everything is pointing to higher highs, higher highs. The higher time frame is showing us very clearly that we're in an uptrend. So trading requires context. You need to, and a great analogy is thinking of driving at night without headlights on. This trade that we saw over here, that random trend line, and you thought in the moment this was an awesome trend line break, but this is you driving at night without headlights. You can see what's in front of you like 5 feet away. As soon as it comes, you're like, oh, okay, I can get out of the way. But if you add structure, if you add top-down analysis and higher time frame structure to your trading, that gives you the headlights. Now you can see 20, 30, 40, 50 feet in front of you, which is same here. Now you can see the trend, you can see the structure before you actually take your trade. So when you're trying to get context of which trend are we following along or which direction, are we bullish or bearish for your entry, you need that higher time frame context. So since I'm a swing trader, I use these higher time frames every time to give me context. So yes, I take my trades in the 4 hour, but I'm always using the monthly, the weekly, and the daily to help give me context. If you're a day trader, maybe you're trading the 5-minute time frame, you still need to do that top-down analysis. You still need to incorporate those higher time frames to help give you context on the overall direction. So that's maybe utilizing the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the daily to help you make that decision in the lower time frame. To help you guys better understand, I'm going to do a full top-down analysis here on Platinum to show you guys how I would find an A+ setup. Okay, so here is our top-down analysis. We're looking at Platinum. We're going to start on the monthly time frame. You want to see from the very beginning, looking at this dinosaur icon on TradingView, the very beginning to today, to real-time price action. We want to see everything that's happened. We want all or as much context as possible. What we're going to do is mark up bullish and bearish trends on this chart. So we're going to use the Ray tool instead of the trend line tool because the trend line has a point A and a point B and it stops. The Ray tool has a point A and a point B and then extends indefinitely. Now, when we're doing top-down analysis, this is the secret sauce here. This is everything. It is making sure every trend, every point A, every point B, every pullback connects to one another. So when we draw our first trend line on the chart, we're looking for the lowest point we see on the screen. Boom. Now we want our point B. This is the part that you guys will understand as we continue and move through some more. But we want our higher low. We want a second pullback or the second lowest point on the screen. But the point here is price cannot have intersected with your line. So you need to have this trend line truly holding the price up. You need lowest point you see on the screen, then second lowest point without price intersecting. Right here is the only place we can draw our point B because price hasn't intersected. And let me give you an example real quick. This is probably what you guys are doing wrong. You will draw a line where this looks perfect. You've got 1, 2, 3 touch points, amazing. But like, how is that going to help you with where the price is at now? Price has already crossed this trend line. This trend line is old news. So we want to utilize price action to help us make decisions in real time today. So we need to make sure price hasn't crossed through or intersected these yet. So point A, lowest point you see on the screen. Point B, second lowest point you see on the screen without price intersecting. Okay, for our second trend line, we're going to use the previous point B, boom. And now we're just looking for yet another higher low, but making sure the price doesn't intersect it, doesn't cross through. And this is all we've got. So you've got your first 2 trend lines drawn on your top-down analysis on the monthly time frame. And we want to mark up bullish and bearish trends because as trend line traders, we are trying to identify which one is it going to respect. Which trend? Is it going to be the bullish trend or is it going to be the bearish trend? All right, we've got our first 2 upward trend lines. Now we're going to draw our first downward trend line. Opposite, different, but same. So for our upward trend lines, we were looking for the lowest point we see on the screen. For our downward trend lines, we're looking for the highest point we see on the screen. Highest point right here, point A. Point B, same concept. We're looking for a lower high this time without price intersecting, which would be right here. Boom. Now I like to color code these to help. I'm, fun, artsy fartsy. I like to make my downward trend lines red and my upward trend lines green. Okay, so we've got our very first few lines drawn in our monthly time frame. This is the start of the top-down analysis. We started at the monthly. Now we need to work our way down to the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour, and the 1 hour. So we're going to move from monthly to weekly And we're going to do the same exact process over and over again. Each trend line is going to connect to the higher time frame. Now, if TradingView gets a little wonky on you, you can hit the reset button and then pick up right where you left off. One thing that you'll notice as you're doing your top-down analysis is that we have started at a very broad time frame, the monthly time frame. So as you come in closer, you're getting more and more exact or more and more precise. So your lines are going to be a little bit wonky. You need to slightly adjust them. You might not have made it a perfect, touch point on the perfect high or the perfect low. So as you come into lower time frames, you'll need to make some slight adjustments, and you'll see that as we continue down. All right, now we're on the weekly time frame. We're going to keep doing the same thing that we were doing before. Previous point B is the new point A. Every trend line is going to connect. So this right here was our previous point B. You can see the point B circle or pivot point was a little bit off, so we're going to just slightly adjust that here. Boom. Now we are going to draw our weekly time frame trend line. Previous point B is new point A, and you're going to find a higher low without price intersecting, which is going to be right here. Now, on this trend line, we were able to capture 1, 2, 3 touch points. We love this. Now we're going to make it green. One thing that you'll notice here on the weekly time frame, though, is there is no more additional downward trend lines that we can draw. That's because we are just moving up, up, and away. There'll be different instruments that are a lot easier to mark up. If you are looking at an instrument that has been trending in a certain direction for, 10 years, 5, 10 years, it'll be a lot easier to mark that up. Or if you're marking up a instrument that is in consolidation, it's going to be a lot trickier to do your top-down analysis because you're looking for the trend when there isn't one. So if you're finding a hard time marking up a specific instrument, just know that some will be easier than others depending on how long they trend. Now, this is all we can do in the weekly time frame. So this is your indication. When there is no more trend lines that you can draw in that time frame, that's your indication to now move down. So we're going to continue to move down. We started in the monthly, we marked up our chart in the weekly, now we're going to the daily time frame. Each time frame connects to its higher time frame predecessor. Now we are in the daily time frame, and you can see now and there's just a lot more information. So this is you just getting more and more precise, looking at more and more information on the instrument. So in the weekly time frame, the upward trend line that we drew was as far as you could go. But now that we come into the daily, we can see more movement. We can see more pullbacks, which means we can come in with another trend line. As far as the downward trend line goes, there's nothing we can do. There's no more downward trend lines we can draw because this is in such an aggressive uptrend. So right now, all we're going to do on this specific time frame or on this part of the top-down analysis is draw one more upward trend line. Same rule every time. Previous point B is new point A. Every trend line connects to its higher time frame. So we're going to start our new trend line here, utilizing the most recent pullback or a higher low. This is as far as we can go. This is the daily time frame. Now we're going to go down to the 4-hour time frame. And your indication to know when it's time to move to another time frame is when there are no other pullbacks. There's no other lines that you can draw on this view. Now we're going to go to the 4-hour. And if you find yourself like getting lost on the charts, every time just hit the reset button. It'll take you right back to where you need to go. Now here's a good example of the lines looking a little bit wonky. On the daily time frame, they looked pretty precise, but as we're coming into the 4-hour, now you can see we didn't put them in the exact right points. So we just need to make some slight adjustments. We're going to take this point B, move it to that true low, and we're going to take this point A and move it to the true low. And slightly adjust this one too. And there we go. Now we can come in even steeper. 4-hour time frame, same process. Previous point B is new point A. Connect your higher lows. Make sure price doesn't intersect. Yada, yada, yada. You get it. All right. Previous point B is new point A. And then we're coming in as steep as we can go. So you can't come in too steep here because you'll see back here price had already intersected. That is the one rule. Besides the higher time frames need to connect. And previous point B is new point A. Price can't intersect here. So we're going to use this last pullback. All right. Previous point B is new point A. And then we are using this as our point B. This is as steep as we can go in the 4-hour time frame. So I'm a 4-hour trader. This is where I stay. Once I've done my top-down analysis, this is where I will be taking my entries. I'm not going to just start on the 4-hour time frame, randomly draw some lines, randomly take some entries. I will do this top-down analysis and have context of a higher time frame every single time. So I know if we're in an overall upward trend, which we can see here very clearly, we've drawn one downward trend line and like 6 or 7 upward trend lines. So I can see very clearly that we are moving higher and higher. I have that top-down analysis or that higher time frame context every time I get an entry in the 4 hour. So once you incorporate that higher time frame analysis, you are developing this bias or bringing in higher time frame context to see overall what direction are we going in to help you make the decision moving forward. So it's not that trend lines don't work, they do. It's not the strategy that's the problem. It's not the trend lines that are the problem. It's not incorporating higher time frame into your entries. If you make this change, if you start incorporating the top-down analysis, if you can master the top-down analysis into your entries, your trading is going to change. You will finally see that flip from red to green.
This right here is a low risk setup. Why? This type of setup is called a trendline break. Now is the time we are talking about the break and retest. What is the break and retest? Same system, same setup, same criteria. So this is why this is called a bounce playbook or a bounce setup. We're going to drag this stop loss on the other side of the safety line. This is the goal that we're working towards. This right here is the strategy. Dude, are y'all ready to rip and roll? You ready? Because we're getting into strategy, and this is my absolute favorite part. This is where I just feel so excited because I'm about to blow you guys' mind. Now, this is also going to be very visual. So we're starting with understanding the strategy first and foremost. Then we will get into actually going through it together step by step after. But I need you guys to see it done. I need you guys to see the examples, see the system, see the step-by-step process visually before we go in and do this together. This is it right here. This is the holy grail. This is the system. This is everything. It is the trend line. A trend line is a simple tool that helps us see the direction of a price visually. The tool that we're actually going to be using is called, technically it's called the Ray tool, but we're going to call it a trend line. I don't know why they don't just call it a trend line. But the actual tool in TradingView is called the Ray tool. So this is the literal definition of our downward trend lines. First of all, we have to make sure it's angled downward. Second of all, we have to try to capture as many touch points as possible. But then the third most important key here is it cannot break through. Price can't cross through. It cannot poke through. We are truly envisioning this line holding the price down. This is an example of price cutting through or price breaking through here. So take a screenshot and then make a note. This is wrong. Wrong, wrong. Don't draw your line like this. So an upward trend line, a correct upward trend line, will be on the very bottom of price, holding it up, not intersecting, angling up. And I also usually will like to change the colors of them. This one is red. I'll usually like to make my upward trend lines green. We'll get into that and we'll have a lot more detail coming up. So just bear with me. Stay tuned here. In both cases, the trend line is our guide for following the market's movement. Top-down analysis means that we are starting from the highest time frame and working our way down. And I'm going to just do a quick example or explanation here. So top-down analysis, we want to see what something has done overall. A bird's eye view. What has Apple done from day one to today overall? And then the top-down analysis, so that's the top part. Now the top-down analysis means that we are working our way down time frames. Whoops, sorry, I didn't hit that. So top, bigger picture, bird's eye view overall. Down means that we are slowly coming in closer and closer and closer. Smaller time frame, smaller time frame, smaller time frame. Top-down analysis. Starting from the top, working our way down. Also remember, what does price action mean? Price action just simply means, and you'll hear me say this a lot if you don't know the term, it just means the movement of the price. Seeing the candles populate on the chart. How it moves, price action. As we begin marking up our trends, we need to start from the very top. This is where the top-down analysis, this is where the process and the step comes into play. We start at the top. Then we zoom in lower and lower and lower. We will continue to mark our trends using price action. So we're just trying to track as much movement as possible. The goal is always going to be the same. We're drawing trend lines and capturing touch points. And we're just kind of doing it over and over again. We're drawing trend lines, we're drawing trend lines, we're drawing trend lines, we're drawing trend lines, but we're just adding structure to it. We're adding rules to it. We're adding steps to it. But remember here, this is one of the key things. We cannot have price intersect or cut through. This is, now some of you guys, this is a quick side note that I'm just going to address this one time for the experienced traders. For the newbies, just close your ears. For those of you guys asking about wicks or bodies or candles or bars or types of charts, the information I'm giving you guys today is my system and my strategy. This is how I do it. I do I include the wicks. When I do the top-down analysis, I'm including price action. This is my system, and this is the way that I've been able to repeat my process over and over again by giving this top-down analysis so much structure. All right, another point to remember with the top-down analysis, as we move down to lower time frames, we will always want to connect our trend lines. All trend lines are going to connect to one another. Each line that we draw on the chart has to connect to the last one. So we always want to connect our previous higher time frame trend lines to our new trend lines. As we continue, everything's going to connect. For the newbies, just think all of our lines have to touch. They have to touch each other. They got to love each other. They got to love upon each other. Every single line we draw will connect to one another. So when we do our top-down analysis, we are going to start from a monthly time frame, a high time frame. This is a bird's eye view. When you see this dinosaur icon on TradingView, that means you are looking at the very beginning. This is what the price of whatever instrument this is has done from the very beginning to today. Okay, so when we're drawing our lines, we want to make sure we're using the same rules. Price doesn't intersect. Price isn't crossing through. We are trying to capture as many touch points as possible. Our downward lines angle down and our upward lines angle up. This right here is an example of a top-down analysis done on a monthly time frame. This is the step one of top-down analysis. Step one of top-down analysis right here. Monthly time frame, big picture, drawing our trend lines, making sure they all connect. Now we're going to see this done in real time. So watch this video with us. We're going to look at the highest point we see on the screen, and we are simply going to try to capture as many touch points as possible. In that example, we were only able to capture 2 touch points, but you see here, nothing intersected. Price did not intersect. Now, as we do our top-down analysis, we started at the monthly. Remember, it's called a top-down analysis. So we started at the monthly. Now we're going to work our way down to a lower time frame. There we go. This is what it looks like to move from the monthly to the weekly. We're connecting all of our trend lines beautifully. Boom. We captured our touch points. Price is not crossing through. So we're just simply working through our top-down analysis. Top, down, monthly, weekly. Now we're going to move to the daily. So we're going to time frames. We're selecting daily. We're making sure that all of our trend lines connect. We're making sure that price doesn't intersect or poke through. This was an example of showing that our previous section where we had it didn't work because price was crossing through. So we had to use that last touch point. Here we go. And we repeat the process. We continue to draw more and more and more trend lines until we make it to our designated time frame. Beautiful. So this is what, if you were to be trading a daily time frame and did your top-down analysis, you would stop right there. That would be it. That would be what your top-down analysis looks like. But this process gives us structure to how we draw our trend lines. This is something that we can do on every chart. Now, I will preface it with this. Some instruments are going to be a lot easier to do a top-down analysis than others. Some price action is a little bit crazier. Some price action has only been creating higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, where we don't have downward trend lines to draw. This was a great example, though, of top-down analysis on an instrument. It was platinum, where we can draw upward trend lines and downward trend lines, and we move from the top down, monthly, weekly, daily, and then we'll continue to go lower and lower and lower. 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 5 minute, but we repeat this process and we're going to do it together. But this is the introduction or the basics of top-down analysis. Now, strategy. The main idea here is simplicity. So we're trying to keep things simple. Price action will often respect trend lines, which is pretty insane. And it blows my mind every time when it does. It will either bounce off of the lines that we draw or it will break the lines that we draw. But this is where everything kind of comes together here. When the reason why we have this rule of not allowing price to break through when we draw our trend lines is because when price finally does break, that gives us our indication to start taking action. And I'm foreshadowing a little bit here, but there is a reason why we have this top-down analysis system or why we structure it this way. Okay, now this is the most basic overview. This is actually done perfectly. The graphics are perfect. The lines are perfect. The example price action is perfect. Go ahead and screenshot this one. This right here, essentially, you guys, is the strategy in an absolute literal nutshell in one singular illustration. Now we're just going to be breaking it down as much as we possibly can today. This right here is the strategy. This is the reason why we have that rule of our top-down analysis. When marking up our charts, when drawing our trend lines, when doing our top-down analysis, we have to make sure that price has not poked through yet, because that is when we enter our trade. When price tells us which one of these lines it broke after we did our price action or after we did our chart analysis, then we know what position to take. So we've got number 1, mark up the charts. Number 2, wait for price to break one of these lines. Number 3 is when we take action. We get into a trade. Number 4, stay in the trade until price breaks another line. So it's just a matter of drawing lines and watching price either respect or break them. Example number 1, we understand it. We see that we've marked up our chart. We've got an upward trend line. We've captured as many touch points as possible. Now, when we're referring to touch points, what I like to do is call them point A or point B. Point A is the pivot point. That's where it stays put. And then point B is where we get to move or adjust the line to any angle that we wish, any angle that we desire. So when you watched the example videos, you saw that we were able to position these lines wherever we wanted. But it was when we did that second click that solidified it. It put it on the screen. It marked it up. So I like to refer to this very first touch point as point A. So we've got our upward trend line, and this very first touch point is point A. This second touch point is point B. Point A, point B. So this is just kind of catching you guys up on terminology. You'll hear me say this many, many, many times today. Point A, point B. This is our upward trend line. Now we've got another point A. This is our downward trend line. This is, remember, we have still followed the rules to the T. This trend line, yes, 1, it's angled down. Great job. 2, we tried to capture as many touch points as possible. And 3, we followed our rule by making sure that price has not intersected. Price hasn't poked through. Price hasn't crossed through yet. So our upward and our downward trend lines here are correct. This is our point A, and this is our point B. This is the second point where the price has touched on the trend line. When price does break, now we get to actually call this line something other than an upward or a downward. An action line is the line that was broken. This triggers our decision to place a trade. Now, the coolest part is we never know which one it's going to break. When we did our chart analysis here, right here, we didn't know which one was going to get broken. In this scenario, the price is going down. When price breaks, that is our trigger. That's our indication to take action. That's why it's called an action line. This is where we enter a position. Safety line. Now that once one line gets broken, both lines now get a name. Now they actually get named. Think of it like Dobby and Harry Potter. Once he finally gets that sock, now it doesn't make any sense. That was an analogy I thought it was going to work. It didn't. Okay. But when price breaks our lines, now we get to call them something. Now it gets to have a name. So at first, it was just simply an upward line and a downward line. We don't have an action and a safety until price breaks. Safety line. The safety line is the opposite line to the action line. This line keeps us safe. This line tells us how long to stay in our trade. Safety line is everything. Safety line equals risk management. Safety line equals stop loss. Safety line equals risk, whatever you guys want to call it. For the newbies, just know that this is called a safety line. Next example here is what it looks like to actually play out. So we know when to get in. This is where we would get in. This is a completely separate example here of what it looks like to also get out. So we know when to get in, but now when do we get out here? We get out because our safety line was crossed. I want you guys to see what it looks like in and out, just to start. Line. Next example here is what it looks like to actually play out. So we know when to get in. This is where we would get in. This is a completely separate example here of what it looks like to also get out. So we know when to get in, but now when do we get out here? We get out because our safety line was crossed. I want you guys to see what it looks like in and out, just to start us out, just to keep us going, to keep us excited. Entry, exit. This is a full trade. This is a round trip transaction. And everything that told us to get in and to get out was done purely with trend lines. Now, the horizontal lines. What are the horizontal lines? When do we draw horizontal lines? What is consolidation? What is price action? What are the horizontal lines here? We are going to add the horizontal lines as a bonus, but I have to preface it with saying that this is mostly for the experienced traders, for the vets. Line. Now that once one B. Point A, point B. So this is just kind of catching you guys up on terminology. You'll hear me say this many, many, many times today. Point A, point B. This is our upward trend line. Now we've got another point A. This is our downward trend line. This is, remember, we have still followed the rules to the T. This trend line, yes, one, it's angled down. Great job. Two, we tried to capture as many touch points as possible. And three, we followed our rule by making sure that price has not intersected. Price hasn't poked through, price hasn't crossed through yet. So our upward and our downward trend lines here are correct. This is our point A, and this is our point B. This is the second point where the price has touched on the trend line. When price does break, now we get to actually call this line something other than an upward or a downward. An action line is the line that was broken. This triggers our decision to place a trade. Now, the coolest part is we never know which one it's going to break. When we did our chart analysis here, right here, we didn't know which one was going to get broken. In this scenario, price is going down. When price breaks, that is our trigger. That's our indication to take action. That's why it's called an action line. This is where we enter a position. Safety line. Now that once one line gets broken, both lines now get a name. Now they actually get named. Think of it like Dobby and Harry Potter. Once he finally gets that sock, now doesn't make any sense. That was an analogy I thought it was gonna work. It didn't. Okay. But when price breaks our lines, now we get to call them something. Now it gets to have a name. So at first, it was just simply an upward line and a downward line. We don't have an action and a safety until price breaks. Safety line. The safety line is the opposite line to the action line. This line keeps us safe. This line tells us how long to stay in our trade. Safety line is everything. Safety line equals risk management. Safety line equals stop loss. Safety line equals risk, whatever you guys want to call it. For the newbies, just know that this is called a safety line. Next example here is what it looks like to actually play out. So we know when to get in. This is where we would get in. This is a completely separate example here of what it looks like to also get out. So we know when to get in, but now when do we get out here? We get out because our safety line was crossed. I want you guys to see what it looks like in and out, just to start us out, just to keep us going, to keep us excited. Entry, exit. This is a full trade. This is a round trip transaction. And everything that told us to get in and to get out was done purely with trend lines. Now, the horizontal lines. What are the horizontal lines? When do we draw horizontal lines? What is consolidation? What is price action? What are the horizontal lines here? We are going to add the horizontal lines as a bonus, but I have to preface it with saying that this is mostly for the experienced traders, for the vets. The horizontal lines, newbies, just plug your ears. Just don't even listen right now. The horizontal lines are just added confirmation. It is not the meat of the strategy here. So I will be talking about horizontal lines today, but it will just be a bonus. But essentially, this is the basic term for them. There are a lot more terms for the horizontal lines. Some people will call them support and resistance. Some people will call them supply and demand. My uncle used to call them high watermarks and low watermarks. I will call them support and resistance usually, but it's just essentially a horizontal line, a key level, also another term here. Let me say it again. It is not the meat of the strategy. Actually, for the vet traders, I need you guys, if you are trying to replicate this system and this strategy today, I need you to write that down. Horizontal lines or support and resistance is not the meat of the strategy. Otherwise, I would have called myself a support and resistance trader. I am a trend line trader. I only use support and resistance as added confirmations. Okay, let's keep it going. Moving on to risk management. Here we go. Risk management here. This right here is a low risk setup. Why? Why is it a low risk setup? We've drawn our downward trend line and we've drawn our upward trend line. We know what an action line is and we know what a safety line is. We know that the safety line tells us how long to stay in the trade. We know that it equals our stop loss. We know that it equals our risk management. The safety line is everything. That's going to tell us how much of a loss to take. That's going to tell us how much profit to take. The safety line is everything. A low risk setup is a trade opportunity where the potential loss is small and clearly defined, while the potential gain could be significantly larger. So it's just thinking this is a low risk. Think of it like a why not trade. If I'm just going to put cents on this and I could potentially make dollars, it's a low risk trade. So for the newbies, this is another term that I need you guys to write down. Low risk setup, a trade opportunity where the potential loss fee is small. That's about it. And if you want to just screenshot this, you can go ahead and do that too. So now the reason why this specific example is called a high risk setup is because the distance from where the price is at right now to the safety line is far away. Visually, we can see that. It's very clear to see. Now we'll start adding numbers to it the more we go in. I am a trend line trader. I only use support and resistance as added confirmations. Okay, let's keep it going. Moving on to risk management. Here we go. Risk management here. This right here is a low risk setup. Why? Why is it a low risk setup? We've drawn our downward trend line and we've drawn our upward trend line. We know what an action line is and we know what a safety line is. We know that the safety line tells us how long to stay in the trade. We know that it equals our stop loss. We know that it equals our risk management. The safety line is everything. That's going to tell us how much of a loss to take. That's going to tell us how much profit to take. The safety line is everything. A low risk setup is a trade opportunity where the potential loss is small and clearly defined, while the potential gain could be significantly larger. So it's just thinking this is a low risk. Think of it like a why not trade. If I'm just going to put cents on this and I could potentially make dollars, it's a low risk trade. So for the newbies, this is another term that I need you guys to write down. Low risk setup, a trade opportunity where the potential loss fee is small. That's about it. And if you want to just screenshot this, you can go ahead and do that too. So now the reason why this specific example is called a high risk setup is because the distance from where the price is at right now to the safety line is far away. Visually, we can see that. It's very clear to see. Now we'll start adding numbers to it. The more we go into it, we'll start adding percentages to our risk. We'll start adding stop loss placement. But right now, I just want us to visually understand the difference between a high risk and a low risk setup. The stop loss is, think of it like the fire extinguisher. Remember we had gone over the kitchen analogy, the kitchen fire analogy when you're making dinner and in case there's a fire, what can we have handy in case things go wrong? This is it, stop loss. Stop loss equals fire extinguisher. This keeps us from losing all our money in case we get distracted, in case we get into the markets and we don't follow the king or we don't want to. This is kind of like a fail safe. It's going to close your trade regardless. So stop loss equals fire extinguisher. Now, as far as the placement, where does the stop loss go? We always want to make sure it is on the other side of the safety line. So for the experienced traders, for the vet traders that have maybe always wondered, where does the stop loss go? You can take this screenshot here. For the vet traders that are taking notes, your rule of thumb is that the stop loss should never be on the safety line because we anticipate price to respect the safety line. Newbie traders, just kind of close your ears for a second here. For the vet traders, we anticipate that the price will respect the safety line and continue to move in our favor. So we will never put the stop loss on the safety line. It will always be on the other side. Now let's get into the actual numbers. Here we go. So rule of thumb, this is always great to just screenshot. This is the industry-wide rule of thumb. And everyone, this is the age-old question. This is what everyone asks. And this is what we need to have very clear and understand before we actually place trades, especially before we start placing live trades. We need to make sure that our fees is a fee. Now, what does that number look like? How do I know what a fee is, Tori? Fee equals loss. We're going to be using these calculations above to help identify what our fees should look like. Our fees should be 2% of our capital. Now, for the vet traders, newbies, plug your ears, vet traders. I love that I'm just moving from side to side here. Vet traders, this number can change the more experience that you get in trading. I now risk about 4, sometimes 5%, sometimes 6. I've even risked 7 at times before, based on intuition, based on the weight of a setup. But it's also based on my 10 years of trading experience. To the newbies, back to the newbies. When you're starting out, this is a great rule of thumb. 1 to 2% of your capital should equal your fee. How do we calculate that? Right here. We got capital size. Let's say that you are trading with $3,000 worth of capital. What does a fee look like? What does a normal loss look like if you're trading with $3,000 worth of capital. It is $60. Now we can always use the 1 to 2%. It could be 1%, it could be 2%. Just we'll err on the side of 2 now just to keep it universal. But 1 to 2%. Now let's say that you are trading $5,000 worth of capital. You need to be risking $100 per trade. That's what your fee is. Now you guys can see the number keeps going up higher and higher and higher. So now that makes sense when we're talking about my account size. When I'm trading with $500,000, $600,000 worth of trading capital, my fee looks a lot freaking bigger than the $3,000 trader's fee. They're only looking at $60. So this is all going to be relative to capital size. How much capital do you have to trade, or how much are you trading with? When we start our sim trading journey, we want to use the most realistic number that we'll actually be trading with. So this is our risk management. This is our rule of thumb here. The point of this is we're working with probabilities, and we're keeping this percentage so small that the likelihood of us catching a win and offsetting that is very high. So we would have to take 100 trades in a row that each one are a loss before we actually blow an account. And the likelihood of us actually doing that is so slim. So this is the point of us keeping our capital and working with probabilities. So if you haven't already, screenshot this rule of thumb. This is our risk management system. This is what it looks like on different account sizes. And these are the actual fees that we need to be paying. Quick summary. We're just doing a quick overview here. We've got our downward trend lines. It shows you where the price may continue to get pushed down. So we know how to draw them. We know that we're trying to identify as many touch points as possible. We know that it's angling down. We know that we're not intersecting price yet. Upward trend lines, we know that they angle up. It's holding the price up. We know that we're trying to capture as many touch points as possible, and same rule, price doesn't intersect. We've got it. Amazing. Together, these lines will guide your entries, your exits, and your risk management. This is essentially the strategy in a nutshell. What we've gone over. You've been able to identify your action lines, your safety lines. You've been able to identify high risk and low risk setups. Now that's left is to just kind of get more into the nitty gritty, more into the kind of the nuances of it. Adding more criteria. Now the horizontal lines, we're going to get more into those a little bit later, but it's going to be a bonus. Remember, this is a bonus. Vet traders, it is not the meat of the strategy. This is just added confirmation. Newbie traders, you guys get a bonus lesson on marking up support and resistance and key levels here. But essentially the horizontal lines, the key levels, the support and resistance, we're going to call them support and resistance just because that's what I do. But it is essentially the horizontal lines that you see on the chart. They can give extra confirmation or added confirmation when you are analyzing your key areas on the chart. We will get into that later. All right. Now, step 2, before we get into charts, I need you guys to understand testing before we actually get into the chart analysis itself, before we actually walk through this together, before I hold your hand and we do this together, the testing aspect. So remember, we've got our upward trend line, we've got our downward trend line. We understand that when price breaks the trend line, it's our action. We call this a trend line break, but essentially the trend line break is a type of setup. It is a way to identify an entry using our trend lines. Our trend lines is going to be the holy grail of our strategy. It is the entire system, but we can also come in a little bit closer. So we've started with this broad overview, and now we're just kind of narrowing it down a little bit more. So we're starting to get a little bit more momentum. We're going to work a little bit quicker, but this type of setup is called a trend line break. And it is point blank period about as easy. Welcome to screenshot this. And just remember, keep a mental note. This is a type of setup. Moving on. Now, we've got some pros and cons to the break, the trend line break. One, now this is specifically, these terms are going to be specifically for the vet traders. And we get these questions all the time. Newbie traders, you might not even know what an indicator is, which is amazing. But for the vet traders, we do not use indicators for our entries or exits or for this trend line break setup. We don't. We will just purely use our trend lines and price action, which is a rule-based system. Very clear rule-based. Step by step, we're just drawing lines and following rules. Remember, if you can draw lines and follow rules, you can succeed in this strategy. And that's all we're doing. So very clear rule-based system. This builds patience. It builds discipline, being able to act on the rules. So this strategy specifically helps develop that trait. patience, because we have to wait. Once we've done our top-down analysis, we have to literally sit on our hands and wait for price to break. This is well-defined setup. It's very, I mean, we clearly have understood. Price breaks, you get in. Price breaks, you get in, it's an action line. Price breaks the opposing line, you get out, it's the safety line. It works. The vet traders have even noticed. The reason why I'm showing you guys this example right here, I'm going to quickly pivot to the vet traders because this part is fascinating and this part makes so much sense. For the vet traders, you would never, I'm sorry, but I know for a fact you would not be able to tell me what instrument this is, what time frame this is, or what market this is. Based on this example right here, I know for a fact you won't be able to tell me it. You won't be able to tell me what time frame or what instrument this is. And this showcases that this strategy can work on any instrument, any time frame, in any market, because it is purely price action. We're just drawing lines on a chart and waiting for price to break. So it does not matter what time frame you're in. It doesn't matter what chart you're trading. It doesn't matter what instrument or what market. All we are doing is drawing lines on our chart. So this is the cool, this is like, oh, you're right. I don't know what time frame this is. I don't know what instrument this is, but I can see exactly where we would draw the lines. So this is just kind of one of the cool parts about the strategy itself, and especially this setup, this trend line break setup. Now, this is starting to go a little bit more into the nitty gritty. So this is newbie traders. You guys are doing amazing following along. We're going to continue the momentum here. But now when we get the break, so you guys know action line, you guys know safety line. This is creating some more criteria, getting a little bit more into the nitty gritty. When we're presented with an entry, which we know price has to break one of these lines. So you guys can see in this example right here, we've got price breaking through the upward trend line. When we get this break here, we know this is when we enter. But now, what are some things that we've noticed? And this is something that I have noticed over the past 10 years. I have been able to identify certain types of setups. Remember I said a trend line break is a type of setup. Now I want to know a little bit more. I want to know more than just the simple break. I want to know when price breaks and I get an action and I've got a safety, how many touch points? How many times has the price respected these lines? And this is called a 2 touch point trend line break. So when price breaks our line, we got an action, but this is where it has 2 touch points prior. This is now getting into the science experiment aspect. So now we're kind of shifting from that elementary, that beginner, that newbie. I understand the strategy. I understand trends. We got action line. We got safety line. I know when to get in, when to get out. Amazing. But now we're going to get a little bit more scientific with it. Now we want to know a little bit more. We're just curious. What does this specific setup have in common, or what outcome does it have versus this setup? So these are some things that we're going to get more in depth on, but this is the basic overview. Is when presented with a setup, how many touch points does it have? I'm curious. This is what it looks like on an actual chart. We've got a 2 touch point trend line break. This is just getting a little bit more scientific and wanting to know a little bit more about the setup. If I told you this was just a simple, we got an action line and safety line, you guys would be following. But now we just want to know a little bit more. This specific setup is a 2 touch point trend line break. We've got something called a 3 touch point trend line break. Same system, same setup, same criteria. We've got an action line and a safety line. We've got a high risk and a low risk setup. Amazing. You guys are following along. But now we want to know something a little bit more. When price breaks, how many touch points did it have? This specific setup had 3 touch points. And this is what it looks like on an actual chart here. Same system, same setup. We're getting in because price broke a line, and we're staying in because it's respecting our safety line. But this is what a 3 touch point trend line break looks like. These are just different types of setups. This is us getting more curious and getting into a little bit more of the nitty gritty and a little bit more of the nuances, and treating it more like a science experiment than just our basic entry and exit. So now we're just getting a little bit more calculated with it. 2 touch point trend line break, 3 touch point trend line break. Now we've got this one. I'm getting ready to throw y'all for a loop. So get ready and buckle up. This is something completely new. We haven't gone over it yet, but I trust that you guys can follow. You understand when price breaks, that's our entry. We've got an action line, we've got a safety line. This is something very new. For the newbie traders, go ahead and take a screenshot of this one. This is a term that we haven't gone over yet. This is called a break and retest. For the vet traders, you guys may know what this is. And you're like, finally, I was waiting for her to talk about it. Now is the time we are talking about the break and retest. What is the break and retest? You guys already know what the break is. Very clear. I'm just adding one extra step. A retest is when price breaks our action line. We know which one is an action. We know which one is a safety. It is when price breaks our action line and then touches it from the other side or retests it from the other side. This is just yet another type of setup. Remember, we have a trend line break setup, and then we've got a 2 touch point trend line break. We got a 3 touch point trend line break. This is just yet another setup. All the same strategy, just different ways to look at it. We are just trying to identify the science experiment version of it. This is a break and retest. Price breaks our action line and touches it from the other side. As simple as that. Touches our action line from the other side. Now, this is what it looks like on an actual chart. This is the break. We've got 1, 2, 3 touch points. Amazing. We got our downward trend line. We got an upward. We know which one is an action. We know which one is a safety, which amazing. You guys are doing incredible that you're already following along. Now, this is an example where the price broke the line. The downward red line is our action. And then it came back and touched it from the other side. This is called a break and retest. It's very straightforward. Break, retest, touches it from the other side. This is just a different type of setup. Break, retest. Now, this one, also going to throw you guys for a loop here, but this is one that I used to implement in my very early trading years. This is called the bounce. So the only difference here is we're not waiting for price to break. We're actually waiting for price to bounce off of it. So this is why this is called a bounce playbook or a bounce setup. For the newbie traders, I just realized I didn't say what playbook was, but playbook equals setup, one and the same. But this right here is a bounce playbook or a bounce setup. This is where we are anticipating that the price is going to bounce off of the downward trend line. Amazing. Now, when do we close the trade? We know when to get in. Okay. If price bounces off the line, amazing. Got it. That's our action. When do we get out? The action line and the safety line is one and the same. If the price finally breaks the line, breaks the safety, just like we've always done before, just like we went over in the past, that's our indication to get out. This is an example of the bounce setup in real time on the chart. So we've got price respected this line. You can see it's got these 3 touch points, these 3 circles. Each one of these touches are indications to get in, entry. Remember, price, if it respects it, if it bounces off of it, it becomes action and safety. Okay, now I just wanted to show you guys these ideas, these examples before we get into it. I just don't want you guys to be so thrown off. We will go through these step by step on the charts, but I just need you guys to see at least a visual representation of it. Okay, if we're turning trading into a science experiment, what does it look like to create these different types of setups? Now we've got to have some sort of hypotheses when we're coming into trading or when we're turning trading into a science experiment. So these are just different types of setups. So you've at least got one screenshot photo version idea of what a 3 touch point trend line break looks like, what a 2 touch point trend line break looks like, what a break and retest looks like, and what a bounce looks like. These are just different types of setups. But we've got our tried and true trend line break setup. That is the meat of the strategy. This is what we've gone over for most of today's strategy session. But now tracking. This is the last step here before we actually get into the charts and place our first trade. You guys are doing amazing. Let's keep up. Let's keep it going. This is one of the most important parts. If we are implementing all of this science experiment, different playbooks, different setups, we have got to track what's working. What is making you more money and what's losing you more money? And this is where the tracking comes into play. Now we can start getting more curious about the types of setups that we're taking. Journaling helps you see reoccurring mistakes or reoccurring setups that are working or not. This is where you can get a bird's eye view of, oh, I took now the reason why we need to know these names or these terms is so that we can help kind of double down on what is working or comb out what's not. But now that you know what a bounce setup is, or a 2 touch point trend line break, or a 3 touch point trend line break, or a break and retest, now that you know what those are, you can experiment. Now we can treat this like a science fair project and see which one of these works best for us, which one of these works best for our instrument, best for our time frame, best for our market. We've got to be able to see the reoccurring setups. So we've got to be able to track this. Having a record on every trade forces us to be so much more intentional. Otherwise, it is so easy to just aimlessly start placing trades. We've got to track it. We've got to see what is working, what's not. We've got to track everything so that at the end of the week, at the end of the day, at the end of the month, are we in the green? How many trades did we take? What types of setups did we take? This stops you from impulsive trades, revenge trading. If you newbies don't know what revenge trading is, you will soon. You will soon. But this also creates a record. So this is the coolest part. This is where I get to showcase my trading because I have a record of it. I have a record of all of the trades that I've placed for years and years and years so that you can see, guess what? The strategy works. Then if you want to get more into the nitty gritty, okay, Tori's strategy works, amazing, up top. But now let's see what types of setups is she taking that's working. And this is where, this is just cold, hard facts. These are numbers. They don't lie. It's very clear. It's fact. You can't argue with this. This is where tracking our trades and being intentional with our setups and making sure that we're tracking every trade, we're creating a record so that we can collectively see overall, is this working or not? It keeps you honest, if I'm being real. If you guys are going on tilt and then you go back and look at your numbers, oh, maybe I placed maybe 20 trades today. That's a little excessive. 40 trades in a week, maybe that's a little excessive. So it keeps you honest also, and it shows progress over time, which is amazing. I mean, you want to be able to see the results. You want to be able to see actually the $300 trade that you placed, that I placed years ago versus the trade that you are placing now. Is there a difference? Is there any progress? Are you doing better? So it's just being able to see your progress over time. One of the most fulfilling things. Sometimes it's easy to kind of lose sight. If you go 90 days from now and you haven't tracked anything that you've done now, you won't be able to see the progress. So start tracking what you're doing right now, your trading that you're doing now, so that 90 days from now, a year from now, 6 months from now, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years like me, 5 years like me, see the difference from the trades at the beginning to now. It is a clear representation of the progress you've made. And it is so fulfilling. It's like, oh, lost sight a little bit, didn't think I was making much progress. Oh, when you compare it to the first trades you placed, you're doing incredible. So solid journaling gives you the data. The data will give you what you need to justify. Ooh, this is the best part, is when you do start to finally increase your position size. This is where you cannot, and you should not, and you definitely don't start increasing position size until your data is showing that you can do this consistently. You can be profitable, and you can do it over and over again, and you can repeat it, you can replicate it over time. And now, just purely by working off data and showing that it works based on probabilities as well, does your losers outweigh your winners? Now we can even consider position sizing up, increasing position size. And that's moving from maybe 1 micro contract to 2 micro contracts. Maybe it's moving from 10 micro contracts to 1 mini, maybe 2 minis. Maybe it's moving from 1 share to 2 shares of something. So this is just where tracking and being able to see it done over time will help justify if it's time to increase your position size. Now, what are some of the ways that you can track your trading? You could use a notebook. You could write down your trades. You could write down your entry. I've done this. I used to do this many years ago. I actually had a ledger card. But you could write down the date, the time. You could write down the instrument that you're trading. Maybe it's Apple. Maybe it's crude oil. You could write down the price you got in at, $110, how long you stayed in your trade, the price you closed it at, and then how much money you made. You could do that for every trade. You could. Is it very difficult to do? I will say yes. As a day trader placing multiple trades a day, that does get redundant and it does get very hard to be consistent at. Is it possible? Yes. Is it a little bit harder to track the data overall? Now, yes, you'll be able to see at the end of the day, are you positive or negative at the end of the week? But it just becomes very difficult to start collecting that data. Absolutely possible though, using a notebook. You could even use a spreadsheet, something like Excel or Google Sheets. Same scenario here. You would enter maybe the time, the price, when you got in, when you got out, how much you made, but it's still very manual. It's just you're typing instead of writing it down. Also still very possible. Or you can use a trading platform that has a built-in journal. Screenshots also could work for journaling. Voice and video logs could work for journaling. So there's a lot of different options here. The point is though, you need to track it some way. If one of these calls to you more than the other, then do it. But the point is, if you're using the video logs, if you're using the screenshots, if you're using the trading platform, if you're using the spreadsheet or the notebook, the point is we need to be able to track it though. Overall, we need to see, okay, what's working and what's not. Now, this is an example of what a journaling platform looks like. This is specifically TradeZella. This is an example of what my notes look like when you are tracking your trade. Now, what's super cool about TradeZella is it does it automatically. And I'm not here to sell you on TradeZella. I'm just telling you it makes your life a little bit easier. It is synced with my brokerage, and it will automatically populate and pop in my trades every time I place one. The only thing that I need to do is go into the notes section and add some of the nitty gritty. I was working, I was feeling this way. I felt good about this loss. I felt bad about this loss. And I can add tags, time frames, mistakes, all of the things. So you can just get so much more scientific with it, which is how we want to treat trading, like a science fair project. We want to add as many notes as possible so that we can calculate our calculations. According to my calculations, this is working or this is not. A scientist doesn't just run the experiment once and then guess what happens. No, we carefully record every step and track everything. We are taking notes. We're looking at it from different angles. We're trying to see, okay, yes, no, but the variables need to be small. Is my point here. Over time, those notes will reveal patterns. It will confirm your theories. Maybe you thought, I suck at the retest, or I hate the break and retest. It never works. Well, if you go back and look at data over time, that was just a theory in the moment. Tracking, journaling, collect your data, track, journal, trade, track, journal, trade, track, journal. Every single trade. The setup, the reasoning you took the trade, the outcome, this becomes part of your experiment. You're not guessing. I don't want you guys guessing after this today. You want to look back, you want to spot the patterns, you want to refine your approach. This is how you move from the random trial and error to actually running a strategy like a scientist. Now we're getting ready to get into the charts. The training, we understood, we walked through the system. We know what the system is. We know what the steps are. We know what the setup is. Amazing. Testing. Now we need to get the reps in. Now we need to do it together in real time on the charts so that we can test it. We can see that it works. We get the reps in. We build that muscle memory. And then last is tracking. We need to build a record, just essentially. We need to build a record so that all of the training we've done, all of the testing we've done is being tracked so that we know what's working and what's not. Okay, guys, we're getting into it. We're placing our first trade together. We're going to start with an instrument called crude oil. So for the newbies, let's just take a little reset. Here we go. Now we're actually seeing this implemented. We're going to actually put this into play. Okay, so we're going to be moving into the monthly time frame here. To move to the monthly time frame, we're going to go up to the time frames at the top left and hit the 1 month. This right here is the dinosaur icon. This is telling us that we're looking at the very beginning. Now we're going to start with our top-down analysis. Here we go. So remember, when we're drawing our upward trend lines and we're drawing our downward trend lines, we want to make sure we're trying to capture as many touch points as possible. It actually has a downward or upward angle, but also the key point here is to make sure that price does not intersect. So we've got point A here and point B here. I'm going to change the color to red. We got our first trend line. Amazing. We can't come in any steeper because if we did, this price would have poked through. So we are dragging that point B to the most recent touch point. All right, let's keep going. Now we want to draw our upward trend line. Point A, lowest point we see on the screen here. Point B, we're just going to try to capture as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. I do not, for the experienced traders, I do not use the magnet tool. I just simply draw my lines manually. All right, so just 2 lines. That's it. We got 2 lines on the chart, a downward and an upward. But now remember, this is a top-down analysis. So we are working from the top, moving down. We are in the monthly time frame. We're going to now move down. We started in the monthly. Let's move to the weekly. Now, there's going to be instances where when you zoom in, you come in a little bit closer. Things look a little bit wonky. We just need to make some slight adjustments to make sure that it's on the correct spot. Okay, this needs to be slightly adjusted here. and this needs to be slightly adjusted here. We're just getting a little bit more precise as we come in closer and closer. Now, one of the coolest parts is when we moved from the monthly to the weekly, there wasn't much of a change here as far as our downward lines and our upward lines go. So we can actually continue to do our top-down analysis without having to do much additional line work here. So give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. We're moving from the weekly to the daily time frame. Weekly time frame, daily time frame. Now the charts look different. Now we can start drawing some more lines here. All we did so far, we went from the monthly to the weekly. Now we're in the daily. All right, we've got our upward trend line. As we zoom in a little bit closer, we just got to make some slight modifications. Now, we're in the daily time frame. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to draw a downward trend line. Now, remember that rule. I told you guys to remember the rule here. Our lines have to connect, and they cannot intersect. So all of the lines that we draw from higher time frames down to lower time frames have to connect. They're always going to connect to the previous point B. This right here was a point B on the last line. Now, when we're drawing a new line, it starts at the point B of the last line. Same rule here. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. Now I'm going to make this one red. Beautiful, beautiful. Now we need another upward trend line. We are going to select the ray tool. Remember, previous point B, or the previous touch point, the most recent touch point that's on the last trend line, is going to be the new touch point on the new trend line. Here we go. Point A, point B. Now we're going to change the color. Now daily to 4 hour. We're going to 4 hour next. Now we're in the 4 hour time frame. Remember, as you zoom in closer, our lines will look a little bit off because we're starting to get more and more precise. So we'll need to adjust them slightly. Slightly adjust that one, and this one looks perfect. Now we need to come in with some steeper trend lines. Remember, you can use that zoom in, zoom out button to help you view the price a little bit better. You can drag to scoot the price over. Now we're coming in with a steeper downward trend line. We're just going to continue to do this. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat until we make it to our designated time frame. All right, remember that rule. Each trend line has to connect to one another. Higher time frame trend line here. This is its most recent touch point. This will be our newest touch point for our new trend line. Here we go. All right, we have created our point A and our point B. Trying to capture as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. And I'm just going to change the color really quick to red. This is as far as we can go in the 4 hour. Let's continue to move down even lower. So we've done monthly, we've done weekly, we've done daily. Let's do 4 hour. Now we're going to move to 1 hour time frame. Now we need to make some slight adjustments again because it's a little bit off. Here we go. There we go. Now we can come in with a steeper upward trend line here. We're going to come in with another upward trend line. Previous touch point is going to be the new start of our new line. Here we go. Capturing as many touch points as possible without price intersecting. This is our top-down analysis so far. We have made it to the 1 hour time frame. Started in the monthly, moved to the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour, now the 1 hour. We're going to continue to move down lower and lower and lower until we make it to the 5-minute chart. This is where we're going to stop. The 5-minute time frame. We're going from 1 hour to 30 minute. We need to slightly adjust this one. 30-minute time frame. Amazing. Now we're going to continue even lower. 30-minute to the 5-minute. This is where we see the most amount of information. We get to see so much information here. So much noise. Okay, also rule of thumb, when you drag your point B, it is always best to drag it to the most recent touch point so that you don't lose it. When you're doing the top-down analysis and you leave these points, like let's say that I left this one down here, when I come into the 5-minute time frame, I won't be able to go back and find where that pivot point is. So just being able to have that pivot point readily available is super helpful. Just a little trading view tip, especially when you're on the mobile device. Now, for this line here, as we're coming in closer and getting a little bit more precise, I can see that if I go any farther, if I move the price down, if I move the line down any further to try and capture this touch point right here, you can see this is poking through. I know it's not much and it's ever so slight, But if we're just following the rules to an absolute T, we're going to take this touch point, move it to this last high, and then just simply draw one more coming down, one more coming in. All right, here we go. I'm going to make this red again. Now remember, we're in the 5-minute time frame and we're doing our top-down analysis. We started in the monthly and we're going to continue down. We are including wicks for the experienced traders. Now we're just going to use that zoom in button to help us see price a little bit clearer. Remember, we're going to have to make some modifications here because as we zoom in closer, we're looking at more price action and we're getting a little bit more precise. So we'll just have to make some slight adjustments to these lines as we continue. Now we're going to stay in the 5-minute time frame. Remember, we've got a very clear system and a very clear structure and a very clear setup. We have to wait for price to break one of our lines in order for us to signify an entry or to take action. Right now, price is not anywhere near either one of these lines. So that's just a good rule of thumb or a good indication that we need to come in steeper with some lines. We need to track more price action. So I'm going to get this trend line here. I'm going to connect it to my previous trend line and continue to move closer and closer. There we go. Price is very close to breaking this downward trend line. Price is right at it. Now we're going to come in with another upward trend line. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful price action here. Okay. We have all of our upward lines. We have all of our downward lines. Now is the moment where we have to be patient. We have to be patient and wait for our setup. Regardless of what direction it takes, we are simply going to just follow the price. We're not trying to predict which line is going to follow along. We are simply just waiting for the price. Make sure that we have the trading panel selected at the bottom. So make sure you go to the bottom of your page here on TradingView. This is where we're going to be sim trading. This is fake money, paper money, not real. Price moving up. It is breaking through this downward trend line. This is telling us to take action, to place a trade. The price is telling us we've seen it done enough times today on all of the examples, on all of the different setups that we've gone over earlier today. This is indicating an entry because our action line has now been broken, or our downward trend line has now been called an action line. Let's go over the stop loss. Let's go over how much money am I willing to lose. Now, right now, this fake account, this paper trading account, has a balance of $100,000 in it. So this paper trading account, now you guys can modify this, has a balance of $100,000. If we go over the high risk or low risk situation, we have to identify if the price decides to change direction and go the opposite way. What is our fee? How much are we willing to lose? Now, to be able to set that fee, to set that stop loss, you'll see a TP, which is take profit. We're not going to need that. But stop loss is what we do need. This is our stop loss here to the right, SL. Now, remember at the very beginning when we went over strategy today, I mentioned that we're going to go over what a stop loss is, but we're also going to identify where to place this. The stop loss, if you select and drag, you can drag this stop loss and it's going to show you how much dollar amounts you're going to lose if the price gets here. So if you look to the right-hand side, it says $90. If we drag it a little bit farther, it says $110. So remember, depending on your account size will be, is this a fee or am I abiding by my 1% to 2% rule? Now, obviously with my $100,000 account, this $100 loss is absolutely a fee. If anything, I should be trading with more contracts to abide by that 1% to 2% rule. We're going to drag this stop loss on the other side of the action line. I'm sorry, other side of the safety line. So we're going to drag and let go. This has officially solidified my stop loss. If the price turns around and breaks my safety line, I am losing $100. If the price of crude oil comes up a little bit, amazing, we're making money. Oh, okay, if it pulls back, as long as the price of crude oil can move along and respect our safety line, this upward trend line, we will be making money. If it comes up to here, we're up $40. If it comes up to here, we're up $90. If it comes up to here, we're up 120. Up to here, 150. Here and here and here. As long as it respects this upward trend line, we're safe. That's why it's called a safety line. Now, as soon as it breaks the safety line, that indicates our exit. That means we close our trade. So we know when to get in, action line, and now we know when to get out. So I want to see this entire trade play out so that we know when to get in and when to get out. Price continues to move along our safety line. Boom. We close our position when price breaks. Let's say that come back tomorrow and you want to trade. I'm just going to do a super last quick example here. Let's say the price, we're moving and grooving. Here we go. Price is somewhere here. And you want to continue to practice this strategy. You want to continue to get the reps in. You want to continue to practice. Anytime before we place a trade, remember that the price cannot yet intersect because the price has to tell us which one is going to become an action and which one is going to become a safety. So when we're doing our top-down analysis and we're doing our charting here, we're going to make sure that we adjust our line. We got a point A, we got a point B. Okay, if price was to do something like this and you wanted to come back and get into another trade, we do our top-down analysis. We make sure that our lines are in the correct spot. Our downward trend line hasn't been intersected. It's angling downward. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible. And then for the upward trend line, same scenario. We're making sure that we have an upward trend line. Price hasn't intersected and we're capturing as many touch points as possible. This is where we wait for price to break. So our lines are set. Now, if you come back in a few hours, you come back tomorrow, you draw your lines and then you wait. If it breaks here, you guys know we've got a break, we've got an entry, we've got an action, we got a safety. If price breaks this way, same scenario. You guys know we have a break, we have an entry, this is our action line, this is our safety line. So you guys can identify an entry. You'll be able to identify if this is high risk or low risk, depending on your account size. So everything that you've learned today, I just want you guys to get the reps in now and continue to do it over and over again. You did it. It's official. You guys stuck in there. You hung on. I'm so proud of every single one of you guys. Bye, guys. Thank you. Hi guys, welcome to another trendline trading video. I am super excited about today. So I'm going to be breaking down an entire A to Z masterclass of how to trade trend lines. But before we get into the charts, I want to introduce myself and set the tone for this masterclass. My name is Tori and I have been trading trend lines for 10 years now. I learned a trading strategy from a family member and I have been able to generate $500,000 in trading profits. One thing that kind of sets me apart from the rest of the industry is I showcase every single trade that I place. I post broker statements, I do entire trade breakdowns just so that you know everything I'm doing is transparent and authentic. I have a community of traders that I've taught this strategy to who have been able to gain success in the markets. I have thousands of community members. My approach to the markets are also fairly unconventional because it is incredibly simple. I'm not interested in complicating the process, trying to utilize indicators or pull information from places that I do not need. I need the bare bones to get me into a trade and out of a trade. So what I focus on is a simple approach, clean charts, clear structure, and that's where I've seen the most success. Trendline trading is one of the styles that, if you can use it properly, can give you a serious edge in the markets. It's simple and effective and easy to replicate time and time again. This masterclass is not just a quick how-to, this is a full breakdown from A to Z. If you're a beginner, you'll be able to pick up trading after this video. Or if you're already experienced, you'll be able to sharpen your edge. I have designed this to be something that you can actually follow, learn, and apply. Also in this video, I'm going to walk you through my exact strategies that I use every day in the live markets. Before we get into this, I want to set the realistic expectations that you need to have. One of the biggest reasons that traders struggle is because they have this unrealistic expectation that they're going to get rich overnight. They're going to make thousands after watching one singular video, and that's just simply not the case. In reality, trading is a skill that takes time to master. You have to treat it just like a profession. It takes patience, commitment, consistency, even when you don't see the results right away. I have been able to generate consistency in $500,000 in trading profits, but I didn't think it was going to happen overnight. I gave myself time. I treated this just like a career. I put the years in to perfect it. I followed a process and I simplified things, but I allowed myself grace when I didn't see instant results. So no, this is not easy money, but it is possible if done correctly. If you're willing to commit to the process, stay disciplined, and learn a strategy that is built for longevity, you are in the right place. This strategy that I'm going to walk you through in this masterclass is the exact strategy that I use in the live markets. It's structured, it's simple, and it works if you do. Let's get into it. First, let's go over the basics of trading and how you can make money in the markets. But if you're more experienced or already know this, we have timestamps in the description below to where you can skip to the section that's more relevant to you. Trading at its core is the process of buying and selling assets. It's a simple idea, but it requires skill and strategy to do it consistently. Okay, I'm going to give you some analogies to help you understand it better. Think of trading like buying something at a discount and then later selling it for a higher price. The classic buy low, sell high concept. For example, imagine that you buy a vintage comic book for $10 because you believe the value of it's going to go up. If you sell it later for $15, you've made a $5 profit. That is essentially Trading, doing that over and over and over again. Trading works with the same principle, but it's with assets like stocks, futures, forex, and crypto. So the key here is understanding the optimum time to buy and the optimum time to sell. And that's when analysis and strategy comes into play. Now, one important thing to remember here is you can make money when the markets go up or go down. Most people think that you can only profit when the price is rising, but that's not true. In trading, you can also profit from falling markets. Think of it like selling high, buying low. This is called short selling. So this is essentially you selling an asset before you own it and then buying it back. But we'll go over more of this concept later in the video. So whether the price is going up or down, there's always an opportunity to make profits from the market. As long as you know what you're doing, that's the real benefit of trading. So in this masterclass, you'll learn how to spot these opportunities so that you can enter and exit trades with confidence no matter which way the market is moving. Before we get into trend lines, it is important to understand the super basics, candlesticks. If you can appreciate a little bit of history and you're fairly a nerd when it comes to trading, you'll appreciate the history of the candlestick. Candlesticks were originally developed in Japan by rice traders to track price movement. But today we use the same method to track different assets because it's so effective. All right, let's get into candlesticks. So what I'm going to do is draw two candlesticks here to show you the basics of each one. So here is called the body of a candle. The difference between the green candle and the red candle is this right here is where the price opens. So at the beginning of the day, the price started right here. This is a green candle and represents price pushing up higher throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, we've got the close, which is going to be right here. This is the closing price. So we've got the open price and the closing price. What makes this one green is that the open price was lower, then pushed higher throughout the day and ended here, higher. So this is a green candle representing the price pushed higher. Now this right here, same concept. This is a body, but the difference between the green and the red is that price started here. This is the open, and now price pushed lower and closed down here. So the difference between the green and the red, price opened lower, pushed higher. Here, price opened higher, pushed lower. Now this is all within a day. This is a day's worth of price movement. Now let's go over the wicks. These right here are called wicks. Now what these mean is that price pushed lower and higher outside of the opening and closing price. So that means when price opened and closed, it pushed higher and lower outside of the body before closing. So during this 1 day period, price opened here, pushed lower and higher, and then closed. So this is the movement outside of the open and close. Now the same applies for the red candle. This is also the wick, and this is the wick. Represents the same thing, the movement of price throughout the day. So now you know what a candlestick is and what they represent when you see them on a chart. Now let's talk about the different markets that you can trade. Each one has pros and cons, and what market you trade usually comes down to personal preference. So let's break down each one. First, we're going to go over the Forex market. Forex is short for foreign exchange, and it is essentially trading currencies against each other. And what you're doing is just anticipating the change of the exchange rate. So essentially, if you are anticipating that the price of the euro is going to go up, you will buy. And if you're anticipating that the value of the US dollar would go down, you would sell. And there are many different combinations and currencies that you can trade. And some of the most popular are going to be USD and the euro, is going to be GBP versus JPY. So the GBP is going to be the Great British Pound, and the JPY is going to be the Japanese yen. So there are a lot of different currencies and variations that you can trade. And you can also trade these currencies 24 hours out of the day, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. The next one we're going to go over is crypto. Now, this one I have the least experience in, but I'm sure many of you guys have heard about it. Some of those popular assets that you've probably heard of is going to be Bitcoin or Ethereum. Now, this is going to be the same concept. You can either buy or sell these, anticipating that the price of Bitcoin is going to go up, which I'm sure many of y'all are thinking, or maybe the price of Ethereum is going to go down. Now, the difference between Forex and crypto is crypto can be traded 24 hours out of the day, 7 days a week. So there is no limit to when you can trade Bitcoin, which means you can also trade crypto Saturdays and Sundays on the weekends if you really wanted to. Now, crypto is known for being super volatile. That means that there is opportunity, but also a lot of risk if you don't have a solid plan. Now, the next one that we're going to go over, which many of you guys know, you know the stock market. This is stuff like Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Tesla, Home Depot, all of the above, Nvidia, GameStop. Now with stocks, same kind of scenario here. You could anticipate that the price of Apple is going to go up or the price of Tesla is going to go down. So you would either buy thinking the price is going to go up or sell thinking the price is going to go down. Same scenarios over here. Now the stock market is open Monday through Friday from 9:30 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern. Now there is one more market to go over, and this is my favorite and my most traded market. Now this is the futures market. Now, this is what I personally trade. Now, the different types of futures that you can trade is going to be things like commodities, agriculture, energies, indices, and that is things like gold, which I know you guys have heard of. That'll be types of metals. You can trade oil, which are types of energies. You can trade the S&P 500, which is an index. So many different types of things you can trade in the futures market, and things like corn, which would be agricultural. So a lot of options here with futures. Now, same concept here with futures. If you were anticipating that the value of gold is going to go up, you would buy gold. If you're anticipating that the price of oil is going to fall, you would sell oil. If you're anticipating that the price of corn is going to go up, you would buy corn. If you're anticipating that the price of the indice or index SPY, S&P 500, or the NASDAQ, the Dow, is going to go up, you would buy. Now, how often can you trade these instruments? So futures can be traded 6 days out of the week, 23 hours a day, with the exception of the market being closed on Saturday. Now, the reason why I love futures so much is it's got ideal trading hours. I love the different instruments that you can trade, but also they move fast. They have a high volume and they offer great leverage. And basically what that means is just your dollar goes a long way. Now, no matter what market you decide to choose, my strategy is applicable to all of them because it's purely based on price action and market structure. And that's valid no matter what asset or market you decide to trade. Now, how do we actually look at markets and analyze the price to find opportunities? Most traders use a platform called TradingView, which is what we're going to go over. And remember, guys, if this is stuff that you already know, feel free to go to the description of this video. We have timestamps in the description, so you can skip forward to a section that's relevant to you. So now let's get into TradingView. This is going to be my bread and butter. This is where every trader lives. This is our home base. So now this is where we can view the movement or the price of an instrument in any market. So right now you can tell we're looking at Tesla. This is the price movement of Tesla. You look to the left on TradingView and these are going to be your tools. These help you analyze the price and mark up your charts. Over here to the left will be your watch list. This is where you can put all of your favorite instruments, all of your favorite assets like Tesla, Apple, gold, silver. This is where your favorite instruments will live. And then up top here, you'll see these are time frames. Before we go any deeper, I want to touch on something that you'll see a lot inside of TradingView, and that's going to be the time frames. Now, remember we went over candlesticks here. Every candlestick that you see on your chart is based on a certain time frame. So if you're seeing the 1 hour chart, each candle represents 1 hour of price movement. And then if you go to the daily time frame here, like we went over in our earlier example, each candle represents one entire day or 24 hours of price movement. Remember, these are the bodies, these are the wicks. This is all of the price movement within a day. So now the smaller time frame that you go in, the more noise in short-term price movement that you can see. The higher the time frame that you go in, you get more of a bigger picture. The key is to understanding each time frame and how it affects the data that you're looking at and using it to build a strategy that fits you. Some traders like to trade on lower time frames like the 5 minute, the 1 hour, while other traders like to trade on the higher time frames. I personally like to trade on the 4 hour time frame and the daily time frame. This is all going to be personal preference and whatever is applicable to your strategy. So this is TradingView. There are many other features within it, but these are the main 3 that we need to use. Now I'm going to show you how to use TradingView to actually analyze what direction the market is going in. Now, before I show you this information on TradingView, I'm going to draw it out for you. So when you think of the different directions that the market goes in, you think it's either up or down. There is actually a third direction that the market can go in, and that is sideways. So let's go over what these look like. So the first one that everyone knows is uptrend, or some people call this bullish, and it essentially just means up. So if you look at an instrument or an asset from left to right, and the price has started lower and ended up higher over time, we've got an upward trend. This is a bullish trend here. Now, within this uptrend, you can see there are areas or times where the price did go down, but we're looking at this overall. Overall, from left to right, the price has gone up. So this is an upward trend. Let's go over the next popular direction that most of you guys know, which is a downtrend. Now, another name for this is bearish, and essentially just means we're moving down. Now, what this looks like is the price would start higher and over time ends lower. So the overall direction, looking from left to right, if the price has started higher and ended lower, we're looking at a down trend here. Now, same scenario, you can see there were moments of up, but overall, over a period of time, we're down. The price is down, price is bearish. Now let's go over the third direction, which is called consolidation. This is a direction that not many new traders understand. This can also be called a range and essentially just means sideways movement here. So when we're looking at price from left to right and we haven't made any progress or any direction, we are in consolidation. There are many moments where the price has gone down, the price has gone up, the price has gone down, but overall we have made no progress. It's still at the same point here. This is consolidation. Now let me show you some real examples on the chart so you can see what these actually look like. So we're using TradingView here to identify the overall trend of an instrument. This right here is the Dow Jones. We're looking at a monthly time frame. And now if we're looking at this from left to right, the overall direction or overall trend of this instrument is up or bullish. Now we're moving to another instrument. Looking at this from left to right, the price is overall down or bearish. This is crude oil. We're on the monthly time frame, and from left to right you can see the overall trend of this is going down. Now this is the third instrument here. This is platinum. This is the same time frame, the monthly time frame. But now if we look at the price from left to right, starting here to here, the price is overall in the same area. We're moving sideways. This is considered consolidation or a range. In these next few sections, you're going to start learning how to actually trade. And I'm going to show you something that I did to help make this a lot easier. All right, let's get into the first real building blocks of this masterclass, a trend line. A trend line is a diagonal line that you draw to connect points of a trend. It helps you define the structure and direction of a market. If this sounds confusing, don't worry, we're going to go over an example here on the whiteboard. So as you guys saw in the previous examples, we were able to identify upward trends and downward trends within the market. Now the trend line is what connects these points in each trend. Since this is an overall upward trend, we're going to draw a trend line to help connect these points to help us identify the upward trend. We're able to connect points within this upward trend to help us identify the direction that it's going or the structure of this trend. So this right here is an upward trend line or a bullish trend line. Now let's go over a downward trend line. Dude, wait till you guys see how we start utilizing it. It's going to blow your mind. So now we've gone over what a downward trend looks like and how to identify it. But now let's see how we can draw a trend line to help us identify a downward trend. So looking at this from left to right, we want to connect as many points as we can with our line to help us identify this downward trend. You can see we've captured all of these points here within this downward trend. Now, when we draw these lines, they aren't just random. So when you start to see price respect this same diagonal line that we just drew over and over again, that is your structure. Now that I've shown you on the whiteboard how to draw a trend line, let's see what they look like with real-time market data on TradingView. All right, now let's replicate the same thing that we did on the whiteboard on the markets here. Okay, here we are looking at the Dow. We're still in that monthly time frame, and this is an upward trend. Looking at it from left to right, the overall trend is upward. If we're going to draw a line on the chart, a trend line, we're going to go over to our toolbox here on the left. Now, you would think we would use the trend line tool. It's ironic that we're not, but we're actually going to use the ray tool to help draw our trend lines. The very first point of our trend line is going to start here with the lowest point that we see on the screen. The second point of our trend line is going to be the next lowest point we see on our screen. We had just drawn our first upward trend line. This has just helped us identify the direction of this instrument. Now let's go over some downward trend lines. Now we have moved to crude oil on the monthly time frame. We're going to go back to this toolbox over here to the left. It's going to be the opposite concept for our downward lines. Our first point is going to be the highest point you see on the screen. Our next point is going to be the next lowest point you see on the screen. I'm going to change the color of this to red so that we can identify this is a downward trend line. So we have just drawn our second trend line. This helps us identify the downward direction of this asset. As you can see, the price has touched here, 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 and here. Now, the more time that you spend analyzing these charts and drawing these lines, the easier it will become to spot these trend lines. Now let's talk about another concept in the markets, support and resistance. So before we get into it on TradingView, let me draw it out on the whiteboard here. Okay, now let's go over support and resistance, SNR. Now I'm going to draw some price action here and show you what support and resistance is. So now remember we talked about the direction called consolidation. This is where support and resistance really comes into play here. So we've gone over upward trends, downward trends, upward trend lines, and downward trend lines. How do we mark up the consolidation that we went over? This is where support and resistance comes into play, S and R. So now when drawing our support and resistance, we're going to do something very similar like we did with our trend lines. We're trying to capture as many points as we can with the price movement. We're going to start with support. Think of support like a floor. When the price got to the floor, it turned around. When the price got to the floor, it turned around. We're trying to capture as many points from the floor as possible. This is called support. Now, resistance is going to be the opposite. Think of resistance as though it's a ceiling. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible here. Price got to the ceiling and then turned around. Price got to the ceiling and then turned around. This is called resistance. Support, the floor, resistance, the ceiling. Price moves in between. Now we're just simply trying to capture as many touch points as possible. There will be moments where price breaks out of it, but as long as we can capture as many touch points, we have drawn a correct resistance and support. Okay, now let's go over some real world examples on TradingView. So we've got platinum on the monthly time frame, and now we're going to go over to the toolbox here. And instead of the ray tool that we're used to, we're going to use the horizontal line. Now let's start by drawing our support, which means it acts as a floor. So we're trying to capture as many touch points as we can where the price hit and then turned around. Right here, you can see there were many times where the price of platinum hit this horizontal line, which is our support, and then turned around. Hit, turned around, hit, turned around. Same here, here, and here. Now let's draw our resistance. We're going to use the same tool, the horizontal line, but now we're going to draw this as though it is the ceiling. We're trying to capture as many touch points as possible where the price of platinum hit and turned around. It hit here, turned around. Hit here, turned around. This is support and resistance. Using this tool helps us identify consolidation within the markets. Now, this is a time to get excited. This is where it gets powerful. Trend lines and support and resistance work even better when they're aligned. Later in this masterclass, I'm going to show you how to utilize these tools together to help you identify where the price is likely to go. Now that we understand how the market moves and where price reacts, let's go over how to enter and exit trades. This means understanding different order types. There are two main order types that you can use. There is a market order and a limit order. So we're going to go back to the whiteboard so I can show you guys some examples. Okay, first let's go over market orders. A market order. So we're going to say we're looking at the price. If we're looking at the price from left to right, this is always going to be where the price is at right now. If we want to place a market order, that means get me into the market where the price is at right now. So if you place a market order and the price of whatever instrument you're trading is at $100, when you place that order, it gets you in at $100. So a market order is going to be the most simple order to understand. It means get me in immediately at the current market price. Now let's talk about limit orders. We're going to go over the same kind of price action. Now, when you place a limit order, instead of getting you in where the price is at right now, you're actually going to tell the market at what price you want to get in. So if the price is currently trading at $100, but you want to get in at $50, you place a limit order. So if the price is currently trading at $100, when and if the price gets down to $50 is when your order will be placed. Your limit order will be triggered. And then the same concept goes for if you would like to place your trade at $150 limit. So when and if the price gets to $150, that's when your limit order will be triggered. So those are the basics. Market orders are for immediate entries and exits, and limit orders are for planned entries and exits. Understanding this gives you control over how to get into the market and how to manage your trades. Now, what I'm about to show you next is how you can maximize your profits and protect your capital. Now that you know what types of trades you can enter, it's just as important to know how to exit those trades. This is where take profit and stop loss comes into play. So I'm going to use the whiteboard again to help me explain. Let's go over a take profit. I'm going to draw price action to help us understand take profit. Let's say that the price is at $100. We want to place a market order, just like we had went over previously, to buy. We are anticipating that the price is going to go higher. So if we got in at market order, that means get us in right now at $100. We want to see the price go up. So we're going to place a take profit order. So if the price gets to $150, I want to take my profit and close my trade. And that would look something like this. When or if the price gets to $150, you get to take your profits and your trade is closed automatically when the price gets to $150. So the actual definition of a take profit is a preset level where you want to close your trade and lock in gains. Now let's go over a stop loss. Now both of these are fairly self-explanatory. The take profit allows you to take your profit. A stop loss will stop your loss. Now we're going to use the same kind of market structure to go over what a stop loss means. So same scenario as the last one. You placed a market order buy at $100, get me in right now, and you're hoping that the price goes up, or you're anticipating that the price is going to go up. What happens if it doesn't and you have to take a loss? This is where the stop loss comes into play here. So believe it or not, most traders aren't always right. So there's going to be instances where you get into a position and the trade doesn't work out. So how can we stop our losses from being too high or manage our risk? Let's say that we're willing to lose $50 if the price doesn't work out. That means if the price comes down to $50, go ahead and stop my loss from getting any bigger, essentially. So you just place a stop loss order at $50. So for example, it would look something like this. If the price ended up coming down against you, it stopped your loss from getting any bigger, and once it hit the $50, you took your loss here. So if the price came down against you and hit this $50, this is where your trade gets automatically closed, just like the take profit. Now let's bring it all together. Let's say you get into a position and you're ready for a loss or a profit. How do we place both of these orders? Now let's see how we can place a take profit and a stop loss on the charts here in TradingView. Okay, we're looking at the stock Apple here. We're in the monthly time frame. The price is trading at $106 right now. Let's say the same scenario. We're going to place our market order to buy right here. Now, if you hover your mouse over where the price is at, you can see a take profit and a stop loss, TPSL. To set your stop loss, you'll drag the stop loss down to $50. Let's say you're willing to lose $50 if the trade doesn't work out in your favor. And let's say you want to make $50 if the price goes up. So you're going to drag your take profit to $50. If the price gets to $157, you'll take your $50 profit. If the price goes against you down to $55, you will take your $50 loss and stop your loss from getting any bigger. Take profit, stop loss. Now let's see how this trade plays out. Now here we go. We're up $48.04. The price just made it to our take profit and automatically closed us out of our trade. We were able to capitalize on $50.89 here. So this is a scenario that worked in our favor. We got into our position, placed our market buy order, the price worked in our favor, continued to move up, and closed us out automatically at $50. Let's go over a scenario where it didn't work out. Now we're looking at Home Depot in the monthly time frame. The current price is at $207. Same scenario, let's place a buy market order, get me in right now where the price is trading at now. Now we're going to drag our stop loss to $50, and we're going to drag our take profit to $50. Let's see how this trade plays out. There we go. Our trade has just been closed. And this is a scenario where we had to take our loss because the price moved against us. And the first scenario is where we made a profit of $50 because the price moved in our favor. So as you can see, both take profit and stop losses are essential to risk management. They help you control your risk and keep your trading consistent. Later in this masterclass, I'll show you where I put my stop losses and my targets based on market structure and price action. Okay, now let's talk about risk management. This is one of the most important parts about trading because no matter how good your strategy is, losses are going to happen. It's just part of the game. One thing that I like to do is think of it like this. Losses should be small enough to consider fees, or just think of them like business expenses. You want to manage your risk in a way that keeps you in the game so that you can stay profitable long term. That's what I'm about to teach you. So proper risk management separates traders from those who last to those who lose all their money. Now, risk can vary depending on what market you're trading. Different instruments have different contract sizes, shares, ticks, lots, and levels of volatility. So no matter what market you're in, the same risk principles apply. It is so important to know what you're willing to risk when you get into a trade. So for example, if your position is too big, it could wipe out an entire small account. But if you're trading properly with proper risk management and proper position size, the loss should feel like just a fee, and it will allow you to live to trade another day. It won't hurt your account much. Every time you take a trade, your stop loss should tell you exactly how much you're willing to risk. A common rule that most traders use is risking no more than 1 to 3% of your capital per trade. Would you lose more than 1 to 3% of your account? If the answer is yes, then you need to reduce your risk. This keeps your downside limited and gives you room to grow. When you combine a solid strategy with strong risk management, you're not just guessing anymore. You're trading with intention. And everything I'm about to show you next is built on this foundation. Let's talk about strategy. Having a strategy is one of the most important pieces of this process. A strategy gives you clear structure, it gives you entry criteria, exit criteria, and helps you stay emotionally regulated when you're in your trades. One of the biggest mistakes that I have seen in the entire trading industry is people who strategy hop, trying something new over and over and over again without giving it its due diligence, without trying to master the strategy. But the truth is, consistency comes from sticking to one thing long enough to get good at it. You're not going to believe this, but I have used the same core strategy for the last 10 years. I built my process around a simple approach that I fully trust. It's clean, it's repeatable, and it helps me find consistency in the markets. You don't need to overcomplicate things. Simplicity is what brings confidence. When you actually understand what you're doing and why you're doing it, you feel like you're in control and you're not just guessing. For me, that includes trend lines. I'm a trend line trader. I use them to find clean, high probability setups based on price action and structure. That's the foundation of how I trade. And part of that structure comes down to time frames. Some strategies work better on higher time frames, while others work better for lower time frames. A lot of traders, including myself, have different strategies depending on what the market is doing and different time frames that they're looking at. That's normal. So when I talk about strategy, I talk about having a complete plan. And this goes from spotting the setup, managing risk, knowing exactly when to get in and when to get out. In the next section, I'm going to walk you guys through one of the exact strategies that I've used in the markets to help me generate $500,000 in trading profits. Now, this isn't theory. This is something that I've used in real trades, real market conditions for over 10 years. It's simple, it's structured, and once you understand it, you'll be able to use it on any market in any time frame. If you've been looking for something solid that you can actually follow and build on, this is it. Let's dive in. So now that you've seen how the 3 touch point trend line break works, let's break it down step by step. So you've been able to identify how do you trade a 3 touch point trend line break, but now we need to see how do we find them. And that's by something called a top-down analysis. So let's get into the charts and let me show you how it works. So the concept of a top-down analysis is starting at a higher time frame, the top of the time frame, and then we continue to work our way down time frames. We're in the monthly time frame now, same as all the other past examples that we've gone over before. We're in the monthly time frame. We're going to draw our trend lines just like we have in the past examples. We're going to the toolbox over here. We're going to select the ray tool. We're going to draw a downward trend line. We're looking for the highest point that we see on the screen for a downward trend line. We're going to try to capture as many touch points as possible without having price intersect. Now, this is a new concept. Before, when we drew our trend lines, we just tried to capture as many touch points as possible. When doing our top-down analysis, we want to make sure that we also capture as many touch points as possible, but without having price poke through or intersect. So the reason that we don't want price to intersect is because we want to be able to utilize price action in real time. And this will start to make more sense as we continue this top-down analysis. But we've drawn our first downward trend line, nothing new. Let's continue to draw another trend line, which will be our upward trend line. Now for our upward trend line, we're looking for the lowest point that we see on the screen here. We're trying to do the same concept as before, capture as many touch points as possible, but without having the price intersect. So at one point, this would have been a great line. We've got touch point, touch point, touch point. The reason this line is not valid is because price is already broken through. We want to be able to utilize the price where it's at right now. I'm going to change the color of this trend line to help us differentiate the bullish from bearish trend lines, the upward from downward trend lines. And another easy way to remember this is when drawing your trend lines, doing this top-down analysis, think of the lines as though they're holding the price up or holding the price down. So if at any point price is breaking through, it's incorrect. So making sure that all touch points are captured without breaking through the lines. So a rule of thumb when coming in with steeper trend lines, always utilize the most recent touch point as your new point A for the new trend line. Think of it like your previous point B will be your new point A. So we're going back to the ray tool here. Previous point B or most recent touch point here will be our new point A. Same concept, trying to capture as many touch points as possible without having the price intersect. So this wouldn't work. This wouldn't work. This is the only area where we can draw our steeper upward trend line. So we have just done our first section of the top-down analysis in our monthly time frame. Once we've drawn as many trend lines as we can on the monthly time frame, and there's no other lines we can draw, that signifies that we can go from the monthly down to the weekly. So we're going to continue this top-down analysis. And something to note is that as you go down in time frame, we're getting more precise or looking at more information here. So some of your lines will be slightly off, so we just need to make some slight adjustments here to make sure they're a little bit more accurate. So we've just gone from the monthly time frame to the weekly time frame. There are going to be many instances where you go from one time frame to the next and there's not going to be much of a difference. There's not going to be any additional lines that we need to draw. So your indication to move down a time frame is always if you cannot draw any steeper trend lines, then you'll continue down a time frame. So there isn't any change between the monthly and the weekly, so that just signifies that we need to continue working our way down. So we're in the weekly time frame. Let's move down to the daily time frame. And feel free to utilize this plus or minus button to help you zoom out or zoom in of the price. So as we move from the weekly time frame to the daily time frame, our lines are a little bit off. We need to make sure that we slightly adjust these to make sure they're a little bit more accurate. And we're just going to continue moving down time frames. So if you're trading in the 5-minute time frame or the 1-hour time frame, you'll continue this top-down analysis. You'll do monthly, weekly, daily, 4-hour, 1-hour. If you're a lower time frame trader, you'll do monthly, weekly, daily, 4-hour, 1-hour, 30-minute, 15-minute, 5-minute, so on and so forth. So you'll just continue this process until you reach the time frame that you're trading in. So there's a steeper trend line that I can draw on the daily time frame. Previous point B or most recent touch point is going to be our new point A. Now for this line, we can't go very far. This is as far as we can go without having price intersect, but we need to draw lines like these so that we can continue to track price steeper and steeper. All right, we're in the daily time frame. Let's work our way down to the 4-hour time frame. Now this time frame is where I personally stay. This is the time frame that I trade in. So when I do my top-down analysis, I go from monthly, weekly, daily, and then I stop in the 4-hour. For anyone that's trading lower time frames, they'll continue this process and work their way down to their designated time frame. I'm going to slightly adjust my lines to make them a little bit more accurate, and then I can see some steeper trend lines that I can draw in the 4-hour time frame. I'm going to use my most recent touch point as my new point A. Try to capture as many touch points as possible without having price intersect. So on the 4-hour time frame, this is as many downward trend lines as I can draw. This is as far as I can go, but we can draw another upward trend line here. Go back to our toolbar, to the ray tool. Most recent touch point is going to be your new point A, or your starting point for the trend line. Try to capture as many touch points as possible without having price intersect. All right, there we go. This is as far as we can go in the 4-hour time frame. So now I've just shown you how to find a 3 touch point trend line, but now we need to wait for the break. Let's watch price and see if we can get a break of this downward 3 touch point trend line. Okay, we've just been presented with a break of this downward 3 touch point trend line. We know that this signifies an entry. Now, before we get into our trade here, before we take our entry, I want to introduce a new concept called the safety line. This concept is the exact reason why I've been able to stay consistently profitable in the markets. It helps me manage my risk, keep it low. It helps me capitalize on profits and tells me exactly when to close my trade. Now, let me show you how to draw this safety line. So the concept of a steeper trend line is not new, but the way that we utilize this is. So we're going to go to the toolbar over here to the left. Previous point B or most recent touch point is going to be point A, making sure you come in, capture as many touch points as possible without having the price intersect. But now the difference is this line is called our safety line. This line will keep our risk low. This will allow us to capitalize on profits and tell us exactly when to close this trade here. So now that we have drawn our safety line, we can enter our position here. We're going to hit the buy button to place our order. All right, we are now in our trade. Let's see how this trade plays out and see if it breaks our safety line. As you can see here, this price has moved aggressively in our favor, but we still haven't had a break of our safety line yet. All right, we have just made it to real-time price action. This is where the price is trading at right now. So the price hasn't broken our safety line yet. So you're able to see what this trade management looks like, when to get into your trade. Now let's go over some examples of when do we get out. So we know if price breaks our safety line, that's our indication to close our trade. So if the price comes down and breaks this safety line, this is our indication right here to close this trade. But let's go over a scenario if it doesn't. If the price comes down and actually respects our safety line, creating another touch point and then continues to move in our favor, so this is our indication to stay in that trade. So only until the price breaks our safety line do we need to close this position out. Now let's go over another example. We're looking at crude oil on the 4-hour time frame. Now in this scenario, I've already done my top-down analysis. As you can see here, I was able to spot a 1, 2, 3 touch point trend line. What we're missing is the break. So let's continue to wait and see if we can get a break of this trend line. Okay, we were just presented with a break of this upward 3 touch point trend line. Now remember, before we get into this position, we need to draw something called the safety line here. Let's go back to the ray tool over here. Same concept when we're drawing our steeper trend lines. Most recent touch point or previous point B is new point A, and then we're going to try to capture as many touch points as possible without having price intersect. Now that we've drawn our safety line, it's time to enter our position. Now let's see how this trade plays out and if it breaks our safety line. All right, as you can see here, we are in profit and price has still not broken our safety line yet. So we continue to stay in this trade until price does. All right, we have finally been presented with a break of our safety line. It's time to close our trade and take our profits. Close position here. So you can see we entered the price over here when we got the break of our 3 touch point trend line. We drew our safety line. We stayed in the trade until we got yet another break. Price broke our safety line, which indicated an exit. So we've got a very clear entry and a very clear exit. So there you have it. We've just gone over 2 examples of the 3 touch point trend line break. Now let's talk about some other important factors that you need to know about trading. Now that you've seen how the 3 touch point trend line break strategy works, it's time to test it for yourself. That's where back testing and forward testing comes in. Back testing is essentially going back in time, just like we did in our second trade example, to see how the strategy performs on past data. And it allows you to see how many of your setups would have worked out. When you're learning a new strategy, back testing is one of the most important things that you can do. It gives you a chance to see how often these setups perform under different market conditions. Remember earlier in this video, we analyzed trending markets, bullish, bearish, and consolidation. Back testing allows you to see how those setups perform in those different market conditions. It also helps you build confidence and understand what clean setups actually look like. Now let's talk about forward testing. Forward testing is watching how your strategy performs in real time, similar to the first example that we went over. And this is usually done on a demo account where there's no risk involved. Later in the video, I'm going to show you an incredible platform that allows you to backtest as well. But let's move on. Let's talk about brokers, what they are, what they do, and why you need them to trade. So simply put, a broker is the middleman between you and the markets. They provide you with a trading platform and give you access to markets like futures, forex, stocks, and crypto. And they handle the execution of your trades. Without a broker, you can't place trades. They're the ones actually connecting your buy or sell orders to a larger exchange or network. Another thing that your broker does is allow you access to leverage. Leverage means that you can control larger positions with smaller amounts of money. For example, 10-to-1 leverage means that you only need $1,000 to trade a $10,000 position size. But with leverage comes something called margin. Margin is the amount of money that you need in your account to hold a position. It's basically your collateral. If the market moves too much against you and you don't have enough capital in your account, the brokerage can close your position for you. That's called a margin call. You don't want that. So while leverage can help you grow faster, it can also increase your risk. That's why it is always important to have proper risk management in place, which is something we've already covered earlier. Understanding how brokers work is a key piece of the puzzle if you're serious about trading. Now, I use a broker called TradeStation. It is a regulated broker in the US that offers equities or stocks and futures, which is what I trade. If you're interested in joining TradeStation as well, the link will be in the description below. So now that you know how brokers work and what actually goes on behind the scenes, it's time to actually place trades without risking any real money. This is one of the most important phases when learning any strategy. It's where you take everything that we've gone over and put it into action in a risk-free environment. So now let's talk about demo trading. Demo trading is where you can trade the live markets, but using simulated capital. So you're still seeing real market movements in real time. The only thing that isn't real is the money, which means you can practice without the risk. This is one of the most valuable tools when learning a new strategy, like you are now. It lets you build confidence, test your execution, and get used to how your trading platform works, all while making mistakes that won't cost you anything. You'll start to get a feel for how the market moves, timing, and your own decision-making process. And a side note here, when setting up your demo account, use the amount of money you would actually invest in a live account. You don't want to set your account to millions of dollars and start investing in huge positions that you wouldn't actually be trading. Treat this like it's your real capital. That way, when you actually make the transition to live trading, your habits and expectations will be in check. Now, once you start placing trades, whether that's live or demo, there is one thing that's going to make a massive difference in your trading, and that's journaling. Journaling is where you track your trades, your decision-making, and your feelings throughout the entire trading process. So this isn't just about recording wins or losses. It's not focusing on the dollar amount. It's working on the process. It's about becoming more self-aware and intentional about your trading. For me, journaling was a huge pivot point in my trading career. It allowed me to visually see what I was doing right, what I was doing wrong, and double down on the things that were working and to stop making the same mistakes over and over again. And I use TradeZella for all of this. Let me pull it up and walk you through some of the most powerful tools within this program. So here is the TradeZella platform. This visually shows me what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong, and allows me to track all of my stats here. I can see my win percentage, my average win to loss, my profit factor, and then I can even go into each individual trade and see what went right and what went wrong. Another tool you can use is the playbook feature here. This allows you to test different strategies, like the one we've gone over here, the 3 touch point trendline break. Test it, see if it works. We've got something called a trendline bounce, a break and retest, a 2 touch point trendline break. This is also a place where you can do back testing like what we went over earlier. If you're interested in using TradeZella as a journaling tool, use code Tori10 for 10% off of the monthly subscription or Tori20 for 20% off of the yearly subscription. All right, once you've been journaling, testing, and building real confidence in your strategy, the next step is what everyone looks forward to, going live. This has been the moment that everything has been leading to. You've learned the strategy, you've back tested, you've forward tested on demo, you've journaled, you've put in the work. But before you enter your first trade, there are a few things that you need to understand. You only go live when you have the data to back up your decision. You need to know that your strategy works, and you need to have the confidence knowing that you have the ability to execute it. So what does that mean to have the data to back up your decision? Something like journaling allows you to track your performance and see hard numbers to show you profitability and consistency. And that confidence comes from preparation, not guesswork. Second, you need to trade with money that you can afford to lose. I cannot stress this enough. If you are trading your rent money or your savings, you are not trading. You are actually gambling. That kind of pressure will wreck your decision making. So start small, grow slow. The markets are not going to go anywhere. There are always opportunities. Next, know that going live is very different from trading demo. Your emotions hit 10 times harder when you're going live versus demo. That's why demo trades feel like they are perfectly executed, then fall apart when going live. So expect that shift and give yourself time to adjust. It's all part of the process. Fourth, don't rely on trading as your only source of income from the start. Having another source of income allows breathing room and helps you avoid forcing trades just trying to make money. You want to be able to enter your positions with clarity, not desperation. And finally, and most importantly, do not rush this process. Sustainable trading takes time. Every profitable trader that you look up to has gone through months, if not years, of learning and refining before everything clicked, including myself. Let this be something that you build for life, not a quick hit. Now it's on you. Put this into practice, stay disciplined, and remember, trading does not need to be complicated. If you show up every single day with consistency and follow what we've gone over in this masterclass, you can see success in trading. Now you have everything you need to get started. If you're looking for a more advanced approach and learn directly from me, a trader who has been able to generate over $500,000 in trading in the markets, all the information is in the first link in the description below. Thanks for watching, and if you want to see more content like this, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, hit the like button, and drop a comment below.
Today, I'm going to show you an amazing scalping strategy that takes advantage of the first 90 minutes of the market open. It's called the Quick Flip Scalper. It's repeatable, it's effective, and best of all, it is simple. My name is Carl. I've been
Unlike the bourgeois humanities, however, it rejects intellectual commodity fetishism, meaning the bracketing of the social relations of production in the name of simply maintaining a kind of almost religious dedication to the sacred cows of the imperial theory industry. So it jettisons this intellectual commodity fetishism in favor of an unswerving materialist analysis of the systems of knowledge production and distribution. Rather than beginning with the isolated individual as the true source of ideas or the fount of political actions, it raises the question of the material forces that have produced the types of individuals who are prone to think and act in particular ways, and it continues to reproduce them in a systematic manner. The Marxist category of the superstructure is particularly useful for understanding this system, as long as one approaches it as a metaphor that is as insightful as it is limited. The superstructure is dialectically enmeshed within the socioeconomic infrastructure, and it is thus only really heuristically distinct. Marx identified two different components of the superstructure: the political legal apparatus, centered in the bourgeois state on the one hand, and the cultural apparatus, meaning the entire material system for the production and dissemination of culture in the broadest sense of the term: theory, religion, art, entertainment, and many other forms. Language would be a good example. The dominant culture and ruling ideas of a given society are the culture and ideas of its ruling class because it owns and controls the cultural apparatus, meaning the entire system of ideological production and dissemination. The professional intelligentsia in the imperial core is thus a product of the superstructure of empire. Its members occupy a privileged position within global class hierarchies, and the most acclaimed of them are wealthy and powerful power brokers. They are part of what I refer to in the book as the intellectual labor aristocracy. Since they benefit both materially and symbolically from the imperial world order, they do not have a vested interest in overcoming it. Moreover, the cultural apparatus within which they operate punishes veritable anti-communist work while promoting positions that, directly or indirectly, advance the interests of imperialism. This system of demotions and preferments often functions well enough on its own. However, when it does not, the political legal apparatus of the state intercedes to manage and control the cultural apparatus. So it's integral to see both elements. It's not that the CIA is controlling people with puppet strings or any of these kind of more ludicrous ideas. It's that the superstructure materially conditions certain forms of intellectual production, and that when that doesn't happen as it should within the organic system of cultural production, state forces will intercede in order to direct it and make sure that it does what it is tasked with doing. In case any of this sounds slightly abstract, I'd like to give you a concrete example that I spell out in the book, which also has the advantage of shedding light on the military-industrial academic complex that I analyze as well. This example explains in part why so many leftists in the imperial core and beyond reject actually existing socialism and presume that the Soviet Union, the same could be said of China today, was a horrific failure, often adamantly insisting that they know this for certain, in spite of a very questionable knowledge base. Alain Badiou, a self-proclaimed communist intellectual, writes, for instance, quote, "The failure of all socialist and communist experiences in the last century had as its consequence that we do not have today a great and clear idea of another world," end quote. Similar statements have been made by nearly all of the leftist intellectuals prominent in the imperial core, like Epstein's friend, Noam Chomsky, who we were talking about a little bit earlier today. Western Sovietology, which established the dominant intellectual consensus on the Soviet Union, was not the result of objective research undertaken by autonomous intellectuals working toward a scientific depiction of reality. It was the product of the imperial superstructure, and more specifically, the first two area studies programs set up in the United States were US national security state cutouts. What I mean by that is that the intelligence services worked with the administration of the universities of Harvard and Columbia in order to relocate their national intelligence researchers at Columbia and Harvard to undertake the same type of research that they were doing for organizations like the OSS, State Department, CIA, etc., but to provide it, very importantly, with academic cover. This is essential to see because many, or at least some on the left, are able to see through the forms of propaganda produced in the journalistic world, but they have a lot more trouble seeing it in the academic world. But the same basic mechanisms are at play. What the state does is it academically launders state propaganda and gives it a stamp of approval by finding professors that it works with at Harvard, Princeton, Yale, or many, many other places. And so if you're in a leftist debate with someone who starts telling you that they know about the Soviet Union because they've read, I don't know, Robert Conquest or other people like this, or who? Yeah, or right-wing figures like that, or Anne Applebaum, or other figures of their ilk. These are just imperial ideologues who are doing, academically laundered state propaganda. This has nothing to do with a materialist analysis of the Soviet Union, which does not mean that then one has to say that, well, anything that happened in the Soviet Union was absolutely perfect and excellent, we have to embrace it. No, you engage in an actual materialist analysis that is objective, rather than having your analysis mediated by state and propagandistic forces. Now, I don't know exactly how much time I have left, but 9 minutes. Okay, well, this is going to go on for a while then. What I wanted to turn to is the contemporary stakes of why it is that I wrote this book, and hopefully this will then open up to the larger conversation that we'll have. The goal of the book is not only to provide people with an understanding of the imperial superstructure, and then more specifically, the way in which Western or imperial Marxism needs to be understood as a product of that imperial superstructure. The larger goal of the book is to rejuvenate the anti-imperialist Marxist tradition in the contemporary conjuncture in which class struggle globally is at fever pitch, in the sense that imperialism has driven us into what Georges Gastaut calls, with others, the age of exterminism. Now we are in a position where it is very clear that if capitalism and imperialism aren't abolished, it's the end of humanity, if not of all life forms on planet Earth. The stakes could not be higher. So many people have been brought into politics or radicalized through the live stream genocide in the Middle East. However, the struggle for a free Palestine, based on my experience organizing around Palestine on university campuses, is often disconnected from the larger fight against imperialism. For the purposes of political education and the cultivation of strategic thought and practice, I'd therefore like to draw on Mao's reworking of the Hegelian dialectic to highlight different levels of political consciousness, which is ultimately necessary for the type of left rejuvenation argued for in the book. And don't be intimidated by the fancy references to dialectic and Hegel and Mao for that matter. It's relatively straightforward what I'm going to lay out. The lowest form of political consciousness operates at the level of sense perception. What you see is what you get. It often consists in simply looking at something, identifying it as politically unacceptable, like wanton violence, and rejecting it. Now, this type of moral reaction can be a powerful subjective mechanism for bringing people into the struggle. And it has been widespread within the campus movements I've participated in. While at the same time, it can be a starting point, but one of the risks, if one simply remains at the level of sense perception and subjective moral indignation in the face of a genocide, is that it can relatively easily be co-opted if it does not advance to a higher level of political consciousness, which we can call, following Mao, logical understanding. As a matter of fact, the intelligence services of the imperialist powers have developed an entire industry of color revolutions that is often based, at least in part, on instrumentalizing the moral indignation of subjects who reject certain forms of violence. By relying on highly developed forms of psychological warfare, this moral indignation can be channeled into tacit and explicit support for humanitarian interventions and regime change operations, as we see very clearly in the case of Iran, and we've also seen in the case of Libya, Syria, Venezuela, slightly different, but these types of regime change operations are constant. What logical understanding does is it develops a rigorous materialist analysis of the social totality that allows us to situate particular acts of violence or other phenomena within the overall play of forces. If one develops critical media literacy skills and an understanding of the depth, breadth, and complexity of imperialist psychological warfare, then it is possible to subsume, sorry again for the philosophic reference, but in the sense of Aufheben, in the Hegelian sense of overcoming, but also incorporating. So to overcome and incorporate one's subjective moral reaction, which often is rooted in a kind of humanist orientation, within an objective analysis of the particular phenomenon in question and the rival forms of explanation. This can help insulate us against the instrumentalization of subjective moralism in favor of what are objective imperialist projects. The effort to cultivate objective understanding can and ultimately should be subsumed within the third and highest level of political consciousness, right? So we move from sense perception and the kind of subjectivist moralism to a logical understanding of the actual material play of forces to what Mao refers to as practical reason or praxis. Whereas logical understanding allows us to grasp the objective dynamic of a given situation, practical reason provides us with the tools necessary for changing it. This requires strategic thinking, meaning the ability to engage in an assessment of the complex web of forces and the identification of intermediate tactics that can make those forces work toward particular objectives. This level of thinking is unfortunately rather rare because it requires overcoming the subjectivism that consists in simply wanting or demanding that one's ideals be achieved without knowing how to realize them objectively. It requires the practical knowledge of how to, from a subjective nodal point within a complex subjective reality, orchestrate the multiple forces at work to move history. Crucially, as Lenin, one of the greatest strategists of all time, regularly insisted, this sometimes entails compromises, retreats, tactical alliances, and so forth. Lenin also pointed out that the kind of moral subjectivism is rife within the middle layer or the petty bourgeoisie that often wants to, on the one hand, work in such a way that they satisfy the needs of their corporate overlords or the capitalist ruling class, but nonetheless wants to be identified with, and at a certain material level is identified with, the general working classes. So it's often kind of bounced back and forth between these two extremes, and hence it is a relatively unstable class in its ideological commitments. Dialectical and historical materialism is the most powerful tool that human beings have developed for cultivating a coherent understanding of the socio-natural totality, as well as the strategic thought and practice necessary for not only interpreting the world, but ultimately changing it. One of the overall objectives of my book is to contribute to the rejuvenation of this rich tradition, clarifying how some of it has been ideologically weakened by imperial forces. As I say in the conclusion, those of us who have been confused in various ways by Western or imperial Marxism or other products of the imperial theory industry have nothing but our intellectual chains to lose, and we have a world to win. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
All right, that was awesome. I look forward to hearing more and engaging with these ideas. Thanks so much, Gabriel. Now I'm going to introduce our panelists now, and we're going to move on to that discussion, and then it's going to be immediately followed by the Q&A. And we really hope to generate a lot of thought-provoking discussion. So please participate, ask your questions, and we'll get a good discussion going. I'm honored to be able to introduce these guests that we have today. We have a really great lineup for you. To the left, we have first Ziad Al-Nabulsi. Ziad is an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy at York University. He specializes in the history of African philosophy. His latest book is Pauline Hontoji and the Science Question in Africa. Our second speaker is Justin Potter. Justin is the author with Joe Emmersberger of Extraordinary Threat, the U.S. Empire, the Media, and 20 Years of Coup Attempts in Venezuela, which was also published by Monthly Review. He's also the author of America's Wars on Democracy in Rwanda and the DR Congo, another book called Siege Breakers, and another book called Haiti's New Dictatorship, which was published by Pluto Press in 2012. He's the host of the Anti-Empire Project, which is a podcast, Substack, and YouTube channel. And our third speaker is Sardana Nikolaeva. Born and raised in the Sakha Republic, Russia, Sardana is a political anthropologist primarily researching and writing about global indigenous politics. She is particularly interested in communist indigenous women activism in the Soviet Union, indigenous experiences in 1990s Russia, and the militarization of the Arctic. And lastly, our chair for this portion of the discussion is Sina Rahmani. Sina has also an extensive academic background. He's currently the host of East is a Podcast, and he's going to chair the rest of the discussion. So let's give a big hand for all of our panelists, and we'll catch it.
Hi, everyone. I don't really know what I'm doing here, but I'm excited. So who starts? Ziad. I feel like Vanna White.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first, I want to begin by thanking the organizers. A lot of work went into making this happen. A lot of work in the background. I also want to thank the attendees for coming here, and hopefully we can have a great discussion. Of course, I want to thank Gabriel for writing the book and for being here as well. So I'm going to begin by making some comments about the book, what I think the book is doing, what I think the book is not doing. And of course, the nice thing and the dangerous thing with having the author next to you is that you could be wrong about interpreting the book, but we can have this debate. I also don't believe that authors always have proprietary rights exactly when it comes to interpreting their work, but we'll get to that. But I want to begin. So given the misunderstanding that you see circulating online in some circles, so I want to begin by talking about what I think the book is not doing, because I think people have misunderstood what the book is doing. Well, not really misunderstood, because sometimes there has been no attempt to read the book. But anyway, so Rockhill is not saying that every intellectual who, and here I'm quoting from the book, from page 159, who received the Ford grant collaborated with a compromised intellectual or published in a journal secretly backed by the CIA is a spirited contributor to a global anti-communist conspiracy. Right? That's not the claim. And I take it that to determine whether someone was a spirited contributor, to use the term, one would have to, figure out whether that person was intentionally thinking of their work as part of this anti-communist crusade as a spirited contributor. You'd also have to figure out whether the content of the work that was published in CIA-backed journals, such as, for example, Encounter, which was published in England, or Transition, which is a very famous journal, which was published in Uganda, and Hiwar, published in Lebanon, whether the work of these individuals had any direct relation to an anti-communist campaign. And I say this because presumably a lot of the work published in these journals maybe included, fairly innocuous works of cultural criticism or cultural history that don't really have work that doesn't really have a direct bearing on communism and anti-communism in any obvious way, right? And of course, even when we're speaking of the publication of work that had an explicitly anti-communist bent to it in CIA-funded journals, is there a sound issue? Okay, we're good. And of course, even when you were looking at work that had an explicit anti-communist bent to it in CIA-funded journals or through direct support from foundations that had close ties to American intelligence agencies and that represented the standpoint of the ruling elites in the United States, such as the Rockefeller Foundation, and such as the Rockefeller grant that Herbert Marcuse received in 1959 to work on one-dimensional man. So Gabriel discusses this in pages 382, 383, for those who want to follow in the book. Now, establishing that the work was funded in this manner does not by itself show that the author adopted the views that they adopted because they received funding, right? That's, I think, one of the interesting questions that arises, right? So it's entirely possible that the author had these views independently prior to securing funding, and that the author attracted funding precisely because this author's views were judged to be useful by the ruling class, right? So I think it's not simply a model of, you show up with a bag of money and this intellectual changes their mind. I don't think Gabriel is giving us that kind of analysis. I think this would be a misinterpretation. And I think that the key question that I'm interested in is what is the archival work on the connections between the Frankfurt School and the US state apparatus, which actually Gabriel shows masterfully. It's really an industrial American academic military complex, right? He goes into quite a bit of detail. So what is the archival work between on the connections between the Frankfurt School and this state apparatus? What is this work supposed to explain? What is the phenomenon that this work is supposed to explain? So is it supposed to explain the anti-communist views which were held by the individuals, the key individuals in the Frankfurt School, so Adorno, Marcuse, and others? Or is it supposed to explain why this form of critical theory came to be identified with Marxism in Western academia, and why it became hegemonic as the interpretation of Marxism? Such that today, if you tell people that you're interested in Marx, people will often use Marxism and critical theory as synonyms, especially in my discipline, in philosophy. People will do this all the time. And my interpretation of the book is that Gabriel's detailed archival work is primarily meant to explain why critical theory came to be deemed the hegemonic interpretation of Marxism. It's not about explaining why these individuals, such as Marcuse and Adorno, why they adopted anti-communist views in the first instance. Now, the reason I say this is because one could say, look, there's really no need to invoke structures of material and symbolic incentives and disincentives to explain the initial anti-communism of somebody like Adorno and Marcuse. It's sufficient to note that they had a certain conception of socialism, a utopian conception of socialism, as Gabriel indicates in the book, which they saw was not being actualized in the USSR, and then they rejected actually existing communism on that ground, right? So it could be this just a process of reasoning happening at the individual level. And I think that what needs to be explained is why did their brand of critical theory become dominant as an interpretation of Marxism? And Gabriel's answer, if I've understood it correctly, is that it became hegemonic or dominant because it suited the Cold War exigencies of the ruling class in the United States by driving a wedge between Marxism and actually existing socialism or communism. And I think here it's important to remember that the sociology of knowledge, or the term that Gabriel uses in the book, actually the political economy of knowledge, which is a bit different, it doesn't really aim to explain why certain ideas arise in the minds of particular individuals at a particular point in time, that, I had this interpretation of Hegel or whatever. But rather it primarily aims at explaining why certain ideas become hegemonic on a more general social level. So these are some of the comments and questions, I suppose, some of that I had about the methodology of the book and about what the book is doing or not doing. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the comments and the close reading of the book, as well as the clarification of what the publication is not doing. I mentioned this earlier today, but one of my favorite review of the book that has come out is a review where the author says, like most commentators, I have not read the book, and then provides the review. And so it's a kind of negation of the review itself. I almost wanted to respond to it, but I'd already read it, so I couldn't actually give a response to it. The question that you raised, I think, is an important methodological issue about the relationship between, as I'll put it in slightly different vocabulary, subjects, like intellectual subjects, and systems, meaning the material systems within which they operate. And you're absolutely right, and I'm glad that you insisted on this point, that there's not a kind of monocausal, mechanical description of individuals being almost like, what's that movie, Inception? Like they have an idea planted in their mind because of some nefarious conspiracy that is brewing around them. And so the system would just produce directly, in a reductivist sense, ideas within the subject. That's not the argument. Part of the argument is, as you're absolutely right, it's demonstrating that the versions of Marxism that the financial ruling class and the bourgeois states wanted to promote was a version of Marxism that could be used as an ideological weapon of war against anti-imperialist Marxism or real Marxism. But at the same time, the question of the relationship between subject and system, I think, always has to be approached dialectically, in the sense that I'm not trying to explain why Marcuse or Adorno, for instance, thought particular ideas as if you could trace it back and find one source point for that, and it would be, oh, they got a Ford grant or a Rockefeller grant or anything like that. Instead, what I'm trying to provide is a dialectical and historical materialist analysis of the organic social totality within which these individuals operated, in order to elucidate the fact that the liberal ideology that consists in saying there's only two options is incorrect. The one option is you have a free intellectual who decides on their own what ideas they're going to think. And the opposite of that is you have some determined structure or some conspiracy on the outside that is forcing them to or determining the ways in which they think in various ways. This binary of determinism and reductionism versus the freedom of the individual is not only liberal ideology, it is incorrect materially. There are not isolated individuals who think on their own and come up with their ideas, nor is there just some external system hovering over us and reductively determining everything that we do. Instead, there's a dialectical intertwining of subjects and systems that function so organically that the system produces certain subjects who are producing themselves while they are contributing to the transformation of the system. And so we need that broader kind of organic dialectical understanding of how, when you have a system like the imperial superstructure that is trying to develop forms of leftist intellectual work that are compatible with capitalism and imperialism, it makes perfect sense, given the reward system within that imperial superstructure, that certain intellectuals would gravitate in that direction. And so one of the ways I describe this in the book is one of the driving forces behind many intellectuals is opportunism. They want to be famous. They want to get jobs at Harvard. Yeah, you're smiling. You're like, no, it's not that. Yeah, everybody who knows academics is like, well, their principal quality or lack thereof is being opportunists. But what the system provides is uplift. And so there's a kind of dialectical relationship between the two, where if you give to the system what it wants, you tend to get advancement within that system. And there's complexities to this and contradictions that can operate. But overall, I think that we have to get out of the idea that is prominent in certain forms of the sociology of knowledge, of it's either the individual produced ideas or it's just an external system. It's actually an organic dialectical system in which agency continues to function, but systems also condition the way in which those agents operate, if that makes sense. I think I'm at the end of my time, so I'll turn it back over to Sina.
And I'll turn it over to Justin.
So I know not everybody can see the front, but when Gabriel mentioned Chomsky, he pointed to me. So I feel like, I feel like I want to talk about what Gabriel, what resonates, like many commentators. I've read the book. I finished it today. But what Gabriel did for me is, what he can do for you is to help you retrain your mind when you've been indoctrinated or miseducated, as it turns out I have been. Part of that is, like, with respect to Chomsky, it seems to me a big part of Chomsky, when I'm taking it personally, is he didn't really mean most of the things that he said. So, going back and questioning what parts of what he said are still valid is a process that I am going to have to go through. Because it's not necessarily the case that everything he wrote in his books is wrong. It's just that he didn't really mean it, or at least he didn't mean it from whatever 2016 on. I don't know. This could have been more devastating for me than it was, but I have had to do some of this retraining of my mind anyway over the past few years. And the way that I've done it, and probably many of you have done the same thing, is the resistance intellectuals. Yahya Sinwar's book. How does Yahya Sinwar understand the relationship between the Palestinian resistance and the Israelis? The way that he understands how security culture or personal integrity or, education, taking care of your family, taking care of your extended family, all of those things are part of the resistance, as you can read in The Thorn and the Carnation. Nasrallah was an intellectual. Nasrallah was, I think, one of the greatest intellectuals that we've ever had. When Gabriel talks about uplifting certain intellectuals, they dropped 80 tons of bombs. They dropped more bombs to kill Nasrallah than anybody's ever dropped to kill a single person. That was because of his intellectual work. That was because of his speeches, how he understood what the war was, what the equation was, how can you deter, how can you resist a vastly militarily superior foe in this context. Not enough people listen to Abdel Malik al-Houthi, the leader of Ansar Allah. That's an intellectual service that he provides with his every 2 Thursdays or every Thursday speeches. How they understood solidarity. When they said they were training people, they were preparing for different possibilities. I think at some point they were probably preparing to invade Israel. They were, and it could still happen, who knows? But he talked about what they were preparing, what they were doing, how they understood what the responsibility of Muslims was. When they would fire a missile into Israel, they said, we fired this Yafa drone or this Palestine 2 missile to our occupied lands. That's a naming of an understanding of the relationship of Ansar Allah, what the relationship of Yemen is, what the relationship of Arabs is and should be. It's prescriptive. When Abu Ubaidah gave his speeches, it was at some time, it was always about the heroism, how they understood heroism, how they understood what it means to be courageous, how they understood the relationship between civilians and the military, right? They would always say, our people, we are with you. The fighters are with you. They suffer as you suffer. Those are all elements of a worldview, of a kind of intellectualism that
organic.
Yeah, or that is everything that Western Marxism that Gabriel's describing is not. And for this audience here tonight, Toronto being what it is, one of the things Gabriel says is he talks about frameworks, and he says, the CIA, the imperialists understood that if you can implant a framework, then if you hold a framework in your mind, you will resist facts that don't fit that framework. And so some of these frameworks around here are, that there's a third way. I feel like Gabriel's book shows that there's no third way. If you're anti-communist, if you're anti any of these actual countries that are targeted, whether it's Venezuela or Iran or Syria or the Palestinians, Lebanon, Ansar Allah, Yemen, then you're working for the imperialists. There's no third way. Human rights is a framework. You talk about human rights, but only in those countries that are targeted. We're never doing a full global review of human rights, because if you did a full global review of human rights, you would find that any of these countries is they're not too bad and they're not too great. Like, they're right in the middle. Are you going to invade and destroy a country because it's right in the middle of this list of 150 countries? No, you wouldn't. But human rights is this useful framework. And last, again, for Toronto, your identity, your lived experience in the diaspora that trumps reason, that trumps data, that trumps reality, because you're from there and you have that background, or you have a friend that's of that background. And all of those things are frameworks that cancel the ability to actually understand the world through what Gabriel always calls a materialist analysis.
Thank you, Justin. Oh, yeah.
I'll just respond.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much, Justin. Really appreciate it. I'll just say quickly with Chomsky, because it relates to a theme of the book. In a dialectical analysis, you have to recognize that subjects are just nodal points within an objective world that's rather complex. They have different sets of relations, and you have to account for the temporal vector because they do change over time. And so the idea of just identifying an intellectual and kind of sticking them to the wall like you put the pin in the back of a dead butterfly doesn't really make any sense, because it doesn't account for both the complexity of the relations and the temporal vector. In the case of Chomsky, obviously he was a very smart person who was capable of doing interesting forms of analysis. And there's a lot that one could say on that front. And I know he brings a lot of young people in particular into politics in general. But on the flip side of it, if you know his history, he worked and was funded by the defense industry, the Air Force. He was at MIT doing work that was directly related to, even though he was always trying to separate it in various ways, the military-industrial complex. He also was close personal friends with someone who became the head of the Central Intelligence Agency. And Epstein, it's important to note, is just a limited hangout, right? What's important about Epstein in the big picture is who he was working for, who he was working with, and the entire network that they're very intent on not revealing and not dismantling. All of the things that are being revealed, raping 10-year-olds, torturing people, likely disappearing them, that is going on now, and they're intent on continuing it because that's the morality of the ruling class, and in particular, the decadent bourgeoisie that thinks all of you and all of us are disposable things, and they can do anything with us, and in fact, it's enjoyable to use us as disposable things and trash human life. This is the morality of the ruling class that is the most powerful imperialist ruling class on earth today. I got a little carried away there with that point. I think I was talking about Chomsky, right? And Epstein. So the other thing that I wanted to mention is that he was a resolute anti-communist, of course, insisted on Lenin being a counter-revolutionary, which, I don't know, you got to flip history upside down to make that argument. And he was a free speech advocate and wanted to make sure that fascists always had their platform like a good liberal, right? You never want to shut down the free speech for fascists, because fascists always have to be maintained when the liberal rule of consensus under capitalism falls apart and you got to bring in the rough guys. He also played a very important role in pushing back against any materialist analysis that suggested that, in particular, the US state was involved in very nefarious things such as targeted assassinations, false flag operations, terrorist attacks against its own citizen population, etc. But I'll just move on in the interest of time to, I really appreciated your comments regarding all of the different forms of organic intellectuals from whom we can and need to learn, because ultimately part of the lesson of my book isn't that we should wring our hands and think, oh, there's all these compromised Western Marxists, what am I going to do about it? The whole framing is a positive framing. There's a very rich, extremely developed collective tradition of anti-imperialist Marxism that's extremely developed across the global South. We have a lot to learn from that tradition, and part of the imperial superstructure's work has been invisibilizing, sidelining, and downplaying it. So everybody knows who Foucault is, but who knows who Raúl Antonio Capote is? Everybody knows who Derrida is, but nobody's reading, I don't know, Antonio Barrero Vázquez or Nestor Cohan or many, many other people that we need to be reading and need to bring to the fore. And the last thing that I'd say is, there is no third way. We are in a pitched global class struggle in which there's an imperialist world system which is extracting value from the human beings and nature at such a level of social murder that it is pushing humanity to a complete and absolute breaking point. And the question for all of us is actually very simple. Intellectuals love to say it's very complicated. There's all these nuances. You can look at it from every angle. Maybe there aren't two camps. No, it's actually very simple. There's an imperialist world system that is demolishing the conditions of possibility of human life. And you either support that directly, condone it, or find other ways of supporting it implicitly, or you line up and you say, I'm on the side of humanity. I'm on the side of nature. And what I want is a world where we can all live in some way a dignified life in which we have access to basic goods and services, and where we don't have this plundering, corrupt, decadent, immoral financial ruling class that is intent on and is literally strangling all of us.
Thanks very much. Before I hand it off, Sarah, I just want to say there's a great tweet that's like the center of my life right now, which was, there's no liberals now anymore. There's no more liberalism. It's just fascism and communism. That's it. And it's just like every 10 seconds it's looping in my brain. Sardana, you get the final word.
Yes. Thank you for having me and inviting. And I haven't finished the book, so I apologize. I'm going to finish this soon. But I'm not going to write reviews, so that's okay. That's okay. I would just wanted to share some thoughts that I had when I started reading the book. Firstly, I was thinking about that, most of the conversations about this book and also the different episodes that Gabriel, you did with the different podcasts, most of the conversations, they're focusing on the impact of framings of Western Marxism on the left within the Western societies. But I was thinking about how that we also need to talk about how these kind of framings and the writings and the publications based on understandings of Western Marxism, how they impact societies outside the West. Because most of these publications, they actually write about non-Western societies, right? Because they actually existed socialisms, they existed outside the West. So I was thinking about why people don't have conversations, how these publications impact the development of the societies in other places. Like, for example, I grew up during the Soviet Union. I'm this old. So, I'm mostly educated within the Western academia, and I had to read a lot of these different Marxists and also non-Marxists, academics, a lot of anthropologists, because I did my graduate studies in anthropology, and a lot of the writings about specifically my home region. I grew up in the Sakha Republic, which is the northeastern part of Russia. Which is like in the close to the Arctic. It's kind of like essentially it's the Arctic. So I'm reading all of these different anthropological writings about my people, my communities, and I'm reading them and I'm thinking that this doesn't sound right, because they're essentially writing about the experiences of my communities, but it doesn't resonate with the my actual experiences when I was growing up. And to the point that a lot of the people, when they read these, like very writings in a very authoritative voice, like because we're talking about these very well-known anthropologists within the Western academia who publish a lot about the non-Western places, like indigenous peoples, like my communities and such. So, like when I was reading that, I had this, I guess like they call it like cognitive dissonance, right? Like I was like, this is not actually what happened. Like this is like all the different fantasies of the Western anthropologists and the other social scientists about the, like far-flung places, like in these exotic communities, especially indigenous communities. So, like, and some of the impact is not necessarily that I was impacted by that because, like I actually had these experiences, but I know a lot of the young scholars who have internalized this produced knowledge by the outsiders, by the Western anthropologists, by the Western social scientists. And I recently had this this conversation with one of my friends, and she met this girl from the same region as I am. At Harvard University, actually. And she's very young. Like she grew up in she was born in 1990s, and she like grew up in 1990s and 2000s. So she didn't necessarily like caught that time of the communist period. So like, and my friend asked her. So apparently that girl, she knew the special study that I did on diamond mining industry in my home region. So apparently she liked the study and she appreciated it. But one of the most important questions, according to her, that she asked my friend was she pro-Soviet? So apparently it was like, like the question that was nagging her. And my friend, like she knows me, and she was like, yeah, obviously, right? And then like my friend asked her, like, what about you? Like, what do you think? And apparently her answer was that, oh, like I grew up, like in 1990s, 2000s, so that's why I didn't experience that time. So, like I don't actually have that lived experience. However, I feel that it was bad. And I was like, okay. And it's like, so this is the like the direct impact of these kind of publications, of the knowledge produced within the Western academia that has on this, like educated kids, like, and the who come from the former Soviet republics. So I think like it's necessary to talk about the overarching impact of again of this knowledge produced within the Western academia, specifically about the like the actually existing socialist countries before and now. And another thing that I wanted to mention is that as the result of the like this knowledge is essentially is propaganda, right? Like anti-communist and the socialist propaganda, and it didn't not only affect the people in the West, like the leftists and the majority of the people, but also it deeply affected indigenous communities. Okay, indigenous communities in North America, for example, because in my encounters with a lot of the indigenous activists here, there is a red line, and it is red line. It's communism. So it's like it's very, very similar, and like it surprises me every time because like. When you're indigenous, I'm not saying like it's naturally you become communist, like, but still, like you have more inclinations to be communist, like than anyone else, like how I see that. However, and one of the things that I was thinking about when I started reading the book is that like how much collaboration we have lost, like as indigenous peoples in the Soviet Union and in Russia right now. And also with the indigenous communities, with the indigenous activists here in North America, and not only in North America, but also in other places. Not because of the fact that we didn't reach out, we reached out all the time. Like I consider my communities to be, like very internationalist. And we have been internationalists for a very long time. However, when, like within the indigenous communities, you don't necessarily see that. And I find that to be very disappointing because there's so much things to for us to learn from each other, as like as relatives, like as comrades, like, and also as people who have, I wouldn't say like the same, but very similar experiences as indigenous peoples, especially within the circle of North. Okay, so I guess like I'm out of time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I should say I'm really honored and touched by all of the comments of all three panelists, and as well by the political integrity and the kind of generous engagement with my scholarship, but then also plugging it into the kind of larger issues. Because ultimately, I'm just an individual trying to contribute to a collective struggle that's intellectual and political, and it's great to engage with people like all of you. So thank you. Regarding the effects outside of the West, I thought that was a really interesting way of framing some of the issues that the book raises, because one of the ways that cultural imperialism functions is that it overdevelops the system of intellectual production in the imperial core while underdeveloping that of the periphery, and creating a kind of value relation in which the leading intellectuals of the global South are encouraged due to material and symbolic forces to go and study at Oxford and Harvard and Cambridge, etc. They're then exposed to the leading cutting edge ideas, and they don't say what's in parentheses of the empire, right? They're just the leading and cutting edge ideas. And then often they'll either stay as representatives of Pakistan or South Africa or wherever in the imperial core, and often engage in the kind of identitarian games that Justin was alluding to earlier, or they'll return to where they came from with their acquired advanced knowledge and use it to then disseminate Foucault and Adorno in places where there is no use value for these ideas. There is no real traction you could get in material struggles. And that's a very important way in which cultural imperialism functions. It also serves to prop up a comprador intellectual labor aristocracy in the periphery. And you can chart out these value chains where you have someone like Judith Butler in the North, and then some Argentine scholars, and they get invited to the North through the money through Mellon that they have access to, and vice versa. And everybody's value gets leveraged up. So the people in the imperial core look all global Southy and whatnot, and then all of the global South people get invited to Berkeley or wherever. And that whole system needs to be called out for what it is. It's an imperial system of knowledge production, and the principal forces driving it are imperialism, but imperialism as it manifests itself within the zone of the production of knowledge and its dissemination. I also really appreciated kind of what you alluded to, which is that there's such a tendency to insist, particularly in the fields, I'm trained in philosophy, but also the historical social sciences, that if you were to formulate a critique of Adorno, you might be able to do that. If you read all of Adorno's work, you learn German, you spend your life in the archive, you read all the secondary literature, you read all of the tertiary literature, and any critique that you could possibly formulate would only be a small annotation based on some debates in the tertiary literature. That is the kind of overall framework of critique. At the same time, you can make references directly to the entire tradition of Marxism, the entire tradition of actually existing socialism, not reference or even study anything about any of these traditions, and have it just be accepted as a natural given. This is a clear manifestation of dogmatism. In fact, many people will say, we don't even have to study it because we know it's wrong. Well, how do you know it's wrong if you don't study it? And so part of what my book advocates for is, let's just democratically open up the spectrum of analysis. Maybe we should look objectively at actually existing socialism and study things like, I don't know, the physical quality of life index, in which, according to World Bank data, in almost every single instance, socialist countries outperform capitalist countries. That's kind of interesting, meaning longer life expectancy, lower infant mortality, higher literacy rates. Interesting data that we should all know and that we should study in greater detail. The very last thing that I wanted to say is I appreciated the kind of encouragement for the need for collaboration, because at the end of the day, the opportunism of the imperial theory industry encourages all of us to brand ourselves. And I suffer from this. You've been very honest and humble in your kind of self-critique around Chomsky. The origin of this book is a self-critique. I was an opportunist intellectual who was trained to, ideally be the next Derrida. Then I realized, wow, I can't really be that much of a charlatan. So maybe I'll aim for being the next Rancière. No, that's not going to work out either. And so anyway, there are lots of conflicts and self-critique involved, but a lot of that had to do with the recognition that the ideas that were on offer have exchange value and marketing potential for branding intellectuals and getting them to sell their goods. The theory industry functions like any other industry. Just because it's high bourgeois culture doesn't mean that it functions according to different rules. That's part of bourgeois ideology. And so what we need is a culture based on use value. And use value of the dialectical and historical materialist tradition is innovative. It is rich. There is so much to learn and so much important collective work to do. And it's integral to all of us to recognize that reigniting the flames of that tradition are essential and have nothing whatsoever to do with all the stereotypes about dogmatic reductionism and simplistic dogmatism and all of this. These are all cases of projection. That's what they're doing.
It might be too short. We might have to repeat it. Oh, we got a lot of questions. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for everything. I really learned a lot today. My name's Timmy, and I'm a part of the American Communist Party, and we're a part of the Ontario chapter. And I was very much interested in learning a little bit more about, what we as young people can do in terms of, thinking more dialectically and kind of working in society to kind of push, anti-imperialism and anti-establishment and such. And would you also be open to working with those who are not necessarily intellectuals by any means to push these thoughts?
Okay, and then right behind. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to start off with a quick remark. Just as you hate Verso, I hate Jacobin. Anyway.
Baby Verso.
Mr. Rockhill, in your estimation, would you say that the individuals that you've named in your book also contributed, despite that there's various histories and contexts that play into this, do you think they've also played a role in the development of Euro-communism from the 70s on the communist parties that existed in that realm?
In the back? It won't reach.
Okay, I'll try my best. So I just wanted a quick show of hands if possible. How many academics are in the room? Okay, there's quite a few of us here. This is good. So I guess my question is, I really, really appreciate that you, Gabriel, shared that this book comes from a place of self-criticism. We love self-crit. That's awesome. I think one of my questions is, maybe could we hear some reflection on what is and you've already shared this with the opportunism bit, the class character of Western Marxist academics. What are their class interests and what is their connection to practice? We are a part of a Marxist-Leninist organization, and one of the things we really struggle with is, sure, we are PhD candidates. It would be so, I think, helpful to have seasoned tenure-track academics helping us with practice, right? Bringing that theory and practice together. And I don't know that happens enough. And I would love to hear more of that self-criticism and that insight. Thank you.
One more. Should we take one more?
Okay, three.
We can take one more.
Gabe says one more.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
My question kind of relates to the first one in that what would you say is the best mechanism or procedure to kind of promote the socialist intellectual tradition of the global south to the mainstream? If you mentioned Foucault, what would we do? What would be the best way to bring those scholars to the forefront of our public attention in this imperial society? Kind of now that we're coming out of the sunken cost fallacy of Chomsky, I've been meaning to wish my condolences.
Thank you, Maya. Thanks so much for the rich questions. I see there's a number of other hands, so I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. Apologies in advance. I'm happy to discuss afterward if I leave important things out. I'll just go sequentially. Regarding dialectical thought, I think that it's really important to always situate your subjective agency within the material, objective reality within which you're operating. And within the imperial core, the current play of forces is such that the right is predominant and the left is an imperialist left. And what we need is a rejuvenation of the real left, but we have to be honest and realistic about the size of that real left, because there is a lot of what people refer to as ultra-leftism that takes many different forms, but one of them is a form of leftism in which you perform being the most communist person ever or the most radical person ever, and you don't actually do a concrete analysis of the concrete situation, and you're not invested in a long-term struggle of building power in such a way that your subjective agency can be enhanced because you have the structures and the organizational form necessary in order to do that. That is the long and difficult road of organizing. There's not a way around it. Do I work with, yeah, I've worked with a lot of different organizations in different capacities. I think it's absolutely essential to overcome the dominant ideology on a lot of the left, which says we shouldn't organize as parties, maybe we shouldn't even get organized at all, we shouldn't focus on state power. If you think about it for just a second, if you're in a war, and we're in a war, it's a class war that's global, and you have one team that is highly organized, extremely disciplined, constantly trained in forms of hierarchical organization, so everybody in that organization marches in lockstep. And then you have the other team that decides that everybody can just kind of freely do what they want, and we don't need any organization, and structure's bad because it's dominating. Who's going to win that war? It's very clear who's going to win that war. And that's also one of the reasons that a lot of the imperialist forces actually are fine with versions of anarchism or disorganized politics in various ways. Did these thinkers contribute to Eurocommunism? And I'll maybe connect this to one of the later questions as well. If you look at the history of revisionism, understood as how the fundamental principles of Marxism and Marxism-Leninism were perverted due to material forces of imperialism and also to ideological elements, then the early revisionists that Lenin was critical of were very involved in organized politics, right? They were leaders of major political parties, and they were boots on the ground. They were revisionists, though, because they ended up supporting, usually in various ways, colonialism, the imperialist wars, etc. That was their version of imperialism. Of revisionism. By the time you get to the kind of mid-20th century and later, a lot of that revisionism gets even worse because it retracts from any engagement in practical politics whatsoever, and it withdraws within the academy. So when you look at Western Marxists like Adorno and Horkheimer, they had no connection to organized politics whatsoever. There are tiny things that, they're
called the cops.
Well, called the cops. And one element that I point out in the book that often people don't get in this story is, you know who was standing next to Adorno when he called the cops? Anyone familiar with this? A gentleman by the name of Ludwig von Friedeberg. Who was that guy? Well, he had served 11 years as a Nazi before being a former Nazi for 9 years. And then he was integrated into the Frankfurt School, quickly moved into leadership positions, and then became the longest serving director of the Institute for Social Research. So it's not just that he called the cops. And meanwhile, they were accusing the students of being left fascists, right? According to Habermas, and Adorno used that term as well.
You might not know this story
of the
arrest and stuff, but
yeah, I don't know if anybody wants a quick history lesson or if I should move on in the interest of time. I mean, in short, the students were organizing to demonstrate that actually, I mean, there were a number of, in Frankfurt, it was anti-imperialist, but then it was also pointing out that the German state had fascist elements in it. If you know the history of the German state, they did not denazify in any serious way in the West. They only did it in the East. The students were right, just to cut to the chase. And so the people they were accusing of left fascists, meanwhile, these were people who were working with fascists, not only in the Frankfurt School, but also they had a whole series of collaborations in the broader intellectual world. And so you see the world is upside down in this case. All of this to say then that a lot of that form of revisionism became a kind of academic revisionism that was just completely disconnected from class struggle and even from Eurocommunism, right? Which itself was a form of revisionism within organized politics. The class character of Western Marxists is essential, but we also have to understand that class character in two senses. One is that if you're an academic in the imperial core, you're not paid usually like a lawyer or a doctor or a banker or something like this. But compared to other intellectuals around the world, you are part of the intellectual labor aristocracy. The material conditions of your life are far superior to the majority of intellectuals in the world, even those who have full-time academic positions. What that means is that there's an imperial class dynamic, as well as the class dynamic that comes from being part of the middle layer or the managerial class stratum. All of this tends to foster particular ideologies. When you're on the left spectrum of this middle imperialist layer, what you often want to do is appear to be on the side of the people, the oppressed, because it sounds good, it looks good, and in certain cases, people do believe in these things. But what they often don't want is to give up on the material conditions of superiority and the symbolic conditions of superiority, because at the end of the day, they have the best conditions of work, and they're going to go down in bourgeois history as the leading thinkers of their day. Who would want to destroy that system? You'd have to commit class suicide. And if you read Marx and Lenin closely, they talk a lot about the importance of petty bourgeois or bourgeois intellectuals committing class suicide because they identify really and truly with the people. We don't have a lot of that in the world that we live in. Horkheimer's father was a millionaire. Adorno's father was a wealthy, was he a wine merchant? I know he was wealthy. I mean, he comes from the upper class. The last thing that I'd say is what can we do to promote the kind of global South Marxism? One of the things that's important to do is look what the ruling class does. Right? They use violence indiscriminately all the time. And they tell people who are resisting, don't use violence. That's interesting. Well, it seems to be working out for all of you. Why is it? And this relates to the nonviolent project we were talking about earlier. But then what they also do is they own the means of intellectual production and communication. So one of the tasks, we'll give a shout out to Adnan here, to Justin's podcast, to the work that Sina's doing, to all of the alternative platforms that are being developed that are extremely important. We have to seize at least start to develop as much as possible a counter-hegemonic means of intellectual production and distribution. And we need as many people involved in that struggle as possible. We can't do this alone. We need to do it collectively, and we need to be able to have the instruments, the tools, the infrastructure necessary to fight the cultural and intellectual war in such a way that we make serious gains. Ultimately, the horizon of that struggle needs to be that we need a socialist intellectual apparatus. But to get there, if you're serious about getting there, you need state power. And that brings us back to the broader organizing question and the relationship ultimately between intellectual class struggle and the role of intellectual class struggle in the broader class struggle, because the ultimate purpose of intellectual class struggle, as Marx often said, ideas take on force in the world when they come to grip the masses, right? So we have to bring people in, provide political education while learning from the people in order to move the struggle to the next level. That's going to be a process.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, for sure.
So I just wanted to add a little story because Gabriel was talking about the opportunism of academics and academics' fundamental quality being opportunism. But I think one of the other fundamental qualities of academics is cowardice. And so I really think that cowardice, again, it's something I understand,
As a coward.
as a self-identification, and like, I know I'm a coward because when I read somebody like George Jackson, who was killed in prison, I know that by that standard, like I can't measure up to that standard. But my point is like those people understand that there's no third way. Like George Jackson specifically says, there's no third way. And like a part of the desperate search for a third way is cowardice. It's like if I don't align myself directly against this murderous, pedophilic, genocidal, all-encompassing apparatus, then maybe I can, get away with it. Maybe I can have a little life and like sort of, live my life. So obviously that is something that's a bigger deal. And the only thing that can help you overcome that is that there might be other people doing that with you. So, what's adventurism for one person or 10 people is, just a day at the office for 10,000 people or 100,000 people. So.
Okay, we have more questions. Sure, go ahead. We'll take a few at a time. Quick.
We talked about the Palestine movement and how it's not necessarily rooted in anti-commercial standard.
Yeah.
The question is, we have here the most sustained protest movement, I don't know, in our lifetime, in terms of global reach, in terms of time, in terms of impact. The question is, do we feel or did it really have this impact in exposing the material conditions and the systems that are producing that type of intellectualism, in the sense that, all of a sudden centers of power want to pull funding, fire people, etc. Did that work in the direction of rehydrating that kind of Marxism that you are trying to rehydrate?
Okay, thanks. In the back?
Can you maybe speak on, because I know that like in academia, the other component of the university is the production of like useful workers to work in corporate settings, in white collar settings, and increasingly those corporate settings don't have training because they immediately put that labor on the universities to produce the workers that it needs to continue the industrial process. How does that sort of interact with the academic production of the compliant left, as it were?
Okay, I'm beside you. Yep.
I'm wondering, we live in a framework here with roots that are so rotten. And when you mention breaking points, it really catches me because we've already moved past the 2.5 Celsius recommendation for global warming. Our world in 40 years, 30 years from now is going to look so much different. Education might take a downturn with things like AI degrading everything that we know. And I'm wondering, what could it take to really get to that breaking point to where, as education, like we need to educate the people so we don't reach that breaking point and take a bad turn as in post-war Germany, post-World War I. But more so, and thoughts on how to fight to this better world as it rapidly changes and wars are definitely on the horizon.
Okay, just one more. Who's been up for a while? Be honest. Over there? Yeah, go for it.
Hi. I was recently comparing the statements of different communist parties on the protests in Iran, and I noticed that the Communist Party of Canada and the Communist Party of Britain and sort of other Western ones made note within the first couple of lines about how it's theocratic and how they support the protesters. I also noticed that in Cuba, they didn't really release a statement, to my knowledge, and the Communist Party of Marxist Kenya released a statement talking mostly about the sanctions.
Yeah, okay.
I can't help but feel like these Western Communist parties, because they're so small, they feel like their outlet is more about putting a correct statement rather than viewing themselves as a part of the war, and thus their statements are propaganda. And I think that one thing this book is really good for is being a piece of propaganda. How can we, with our comrades here, make them realize that actually what they have to say is important, but not because it's right, but because it's a tool in these sort of anti-imperialist wars?
Thank you.
I'll try to be quick because I saw there were more hands, and also we have some really brilliant speakers up here, so anybody should feel free to chime in. I'm just going to go through them relatively quickly, and I hope I understood all of them. So did the struggle against the genocide in the Middle East rehydrate in certain ways the anti-imperialist Marxist tradition? I would say that there are clear signs of radicalization, while at the same time, depending on the context, and I can primarily speak from the context in which I'm situated in the broader Philadelphia area, I feel that a lot of it has been driven by a kind of moral horror at what's being done to the Palestinian people and in the broader region. And that needs to be connected to a broader framework of analysis of imperialism, which is present in many of the analyses, like we were talking about the Anti-Imperialist Scholars Network, which is doing excellent work. There's a number of intellectuals, Max Eil came up, other people like this, who are doing fantastic work. Ali Qadri's work, everybody should know. But we really have in not only a extreme political crisis, but also an incredible opportunity for political education, to allow people to connect the moral outrage to anti-imperialist understanding of the world and ultimately to anti-imperialist organizing. And I think there's still a lot more work that needs to be done to build that up and to have the organizations necessary to fight more successfully. Regarding university labor, if I understood the question correctly, there are ways in which the material conditions of work within the university are themselves quintessential tools for disciplining the intellectuals who operate within them, right? We have all of the adjunct, precarious labor, underpaid labor. All of this is to render the material conditions of intellectual production so precarious that people are much more likely to try to give to the system what it wants so that they can patch a life together for themselves. This is actually spelled out very explicitly in a 1985 CIA paper, which applauds this kind of rendering precarious of the intellectual class, as well as the need to shift away from any forms of learning that have to do basically with humanity in favor of business interests, economic interests, and all of this. Climate change is essential to everything that we're going through, and we need to understand that the fundamental driver behind the ecocide is imperialism, and the way to fight the collapse of the ecosphere is, or the biosphere is through anti-imperialism. I hope that we all know that right now, globally, the leader in renewable energy and at so many different levels is not the United States that denies the very existence of human-made climate change, but it's China. Cuba is also breaking a ton of records under an imperialist stranglehold regarding sustainability. We need to break the chains of imperialism if we're going to be serious about stopping the ecological crisis. The primary contradiction, it is what is driving history, and that's why we need that front and center in the struggle to, well, save the planet, in short. It's really interesting what you pointed out, and I'm glad that you've been charting out the history, the kind of CP positions of the different countries, and it's not surprising that Booker in Kenya and the Kenyan party would take these positions. I think it's highly revealing of the ways in which a lot of the parties in the core have suffered from revisionism, and they also operate within a context in which the dominant propaganda is so widespread that people feel like they have to kind of, at a minimum, tip their hat to the dominant ideology, and they don't stand up for a kind of critical engagement with what's actually going on in Iran, where you have the intelligence agencies, they say it openly. They are fomenting the overthrow of the government, and they're marshaling and weaponizing members of ISIS, Mujahideen, and many of the people who have been killed have been state forces. Like, there's a lot of very clear material on what's going on in Iran, and so it would be great if some of the parties could take a stronger anti-imperialist position and shed some of the kind of imperial revisionism, if you will.
Thank you. We have 10 more minutes left, right? 10? Does anybody want to add something? Okay, let's take two more questions. Two more. Go ahead. Loud.
My name is Malai. I'm from the student movement, former student activist. So a lot of people here from the encampments and from our Palestine clubs. My question to you is, from what you've seen of the struggle on campus, what do you think generally that they did well? Where do you think they're falling behind? Where are we tailing? Or I don't know if you're familiar with Palestine Action, but have you seen anything too adventurous? Like, yeah, what's okay. As well?
Okay, one more. Go ahead, yeah.
This is a question kind of for all of the panelists, but I was just wondering if you could share some reflections on engaging in this battle of ideas while also living in a society where the ruling class is also waging a war on people's attention spans and ability to think in a first place.
Great question. Do you guys, why don't each of you take one of the questions and then Gabe will finish?
Yeah, that sounds good.
If you want. If you want.
Milad's question. A lot of people talk about the repression of the encampments, and obviously repression works. They wouldn't do it if it didn't work. A lot of the great things that communists have done in the world have been crushed by repression. it's not a factor we have too much say over. I think a lot of what liberals do is blame, a lot of the nonviolence ideology is basically just to blame the people that are being crushed for being crushed. You weren't nonviolent, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe that at all. But I do have a critique of our movement. And I have had this critique for a long time, and I've lost a lot of friends. And I can sum it up in one word, which is Syria. And Syria provided the imperialists, the Israelis, with an opportunity to split the Palestine movement at will, anytime they want, and they can do it anytime. They can do it again. I was amazed. I was amazed in 2024 that they were able to do it again, and I realized they can just do it anytime. Anytime they want, they can get the Palestine people to be at each other's throats because half or more accept what I've been calling the human rights framework of, oh, this was and Assad is gone now. Assad is gone. Assad is in Russia somewhere being a dentist. And Assad is sorry, yeah. Who's a dentist? Your mom is a dentist, sorry. And he's still to blame. The people in the Palestine movement are still blaming him for what's going on in Syria. That is the level of internalized propaganda. That's something we can control. And that's something that the student movement has fallen for almost hook, line, and sinker. And yeah, Iran is another example. We support the Palestinians, but we don't support anybody that supports the Palestinians. We want the regime we want the regime that has provided arms and training and suffered and been bombed and launched essentially the only effective military attack on Israel to fall and be destroyed and be fragmented and have a genocide committed against the party in power. That's how much we believe in human rights, that we're willing to sacrifice all of that, even though we're Palestinian people. So that is my critique of the Palestine movement. It's my only critique of I will never have anything bad to say about Palestine Action. I will never have anything bad to say about the students at the encampments, but I will have that bad to say about that issue.
No, you can go. It's been a while since you did anything.
Okay, I guess. Okay. I guess maybe I'll just say something on the universities and the intellectual production stuff and kind of what do we do in terms of how we approach this. I think, right, it's important to note that this is not us taking a kind of anti-intellectualist position, right? Because that's a common critique where people say, well, look, if you're criticizing the dominant intellectual production in academia, then you're also feeding into this general anti-intellectualism, which is something obviously to think about, that there is a kind of public discourse being pushed against the universities. And I think it's a tricky issue too, because the fact that the universities are at least in principle open for people who are not from the ruling elite to go and study the humanities. If you go on to write a dissertation on the Odyssey, historically that was not possible, right? So actually that's the product of social struggle as well to have. So it's a question of trying to preserve that space, but also I think creating parallel institutions. And I think we should never think that the university is the only place where you can do serious intellectual work. And even if you take kind of the canon of modern philosophy, if anyone Descartes, Spinoza, all of these people, none of them were in universities. I mean, actually, there was a period, the early modern period up to the 18th century, where the universities in Europe were considered a very backward place intellectually. That if you wanted to do anything interesting, you don't go to university. So I think, we have precedents for thinking of intellectual production outside the universities.
Just very briefly, I was just going to say, we had the conversation about academics being opportunistic, and I'm trying to be opportunist, but no one lets me. Because it seems that I already have, very bad rep, so I guess because of that. But I was thinking of the question about the AI and also the social media, right? In these conversations, I noticed that when people talk about the impact of social media, in the political activism within social media, using social media, different social media platforms, in AI development and such, I noticed they kind of universalize, these conversations, they coming from the assumption that everyone has access to internet, and everyone is on TikTok or everyone on Instagram and such, And I usually say when people talk about the importance of Instagram, for example, for political activism, is that I literally come from the place, where internet is very sparse, and as far as I know, like none of my friends have like Twitter, like or they don't have any interest, like in TikTok. And I'm talking about, like younger, like students or the older people. So, like I will be very cautious, like when I think about the social media and political activism, because I feel like here in the West, for some reason, like young people and also older people, they think that political activism is posting something on Instagram. And I was like, it is not. Like, believe me, it is not. And I learned that, like from the indigenous grandmothers, like who are very active political activists within their communities. And they don't post on Instagram, and they are not on TikTok, but they have done the most effective political, social, and cultural activism with their communities and also at the region at large. So what I'm trying to say, because we talked about the praxis, right? And we have to somehow, if you're ideologically, if you have some kind of ideology, like preferably communist ideology or socialist ideology, so like you have to somehow apply it, right? And how and you have to apply it in a very practical way. And also there's a question about the like how to educate people. So I feel like I remember that when I was doing my field work, like and talking to these women, indigenous women, like elders of their communities, and they're telling me about all of these years of them being involved in political activism, within the villages that they lived in. And one of the things that they mentioned a lot is just they used to have these groups, like very grassroots local activist groups, and they would go to the very remote villages in the Arctic, in the high Arctic, and they would bring them books, like newspapers, and the different, like, and they show different performances, like about the, like, and teach them what is happening in the world. So, like, I know, like, it's very simple, but at the same time, it worked, like, and the, how I see the most politically active and politically conscious people that I have met in my life were these grandmothers. Like, and some of them, they didn't have any higher education, but they're the most politically conscious people that I have ever met in my life. And imagine they like, they were from the villages, very remote rural villages in the Arctic. So I guess, like, you just need to somehow apply the ideas that we have. Like, I'm not trying to be, like, moralizing or whatever, but like, this is just like something that what I have learned. Okay, thank you.
I just have the one comment about attention spans. This is my own thing with podcasting, is that I'm like a podcaster, obviously, and I produce most of my work is producing other people's shows, and so I track consumption of those shows, and you're seeing it. You're seeing, like, people cannot hold it. Like, maybe that's my shows. Maybe it's something about my shows that sucks. Maybe, I don't know. But it's getting harder and harder to hold people. You have to use you have to throw things at them. You have to clip things in. It's like a baby monitor. You have to, like, have something rolling in front of them, because just listening to people talk is not enough anymore.
Can I debate you a little on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I have this history podcast where we started 4 years ago, and we have, I don't know, hundreds of episodes. We're just going chronologically.
It's very good.
Forever.
Until the world ends.
We're in 1920. We're in 1920 something now. It's taken us a while to get there. But like sometimes I'll do a 3-hour one, and I just track the downloads. It's usually a little better than a 2-hour one.
Downloads is one thing, though. Listening to the whole thing, you don't know how much they listen.
But neither do you.
You do. You do. When you look at the actual numbers and thing, you see it go down.
We could just test it. Are you listening now?
But your point is right. They're not scared of long stuff. It's just there is always going to be an audience. My point is, though, at a mass scale, like, it's one thing to, like, capture 3,000 tankies. Fine. But, like, where's everyone else? Like, we can't do this without everyone else. We have to get them. And our media, like, this is the debate that we have in media. Like, it's not enough. But if we have everyone else with us doing that media too, like, it's not just like, oh, go to this show. Start your own. It's not hard. It's okay, they might nuke your channel. Fine. You lose some work. Fine. But then start another one. Change its name, change your name, change the email. Like, there's no rules to any of this. You can just do stuff. But yes, the attention span is real, and it is dying. And the shorts and reels and all those, like, these are psyops that are trying to both get you to stay longer on your phones, but retain you in a more superficial kind of engagement where you're just scrolling, like, and that's it. So this is a worry for me of, like, just my own business, which is like, how am I going to keep my customers? How am I going to keep this business model of sitting down for 2 hours and talking to another human being and recording it and posting it? Like, it's an actual, like, worry of mine. But,
just do it, Simon.
well, you do it anyways, but Vote two. What's for?
Thanks. I would just say that one of the things that the movement around Palestine has done is it has brought a lot of people in the struggle. It's radicalized a lot of people. And we have to say, because always in analyzing forms of class struggle, you have to look at the victories and you have to look at the losses and the advances and the shortcomings. I think global consciousness has been changed. Like, think about what Zionism looked like 3 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. There has been a significant shift, and that's due to massive mobilization. But I think where the movement, or at least my experience of the movement, has come up short is we need to move from mobilizing people, radicalizing them, bringing them out to events and protests, to setting up organizational structures that provide the continuity, the leadership, and also the political education that connects Palestine to the overall anti-imperialist struggle. And it is obviously in the crosshairs of global imperialism. So it's a perfect prism for understanding Israel and Latin America, for understanding so much of what's going on around the world. And we need the organizational forms to do that. The last thing that I'd say is, yeah, there's a Twitterification of the mind. They are very explicitly developing technological tools in order to limit the capacity of human beings to have continuous thoughts. They want to take your time away. They want to make you doom scroll, and they want to make you stupid as fuck. And part of that also means taking you from where you are and driving you to the right. So all of the algorithms are moving you in a direction where you're not only becoming stultified, but you're also gravitating toward what is the biggest hit, because on the means of communication, because who owns all of this? Or almost all of it. Hopefully everybody's on WeChat. But the owners of these tech platforms have a vested interest not only in stultifying, but in driving people to the right. So I think we're at a good point to wrap up the book launch. And I'll just say one final thing. Touch grass, read a book.
All right, awesome. I just want to thank again our panelists. I want to thank Gabe for joining us today. And I want to thank you guys for all coming out. We're going to have some mingling time now. We have the space till about 10 p.m. We really want to clear out of here by then. Feel free to get some books, chat with Gabe, get your books signed. I just have, and we have some refreshments left, I think. And then just want to make a few quick announcements. On next events. So the Popular Front of Canada will be hosting a teach-in on imperialism sometime late Feb, early March with Brampton for Palestine and some of the other 4 Palestine writing groups. Also, given the new agreements with the Carney government in China, there's been an increase in interest regarding China, I'm sure. And I was told the Popular Front will be planning a teach-in on modern China sometime in the near future. Popular Front is actively recruiting.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Ponce de Leon, and I'm the Associate Director of the Critical Theory Workshop. We are here today to celebrate the publication of Gabriel Rockhill's latest book, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, which was just published by Monthly Review Press. Gabriel is going to speak about the book today, and we are also joined by 2 very distinguished speakers, John Bellamy Foster and Ali Qadri. Before introducing all of our speakers, I want to make a few announcements about the Critical Theory coming activities. We are currently accepting applications for our 18th annual summer school, which will be held next July, both online and in person in Paris. I direct this workshop along with Gabriel Rockhill, and in addition to presenting our own work, we will be joined by Cedric Johnson, Max Isle, and Helen Yaffe. And we're going to drop more information about that in the chat. We are also accepting applications for a 6-week online course on imperialism, underdevelopment, and rational planning, which will begin in January. That course will be taught by Jared Bly and will feature many guest speakers, including Emmanuel Nass and Ziad Al-Nabulsi. Now I'm going to introduce our speakers for today. Dr. Gabriel Rockhill is the founding director of the Critical Theory Workshop and professor of philosophy at Villanova University, where he is also the director of cultural studies. Gabriel is also a research associate at the Laboratory of Political Anthropology in the School for Advances in Paris. And he is one of the editors-in-chief of the World Marxist Review, and he is co-editor of the book series Anti-Imperialist Marxism. John Bellamy Foster is of political economy and environmental sociology. He is Professor Emeritus of Sociology at the University of Oregon, and he is editor of Monthly Review, the US's longest running and most important socialist publication. He is the author of many important books, and we just held a discussion with the Critical Theory Workshop about his latest book, Breaking the Bonds of Fate, Epicurus and Marx. So I encourage you to check out that video. Dr. Ali Qadri is an expert on imperialism and development who currently teaches at Sun Yat-sen University. His many published books include, most recently, The Ocean of Waste, A Political Economy of Systemic Destruction. They also include The Unmaking of Arab Socialism and Imperialism with reference to Syria, as well as many others. Now, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism is the first in a trilogy of books that Gabriel has authored that are titled The Intellectual World War, and these will all be published by Monthly Review Press. I've been able to personally see up close the enormous amount of research that went into writing Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, from countless freedom of information requests to archival research, and I'm really happy that this book is finally available. Its analysis of Western Marxism raises very important questions about the ways imperialism shapes knowledge production that cannot be ignored. And the book offers an insightful and very useful discussion of Marxist method and is a model of a historical materialist and dialectical approach to understanding class struggle in theory. So Gabriel's going to first speak about the book, then we'll hear from John, then from Ali, then Gabriel will have a chance to respond, and then we'll turn to questions from the audience that you can put in the chat. So now I'll turn it to you, Gabriel.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, and thank you, Ali and John. It is the greatest honor to have you here as respondents. As I mentioned on the call before we began this live, you are two of the scholars who have had the greatest influence on me, and your work remains a kind of beacon for so many of us. And so a lot of what I'm going to share with you also, I think, echoes with the important work that you've been doing for decades. The primary objective of this book was to elucidate the imperial superstructure in order to contribute to the reorientation of left politics away from the anti-communist, capitalist, and even imperialist accommodationist positions that have perverted it, and which themselves are in large part effects of imperialism. It thereby seeks to rejuvenate anti-imperialist Marxism, or Marxism tout court, as the necessary horizon for our struggles. It is this positive project that frames and makes coherent all of the critical elements operative in the work itself. This book also seeks, secondarily, to contribute to a rejuvenation of veritable Marxist analyses of culture that are not hemmed in by the confines of so-called cultural Marxism. In my brief presentation, I'll clarify what this book contributes to our understanding of the imperial superstructure, and then provide a few concrete examples. So the superstructure is the system of institutions and practices that emerges from, but also serves to perpetuate, a society's economic base and thus its class relations. It is sometimes used as a synonym for ideology, but it has the advantage of insisting on the institutionalized material forces that produce, shape, and perpetuate ideology by composing subjects in every aspect of their lived existence, meaning not just their ideas and their worldviews, but also their perceptions, affects, desires, practices, and so forth. According to Marx's insightful analysis, the superstructure is composed of two interlocking components: the political-legal apparatus, concentrated in the state, and the cultural apparatus that formats social consciousness. Regarding the former, this first volume in the trilogy serves as a study of the real functioning of the bourgeois state that has increasingly come to rely on covert operations and what is called invisible government in the age of imperialism, as understood by Lenin. As class inequality became increasingly polarized and nations entered into inter-imperialist rivalries under monopoly capitalism, bourgeois states relied more and more on the men and women of the shadows. It was precisely in the late 19th and early 20th centuries that imperial powers created a host of new secret services. The desire to control vast territories while lacking the conventional military forces to subdue them, coupled with the need to understand and counter the objectives of rival imperialist nations, led to a massive increase in secret intelligence, which used espionage to find out the intentions of rival imperialists and take covert measures to suppress potential insurgencies or strengthen client regimes in the colonies themselves. When socialist state-building projects began breaking the chains of imperialism with earnest in 1917 and leveraging countries out of the global imperial order, intelligence services became that much more important for running both psychological warfare operations to manufacture animosity toward the anti-imperialists and destabilization campaigns aimed at overthrowing them. Covert operations have been particularly important for the specific model of empire building developed in the United States, which emerged from the Second World War as the leading imperialist power. A number of factors contributed to its outsized reliance on dual governance, meaning the combined use of overt and covert, visible and invisible forms of government. To begin with, the country has a longstanding tradition of imperial denial based on a powerful ideological narrative that maintains that it broke free of the British Empire, established democracy, and so forth. Secondly, it became the leader of the imperialist camp by defeating its major rivals, the latecomers to the imperial feast, Germany, Italy, and Japan. In order to catch up with and surpass their well-established competitors, these countries had engaged in an intense form of imperialist onslaught that became internationally known and condemned as fascism. To win the war against them, the United States had to tactically ally with its erstwhile and future enemy, the leader of the socialist anti-fascist camp, the Soviet Union. The foundational ideological narrative developed in the United States when it emerged on the winning side of the war was therefore that it was resolutely anti-fascist and pro-democratic. Thirdly, the anti-fascist struggle continued after the Second World War in the form of the battle for anti-colonial liberation from the Allied imperial powers. The United States, in its desire to leverage colonially dependent countries out of the grip of former imperialist powers, supported many of these struggles, while ultimately seeking to shrewdly integrate these same countries into its sphere of influence and its networks of global accumulation. Fourthly, Uncle Sam took over the leadership of the imperialist camp when it was on its heels, and socialism was advancing around the world as an anti-imperialist struggle of national liberation from China, Korea, and Vietnam to Congo, Mozambique, Cuba, Nicaragua, and beyond. This communist menace had to be beaten back. But this war on anti-imperialist liberation needed to appear to be an effort to internationally promote democracy and human rights. Now, with this brief and general outline, we see the two contradictory imperatives faced by the US imperium, which go a long way to explaining why it has arguably relied more on covert operations than any previous empire. On the one hand, it had to build its empire when imperialism was losing ground by waging an aggressive global war on communism, which included discreetly taking over the territories formerly controlled by the Western European imperial powers. On the other hand, it needed to maintain its ideological tradition of imperial denial and appear to be in the business of promoting democracy, anti-fascism, and decolonization. In facing this impossible situation, the US state has relied extensively on its intelligence services to develop a veritable empire of spectacles, meaning an empire that aggressively advances its agenda while simultaneously creating spectacular forms of ideological obfuscation. If Hollywood can be used as a metonym for the factory of spectacles, then we might say that the United States has attempted to conquer the world under the cover of Hollywood. Rather than solely or primarily relying on military deployments to directly subjugate countries, it has used propaganda, psychological warfare, covert operations, targeted assassinations, hybrid warfare, proxy wars, neocolonialism, non-governmental organizations, electoral meddling, and many other shrewd mechanisms to achieve its ends while minimizing blowback for its actions. Now, the second component of the superstructure is the cultural apparatus, meaning the material system of cultural production, circulation, and consumption, as well as that of cultural control that formats social consciousness and is within the cultural apparatus that academic life takes place, but also that intellectual work is done. Culture then is here understood in its most expansive sense, including all of the activities that fashion human existence. In the age of imperialism, bourgeois societies exercise monopoly control over the production and dissemination of public culture, and they thereby have a degree of ideological power that is arguably unprecedented. A very small coterie of bourgeois exercise dominion over the overwhelming majority of culture that most people experience. This was one of the fundamental arguments advanced in this first volume of the trilogy, The Intellectual World War. Far from being a free realm of expression and exploration, culture, including, of course, intellectual culture under capitalism, is a highly regimented sphere of production and consumption that is under the dominion of the ownership class. Now, just as I was arguing a moment ago that the imperialist bourgeois state is characterized by dual governance, meaning that there is a use of both visible and invisible overt and covert mechanisms of government or governance. There is also within the bourgeois cultural apparatus, particularly in the age of imperialism, a tendency to tender a democratic stage, talk about the free and open, while discreetly controlling in a totalitarian manner this stage from behind the scenes. So the dual governance of the imperialist state is seconded by a slightly different form of dual governance at work within the imperial cultural apparatus. Moreover, these go hand in hand. The cultural apparatus plays a central role in the imperial activities of the bourgeois state. It functions hand in glove with the political legal apparatus to advance a common agenda. Given the unique nature of US empire building, the cultural apparatus runs cover for its imperial exploits while diligently constructing worldviews that serve the interests of the ruling class. The first volume of this study opens with an examination of the Marxist method for studying culture, but that breaks significantly with what's called cultural Marxism and its abandonment of political economy and analysis of imperialism, praxis, and much more. The opening chapter elucidates the dialectical and historical materialist approach to ideas, shedding light on the modus operandi of the intellectual apparatus of the imperial superstructure, the intellectual apparatus just being a specific component within this broader cultural apparatus that I was talking about a moment ago. The second chapter provides an overview of some of the material networks of the empire of ideas that have been constructed by the leading imperialist powers over the last century or so, and which serve as the general backdrop for the intellectual world war on the socialist alternative. The third chapter turned more specifically to the imperial theory industry as a major force for shoring up and promoting a form of compatible critical theory, meaning a form of critical theory that's compatible with the interests of capitalism and imperialism. And the reason for shoring up this compatible critical theory is because it is an ideological weapon of war against the revolutionary tradition of dialectical and historical materialism. All three of these opening chapters, meaning the first half of the book, provide the methodological and conceptual framework necessary for understanding and correctly situating all of the more specific analyses that follow, including those in this volume and the next. Now, this methodological intervention can be understood, as I mentioned a moment ago, as a rejoinder to cultural Marxism. This version, or rather perversion of Marxism, which is prevalent in the imperial core, rejects the broad scientific project of dialectical and historical materialism, abandoning the analysis of the natural world, the dedication to praxis, as well as any serious engagement with political economy, in favor of focusing primarily on culture and, much more specifically, bourgeois culture. Cultural Marxism is, of course, critical of capitalist society and its perverse effects on culture, and it has also undertaken a critique of the culture industry. However, it tends to focus on the experience of the consumer, particularly from the middle layer, and it does not develop a political economy of culture, situate it within the cultural apparatus of imperialist states, or examine the class struggle to develop a socialist culture. As a matter of fact, certain forms of cultural Marxism, like that of figures such as Adorno and Horkheimer, celebrate select forms of bourgeois culture as being the bearers of a liberatory promise. They never clearly spell out, however, how a poem by Baudelaire, a piece of atonal music, or a Beckett play is concretely connected to meaningful social transformation, and their writings on these issues openly traffic in various forms of magical thinking. Next, in the remainder of my time, is just highlight two things. One is some of the elements that are inherent in the second half of the book, which turns to the Frankfurt School for Critical Theory as one of the foundational contributors to the tradition known as Western Marxism, and then very briefly share with you a few documents so you can have a sense of the nature of the research that I've been doing. So if you read this book, and particularly the second half of this book, you will learn that Adorno and Horkheimer openly identified communism with fascism. They directly participated in the anti-communist cultural Cold War undertaken by the imperialist powers, working with the Congress for Cultural Freedom, including after it was revealed as a front organization for the CIA. Adorno and Horkheimer also defended the 1956 imperialist invasion of Egypt by Israel, Britain, and France. They referred to Nasser, one of the prominent anti-colonial leaders, of course, of the non-aligned movement, as, quote, a fascist chieftain who conspires with Moscow, end quote. This follows directly the forms of propaganda that were being put out directly by the Information and Research Department in Great Britain. Horkheimer actually even openly expressed his support for the imperial project in Vietnam, claiming that in America, when it is necessary to conduct a war, it is not so much a question of the defense of the homeland, it is not so much a question of the defense of the homeland, but it is essentially a matter of the defense of the Constitution, the defense of the rights of man. You'll also learn how Adorno and Horkheimer perceived Walter Benjamin as being subjected to the quote-unquote savage influence of Bertolt Brecht, by which they meant the influence of anti-imperialist Marxism, and they pressured him to move away from him while censoring openly his publications. They had ample funds to support Walter Benjamin's trip to the United States when he was fleeing the Nazis, but they did not share those funds with him, instead leaving him there to die. They then lied about this after the fact and sought to purge his corpus of its more explicit Marxist elements. These so-called Marxists were openly supported by the capitalist ruling class, particularly the Rockefeller Foundation, because they were doing the type of ideological work that served their interests. When the Frankfurt School was relocated to occupied West Germany, it worked closely with German professors who had been Nazi collaborators. And in fact, it directly integrated them into the leadership of the Institute for Social Research. The longest serving managing director of the Frankfurt School from 1975 to 2001 was a man by the name of Ludwig von Friedeberg, who had spent more of his time as a Nazi than as a former Nazi before he began working with the Frankfurt School. And he is only one example of many others integrated into the leadership. 7 affiliates of the Frankfurt School worked for the world's leading imperialist government for a combined total of over 50 years in what I refer to as the Washington School, and this was the springboard for their careers within some of the most prestigious institutions within the imperial core. You'll also learn that Herbert Marcuse misrepresented his relationship to the Central Intelligence Agency. He not only was in regular correspondence with them regarding the work that he was doing as what at least one researcher refers to as the leading communist expert in the US State Department, but he also was involved in the drafting of and debates around at least 2 national intelligence estimates, which are the highest form of intelligence for the US government. He continued to do this work as he moved into the academy and was actually a State Department operative during the first years of his academic career at Central Intelligence Agency cutouts, the Russian Institute and the Russian Center at Harvard. Moreover, he became the intellectual point person for the Marxism-Leninism Project, an enormous international project run by the Rockefeller Foundation in order to discredit Marxism-Leninism and shore up what we can refer to as Western Marxism. So I think I just have a few minutes left, and what I'd like to do is then turn finally, and this is simply to give people a taste of the type of work that I've been doing, to a few of the documents that I've been using. Because as Jennifer mentioned in her comments, I've done scores of Freedom of Information Act requests, spent a lot of time in archives and done a lot of research in digital archives as well. One of the most interesting collection of documents that I found are those by the Psychological Strategy Board. The PSB was established in 1951 in order to oversee the psychological warfare operations of the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, military services, and other government agencies. What you see in this trove of documents is really the fundamental architecture that is outlined for their psychological warfare program around the world. And one of the most important discovered in this trove of documents is what they refer to as doctrinal warfare. All of the documents on doctrinal warfare refer to it as the fight to control people's overall ideological worldview or doctrine, meaning the general framework within which specific ideas are situated, right? The reason for a focus on doctrinal warfare is that they recognize that ideology regularly comes into contradiction with empirical reality. What they wanted to do was to guarantee the gestalt, the ideological doctrine, and have it so well established that if empirical facts contradicted one's worldview, it would never actually call into question that overall framework or that doctrine. And it was very important to them to advance doctrinal warfare that was both positive and negative, meaning that the doctrine that they targeted was Soviet doctrine, the doctrine of Marxism-Leninism as manifested in real-world socialist state-building projects, and the doctrine that they put forth as the positive doctrine was that of the so-called free world, the kind of democratic West as they described it. Within that overall framework, they focused not only on intellectual production, but also on distribution and consumption. They wanted full spectrum dominance of the ideological field. And so I'll just share very briefly with you two documents. This is a 1953 PSB memo, and I've highlighted here one of the things that they claim. They say that doctrinal production is not limited to political and philosophic analyses, which they go on at length about. All fields of intellectual and cultural interests, from anthropology and artistic creations to sociology and scientific methodology, come within the gamut of the doctrinal program. Again, what they're looking for is full spectrum dominance. One of the things that they point out very regularly within these documents, I've just chosen one, but there are many others, is, and this is towards the bottom of the screen in one of the highlighted passages, in the long run, the pen is much more influential than the sword. Ideological warfare is identified as more important than any form of direct military warfare because it is the primary war, the war for hearts and minds, within which military wars and direct campaigns of this sort are inscribed. Two final elements, these two documents are actually in the appendix to the book. There's an interesting 1952 PSB memo in which they highlight regarding ideological warfare that we cannot expect to subvert the enemy if we cannot speak their language. Therefore, we have to use Marxian terms of reference. And they spell this out in some detail in the rest of the document. They say we need to, this is at the top, we need attacks against communist ideology developed in Marxist terms, right? They very explicitly identified the need for Marxist intelligentsia that was embracing the terminology, using the symbols of Marxism, but was anti-communist through and through, and attempted to demonstrate that actually existing socialism didn't abide by the true tenets of Marxism, or what they often call in some of the documents, authentic Marxism. And they also argued for a defense of Western society in Marxist terms, right? So they wanted to create an ideological environment within which people could remain attached to Marxism and nonetheless accept the fundamental ideological doctrine of imperialism. So I just wanted to share these really as simply a taste of some of the work that I've been doing. And I will now turn it back over to you, Jennifer, so that we can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. So John, we'll turn to you now for some comments. John, you're muted. This is a wonderful iconoclastic book, and I think it's going to open up eyes everywhere. I think that there are a lot of surprises here for most people on the left, but some of it has been an open secret for some time. The fact that Adorno and Horkheimer worked with the CIA, that the Frankfurt School was financed when they went back to Germany by the American Occupation Authority, and all sorts of things. Adorno wrote for CIA publications, Lukács, for example. All of these things have been known, and the fact that Marcuse worked for U.S. intelligence after the war has been known, but the left hasn't known what to do with it, and a lot of this knowledge has been repressed. And the virtue of Gabriel's book in this respect is that it digs down into the intelligence archives and shows that this was much deeper and more systematic than any of us suspected. But the problem here is what could be called an inverted Marxism. Marx used to, when talking about alienation, talked about the inverted world. And we can say that it's generally a problem of an inverted Marxism, which has been a problem for a long time and hasn't been seriously addressed on the left. And Gabriel and I, in March, defined this in terms of 4 retreats: a retreat from materialism, a retreat from dialectics, a retreat from class, and finally a retreat from imperialism, which is really the most important of all in terms of the issues that are being discussed here. Paul Sweezy once said in the foreword to a book on Oliver Cox that if I had my way, I would deny the honorific title of Marxism to anyone who denies or repudiates the rock bottom revolutionary content of Marxist thought. And Sweezy said that Cox was a Marxist in this sense. But the problem we face is a lot of those who are referred to as Marxists and are part of the Marxist dialogue and Marxology are actually inverted Marxists in these 4 retreats that we've referred to. And now Gabriel's brought in the fact that in terms of most of the Frankfurt School, they were directly incorporated into U.S. intelligence as operatives, as analysts. And this is really dramatic in terms of the psychological strategy board that Gabriel was mentioning. To understand how important the PSB was, you have to recognize that it had 3 official members: the director of the CIA, the undersecretary of state responsible for political strategy, and the deputy secretary of defense, also involved with political strategy. Basically, the top political figures of the State Department and the Defense Department and the director of the CIA have representatives sit in for them. But this was the way it was structured, which made it right at the very top of the entire U.S. intelligence establishment. And the 1952 PSB memo is entitled Ideological Warfare and has the characters that Gabriel described. They argue that we have to fight communist ideology on Marxism in Marxist terms. And so then, therefore, they had to get operatives who were actually came out of the Marxist tradition. But what's interesting, most important in the 1952 memo, is that they specify in a very sophisticated way that the attack has to be directed at 4 areas ideologically: materialism, dialectics, which of course includes the dialectics of nature, especially class exploitation, and overseas communism, meaning contra-imperialism theory. So the 4 retreats that Gabriel and I have described, they retreat from materialism, dialectics, imperialism, and class, are all specified as the 4 most important areas of attack in the PSB report. And they were playing on tendencies within Marxism, associated with what Perry Anderson called the politics of defeat, but which turned into a defeatist politics, and the anti-Sovietism of Western Marxists, many Western Marxists. And so they were able to bring in these people to engage in promoting these 4 retreats, which has been done on a fairly systematic, both by inverted Marxists on their own, and also expedited by U.S. intelligence, and I believe British intelligence too. So, and the target of all this was professors and intellectuals. This was specified, and in this memo, they said that they have to encourage deviations within Marxism, and they have to create confusion. And certainly there has been, both of these things have been achieved. And another thing in this memo says that they have to use psychoanalysis. They have to use psychoanalysis as a way of fighting Marxism. But this is almost a recipe for what transpired with the inverted Marxism of what was branded Western Marxism. Now, I want to say something about Marx's response to Hegel, because it's related to this. I mean, one of the problems we have is within Marxism, many of these figures like Adorno, Horkheimer, Herbert Marcuse, and we could list numerous others, but Gabriel's book right now concentrates on the Frankfurt School. Many of these thinkers are within the Marxist dialogue considered to be the preeminent thinkers and have achieved that rank. And And they are. I mean, I wouldn't say much for Horkheimer, but I think Adorno was brilliant, and there are many parts of Herbert Marcuse's analysis that I think are illuminating, particularly his earlier work. But in all of these things, you know, in terms of Adorno and Horkheimer, they started out on the left and moved further and further to the right. Marcuse was a little bit different. He moved a little bit to the left. He went back and forth. He was on the left, and then he worked for intelligence, and then he moved more to the left again at the end, at the time of the student movement. Anyway, how do we deal with the ambiguities and contradictions? Remember, the PSB said that the goal was to create confusion, and we're left with this mess. And some will undoubtedly say that that despite all this evidence that Adorno and Horkheimer and Marcuse and contributed massively to the Marxist cause, we should still take them seriously as Marxists. And we have the whole problem of this sort of inverted Marxism, which is also, you know, very idealist, very tended overall to support imperialism, as Gabriel said. How do we deal with this? And Marx, in dealing with Hegel, he had to deal with the fact that a lot of the young Hegelians of his time wanted to say that oh yeah, Hegel did all these accommodations with the Prussian state and with the religion of his time. You know, his final work was on the philosophy of religion, and was not something that the left generally wants to remember about Hegel. But he did all these accommodations, and the young, you know, left Hegelians would say, well, this was just external, but in more esoteric Hegel, you know, as opposed to the exoteric Hegel, that he was really progressive and revolutionary. Marx's approach was more sophisticated. He recognized the power of Hegel's method, but he didn't deny what Hegel himself represented historically. So in the economic philosophical manuscripts, Marx said, there can no longer be any question of Hegel's accommodating himself to religion, the state, and so on, since this lie is the lie of his progress. And I think that what we have to demonstrate here, that with these thinkers, that this lie, the untruth, the inverted Marxism, this lie, the ambiguities, the places where they really go against rock bottom Marxism, rock bottom revolutionary perspective. This lie is the lie of their progress. So we have to look at these contradictions the way Marx did with a genetic historical method. I just want to add one other thing, a criticism, a minor criticism of the book, because this book is so important and so welcome. But I don't think there's any book that's completely immune to criticisms, and this is more like a footnote. And that is, and Gabriel and I have talked about this, but you know, one of the things that happens here is there's the OSS was the predecessor of the CIA, but the OSS was created during the anti-Nazi war, and there were there were figures in the Frankfurt School, obviously, that were involved, that were in the OSS as Gabriel explains, and that this became a path to their becoming part of the U.S. intelligence service after the war and fighting the anti-communist battle. But there are other people, and I mean, this relates to Monthly Review. Paul Sweezy was a notable figure in the OSS. In the book, it says that Bill Donovan hired him. That's incorrect. I mean, at least as you know, from everything I know, he was hired by Edward Mason, and Sweezy's job originally was to spy on the British intelligence, because the United States was also fighting against Britain. This story is told by Gabriel Kokol, the great revisionist historian that I studied under in his Politics of War, and about how the United States during the war was undermining the British Empire and setting up the basis of its own hegemony. And Sweezy, as an economist, was brought into this project to basically spy on the British economic plans. But Sweezy didn't do it, or at least what we know is that he changed his job. There was a little kind of memo publication called the European political report, and he expanded that into a major publication, the European Political Report, which was very left-oriented, but was informed on all the political activities in Europe and against the Nazis and all the strategies and some of the military development. It was very, and in the European Political Report, the Soviet Union was only treated as an ally, and which it was. And of course, they were the ones who really won the war. So the European Political Report was this really quite startling analysis of all the developments in Europe that probably was the best source anybody had at the time. And that's what Sweezy did. He was given the bronze medal for it. And but he changed his job to do that. Baran was the Paul Baran was in the OSS as well as in the Strategic Bombing Survey. But he interrogated Nazis. Baran knew so much that one of the Nazi generals that he interrogated said that Baran knew more about the German military than Hitler did. And he played that role. It was the anti-Nazi role, and then he was in the Strategic Bombing Survey with Galbraith and looking into the effects of the bombing in Germany and Japan. This was anti-Nazi, anti-Japanese work. This was not work that was for it was anti-Soviet, or it wasn't part of what happened later with the Cold War. And both Sweezy and Baran left the OSS right at the end of the war. They didn't have anything to do with the intelligence once, at the time of the Cold War. In fact, they were both they were attacked in the McCarthy period. So we have to make distinctions. We have to look at what actually doing. The problem with Adorno and Horkheimer and particularly Marcuse is that they were working for U.S. intelligence in the Cold War and were supporting imperialism. And that's a very different matter. So that's just a slight criticism of the book. But it's almost a footnote, and Sweezy and Baran are barely mentioned, and Gabriel doesn't have a negative view of them. I just wanted to clarify that being involved in the anti-Nazi war against Nazi Germany or Japan is not the same thing as supporting Cold War intelligence. Thanks. Thank you so much, John. Now, Ali, we'll go ahead and turn to you. Oh, you're muted, Ali.
Yes. The first thing that I got out of the book is the first moment was that the book says that there's so much that is covert. I mean, if we think of how much there is in covert activity, in preparation for war, in preparation for the culture of war, in preparation for everything. So what covertness and these efforts were huge, were omnipresent. And yet sometimes we are lost in the details. Some people are lost in the details. And what the book does is it actually begins with the broader picture. It says this is the phenomenon that needs to be researched. There's so much that is being done covertly. There's a cultural war against labor. There's a cultural war against the working classes everywhere. And it intends to weaken the working classes, to usurp value from the working classes in the North and from the working classes in the South. And that is that is sometimes brushed off as conspiracy theory. Whereas if we think about the activity that occurs, whether covertly or overtly, and we think of the results and how much damage and how much death and how much value has been usurped, such that people in the South specifically have fared so badly in development and so on. That's where the book leads the way. It captures the reader's attention right away. It says, "Look, I'm not going to speak about I'm not going to be lost in the details. I want to look at the product." Then the book focuses on the cultural war and the necessity of the cultural war. If we look back at many people on the left have spoken about the culture, specifically in the developing world, being a last wall of defense against imperialist hegemony and imperialist cultural hegemony. Because what imperialist cultural hegemony does is it distorts the people's view of things. It distorts reality, and what more it does, it reformulates, the methods of reasoning. It makes the method, it sort of makes superficial the methods of reasoning, such that people will arrive at the wrong result, seeing the right thing, seeing the conditions are awful and so on and so forth, but yet they reason in such a wrong way, in such an erroneous method, a superficial method, a sort of formal or metaphysical method, a method devoid of time, devoid of social context. And they arrive, and they use mainly accounting frameworks, numbers and time and dates that have been created by the imperialists. That's the sort of imperialist hegemony, to interpret the situation as a sort of necessary condition that is something we cannot escape, that is the only possible, and so on. So the book actually starts off by denuding, by uncovering and emphasizing the necessity to oppose culturally the projects of imperialism, and that's where the point is that's where the rejuvenation of socialism is going to come from, really, by exposing the practice, the malicious practice of co-opting the left into a project that is going to abort revolutionary consciousness. Now, the other thing that comes to mind is all this work. Now, they institutionalize cultural production in a way that is anti-revolutionary, and what this does is it creates. Now, that's well known that in the North, but in the South, it creates copies and replicas of these institutions of a cultural production that is complicit with imperialism. They recreate this in the South, and so the intelligence is much more, and not an intelligence of pinpointing who is anti-regime, so that we can have a prisoner of conscience of sorts, but it is more about diluting the focus of the mind, making sure that the mind, the social mind, lacks focus, it lacks direction, and it lacks meaning. All of this is a part and parcel of the project that Gabriel works on. What it does in the North has a mirror image in the South. And in the South, the implications are that with this distortion of knowledge, with this attack on indigenous cultures, on the continuity of culture and history, that are cultures of resistance, of course, because there are cultures there, is that it aids and abets the usurpation of value. It aids and abets the money making in the North, and the not so clear. Well, it's obvious that such language perpetuates the misery of the developing world, perpetuates the misery of the working classes everywhere. So it's not innocuous. When it says that pen is mightier than the sword in the document that has been displayed, and when it says, and it uses the language that is quite sophisticated, that politics doesn't have that language anymore. It talks about doctrinal formation and history shaping doctrinal formation. This is a language that is no longer, it is a very intelligent language, and it's a language that it is the sort of intelligence that is intended to do evil, in a sense. And it's intended to, what it does is it creates the conditions for the immiseration of the developing world, the immiseration of the working classes everywhere. And so these are the points. It's just my comments are very short in nature here because of the time. One more point I've taken down is that what these efforts do is they corrupt the intellect. They corrupt the development of an intellectuality, let's say, that is things as not only as they are, but read things as things as they should be. So there's a positive and normative dialectic, in a sense. I hate to say these things, but they sort of came out. so there's to corrupt intellectually is far more effective for capital than the measures of administrative corruption. Because once the intellect is corrupt, anything is possible. People masses everywhere and working classes everywhere will subject themselves willingly to the travails of capital, and in that sense, this what they do is obvious to many, is that that the war of ideas is a very important war, that there is no revolution without revolutionary consciousness. So they make sure that they are going to win the war of ideas, and they want to make sure that they are going to hinder the development of revolutionary consciousness. And with these two developing together or apart, whatever, what we're going to have is a situation where the value that they need to extract, the value that they need to transfer, which is going to involve the immiseration of people, the economizing in the lives of people. You don't extract value without some measure of destruction, without destroying man and nature. So the co-optation of these people and the engagement of these people in such an effort and work has had horrific results. Murderous results, as Gabriel says. There was a social murder ongoing, and more so at this time when we are at a situation where we no longer can afford to have halfway solutions, middle of the road solutions with capital, because everything is nearing an end of sorts. The planet is nearing an end. The social conditions are so. There has to be a much more practical and radical positions taken, and what the casuistry of the ideas that are stripped from reality, that are stripped from practice, that this dialectic of ideas generating ideas without reference to reality, which sound very beautiful and capture a student's imagination with the eloquence of the language, with the eloquence of the logic of the arguments that they these also are going, and I'm speaking in functional terms, these also are going to have devastating consequences upon the developing world and the working classes everywhere, depending on how they relate to the means of production and to the ownership of the means of production and so on, and to the imperial strengths. The book is crucial because it comes at a time where we need to speak of these things. We need because middle of the road solutions are no longer possible. I mean, there has to be a radicalization and a rejuvenation of revolutionary thought. We no longer can speak of ideas generating ideas alone without reference to history. We no longer can speak of the rational without reference to the historical. And the historical, the real, what is happening concretely is we are on a downward spiral headed somewhere if labor does not retake the command of history. And so the book poses this problem as such. It poses the problem as, we should look at we should study the omnipresent, and the omnipresent is this huge intelligence work, which is not about the police, the secret police capturing somebody and putting them in a prison of conscience somewhere, but it's rather about capturing people's minds and imprisoning people, that people don't see reality as it is and don't relate their reality, their individual conditions to the whole, to the social conditions. They don't identify with the whole and the struggle of the whole for emancipation and so on. And so it's just my comment is that. And I think Gabriel said that. I'm not sure whether I have. My comment is that this is also the same symptoms of schools of thought that are complicit with imperialism in the North are also breeding in the South. So capital understand that we need to breed those in the South. So if you look at research centers in the South, and there's huge investments from Carnegie, from Ford, from all the research centers in Africa and the Arab world, and these are the most disastrous region of the planet, they're American sponsored. And if they are American sponsored, they're sponsored so for a reason. So the phenomena of which Gabriel speaks is not a northern phenomena. It's a phenomena that's breeding elsewhere. And it's a serious problem that we face in a sense. Reality is so clear that we need we need a culture of resistance, and we need to support a culture of resistance against that what is obvious is through 500 years of capitalism, we've harvested a dead planet and a very, very sick social order. So, and also a lot with lots of unnecessary premature death. So we need to garner all the forces and straighten things out. And I think the book is a welcome dose of optimism in a sense when it speaks about the rejuvenation of revolutionary theory, wherever that is possible. That's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ali. Gabriel, now we'll turn to you so you can respond. And if for those who are watching, this would be a good time if you after Gabriel speaks, we'll have an opportunity to get questions from the audience that you can be thinking about now. Okay, Gabriel.
Well, thank you both so much for your comments and questions. I'll just try to share a few thoughts in general. John, of course, I couldn't agree more with the version of inverted Marxism that is based on the primacy of theory. It is idealist. It tends to be subjectivist. And you're absolutely right to highlight the fact that in a lot of the documented evidence that we have concerning the US national security state, there's a really specific targeting of the middle layer and the intelligentsia as those who have an outsized influence over public opinion, as well as union leaders, anyone who can kind of function somewhere between the capitalist ruling class and then the grasp on the masses. So the intellectual world war on the middle layer and targeting the middle layer and the intelligentsia is particularly important. One of the thematics of the book that I think is helpful if people haven't read it yet to know about is that I do really insist on a dialectical critique, and I mean a number of things by that. But one is that it's always important to be attentive to the specificity of subjects and how they're situated within the objective social totality, and how those subjects have trajectories. And so they're not just fixed nodal points within some kind of overall system. So this is very far from the idea that there just be a system that would determine how every individual acts, or that one person who happened to be affiliated with the OSS or the Ford Foundation. It's much more a fine-grained analysis of the specificity of subjective positions within a broader objective world. And so within that, the reference that you made to Bill Donovan hiring, I can't remember if you said it was Baran or Sweezy. I don't think I actually stated either of those, but it's most likely due to the fact that I shared an earlier version of the manuscript with you, and you might be referencing that. I do think, Bill Donovan did have a hand in integrating some of the early Frankfurt scholars, Marcuse, Neumann, and Kirchheimer in particular. But that was more of a kind of a smaller point. But I wanted to address the larger issue of the Office of Strategic Services. And I'm really glad that you brought this up, because I think there'll be some questions, quite a large body of literature around it, so much so that if you reference the Frankfurt School and the US national security state, a lot of people will say, well, they were fighting fascism in the OSS. Everything that they were doing, therefore, can be exonerated. And John, I know it's not what you were saying, but this is a kind of very standard line that I've seen. And it is important, as I mentioned, to engage in a dialectical critique by which we situate individual subjects on their trajectories within this objective system. The history of the Office of Strategic Services was such that they did integrate intellectuals who occupied every positional spectrum. They wanted right-wing, they wanted centrists, they wanted liberals, they wanted left-wing, and they did want communists, and very explicitly, because they needed people who understood communism, both because they were allying with the Soviet Union, but also because, of course, the national security state was involved in an ongoing war on the Soviet Union. So there were multiple reasons, but they needed that form of knowledge. Now, the leadership of the OSS was very tightly controlled, though, by members of the national security state who were deeply in bed with a financial elite, and in particular, those coming out of New York. And so that created a kind of military-industrial academic complex, right, where you have the military is the state, the industrial indexing the capitalist ruling class, and in particular, the kind of financial elite coming out of New York, and then the academy. Within that, then, there were intellectuals who were anti-fascist and who were pro-socialists and who were Marxists of a more resolute sort, not just inverted Marxism that we were talking about. Franz Neumann comes to mind because Neumann, in fact, was Donovan's right-hand man in the prosecution of the Nazis during the Nuremberg trials, and was recognized as a leading specialist on Nazism. He also, and I try to go through as clearly and carefully as I can the historical record, it is presumed that Neumann did have some connections to Soviet intelligence and most likely did share some information. The extant record isn't as transparent as we would like it to be, but there were clearly a number of very well identified spies who were working within the OSS who did have connections with Neumann. Some information appears to have gotten out to the Soviets, including, very importantly, the ways in which Alan Dulles, who would later become the longest serving head of the Central Intelligence Agency, was working with the OSS, or in the OSS in Switzerland, and he was trying to negotiate peace deals with the Nazis, the Nazi high command just under Hitler, so that the Nazis could unleash the full force of their kind of tyrannical war machine against the Soviets and have peace with the US Americans. This is what the Soviets worried about. And so Neumann potentially had his hand in one of the most important intelligence breakthroughs on the part of the Soviets. But the larger context is also, I think, one that needs to be understood. So the United States at that point in time was a racial apartheid state that had concentration camps according to its own definition, which were the camps that had rounded up 120,000 Japanese Americans who had committed no crime, were not subjected to any legal proceedings, and they were referred to as concentration camps. But that term was later changed, post World War II for obvious reasons. And there was also the beginning of an integration of Nazis into the US national security state. And the forefront of that was done by the OSS, and in particular, Allen Dulles, people like Eggleton who were working in Operation Sunrise and other things after the war. So much so that Marcuse himself cites the arrival of Nazis in the US national security state. So he's fully aware of the fact that he was, and this is post World War II, when he was working in the State Department, in an organization that was fighting communism globally, alongside Nazis. Now, of course, I think he was critical of that, but this is very, very important context, I think. The other thing that I point out, and there's a series of pages on this in the 5th chapter, that one of the main positions that people like Marcuse took was that you could be an anti-fascist and an anti-communist. And a question that I raise is that since fascism was defeated by, and as far as I know, Anne Lacroix has established the most coherent numbers, but 35 million Soviets and 20 to 35 million fascism, it should have been clear to most people that the war was fought in the East and the people who defeated fascism were the communists. And so the question that I raise is that, well, since fascism is a political ideology and a superstructural form that arises out of capitalism, if you are an anti-communist, capitalist accommodationist, are you really that serious about fighting fascism? Particularly when you're in an organization that is actually integrating fascists and you continue to work there. So it raises some larger questions, I think, about the complexities of the situation that they're in. But of course, none of this then would necessarily, like, everybody who needs to work to survive. There are a lot of different reasons why people would work in certain organizations. And I think it would be very naive to just condemn anyone who worked for the OSS without looking at the specificity of the positions they took and how they developed and evolved over time in various ways. So the argument isn't guilt by association or something like this. It is a materialist analysis and a dialectical critique that attempts to look in the most refined manner possible at all of the objective forces and the subjective decisions that were made within that. Ali, I really appreciated the fact that you really went to immediately the big stakes, and this helps frame the most important contribution of the book, because of course there are lots of historical details and I encourage everybody to read them, but I also recognize that not everybody is or wants to be a specialist in Western Marxism or the Frankfurt School or covert operations or other such things. But what you get to is the quintessential argument of the book, and that is that empire has developed a imperialist accommodationist at a minimum, but often a pro-imperialist culture that it has promoted around the world, and that this has had an enormous impact on Marxism and on the anti-imperialist struggle itself. And I begin the book by referencing the ways in which the Central Intelligence Agency was directly involved in trying to take control of Ernesto Che Guevara's literary estate and was waging an intellectual world war and published a version of his Bolivian diaries and kind of pulled back some of the curtains so that people could see some of the machinations that were operative. One of the reasons I decided to open the book in that way is precisely in order to cue people into the most important elements in the struggle, and that is the struggle to build socialism has historically been developed primarily by the greatest victims of imperialism, and that is the peoples, the working class of the global South. And therefore we have to situate all of these struggles, even though I'm focused on the kind of transatlantic relationship between the United States and Western Europe, in terms of the overall imperialist war, and in particular the intellectual world war as a quintessential component of that. And I appreciate the fact that you highlighted as well how important these struggles were to the South. In fact, it was due to conversations that I had with you that I introduced a few paragraphs dealing with what I referred to at one point as a kind of comprador intellectual labor aristocracy in the South. The ways in which the labor pyramids in the intellectual world are so integrated into the imperial system that many of those who have access to funds, who have connections in the global North, who get invited to junkets, who get translated, who develop an international career, are integrated into this broader system because they're giving to the imperialist system what it demands of them. And so it has an enormously pernicious effect on intellectual developments in the global South, because many of the kind of quote unquote leading intellectuals have been trained at Oxford or Harvard or Columbia. They've been exposed to the leading ideas of Marxism or radical theory, and then they go back to the South with all of their Northern credentials and bring with them what? Mainly imperialist indoctrination instead of an education concerning how to fight and win against imperialism. And so I also also wanted to bring to the fore the ways in which social chauvinism isn't just a personal attitude, right? It's actually part of the institutional mechanisms that structure the global production of knowledge. And there is a kind of value flow operative in the global production and dissemination of knowledge. And one of the worst effects that a lot of Western Marxism, but also kind of French theory and contemporary radical theory has had is it's confused and misdirected so much of the global intelligentsia in the broadest sense of that term, right? Including political leaders, union organizers, journalists, intellectuals, etc. The other thing that you highlighted, of course, Ali, is that the real base for all of this isn't just the intellectual world war. It's that what this does is it provides cover for, legitimates, helps perpetuate a level of social murder that is just truly incredible and boggles the imagination, that goes hand in hand, of course, with the great work that John has been doing for decades on this, of just ecocide, right? And so we're living in an era of exterminism, as Georges Gastaut has called it, where it really is code red for humanity. The degrees of social murder, of ecocide, the risks of nuclear apocalypse, all of these have put us in a situation where the stakes of class struggle in theory and practice are arguably higher than they've ever been. And so the reason for engaging with in this work is that I have my critiques of Western Marxism, I have my critiques of the kind of imperial theory industry and the imperial intellect general, but the overall framework within which all of that takes place is a positive project of shoring up, rejuvenating, intensifying an anti-imperialist Marxist orientation, the traditions of dialectical and historical materialism and all of their depth and breadth, because they're the most important weapons that we have in class struggle. And unfortunately, due to some of the things I've said today and that are in the book, there has been an attempt to steal this weapon from us and to wield it against us in ways that we need to understand and be not simply to engage in critique, but so that we can really take ownership over that weapon and continue to collectively develop the most important weapon of class struggle that we have.
Thank you so much. Now, we can take questions from the chat. Also, I don't know if either John or Ali, if you have any other comments you wanted to add. If we don't have any, if there's anything else you'd like to add.
I'll just add one thing is that, what I'm concerned with in terms of pushback that will happen against your book, Gabriel, is that some will say that you're creating confusion, and which of course was what the Psychological Strategy Board said was their objective. But the goal here isn't to generate confusion, but to eliminate the confusion that's been created by this kind of inverted Western Marxism. And I just want to reemphasize this point that Marx said made with respect to Hegel. He said there can no longer be any question of Hegel's accommodating himself to religion, the state, and so on, since this lie is the lie of his progress. And I think the way that we judge what these thinkers are doing is quite apart from, we can't ignore how they're embedded in U.S. intelligence, but there are many other thinkers who are taking similar stances that aren't embedded in U.S. intelligence, as far as we know. And but we can look at it and we can say this lie is the lie, of their progress. What is it that made Adorno and Horkheimer and Marcuse? And we could list all sorts of other thinkers within this inverted Marxism, this imperial Marxism, and throughout the world. And we look and we see that the accommodations that you can see, their own attacks on Marxism, their ambiguities. These lies are the lies of their progress, and so they can't be simply wiped. Can't simply be ignored. They can't be. You can't say this is just a minor diversion, and so that's how we can judge. And I think that's very important, and it's just a way of clarifying what I think you're trying to accomplish in your intellectual world war analysis.
Thank you, John. That's such an important point, because the goal is clarity and to elucidate how intellectual work cannot simply be studied as we're trained to study it within the bourgeois humanities or even the bourgeois social sciences. It has to be situated within the objective social totality, and it needs to be situated in relationship to the principal contradiction of life on planet Earth, which is imperialism. This is the most important question. Objective intellectual project relate to the underdevelopment and destruction of the overwhelming majority of the population and the planet. That's the question. And so we need clarity on that. That said, and I'm glad that you highlighted this, I insist on it in the book regularly. I engage in a dialectical critique as well, because as you kind of alluded to, you know, if it be Marx or Engels or Lenin, like they all insisted that bourgeois culture is the most developed culture in the sense that it has the greatest material force behind it and promoting it. The intellectuals I'm talking about have had the greatest access to the material resources necessary to do intellectual work. It would be shocking if they didn't have something of value to contribute insofar as they have had the best conditions to produce that. So it's not a matter of throwing everything out or burning books or any silly ideas like this. You learn whatever you can from it, but most importantly, you situate it within the objective framework of class struggle that I was mentioning. And I love your comparison to the kind of lie of progress, because the way I was exposed, and many people are exposed to these ideas, is that Marxism is reductivist, it's teleological, it's deterministic, it never thought about the colonial question or the racial question or the woman question. There's all these myths about Marxism. And there's an implicit teleology that positions Western Marxism or these radical theories as more advanced, more developed, because they deal with subjective issues, with race, with cultural issues, and all of this. All of this narrative is thoroughly incorrect. It's based on a profound misrepresentation of the traditions that we're talking about. And it creates, to reference what you were saying, a kind of inverted version, right? It takes regressive intellectual and political tendencies. They're regressive intellectually. They've given up on dialectical materialism, right? They've tried to unmoor dialectics from materialism so it can just spin freeform in these subjectivist, you know, games and rhetorical maneuvers. And they try to these regressive tendencies as more advanced than the dialectical and historical materialist project that they're denigrating. So what you're highlighting is really one of the key elements ideologically, is people think, well, why should we read Etkin or Che or any of these people? We should really read, I don't know, Achille Mbembe or somebody who's doing really quote unquote cutting edge work today. And this implicit teleology is really strongly pushed by the intellectual apparatus. And you can get access to all of this information. It's what's, you know, or all of these books and these publications. It's what's trendy. They do the same thing in the theory industry that they do in the broader cultural industries, right? Pushing Marvel films isn't that much unlike, although there are, you know, certain differences one would have to introduce, to pushing the hottest commodities on the intellectual market. Jen, should I just look at a few of the chat questions, or do you have access to them there?
I don't. Do you have? Can you see them?
There are a few. So Ben.
I'll get a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add one point, you know, which sort of transpired throughout that there is probably many know that this occurs. I think many around the world know that the American government has immense strength, both militarily and its capacity to hire people everywhere. I mean, in the developing world, they set up either through their proxies or immediately, they set up these cultural institutions that hire intellectuals on. I mean, I think, you know, many parts of the world, university professors don't make more than $200 a month or something like that. So, and so with money that is more investment than a loss to the imperial order, because the more money you invest in weakening the other, the more money you can print at ease because of the power you generate out of the loss. And so the idea is these are investments in the destruction of societies. They distort thought, they distort vision, they distort reality, and they imprison people within the signs and confines that the imperialist order has created, such that they lose touch with the real world. And they do so out of necessity, because usually the wording is in the developed world is attached to the big gun and to the threat of war and to the threat of physical punishment and so on, and to the threat of mass hunger through austerity and so on. So there's a consciousness that without the alternative, when as Gabriel says earlier, that we are faced with this inheritance. We inherited a world which has a class-based culture, and that has built an enormous monolith, an enormous power, and we are confronting it, and it has this momentum and this inertia going behind it. Now, with all this being said, in the end, and we go back to the point where I think it's not. I think the masses around the place is involved in this, are aware that the United States is involved, and is involved in all of this. And there's a lack of alternatives. There is a lack of revolutionary consciousness on the left. The issue on the left is that it has dropped the radicalism. It has resorted. The language that the Frankfurt School and other use is a sort of a language that leaves room for reform. It favors reform as opposed to revolution. I mean, you can see it, for instance, in Eric Fromm. And Eric Fromm would say that in the end, American democracy and the American way of life is the best thing there is, and so on. So there's this idolization of this model, which itself is quite decrepit. The point I want to make is that they are in this balance of forces, in this moment of history, which is the balance of forces, they are so strong that they've done so much harm in the past that they can at any one moment say, we're sorry, we are guilty, we have done that. And they know they have done. They've published the papers to show that we've really engineered a culture of submission, a culture of a servile and submissive culture to capital everywhere. And we're sorry, and we're willing to pay for it as well. We're willing to compensate you, because the cash they compensate with actually turns to the coffers in any case. So in the end, a question that arises, and maybe it's answered or not answered, is how do we get to the point where they can no longer say we're sorry and we're willing to pay for the damage we caused, and we're willing to admit that we have done so much harm. I mean, we destroyed the environment, we destroyed the global society, and what else can we do? We did it, and we've published. So there is that sort of interface between the power that they have and their ability to basically cover up everything they do. And it is when I think this will change, in a sense. First of all, it needs a war on all fronts, and a war on all fronts means an exposition and an analysis and a critique of what they've done, such as the book that we have before us here, which is a stepping stone, in a sense, towards that critique that's going to undermine this order. But it has to do with a lot more, because if with a lot more, it has to bring into focus the necessity to radicalize thought. It has to say that it is no longer, we can no longer discuss. The neck cannot discuss with the sword. It's our neck which is on the line, so to speak. And let us do something in that regard. So the rejuvenation is not only in the expose and in the analysis and in showing the dialectic between the bigger picture and the details, as Baran would do. The dialectic is the relationship of the part to the whole, but also in making sure that there is enough courage and the level of sacrifice on the left, and not the left as an individual person, but the left as an organized left, because as individuals don't make any left. Organization makes a left, and at the level of organization where it says that we're capable of the sacrifice, and there is no way, there isn't any longer any room for discussion with capital. The time has come. Maybe then, I'm just thinking, maybe then it will be possible for capital to say, if I can no longer admit to the crime I have committed, and say I'm going to whitewash my crime with a bit of all of this is my comment for the time being. Sure.
Very interesting. Thank you, Ali. It does remind me of one of the ways that I try to frame and elucidate this in the book is that the imperial superstructure provides uplift, meaning that those who give to the system what it wants tend to ascend within the system. And so it's not a matter of there being like intellectuals who are puppets on strings or something like that. It's just a system that kind of vacuums people up, and they operate in terms of their own agency, but they often exercise opportunism in order to give to the system what it wants. And so a lot of the story of the book, actually, we've been talking a lot about, the PSB and CIA and the intelligence agencies. This is just these are just the ways in which the political legal superstructure kind of intercedes in the cultural apparatus to guarantee that it functions the way that it should. But one thing that's very important is that the cultural apparatus, if it's functioning as it should within the imperial system, doesn't actually need direct intercession on the part of the political legal apparatus, right? So John, you were kind of alluding to this as well. There are many intellectuals who are doing precisely the type of work that is required by the Imperial Academy, and they have no direct connections, as far as we know, to the US national security state. And it's even better for the US national security state if that is the case, because then they don't have any of the kind of blowback or the problems that Ali was mentioning. One of the other things I just wanted to highlight really quickly is a thematic in the book is that another aspect of the inverted Marxism is so many of those who are members of the kind of radical intelligentsia, if you will, in some broad sense in the imperial core, is that they reject party politics as being corrupt and just as bad as anything else. And they generally reject state power. right? So anti-state, anti-party becomes one of the dominant mantras of the kind of radical intelligentsia. And of course, what that does is it completely disempowers organized politics from being able to use the structures that have proven themselves capable of actually, waging a winning war against imperialism. So they actually have a losing strategy that they maintain as a kind of necessary touchstone. Jen, should I turn to just a few questions in the chat? And I'll try to be as quick as possible, just in the interest of people's time. There was a question from Benjamin who asked, US empire is special. It does not run colonies directly. Instead, it invests in shaping consciousness, narratives, and meaning. How can we respond to build revolutionary consciousness? It's a big question, but I do think that you touch on something important. The US is itself a settler colony and has directly colonized in certain cases, but a lot of its strategy has been the construction, to reference Magdal, for instance, of an invisible empire, an empire that isn't as visible as the dominant empires of the 19th century, for instance. And so part of the ideological work that's necessary is to reveal the extent to which their ideological production runs cover for their empire, and to bring to the fore all of the different shrewd strategies they've used to kind of try to invisibilize their empire. I actually have an undergraduate class that I'm teaching, and I asked my students after, we're 2/3 of the way into the semester, and I've taught them plenty of things, if they thought of the US as an empire, and not a single one did. And this is highly representative. There's a programmed systematic ignorance regarding empire. And so part of the ideological war has to be dismantling the obfuscation that doesn't allow us to see how the empire functions. And that requires building a kind of left culture, right? This is, I think, one of Ali's points, is that we need a left intellectual culture, but to do that, we can't do it individually, right? We need to do it collectively, and we also need institutional power, right? So what Monthly Review has been doing for over 75 years, what we've been trying to do in a small way with the Critical Theory Workshop or other platforms, you need the institutional mechanisms by which you can foster collective work that is pushing in the right direction, bringing people in, building power, and also training everyone so that you're being educated by the others involved in those projects. And that has to be internationalist, right? We have to be plugged into an international network so that we're learning from, in particular, the Marxists across the global South, but just have a much broader and capacious engagement with intellectual production so that we don't suffer from the kind of institutionalized forms of social chauvinism. Anton, you asked, how does this book fit in with the fascist narrative that we have all been subjected to since at least World War II? What does it say about Gaza? Again, this is a tiny question that should only take a minute or two to respond to. I mean, it's very broad. I don't know if I'm going to be able to say much more than that. One of the through lines of the book is actually a kind of dominant ideological narrative put forth by the United States, and that is that it is an anti-fascist force in the world. There was a blip in the history of the United States when it happened to be forced, really, because it wanted to come out on the winning side of World War II into an alliance with the Soviet Union. But it has a long and deep history that I don't have time to go into now of aiding, abetting, supporting, promoting various forces that we can have debates about exactly what the terms are that we'd want to use, but that certainly resemble fascism or fascistic forms of repression. And they, of course, since World War II, in fact, beginning during World War II, have integrated an incredible number, tens if not hundreds of thousands of direct fascists and Nazis into what can be referred to as a fascist international, but always under the cover of a kind of liberal version of democracy promotion. Just again, in the interest of time, I'm scrolling down to see, I know there's at least one other question. Beautiful Dissonance, I think is the name, asks, what do you say to people who believe that you're using the critique of the Frankfurt School to paint a broad brush against Western Marxism as a whole? I've been running into this critique a lot. The reason I focused on the Frankfurt School is because they played such a foundational role in Western Marxism, as well as a kind of pole position within the imperial theory industry. So when you read contemporary figures like Judith Butler, Adorno is one of their major references, and you could go through, many other contemporary figures, and they're drawing directly or indirectly on the Frankfurt School. I do have in the book, as well as, for instance, in the dialogue with John that he mentioned a moment ago in a recent issue of Monthly Review, broader critiques of Western Marxism. I'd also point people to the introduction that Jennifer and I co-authored to Lasorda's Western Marxism that was published by Monthly Review Press. And in those writings and some others, as well as John's writings on this, Ali's writings on this, there is a kind of broader engagement with the more general corpus of Western Marxism. And I think that if you take my critiques of of the Frankfurt School and look at the essence of those critiques, that what we have is a kind of Marxism in theory, that's ultimately an inverted Marxism, and an anti-communist, capitalist, and imperialist accommodationist in practice. And actually, many of them also allied directly with fascists in the post-war era, as I just briefly mentioned. That's the kind of core position. And that you will find, unfortunately, in many other Western Marxists. Now, what I offered methodologically is what I refer to as a constellational approach. I could not have gone into as much detail about every single figure in the Frankfurt School or every figure in the Western Marxist tradition and written a book that, you know, kept under 500 pages. But what I did is I chose particular nodal points that I thought were important: Adorno, Horkheimer, and Marcuse, because they're the leading figures and because of what they reveal. Now, anyone else could do the same thing by taking someone like Perry Anderson or other major figures, Kevin Anderson, you know, in this, and then flesh out in greater detail how they're situated. I would be absolutely shocked, and please reach out to me and let me know if somehow miraculously they were breaking with the dominant ideology that has tended to pervade Western Marxism. There will be some idiosyncratic differences, and I point some of those out. Like Marcuse was a bit open to Cuba because he thought of it as kind of anti-Soviet, at least in the early years. He was interested in China as potentially being anti-Soviet, but he still remained an anti-communist. So we have to kind of flesh out all of those relations. Again, apologies to people online if I'm going a little too fast on this. I think maybe the last question, Jennifer, is Callum Roche asked, can you say something about how your book's thesis connects to Mark Fisher's Vampire Castle? I don't know Vampire Castle, but I know Mark Fisher's work, which I think is really, I mean, it would be another version of Western Marxism. It was very widely promoted, and like some of the other work, it's a kind of witty intervention and did some interesting things, but the horizons remain very much limited insofar as it's not a version of Marxism that focuses on the trials and tribulations and the difficulty of building socialism instead it tends to think that, well, it's more difficult to imagine, the end of the world or the end of capitalism than the end of the world. Well, it's not a question of imagining the end of capitalism. It's a matter actually of studying the material history of the peoples of this world who have been struggling in the most difficult conditions imaginable to develop that alternative world in the real world of the here and now. And that's why we need a reorientation away from the imaginary left, the utopian left, the kind of post-socialist utopian socialism that is so widespread. And instead, we need to examine and analyze the complexities of the dialectics of socialism, which doesn't mean that anyone who waves the red flag is celebrated as the greatest revolutionary of all time, but that we actually engage in serious materialist analyses of these projects. And we point out very important things like when there are advances and major wins. I mentioned the fact that the Soviet Union defeated the Nazi war machine. Primarily there were other factors involved, but without the Soviet Union, you would not have had the global defeat of Nazism and of fascism. You could also point to the fact that there was an enormous study done in the 1980s that I point to in the book by Waitzkin and Sarasotto that demonstrated, based on World Bank data, that socialist countries have overwhelmingly outperformed capitalist countries concerning the physical quality of life index, which is life expectancy, infant mortality, and literacy rates, right? So there is a large body of data that has demonstrated the superiority of actually existing socialism over actually existing capitalism. Maybe the last thing I'd say in this regard is that when you analyze socialism from a non-utopian perspective, so scientifically, it's not a matter of socialism measuring up to some image you would have in your mind. Everything is relational if you approach the world dialectically. We live in a capitalist world of unbridled social murder and ecocide and the possibility of a nuclear apocalypse and the end of life as we know it. Compared to that, that should be our point of comparison for actually existing socialism. What actually existing socialism has done is lifted literally millions of people out of the most abject conditions of poverty, immiseration, social murder, and so forth. We need to stop just ignoring actually existing socialism and instead scientifically engage in it in the most rigorous manner possible so that we can give ourselves the tools necessary, theoretically and practically, to move the world in the right direction. Jennifer, I think there might have been some other questions, but I'm vigilant concerning the time, so I'm going to turn it back over to you at this point.
Okay. Well, thank you so much to all of our speakers. Thank you so much, John and Ali, for joining us today. It was really, really an honor to have you with us. And thank you, Gabriel, for your comments. So this, we can actually, putting this out, I'm trying to show you guys the book, but
the invisible book about the invisible
book. If you don't have it, check it out. And again, this has been a really interesting conversation, and I'm just grateful to all of you. So thank you all so much for being here today.
Thank you again, Ali and John, and thank you all the viewers and listeners. Okay, we cut the live stream and I'll cut the recording. Thank you both so much. I thought that was a really rich conversation.
We're trying to diversify the tech trade. It's all part of that rotation story that we're talking about.
We need almost those big tech companies to be performing well and delivering.
The opportunity set for small caps has become a bit more narrow.
The net of everything is that it seems to be more about positioning, valuation, and sentiment recalibration, not a deeper growth scare.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Tuesday with tech bouncing, 2 days of gains pushing stocks within striking distance of all-time highs. As AI demand is driving TSMC sales to grow at the fastest clip in months, Alphabet is attracting more than $100 billion of orders for a $20 billion debt sale. That debt bridge is going global.
If $100 billion worth of orders isn't enough, well, how about a 100-year slice that we've got being sold over in the United Kingdom? Look, if this was a test about how much appetite there is, both domestically and globally, for big tech giants to push out and build out some of their AI dreams, well, it is a resounding clapping sound coming from capital markets. Will this extend to the others, or is this an Alphabet-specific story? Really remains to be seen.
Let's go with the 100-year issue. Let's talk about that. Sterling is a natural denomination for an issue that long. Got it? There's some demand out there. That's the good stuff. A tech company is not the natural issuer. Typically, we'd be talking about countries or universities. This is unusual and something we've not seen since the late 90s.
Since 1997, when I believe Motorola sold a bond issuance at the peak of the tech.com bubble. A real question here about which institution is going to lock in their obligations, their need to get repaid by a company that is tied to the latest and greatest going on in artificial intelligence that's changing month to month. So it raises this issue. How much demand will there be? And is this the peak of the market? One portfolio manager in a Bloomberg story was talking about how 100-year bond issuances tend to indicate the peak.
These are huge numbers and they're being taken down really, really well. So maybe this could go on longer than we expect, and maybe it could generate some really big growth figures. This big, I don't know. This comes from the president of the United States, that if Kevin Walsh does a good job with the leader of the Federal Reserve, then maybe we can grow at 15%, and I think more than that.
I think more than that, he said. More than 15%. You know, annually we grow, what, 2.5 to 3%. I don't know if the president is talking about cumulative of his 4 years and beyond. Really unclear what he means when he says 15%. But what is clear is that the president is once again sitting for an interview. Clearly, there is concern about the idea of affordability. Americans are going out and spending, but prices are still higher, and they have a concern for this. So he's addressing it. He continues to, I'm sure, sit for interviews and maybe try to tell the American people how they should feel.
Before he's even confirmed, before even he sits in the chair, the first day of the job, the bar for him just got a little bit higher. The bar for the data's high too. Retail sales later on this morning, and then we get the big one, payrolls tomorrow, claims on Thursday, CPI on Friday.
What are we going to expect from this data after what we heard from Kevin Hassett yesterday? And I think the market reaction is more interesting even than the comments that were not clarified. Kevin Hassett, the chief economic advisor to President Trump, was talking about how you can expect worse labor market data coming out. He was talking in general, although maybe people view this as a tell that he'd already gotten the data. He was talking about the productivity boom and lower immigration numbers. The fact that the market took this as the numbers coming in worse than expected highlights where the market's bias is and what the response could be if we get a really disappointing number.
No big change in the estimate so far. The estimate for tomorrow morning is 68K. That's the median estimate in our survey. The range super wide. We talked about that a few times. At the high end, 135. At the low end, negative 10K. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Marvin Lowe of State Street with stocks sitting near all-time highs. Francis Donald of RBC as investors brace for key economic data. And Megan Robson of BNP Paribas on big tech's massive push into the debt market. We begin this hour with stocks on the brink of all-time highs with a slew of data on deck. Marvin Lowe of State Street writing the following. We still find the current environment remaining conducive for risk. Rotate America, not sell America, which puts treasuries and the dollar most at risk. Marvin joins us now for more. Marvin, good morning.
Morning.
15%? For the year ahead? No, you're pushing back?
I don't know what accounting he's using.
What kind of GDP figures are you and the team looking for?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, trend growth is 2%, right? We're above trend growth for the last several quarters. We have a tendency to underestimate the strength of the U.S. economy, but double digits.
You know why people are bullish, though? Maybe not that bullish, but bullish. Yeah. And it's because we've already had rate cuts from the Federal Reserve.
Sure.
There's tax-free funds to come through the next several months.
Absolutely.
And we're looking at just 4 companies with capex intentions of $650 billion. Absolutely. And when they come to the debt market, the market's taking it down really, really well. Is it hard to fade that story?
I think it is hard to fade the story. It might be hard to, plow more into it at this point, but I don't think you're fading that story. And ultimately, we are seeing the rotation that seems to be getting a lot of attention over the last couple of weeks as a healthy rationalization of where you're supposed to put your money into the markets.
I'm stuck on the 15% and this idea that potentially, not necessarily we're going to get 15%, but it indicates the way that President Trump and some of the advisors are thinking about the United States, which is in some ways an emerging economy. In some ways, this is a not developed market that sort of has a staid growth rate. And I just wonder if there are broader implications of that kind of lofty goal for the way that U.S. assets are treated, given some of the volatility and the fact that people have increasingly looked at some of the budget as well as the potential coordination between the Treasury and Fed as emerging market behavior, not necessarily a developed market one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great analogy. And it certainly is a conversation that I think everyone's had over the last year where, the developed markets have become the emerging markets. And in a lot of ways, the restraint that we see out of the emerging markets are making them the better behaved children in the room, if you will. It does speak to the risk parameters that you demand on assets in a market that is talking that way, and administrations that ultimately want to try to push that type of agenda. For sure, there is a cost for that volatility.
Why are we not seeing it in terms of the bond auctions that we're getting? We're getting some treasury auctions this week. We've got a lot of U.S. companies that are raising debt overseas. It doesn't seem like that premium is getting baked in any material way. Is that going to shift?
Yeah, you know what? I do think that the dollar is weaker than one would normally expect with the type of growth environment that we're talking about, and long yields are higher than one would expect during a cutting cycle. The fact that we're looking at 10-year yields, particularly from a curve perspective, widening out into this cutting cycle is somewhat unique. But regime change-wise, it takes time. And I think that you have the factors that might be driving it, but the catalysts have yet to materialize. We're all watching it, and we're waiting for whether or not we're really dealing with a new regime. But for the moment, you have to give the Fed, the whole financial system, the benefit of the doubt that you can't really avoid these asset classes.
Well, the president weighed in on Kevin Warsh last night, saying that it was his runner-up in the first time. And then when asked about what's going on with the DOJ investigation and whether it was worth it to have this investigation, if it means it's holding up the nominations, he basically was like nonchalant. If it happens, it happens. How are you thinking about a future Kevin Warsh-led Federal Reserve? Do you think he's going to come in and be dovish?
You know what? Everything that's pretty much the conversation that everyone's been having for the last couple of weeks. His history is the exact opposite. The way I see it, whether it's the fact that policy setting occurs within a committee and he's one vote, and the balance sheet discussions, and ultimately, a Fed Treasury type of accord where we talk about potentially less Fed buying at the long end, all of that is a higher yield. So, for me, it still is a duration neutral and potentially steeper curve type of discussion that comes out of all of this.
The president was also saying how he's been fighting with Senator Tom Tillis for a while, which is why he's retiring. Do you have any concern about independence of the Fed?
You know what? Yes, we always have concern. Having said that, the Federal Reserve Act has withstood the test of time. I do think that the market will quickly punish absolutely bad policy. There's a difference in credibility. If they're cutting by 25 basis points, and there's disagreement around it, that's not necessarily independence. If you're actually saying that you're going to go to the zero lower bound while inflation is 3 to 4% and accelerating, that's bad policy. It gets punished, and it immediately makes its way into the financial markets.
2s versus 10s right now, 70 basis points. There's some steepness there. Not that steep. What kind of number have you got in mind?
I've got and I've had on this program in particular for quite some time, somewhere around the 120 range. Historically, that is not overly steep. And when we talk about regime changes, we really do need to think through several cycles, including before the GFC, when the curve was more naturally steep.
Is that driven by the front end or the long end?
It's driven by a bit of both. So a bear steepen or a bear twist as part of that discussion.
How quickly can you actually start seeing that come to fruition? So we hear this from a lot of different people. The yield curve should be steeper. You should have an extra yield premium on the long end. We haven't really seen it come to pass, especially when you see sort of how immune the long end yield curve has been to even some of the volatility we're seeing in Japan. So what's sort of your explanation of what hope people are holding on to before that starts to really materialize?
Yeah, I mean, treasuries are this incredibly interesting asset class within the world. And it's not as if anybody is incented to sell aggressively around it. It's really a function of when they buy less. And I think we're starting to see those types of conversations emerge. Do we continue to see less foreign interest in the U.S. markets because there are 100-year bonds that they could buy elsewhere? That is kind of the iterative process around how we get there. But it really does make it difficult if you're playing a trade and you expect duration outperformance because the Fed is cutting. We haven't had it, and I wouldn't expect it.
Do you think Alphabet exists in 100 years?
The history of 100-year bonds, and I haven't been around for all of them, but is not necessarily great. So,
thank you, sir. It's good to see you. Marvin Lowe there of State Street. If you're just joining us, we're looking for the pricing from that sterling-denominated 100-year issue coming out of Alphabet. We'll get more for you later on this morning. Let's keep an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara. Hey, Yahara.
Good morning, John. President Donald Trump says his pick for Fed Chair, Kevin Warsh, will be able to drive the U.S. economy to a 15% growth rate. Trump says Warsh was the runner-up in his last search for a Fed chair, and it was a big mistake to pick Jay Powell, who was pushed by former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Warsh's confirmation may be delayed due to the Justice Department probe into the Fed building's renovation. Meanwhile, as you all were discussing, Alphabet's raising $20 billion in its biggest ever U.S. bond sale. This as the tech giant sells sterling and Swiss franc denominated bonds for the first time today, including a rare issue of a 100-year note. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg, Google's parent company is offering 5 tranches each of sterling and Swiss franc notes. And we're seeing TSMC shares rising in the pre-market. The chip maker reporting a 37% increase in revenue for January compared to last year. The manufacturer for tech giants like NVIDIA and Apple benefiting from a surge in AI spending, the company pledging to spend as much as $56 billion for the year, up a quarter from 2025. That's a Bloomberg brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara later this hour. Up next on the program, high expectations.
We should be at 15% if our new head of the Fed, who I think is going to be great, but if he does the job that he's capable, we can grow at 15%. I think more than that.
Good luck, Kevin. Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy joins us next. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning. 8:30 Eastern Time, looking out for US retail sales, the first on a string of data points for the week ahead. Retail sales later this morning, payrolls tomorrow, claims Thursday, CPI on Friday. Under surveillance this morning, high expectations.
We should be at 15%. I'll tell you, if our new head of the Fed, who I think is going to be great, and he's a really high quality person, but if he does the job that he's capable, we can grow at 15%. I think more than that. Look, I've been fighting tellers for a long time, so much so that he ended up quitting.
It's the latest this morning. President Donald Trump setting sky-high expectations for Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh. Pressure building to get confirmation hearings underway. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now from Washington for more. Tyler, sky-high maybe understates it. 15% growth.
Yeah, John, at this point, it's probably an understatement to say President Trump was trying to shed some light here on his hopes for an anticipated Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. It is unclear if the president was referencing year-over-year growth or some other metric, but underscores what could be intense pressure for the next Fed Chair if and when he is confirmed. Now, perhaps behind this very rosy target is the fact that we are heading into the midterm elections, and that is going to be putting some pressure, heightened pressure on this White House and Republicans, considering that they are still playing defense when it comes to the economy. A new poll out from Pew Research finds that most Americans view the economy negatively. In fact, 7 in 10 of them are saying that right now they view it as fair or even as poor. Now, the White House appears to be banking on monetary policy under a potential Fed Chair Warsh as helping to fuel the economy forward. And they're also pointing to some of their other key policy proposals, including that they're expecting larger refunds this tax season under the One Big Beautiful Bill, as well as the president's continued push when it comes to onshoring manufacturing. But at this point, John, it really does feel like it is all about that defense game for the GOP heading into November. Now, if President Trump feels that Kevin Warsh could help advance Republicans' economic agenda, he may need to let up that criticism of the current Fed Chair, Jerome Powell. When asked directly in this interview whether or not the Department of Justice's investigation into Powell was worth delaying the confirmation of Kevin Warsh, President Trump said, quote, "If it happens, it happens." And then, as you heard, he went on to say that he has long feuded with Senator Tom Tillis. Tillis, of course, had voted against the One Big Beautiful Bill last year. So, John, at this point, it appears that we are still at this stalemate.
Tyler Kendall with the latest in Washington. Tyler, thank you. Joining us now, Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy. Terry, a few comments now, one from the President, another from the Treasury Secretary over the past few days. Do you think that maybe they're starting to acknowledge these confirmation hearings won't be happening anytime soon?
Oh, I think they understand that from the get-go, John, frankly. And it's not so much Tom Tillis's signal. The real tell here is Senate Banking Chairman Tim Scott, who, by the way, is the head of the Republican Senatorial Committee this cycle. So he's also in charge of getting the Senate, reelected and staying Republican. And there's a situation here where, last week Scott came in basically and confirmed everything Tillis has said, and essentially offered the White House a deal. We'll get your confirmation done, indicating strong support for Kevin Warsh, but you've got to get rid of this investigation sooner rather than later. Trump has no qualms about telling the Justice Department, who works for him, what to do or what not to do in any other circumstance. So at some point, he's going to have to tell U.S. Attorney Pirro to get on with this or be done with it.
Well, the fact of the matter is he's not doing that yet, Terry. Why?
Well, I don't know that he is or isn't. He isn't announcing it on Truth Social, if that's what you mean. But he might well be doing that behind the scenes. There's two kinds of conversations that happen in Washington. One kind is loud and squawky. The other one doesn't seek press attention. So for all I know, they've told the U.S. Attorney to figure out what she's doing here and be done with it one way or the other. The other reason, though, I will say, closing though, is there's something that Besson keeps bringing up, which is that the Fed could have been investigating cost overruns, could have been investigating itself for quite a while, and hasn't. He keeps bringing that up both in terms of the building renovation, in terms of Cook, and I think that's a sticking point with the White House. That the Fed needs to self-police a little bit more than they already have.
Terry, if we do though get into a scenario where we do not have the DOJ investigation wrapped up, how do you foresee the Fed being run? Does Jay Powell just stay on? Does the President of the United States have the authority to appoint someone?
Well, they can designate, but Powell, I think, remains the chair until somebody else takes the chairmanship. Frankly, I mean, that's the way it usually works. That's how I would expect it to be to happen in this case. The market's effects of that, of course, would be to increase Fed uncertainty around interest rates and other matters.
Terry, if I were Kevin Warsh, I would not be sad given the holdup in potential confirmation based on some of the recent proclamations coming out of the White House. If Kevin Warsh is responsible for 15% growth rates in the United States, what does that kind of Fed policy look like?
Well, I imagine the president's talk here is entirely rhetorical. My last night look showed that the two highest growth rates post World War II were 8.7% in 1950 and 7.2% in 1984. So 15% is entirely rhetorical. I think that's about the midterms, as Tyler mentioned, and I think that's also, frankly, about the kind of the interlinking of national security and economic security. You can read that how you want to in terms of domestic politics, and that's pretty obvious. But people outside the United States hear that as, Trump is pushing absolutely as hard as he can to make the United States as big an economy, as dynamic an economy as possible. And sure, 15% is out of the question, but what if he gets half that? And half that's certainly possible, as I say.
The last countries to get 15% growth rate or above were Guyana and South Sudan. Others recently in recent history include Libya and Iraq. I was looking at this morning because I was trying to understand what kind of dynamic usually fosters this type of growth, which goes to sort of emerging markets versus developed markets. Developed markets tend not to really grow at that kind of pace. And I just wonder what this means for industrial policy, what this means for fiscal. Is there anything on the agenda that could actually get through to goose some of the growth ahead of those midterm elections?
What markets anticipate and have anticipated for some time is what you have, and we're in progress with this now to some extent. What you have is you have the one big beautiful bill last year. I anticipate, and I keep telling markets, I anticipate a second big beautiful bill coming up this spring. There will be no stone unturned to try to stimulate the economy as much as possible. And meanwhile, what you get is a lessening and a rationalization of regulation, which is happening all over the place in Washington. So if you get that, you certainly get a more stimulative situation overall. Again, I wouldn't worry about 15% or anything else in particular. I don't think you take Trump literally on this, but what you do take from it is the idea that they are focused as much as they can be on making the economy big, not just for domestic policy, but for international policy, for defense policy.
Hey, Terry, it's always good to catch up with you, sir. Thank you. Terry Haynes there of Pangea Policy. Growth is good, has been good for quite a while. GDP is good. That number is high. The character of growth is the problem. It's not resonating with Main Street. It's not sufficient enough to turn around the story when it comes to the polls and the surveys, asking people how they feel about the labor market because payroll growth has been so muted. When we sit here and talk about growth coming from the capex spend of 4 big companies, that's meaningful for GDP. When you see the capex coming from the tech sector, it's not meaningful when you, Mitch, or the conference board goes around and does a survey.
It's not meaningful when you don't see necessarily the job increases that come alongside this, because a lot of the biggest companies are not employing huge swaths of people. They are trying to accumulate land. They are trying to accumulate fiber. They're trying to accumulate chips that are sold by, guess what, TSMC, that they're going to get from Taiwan. So you put this together, and I wonder, even if you have a 15% growth rate, does that trickle down in the way that people are hoping for? Or is this ultimately a different type of tenor to growth that isn't going to deliver the results in time for that midterm election?
That's the political problem, and it's why the populists and the proposals they have are polling so well at the moment, not just in this country, but elsewhere too.
It's global. We're actually in a populist wave right now. And when it comes to this country, you see the President of the United States actually look to the far left for some of their ideas that he is promoting ahead of the midterm elections. On the Google earnings call, what the CEO had to say is what keeps him up at night is compute power. You know what? I bet that keeps the president up at night, because what do you need for compute power? Land, electricity bills, all of this is a problem for everyday consumers.
There are things that markets care about and things that everyday Americans care about. And I just wonder when the two stories, because it is a matter of when and not if, when the two stories converge, the remedies to the kind of things that Americans care about could be the story that constrains the kind of things that markets care about.
If you start to get maybe a shift away from the deregulatory kind of overhang, especially if there's a focus on things like electricity and land use, people are expecting the bottom to come up to the top. They're expecting the trickle down from wealth effect. They're expecting the trickle down from some of this CapEx plan. So far, it still hasn't come out in a significant hiring or significant sentiment boost.
Stocks are close to all-time highs, a few tenths of 1% away. Equity futures this morning up by 0.1%. Up next, we'll catch up with Francis Donald of RBC as the focus turns to the data. Plus, Yahira has your morning movers on semi-falling as first quarter guidance falls short. Their stock is down by more than 4%. Equities positive just about by 0.1% on the S&P following the biggest two-day rally on the S&P 500 of the year so far, adding about 2.5% to the benchmark and putting us within striking distance of all-time highs on the S&P 500. Elsewhere, the Russell small caps up another 1/10%. Switch to the board and get to the bond market. The news out of China and Japan threatening to push bond yields higher, and then the headline from Kevin Hassett pulling yields a little bit lower. We're down another 2 basis points this morning. It's a break of 420, 418 into payrolls tomorrow. Whereby I think a lot of people might be on a bit of edge right now, following the comments from Director Kevin Hassett at the NEC that maybe we should look for a smaller than expected number, but you shouldn't worry about a smaller than expected number.
Yeah, don't panic, which makes people think, okay, this is going to be really bad. It seems to be where people are primed. The fact that people had such a knee-jerk reaction to go back to bonds tells us two things. On one hand, you could say, well, it still has a safe haven attribute, regardless of some of the concerns about China selling and about a Japan fiscal policy that is a little bit more expansionary. Okay, that's one side of things. Second side of things is how primed are people to buy on bad news? How much is this market going to be caught off sides if this economy is not as robust as currently priced in?
What is a good number?
Exactly.
What is a bad number? In this payrolls report in the next 24 hours. Retail sales later this morning, 8:30 Eastern time. As yields came down, the dollar weakened. The worst day, the biggest one-day drop for the US dollar of the month so far. Let's turn to foreign exchange. We unwind some of that move, but euro dollar still around 119. Euro dollar this morning down by 0.1%. As we count you down to the opening bell and that data, let's get you some single names for morning movers. Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. There's been a lot of pressure on software companies like ZoomInfo to prove they can keep up in an AI-driven world, but ZoomInfo's results gave little comfort. The company signaled revenue could barely grow or even fall in the year ahead, so that anemic growth plus the risk of AI disrupting companies like this one is causing shares to plunge more than 10% in the pre-market. Meanwhile, also falling are on semi shares. They are down nearly 5% in the pre-market after its outlook came in a touch lighter than expected. This is a company still dealing with an inventory glut, and on top of that, slower EV sales are adding pressure to the chip maker, which is highly exposed to the auto sectors. So it is increasingly looking to AI data centers as a new source of growth. And speaking of data centers, we end on Credo Technology. This is a company clearly benefiting from the AI build out. It supplies data centers with cables, and it gave a preliminary forecast for third quarter revenue that absolutely blew past analyst estimates and its own forecast. Listen to these numbers. It expects revenue of up to $408 million, far surpassing the $345 million it was previously guiding for. So shares are up more than 17% in the pre-market. John?
Yahira, thank you. Thanks for the update. More from Yahira later this hour. On our radar this morning, Alphabet launching bond sales in sterling and Swiss francs. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the offer includes the first 100-year note by a major tech firm since the dot-com era. The bond sales follow a $20 billion deal in the United States in the last 24 hours. Elsewhere, shares of Taiwan Semi rising in the pre-market after reporting a surge in revenue for January. The company eyeing $56 billion in capital spending this year as demand for data center chips remains strong. And finally, the Trump administration reportedly planning on shielding hyperscalers like Amazon, Google, and Microsoft from upcoming chip tariffs. The Financial Times reporting the carve-outs are tied to TSMC's commitment to build more semiconductors right here in the US.
And tied to our commitment to be the leaders in the AI wars of 2026. I think that there is a real question, about how much some of these tariffs are going to go into effect. A very small subset have actually been implemented. But on a larger level, using national security arguments for something that you can then waive on equally national security arguments on the other side saying that we need to build out so quickly seem to undermine some of what we mean when it comes to national security. And I'm not just talking about from a legal perspective. I'm talking from a market understanding perspective. What does national security mean if it can be lifted based on competitive edge when it was put on for competitive edge? It is a very complicated kind of understanding.
Because they want the manufacturing to come back to the United States, which is why this is tethered to you can only get the rebate if TSMC is coming to the United States to build some of these fabs. What I found interesting is an official speaking to the FT says we're going to be monitoring what unfolds like a hawk. Basically, you're not going to get the tariff rebates if we don't see that TSMC is building in the U.S. Basically, they do not want this to be a giveaway to that company. So that's why this is a carrot and stick approach. And also, it hasn't been decided yet. We should note that.
We're monitoring the data like a hawk. A slew of economic data through the week, kicking off with retail sales in about 2 hours' time. Francis Donald of RBC writing, there will be no shortage of growth in 26, but it will be growth for markets, not growth for the people. Francis joins us now for more. Francis, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
That's a really strong statement. What do you mean by it?
It's a strong statement, but it's factual. This is jobless growth that's coming through into America. It's growth that's driven by CapEx, government spending, big emphasis on the supply side of the economy. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. This is not an economy that requires a significant amount of job growth behind it. So effectively, what we're trying to emphasize here is that we're used to an environment where growth is a rising tide that lifts all boats, not so in this particular environment. Despite these high growth numbers that are likely to come through this quarter in the next few months, you are still going to see the issues that have weighed on Americans over the past few years persist. So relying on the growth number as a savior, a panacea for all that ails America, that's what we're indicating is a little bit dangerous in this environment.
What do you think is a good jobs number at the moment?
anything above 40,000. That's our estimate of the so-called break-even employment number, although that is continuing to decline. So when we hear Kevin Hassett say, get used to lower numbers, but don't panic, an economist's take on that, or this economist's take on that is, well, this is not an economy that requires a significant amount of job growth. We probably need about 40,000 jobs per month, although that number is declining. So anything above that number is going to reduce the unemployment rate. And that's how you end up with this dichotomy of slower job growth, but an unemployment rate that could decline to 4.3%. At least that's our estimate.
Yeah, Kevin Hassett said, don't panic. And panic is a different kind of emotion, especially given the fact that the market has not been panicking on some of these jobs numbers. And frankly, that nuance has been highly baked into a lot of outlooks from a lot of Wall Street houses. I just wonder, what's a bad number? And I'm talking not just about the headline number, but also the benchmark revisions that we're going to be getting as well.
Well, our take is that if you want a job in America, you're probably going to be able to get one, particularly in the healthcare sector. So it's not so much the headline number that I care about, but the composition. We've seen weakness in trade-related sectors, for example. And moving forward, we're going to have to really change our mindset. For a long time in this industry, if you wanted to guess the American economy, you would say, is the consumer employed? The consumer is going to be employed in America. What will matter is not, do they have a job? It's, do they have a big enough wage to offset the inflation that is in the system? Is it a good job? Does it help them keep up with the cost of living? So no longer is my estimate of how well the American consumer doing based on the unemployment rate. It's going to be based on the quality of those jobs going forward. And that's the re-education that needs to happen when we think about jobs numbers.
We were just talking about some of the tariffs that have been put on semiconductors and others in order to bring manufacturing back to the United States. And one of the reasons why some people are getting really excited about small caps right now is because you are seeing the ISM manufacturing index turn up, which is typically a forward-looking indicator. I just wonder, are you starting to see the labor market in the manufacturing sector start to pick up as well? Is this going to be an employment-full type of resurrection of the manufacturing industry?
Not yet. In fact, what we've seen from other indicators like the ADP is actually that manufacturing sector is still contracting or showing some weakness there underneath the surface. So yes, good news. We do have some momentum under that manufacturing side of the economy, but it's not translating to jobs yet. Again, this is jobless growth that's happening under the surface. I'm not sure if it's don't panic. It's be aware that that's okay in this particular situation, but don't expect the employment side of this growth equation to surge to the same extent as you would see the GDP side.
When will we see it? They're spending tons of money on the AI data center build out. When will that actually mean jobs?
Well, it may not. So part of the data center component of this story is that AI can reduce some sort of job emphasis. But again, there's a bullish take to this, which is our big take at RBC is that America needs workers, not jobs. And so for a long time, we would hear, what jobs is AI going to steal? That's not our perspective. Our perspective is that AI is going to save us from the labor shortage. Now, it's going to be a bit, I call it sort of an awkward teenage years going forward here. We're going to have some implementation that is a little bit clumsy, too many jobs added, some taken away over that period. But ultimately, we view this as actually being able to produce a more stable equilibrium in the job market, not something that's going to erode this demand for workers without the supply for it.
Where does this kind of relationship leave inflation?
Well, I think we're about to hit the 5-year inflation, 5-year anniversary of inflation above 2%. And no one's talking about that. I think we've all just given in to the idea that inflation will stay around. The Fed effectively doesn't sort of mention that. We talk about the bias towards rate cuts, even though we are 5 years into having inflation above target. And so you're right to call this out, which is that if you have sort of a tight labor market, unemployment rate around 4.3, 4.4, you are going to have a floor under services inflation. It is going to be really hard to see material wage disinflation or deflation in the system. And that's why we say get used to 3-ish inflation. That's here to stay. Now, some folks will say, well, that's not so bad. And it's not. It's not the breaking of the inflation system in America, but it is a sort of more nebulous, maybe even nefarious creep up in prices and a new sort of steady state that's in the high 2s. So folks for a long time said, wouldn't it be so scary if 3% was the new 2%? Well, it sort of crept in like the frog that's being slowly boiled in the pot. That's how I think about the inflation situation in America.
New leadership of the Federal Reserve. I'm sure you've developed thoughts on Kevin Walsh and what kind of leadership he might provide.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have to think about, is there going to be a different sort of bias? But actually, there's always bias at the Federal Reserve. It's just human beings who have perspectives and weight the data from a different perspective. And we kind of think about it the opposite, which is that the data will lead the Federal Reserve. And the challenge going into 2026, what keeps me up at night is not who's Kevin Warsh. It's what does the Federal Reserve do if you see a small creep up in the unemployment rate, but the level is still very low. So for example, if we go from 4.3% unemployment to 4.5 or 4.6, that's still an extraordinarily tight labor market. But we know this is a Fed who will say, we don't like the direction of that going. So I worry about how is this Fed going to communicate an extraordinarily tight labor market and inflation stuck near 3% with a dovish bias.
Didn't we just find out what happens? They cut rates.
Well, that's the revealed bias that's occurring here, but it's going to be increasingly more difficult to do that the longer we keep inflation above target and the more that we see very high growth rates that are in play.
Francis Smart, as always. Great to see you. Thank you. Francis Donald there of RBC on the Federal Reserve and this economic data. More data this morning, 8:30 Eastern Time, US retail sales. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's cross over to Yahara for more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. House Republicans advancing a procedural motion to block a vote on President Donald Trump's tariff agenda. This could potentially delay a vote on the president's most prominent economic policy until at least July. The motion will be voted on by the chamber this week. House Speaker Mike Johnson expecting the rule to be approved. Meanwhile, Kering shares are soaring over in Paris, up nearly 11%. The French luxury goods maker reporting fourth quarter results that beat estimates. Sales at its key Gucci brand falling less than expected in the final months of 2025. Meanwhile, comparable sales fell about 10%, but that still was better than feared. And we are seeing CVS shares sliding in the pre-market down about 3% after the company took a cautious approach to its full-year outlook, holding its 2026 earnings forecast steady. This coming despite the company topping fourth quarter earnings estimates. CVS's Medicare Advantage enrollment declining slightly for the year amid a challenging time for the health insurance industry. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, doubling down on debt.
In Q4 alone, the Big Four issued $150 billion of bonds. So, and they're going to spend it. And I think we are still in like the middle innings of the AI CapEx cycle. And I think we're moving much higher.
Up next, we'll catch up with Megan Robson of BNP Paribas, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Two days of gains on the S&P 500. We are looking for day three. Equities up by 0.1% on the S&P, up another 0.12 on the Russell. Under surveillance this morning, doubling down on debt.
In Q4 alone, the Big Four issued $150 billion of bonds. So, and they're going to spend it. And I think we are still in like the middle innings of the AI CapEx cycle. And I think we're moving much higher. The biggest reason why they're investing is more because they don't want to be disrupted than to make money. As long as they have that disruption risk, it's an existential risk that they're seeing.
So here's the latest this morning. Alphabet tapping the global debt market and seeing $100 billion in orders for its biggest ever dollar bond sale. Megan Robson of BNP Paribas writing, hyperscaler CapEx consensus expectations for 26 have increased. This reinforces our $250 billion hyperscaler IG borrowing forecast for this year. Megan joins us now for more. Megan, good morning. Good to see you. We've got some time to work through all of these issues. I think the first question a lot of us get asked is, why is a cash-rich company like Alphabet with a super strong balance sheet, which can cover all of this themselves, borrowing in the debt market of the scale? Why do they do those things?
It's a great question. So I think there's two reasons. One, we're seeing these CapEx numbers increase so quickly, and they're really outpacing operating cash flow. So it brings up this sustainability question. If they're planning to continue CapEx at this pace, they really do need to start issuing debt. And then I think the second piece is tech has been traditionally a very asset-light sector. They're transitioning into building these more hard assets. You look at other sectors like telecom, autos, traditionally more hard asset type of sectors, they have much higher debt stack. So I think it's part of this transition into a business model that's moving into that direction.
So many of these companies, as you know, like Alphabet, can fund this CapEx through internal operations. It does beg the question how much bigger this cycle can be and how much longer it's going to go on for.
Yeah, it's a great question. Year to date, we've already seen CapEx for 2026 expectations increase 16%. So that really drives our expectation. The directions can continue to go up in terms of the CapEx. A lot of that will be funded in the US IG market. For us, our high conviction view is we do think spreads have to continue to go a bit wider for hyperscalers. We think there will be a penalty as the market, we haven't seen it quite yet, but we do think there will be a penalty throughout the year as issuance continues.
A number of investors see 100-year bond issuance over in the United Kingdom as sort of the warning bell. This is the top. I mean, that's sort of what we've seen in the past. I mean, how do you view something like that in terms of a big company that doesn't necessarily need the cash, but sees really beneficial financing conditions going all in on a century bond?
The century bond is still an outlier, but certainly a sign of just the massive and breadth of demand that we're seeing across the space. I think for us, the risk you really have to think about is, will these companies be able to monetize the investments that they're making here? And we see some early signs that they potentially can. So looking at earnings last week, we saw cloud growth as high as 40% for some companies. That suggests there is, once the supply gets online, there is potential to monetize it. And remember, top line growth for some of these names is 20% revenue. That's still a huge number. So we are starting from a point of high fundamentals or strong fundamentals, but there are some of these concerns that are extremely valid, I think.
We're seeing unbelievable demand. I mean, truly unbelievable demand for a lot of this debt, which raises the question in my mind, how much money is just sitting on the sidelines? How much money is waiting to be poured into this on the part of investment grade bond investors? Or are they selling treasuries? Are they selling some asset to go into some of this debt that they know is going to be issued this year?
We haven't seen signs that there's a selling and a rotation. We do think there's a lot of cash on hand. And to your point about the demand, some of these issues have been 3, 4, 5 times oversubscribed. So the message, I think, is investors are more worried about being left behind, left out of deals than being having too much exposure at this point. And remember, the hyperscalers in the past have had relatively small debt stacks. So we do think there's not a capacity or overcapacity issue from an investor standpoint of having too much exposure quite yet. There's room to add to these names.
Right. Hyperscalers are in a unique position to tap the debt markets. Does it make it harder then for a smaller tech company?
It could. I think that we're still seeing markets are generally open across the board. I think lending conditions are easy. Hyperscalers do have this advantage of scale, and I think across the various software sector that is seen as an advantage, and investors do seem to have a preference for scale in terms of capitalizing on AI.
Do you find it odd that we're seeing pushback in equity and not in debt?
We have seen, so in the IG space, we haven't seen much pushback on debt, but I think that the equity weakness has really spilled over into software of smaller names. If you look at leveraged loans, we've seen some real underperformance there in terms of software risks as a result of the sell-off in software. Software equities down almost 20%. And a lot of the smaller names value their companies and leverage based on loan to value, metrics like that, where they automatically have higher leverage based on some of the weakness we've seen in equities.
Talking about the hyperscalers specifically as well, it's intriguing to me that they come out with these massive capex numbers and equity pushes back, even though equity should be the beneficiary of some of the money being raised to go and build these things, and the debt market's sucking it up. Isn't that a curious dynamic at the moment?
It's a curious dynamic that shows that bond investors either A, have tons of cash and are looking for places to park it, B, are just looking for a return and they're looking at the absolute return and they're not looking for the potential growth factor, or C, are babes in the wood, right? I mean, this is sort of the other argument that some people are saying is that, okay, something's got to give, and it might not be so dramatic. It might just be that slight spread widening or that pushback in specific smaller deals and not necessarily Armageddon.
Based on the moves we've seen, the issuance from Oracle, from Alphabet, there's runway here for this to grow, for this to go on a whole lot longer, which is what Wells Fargo was telling us yesterday. Can we talk about 100-year debt in the corporate credit market? What's that about? Why would someone buy that issue? Can you help us understand that? Now, typically we'd associate that with governments, with universities, the kind of institutions that are around for centuries, not with tech firms, which is why we keep going back to this 1997 Motorola issue. I've got no idea where Alphabet is next year, 5 years, 10 years. And if we're all worried about the disruption coming from AI, I'm not sure how anyone can have any degree of confidence about where they'll be in the next century. Why does someone in your market want to buy a 100-year corporate debt issue from a tech firm?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a unique tenor, and not only bringing sort of credit risk that you're talking about, but interest rate market risk, just having that extreme long duration. The 100-year bond was sold in a different currency, so it was sold in sterling. That adds a more specific element to it. But there are certain investors that have asset liability matching, and so it could play into an average duration goal. That if they want to extend duration, that is potentially one tool that they can use to do so.
It always blows my mind because this often doesn't work out for sovereigns, never mind companies.
Argentina, Austria. I mean, look at the other examples that really haven't worked out. I think that Marvin Lowe said that the Argentinian 100-year bond didn't make it to the second coupon payment. So tend to be sort of a scattershot result in terms of what you can get. Nonetheless, this really speaks to the dynamic of people having a lot of cash, and it speaks to the liquidity in the system. It still is in the system. So for all the people who are looking for some sort of blowout top that leads to a 40% decline, well, good luck if you have this kind of liquidity and this determination from governments worldwide to keep that liquidity.
You're looking for 250 billion in issuance from hyperscalers?
250 billion is our forecast for this year. And I think we're recommending investors actually overweight the utilities sector versus hyperscalers, both borrowing more to fund this AI capex build out. Utilities, though, less vulnerable to equities and are also using what's called hybrid structures. So you get a little bit of a pickup in yield. It's more credit friendly. And we think that's a better way to position.
Is it fair to say also, and I'd love your perspective on this, that management teams at utilities are used to running companies with capex intensity this high?
Exactly. There's less of a transition of the business model for sure. So I think that's a great point as well.
I'm intrigued by this management team sort of dimension when it comes to this massive transition. These are companies that are not used to running their companies this way. I'd love to hear more on that in the coming year.
You have to be a talent manager to becoming an investment manager. And those are two different things.
Massive change.
And ultimately, that's going to be the challenge. And right now, people are just excited about the promise. That will come into play. And it's the reason why a lot of private asset managers have been involved. And I wonder actually how much they're getting locked out as some of these public issuances come to the fore.
Alphabet in their earnings talked about these leasing arrangements with third parties. And they said these agreements could, quote, increase liabilities and obligations in the event of non-performance by us, our counterparts, or vendors. This is a new business model that they are embarking with. And that is where the risk is.
Just got an update for you on the debt. Sterling-denominated debt from Alphabet set to raise a record 4.5 billion sterling from that pound bond sale. That headline just crossed on the Bloomberg terminal just moments ago. Megan, good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Major numbers. Talking up 250 billion from hyperscalers. Morgan Stanley, by the way, looking for 400 billion this year from some of those names. So these numbers get bigger. Megan Robson there of BNP Paribas. Coming up on the program, Eric Johnson of Cantor Fitzgerald, John Lieber of Eurasia Group, Mike Pyle of BlackRock, Matthew Mish of UBS. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance just around the corner.
We're kind of still in this low fire place.
There is a lot of scope potentially for the Fed to cut rates if they had to.
It's pretty clear they're going to do whatever it takes to juice the economy and markets.
It's important that we still get rate cuts this year.
I think there is an upside case for the economy this year.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Two-day rally on the S&P 500 up by 2.5% in just 2 days. This morning, we add just a little bit of weight to it, up 0.1% on the S&P 500. Your scores look like this. On the Nasdaq 100 this morning, just about unchanged on the Russell, up by 0.15. The focus on the data later this morning, 90 minutes away, US retail sales. The focus right now is on Alphabet. Yesterday, $20 billion bond sale. A record, $100 billion of demand. In the UK, a sterling issue, they raised $4.5 billion, and the order book, they draw a record, 24 billion sterling of bits. They're issuing a lot of debt, and this market is eating it up.
And they can't get enough. I mean, to think about how much people were clamoring to get in on this. Essentially, what Megan was just talking about is that people are battling each other to get allocations for the right to buy into this debt at first issue. So if anyone was concerned about 100-year debt over in the United Kingdom being a sign of the top, it isn't really coming to fruition. It's certainly in markets. At the same time, there will be a limit. We're not reaching it yet, which raises the question, how much further can this build out really go?
4, 5, 6 times oversubscribed. This is what the market wants. It's sucking it up, and these guys are going to provide it for the year ahead. We're talking about numbers of $250 billion of debt coming from the hyperscalers in the next year. According to BNP Paribas, Morgan Stanley going further. They're saying $400 billion. In total, the capex intentions, you're familiar with the numbers right now, $650. Add in the rate cuts, add in the tax refunds. It's why a lot of people are bullish the US economy for the year ahead, and why the president's talking about the prospect of hitting 15% GDP growth over the next 12 months.
So I'm not quite sure we're going to get 15%, but Terry Haynes basically said, shoot for the stars, land on the moon, or shoot for the moon, land on the stars, something like that. Set the goal really, really high. But also the president is in midterm election year season. He is going to try to go and talk up the economy, even though everyday people are not feeling it, which is why this is a very difficult story. What does an AI build out mean? Jensen Huang recently was talking about this is a once in a generation infrastructure build out. That means that AI companies, tech companies are coming for your land, and they're increasing your electricity prices. And it is going to be a political issue when maybe these AI companies start putting in some of these codings that end up taking your job.
It could be disruptive for Main Street. And that's the issue the politicians have got. Growth could be good. It could be great. Will it be jobless growth? And that's a figure we'll be talking about tomorrow morning.
Don't panic. Don't panic. It has to do with immigration. So that's the issue. Ultimately, again, it's going to be how much is it the Kevin Hassett world of things, where he's looking at what a lot of economists have talked about, the fact that you do have a lower population. So just naturally, you're going to have a lower pace of growth. At the same time, what you're seeing from sentiment surveys, the Consumer Conference Board, even if they might cast some shade on it, there is this feeling that people don't see jobs as plentiful at the fastest pace going back to 2021. So how are we going to bridge that gap? That ultimately is a midterm election question.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to the program. Equity futures this morning up another 1% on the S&P 500. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Eric Johnson of Cantor Fitzgerald as tech stocks bounce. John Lieber of Eurasia Group as President Trump sounds the economy to sway the midterms. And Matthew Mish of UBS says AI threatens to shake up the credit market. We begin this hour with stocks holding their record highs. Eric Johnson of Cantor Fitzgerald writing, we think that we have now seen the drawdown that we expected, and it's behind us. We think the equity market will break out soon. Eric joins us now for more. Eric, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good to see you.
What makes you think the worst is behind us? What gives you that level of confidence?
So we saw a fair amount of capitulation. And it was across asset classes, right? You saw the huge drawdown in silver, saw the drawdown in Bitcoin. We saw software stocks, a pretty big sector within the S&P 500, get hit very hard. And then mega cap, which is very retail owned, also got hit very hard. So you've seen that. You've seen sentiment come down. You can see that in the sentiment indicators. The VIX went to 23, which is also somewhat of a short-term capitulative sign. And then net exposure for institutions also came down. And so that's sort of behind us. And what we have ahead is a very good backdrop for equities from a fundamental perspective.
Where do you think leadership comes from with that in mind?
So I think cyclicals is one area. Cyclicals have mostly performed well, but I think materials and industrials can continue. And then within tech is a much more nuanced sector now. I think software, we have a strong view that software has bottomed, at least in the short term, and that we're going to see a pretty powerful bounce in those names. And then the picks and shovels of this build out. They've done well. So they've had big rallies, whether it's energy, different aspects of industrials, or of course, semis and semi equipment. But we think those can continue because of the power of this CapEx build out and some of the CapEx numbers that you've referenced.
We've talked a lot about the debt issuance that's expected and ongoing from a lot of the tech companies. Is this a headwind or a tailwind for the equity side?
I think it's a tailwind. I think down the road, maybe a year or two down the road, it could become maybe a headwind. But for right now, you're unlocking all of this cash into the economy. So you essentially had trapped cash on balance sheets, trapped abilities of these companies to issue debt. And now they're taking advantage of it. And they could do this for years to come and not have any issue with their debt to EBITDA getting anywhere close to out of whack. And so I think it's one story for those four names around how it affects them. I think that's much more of a nuanced view, and we can talk about that. But for the economy and for the rest of the S&P 500, it's extraordinarily bullish. And when you think about the stimulus heading into this economy, it's not just a fiscal stimulus coming from the government. It's this stimulus coming from these hyperscalers. When you think about $650 billion of CapEx from four companies, that probably goes higher than that. And that doesn't include the private companies. It doesn't include Oracle. It doesn't include other parts of tech. So it becomes extraordinarily powerful for stimulus.
It's a tailwind for energy. It's a tailwind for materials. It's a tailwind for real estate. Is it a tailwind for both big tech and from some of the consumer cyclicals that aren't necessarily hinged to those particular industries directly tied to this build out?
So I think the consumer has other tailwinds because when you look at the CapEx numbers, some of them there's not a multiplier effect on, and some of it there is. But I think specific to the consumer, you of course have the higher refund checks. Jobs is a challenge, as I think wage growth will be a challenge. But you also have the net wealth effect that's affecting about half the country, and that does help consumer spending in a big way because that's where most of the spending is coming from. So I think the consumer sort of indirectly and from other means is going to have some pretty strong tailwinds behind it.
You say in your note fiscal stimulus is powerful, but what besides the rebate checks that individuals are going to get do you expect out of Washington?
So also the tax withholding rate came down for most people starting January 1st. And then, of course, you have the expensing of CapEx for many smaller companies that we're not talking about that are not public that are likely also going to increase their CapEx because they can write it down and depreciate it all in the first year. Now, we are in a midterm election year, and so there's potentially other stimulus to come. Of course, President Trump has talked about the $2,000 checks. Our view is whether it's $2,000 or it's something else, we think something will come. So maybe it's less, maybe it goes to a smaller percent of the population, but you're likely closer to midterms going to see that type of stimulus coming. And then, of course, you have monetary stimulus.
When it comes to monetary stimulus, you're expecting a dovish Kevin Warsh if he gets through the Senate confirmation hearing?
Yes. So I think he's talked about lower rates for sure. He's also, of course, talked about a smaller balance sheet. I think once he's in the seat, the more dovish Kevin Warsh will be in the seat. And I think he's also going to have a lot of tailwinds around inflation. So if you look at right now, true-flation right now has dropped dramatically over the last 2 months. And that's essentially just a real-time indicator every day that comes out looking at prices. It's dropped from 2% to 60 basis points over the last 2 months. And we think that owner's equivalent rent's going to come down. And so I think he'll have the reasons between the inflation numbers and the labor numbers to be able to cut probably 3 times.
3 cuts this year.
3 cuts in 26, yes.
On top of all the tailwinds that we're seeing in growth.
Yes.
That's going to be quite something, isn't it? What kind of level of growth are you expecting?
I mean, I think from a real perspective, we can get somewhere, certainly north of 3%. And I think that we're probably going to see some quarters that are north of 4. So, I think, and if you look at the equity market, if you think about GDP growth north of 3% with a Fed cutting, that's extraordinarily powerful. If you look back in history, how when markets have had their dramatic sell-offs, they've had it with GDP going negative or being around 0, or you've had an aggressive Fed. We're going to have both of those going in the right direction. And so, there hasn't really been a time where you've had both of those going in the right direction where you've had weak equities.
Everyone who comes on the show this morning, I hear it's going to be a really hot economy. Inflation's not going to run away, but it's going to be around 3%. It screams buy equities, sell the long end of the yield curve, and sell the dollar. I mean, is there anything to push against that type of trade, at least based on that narrative that you just put out there?
So yes, I would disagree with selling the long end of the curve. I actually think bond yields are going to come in, and it's for a number of reasons. One of the topics that hit the media was around this Treasury and Fed coming together. And putting that aside, I think the Treasury is clearly focused on getting the long end of the curve down. And there's things that they can do around issuance and moving that closer to the shorter end, which I think that they ultimately will do once the Fed funds rate gets lower. So I think that'll be, very important. And then number 2 is I think the inflation rate is going to come down, which should help the long end. And then if you look at the deficit in 2025 was down versus 24 as the economy expanded. So that curve, that deficit to GDP ratio is starting to bend lower. And so I think that's also going to be positive for bonds. And so if you have the Fed funds rate go to 3%, I think having a 10-year in that 350 or 375 area, when you have the government wanting that long end down and being able to do things, I think is very realistic.
418 this morning on 10s. Eric, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Lots to think about. Thank you, sir. Eric Johnson there of Cantor Fitzgerald. Let's give you an update on news worldwide with your Bloomberg brief. Yahara's back with more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. We're seeing Coca-Cola shares falling 3.6% in the pre-market. The beverage giant posting fourth quarter revenue that missed estimates. The company offered a full year sales outlook with its high end near Wall Street expectations, bolstered by higher prices and demand for zero sugar drinks. Meanwhile, Barclays reporting earnings last year that beat expectations, helped by the best fourth quarter since 2016. The bank saying it will return at least $20 billion to shareholders through 2028 as it continues to work through a long-term plan to slash costs and improve profitability. And President Donald Trump says his pick for Fed Chair Kevin Warsh will be able to drive the U.S. economy to a 15% growth rate. A lot of pressure there. Trump says Warsh was the runner-up in his last search for a Fed chair, and it was a big mistake to pick Jay Powell, who was pushed by former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Warsh's confirmation, though, may be delayed due to a Justice Department probe. That's Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. Up next on the program, selling the Trump economy.
I think we have the greatest economy actually ever in history. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I guess I have to sell that because we should win in a landslide, and we'll do everything we can to do it.
John Lieber of Eurasia Group joins us next, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Let's start with stocks. So this morning, bit of a snoozer, up by 0.1% on the S&P, up by 0.2 on the Nasdaq. More data later, you've got all that. In the corporate credit market, the primary market, the supply, we're seeing anything but a snoozer. So yesterday we had a $20 billion debt issue from Alphabet. They drew about $100 billion in orders, so 5 times oversubscribed. Fantastic. Market wants to eat it up. Then this morning, they go global, issue some debt in sterling and the Swissy. These are the headlines based on a sterling issue. So they raised the record, and are set to raise a record $4.5 billion from the pound bond sale. What we understand, based on the demand we're seeing, is sky high, a record $24 billion of bids. And of the maturities, the 100-year, the century bond, actually drawing a lot of demand on this front as well. So look, just another example that the market wants it, and if Alphabet supplying it, it's getting eaten up this morning.
And there isn't enough bonds being sold in order to meet that demand. It highlights to me that you can question maybe Google's ability to manage money and manage land and infrastructure and all of these assets, but they are genius at market timing, because right now they are nailing it with respect to how much they're able to sell, at what price they're able to sell based on U.S. issuance. We haven't gotten, I believe, the pricing for this in terms of what yield these investors are demanding. And in terms of the scope, there is ample room for them to go further.
Absolutely phenomenal. Tomorrow, of course, we'll get some 10-year notes from the US government, so a bit of competition here for them. At the long end, we'll get some 30 years later in the week, 3-year notes, some issuance from the Treasury a little bit later on this afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern time, I believe, so look out for that. In the bond market so far this morning, yields coming another 2 or 3 basis points. We're down about 3 or 4 on 30s to 482, on 10s to 417, call it 418, coming into that data a little bit later. And this event is this morning, selling the Trump economy.
I think we have the greatest economy actually ever in history. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. That's said by everybody. We have the hottest country in the world. I guess I have to sell that because we should win in a landslide, and we'll do everything we can to do it.
So here's the latest this morning. The president taking ownership of the US economy ahead of midterm elections later this year. An average of polling suggesting about 42% of Americans approve of Trump's performance on the job. Tyler Kendall has more. Hey, Tyler.
Yeah. Hey, John. Good morning. Well, at this point, the president's right, because according to polling, Republicans are going to need to sell their policies heading into the midterms as the administration tries to refocus the narrative that originally started with President Trump calling affordability a hoax. But now the White House is really going on the offense. We're expecting President Trump to do more domestic travel. He's already ramping up pressure on a potential Fed chair, Kevin Warsh. And we've seen him put out a flurry of new policy proposals, some of them more populist in view. That's why I'm closely watching how Vice President J.D. Vance's campaign schedule evolves in the months ahead, considering he was chosen in part for his more populist ties. We can't forget he was one of the sponsors of a bill that would crack down on credit card swipe fees when he was in the Senate, as just one example. Now, the White House is also touting policies it's already enacted, tax cuts under the One Big Beautiful Bill, a push to onshore manufacturing. But at this point, Republicans are really playing defense over the issue. Consumer sentiment did unexpectedly improve to a 6-month high, according to the preliminary reading this month from the University of Michigan. But when you dig into the crosstabs, there is still this persistent concern when it comes to the labor market and the impact of inflation. And political polling is showing an even more stark picture. A new poll out from the Pew Research Center I'd point you to shows that the majority of Americans view the economy as negative. 7 in 10 U.S. adults saying that right now their view of the economy is either poor or fair. Now, John, the stakes, of course, as you well know, couldn't be higher. We can't underscore this enough. Democrats only need to net gain 3 seats in order to flip the House. And complicating matters for Republicans is that we are seeing a record number of retirements in the party. In fact, it's actually on track to reach a record level for an election year later this month.
Tyler Kendall, thank you. Thank you for the update. The issue is, for the president, for the White House, is that many of these issues built coming out of the pandemic. The problem they've got, when you sit in the White House, you own it going into the midterms.
And he's owning it. Now he's trying to sell it in the same way that they've sold it in the past, which is, this is really great. This is excellent. And will it translate to how people feel about it?
John Lieber of Eurasia Group has this to say: the primary season will be more unpredictable than usual. The national environment for 2026 looks very positive for Democrats. John joins us now for more. John, welcome. Does the president, do the Republicans have the runway, the time to turn this around?
Probably not. I mean, I think there's a world where there's a booming economy between now and November, and that helps them save some of these marginal seats. But, Americans have to feel it, and they have to be convinced that it's the Trump administration's actions that are driving it. So you want to see lower unemployment, which is very difficult given how low it is already. You want to see the president's poll numbers improving, and he's underwater on all the top issues, the economy, inflation, immigration, and he's got to really change the narrative there. And I think importantly, you need Americans to feel like they can afford what they want. And I think that's the biggest challenge that faced Biden. It's the biggest challenge that faced Trump. You're not going to turn around the price of housing between now and November. Maybe you can make a difference on groceries or some of the other things that people feel are too high priced, energy perhaps, college affordability is not going anywhere. So these fundamental things that make most American voters unhappy just aren't going to turn around. And like you said, John, you own it when you're the president. So if people don't like the direction of the country, they blame you. Trump is personally unpopular and just hasn't proven the ability to expand his appeal really throughout the course of his political career. So it would really surprise me if the Democrats didn't take the House and potentially the Senate, although that's a lot less likely.
So for the remainder of the year, what can we see the White House do to try to turn this around? We saw a beef directive overnight looking at Bangladesh social media. They say that tariff rates are going to be cut. Are we going to see the president actually reverse some of his signature policies?
Yeah, I think tariffs are likely to come down between now and the end of the year. That's probably because of this court case and also because of the cost of living concerns. They're going to continue to push these stimulus checks. They've got a number of other ideas about ways that they can lower the cost of living. But I think a lot of it's just going to be window dressing because the actual levers the White House has to pull aren't that great. Look, the Biden administration looked at all these options, and it's not like there's a big ideological gap between what the Trump team is willing to do and what the Biden team is willing to do. In fact, Trump is embracing policies that even the Biden administration said were too interventionist for the government to think about, capping interest rate fees and stuff like that. So all of these things have been looked at and rejected. If the White House could do something about the cost of living, they would have done it by now. They can goose the economy. They're going to run it hot. And you heard Trump talk about that just now. But I don't think that helps address the fundamental concerns that are a weight for President Trump right now.
John, when it comes to the midterms, how bad do you think it is going to be Republicans? I know we had that state Senate seat in Texas. That was a plus 17 Trump district, but also over the weekend, another unique election in Louisiana, a House seat. This was another Trump district that a Democrat won. How bad is it going to be for Republicans?
Yeah, the Republicans have a structural issue which is that the coalition that's formed over the coalition that they put together over the last 10 years is a Trump coalition. And that means that a lot of those voters only show up to vote when Trump's at the top of the ticket. 2020 was close. He won in 24. 2016, he was close. He almost won the popular vote. But in the off-cycle elections, they just aren't doing that well. And it's because their voters don't show up. And I probably anticipate that this time around. So you're looking at, if you look at previous wave elections in the U.S. in 2012, the Democrats picked up about 60 seats. In 2018, the Republicans picked up about 60 seats. In 2018, the Democrats picked up about 40. And I think because of redistricting and gerrymandering and the way they're able to draw districts, even a wave election this cycle, where let's say the Democrats are ahead by 3 to 5 points in the national popular vote, which would be huge. I think there's a kind of a ceiling as to how far they can go because these districts have drawn to be so friendly to Republican incumbents. So I would be looking for a 20 to 25 seat shift. Anything less than that, if it's in the 10 to 15 range, is probably a good night for the Republicans. Anything more than that would be a real, I think, massive wave for the Democrats.
House Republicans who are up for re-election, how much are they closely aligning themselves with President Trump and his agenda right now versus trying to distance themselves?
I think you align yourself with the president through the primary, and you want to look like you're a problem-solving guy or woman that gets things done. And aligning yourself with the president in the general can be helpful with that. Again, a lot of these districts are very, very safe. So, most members of Congress are going to say, "Hey, I'm a Trump Republican. I want to get this done for President Trump." There will be a few who are in these more marginal seats. People like Mike Lawler in New York, Susan Collins in Maine, who's not running, but they've got these people who are in these more moderate seats who are going to be looking to make distance from the president. But it's not going to be. I don't expect a jailbreak for Republicans between now and November.
Hey, John, it's good to see you. John Lever, of the Eurasia Group. We'll catch up again soon. For all the talk of fantastic GDP growth in America for the year ahead, go to the ECFC screen right now. Economists on Wall Street are not buying into that at the moment. The median's 2.4%. Now, 2.4 is okay. It's a decent number, but it's not 3. It's not 4.
Yeah, ultimately, where is this investment going? I mean, Torsten Slok just put out a note saying that there's going to be no impact of AI except for the big tech companies in terms of making their earnings better. So that's the sense that you're getting from Wall Street.
Torsten makes you think. That's why I love the Torsten notes. It makes you think. The prospect of conversation about rate hikes by year end. We'll see. Mike Park of BlackRock up next. Two-day winning streak on the S&P 500, the biggest two-day gain going back to November, higher by around 2.5% this morning, up another 0.2%. Likewise on the Nasdaq, likewise on the Russell. In the bond market, anticipating the retail sales data 60 minutes away, with yields down about a basis point at the front end of the curve and down 2 or 3 at the long end. 10's down to 417.63. 30's down to 482. This is going into supply, both 10s and 30s over the next few days. And some interesting comments from Kevin Hassett, the NEC director in the last 24 hours.
It is fascinating that Kevin Hassett's potential nod, maybe if it was that, to a weaker than expected labor market, jobs market number, is triumphing over all the supply concerns, over the potential for China to stop selling, as the Bloomberg broke yesterday, and as well as what's going on at the Bank of Japan and potentially a Japan fiscal policy. We're talking about $42 billion of 10-year notes coming tomorrow. We're talking about $25 billion of 30-year bonds from the United States government that will be in competition potentially with big tech companies that are also issuing massive amounts of bonds. So it really highlights how there is ample ability to soak up this debt.
No pushback in corporate credit or in the sovereign debt market at the moment. We'll have more on that Alphabet issue in just a moment. So we count you down to the opening bell, 2 hours away with your morning movers. Here's Yahara with more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. TSMC is riding the AI money wave. Shares are up nearly 3% in the pre-market after revenue in January surged 37% as the hyperscalers line up to spend $650 billion this year alone in AI capex. And demand is so strong at TSMC that it's also planning to spend big. It's earmarking $56 billion in capex this year alone, about 25% more than last year. Meanwhile, moving on to Spotify, those shares are soaring up 11% now in the pre-market after it reported record user growth. It added 38 million users, far surpassing analyst estimates and marking its biggest jump ever. They say that the strong results were fueled by their Wrapped campaign, which essentially gives you a roundup of the artists and songs that you listen to and allows you to share it on social media. So the viral campaign helping to fuel growth. And we end on Coca-Cola. Those earnings out just moments ago. Shares of the beverage giants are falling 3%. It did post annual sales that were in line with estimates, but it's slower than expected. Fourth quarter revenue is what's weighing on the stock. On top of that, shares were up 12% this year heading into the print. So the bar was high and it did not meet it. John.
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. On our radar this morning, the president claiming his pick to lead the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh, can drive the U.S. to incredible economic growth.
We should be at 15%. I'll tell you, if our new head of the Fed, who I think is going to be great, and he's a really high quality person, but if he does the job that he's capable, we can grow at 15%. I think more than that.
The president also saying it was a big mistake to pick Fed Chair Jay Powell, who was pushed by the former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Elsewhere, President Trump threatening to block the opening of a bridge connecting Michigan and Ontario until Canada, quote, treats the U.S. with the fairness and respect that we deserve. His comments coming as the two nations prepare to renegotiate USMCA. And finally, Alphabet selling at least $9.4 billion in sterling and Swiss franc denominated bonds, including an ultra-rare 100-year note. The debt sale coming as the tech giant plans to spend as much as $185 billion this year on its AI build-out.
We're getting more details about the 100-year bond sale, which is really notable considering how rare this actually is. Alphabet received more than 7 times the orders for this sale of 100-year debt in the United Kingdom, which just highlights that, yes, you have a lot of naysayers saying, why would anyone buy into a story that is based on the most modern and current technology 100 years out, and potentially this will look like a horse and buggy? Well, whoever wants it, they want it in bulk, and that's what we seem to be seeing in markets.
We said at the start of the program that sterling is a natural denomination for an issue this long. There's that kind of demand out there in the UK in the sterling debt market. This is not a natural issuer for debt this long. Usually it's a sovereign, a university, an institution that's been around for centuries already. So it's curious that we're seeing this for the first time since 1997, and obvious comparisons will be made to that period.
Well, Motorola was the last one to do it in 1997 in terms of a tech company. And people are saying, is this the peak? I don't know if you can say this is the peak, and I will just say, objectively, taking a look at how much demand there is, the fact that we've been saying that this could be the peak and that people are pushing back and saying, okay, I'm going, fists in, let's go, just highlights how much people are rejecting that narrative.
Well, let's stick with tech. TSMC also reporting a record surge in revenue, signaling strong demand for data center chips. Mike Powell of BlackRock weighing in on the AI trade, writing the following. Recent moves suggest this is not hype or bubble behavior, but markets adjusting to disruptive technology. There has never been a more important time for active investing. Mike joins us now for more. Mike, good morning.
Great to be with you.
Before we build on that, I'd love your reaction to the issue that's come from Alphabet and more broadly the hyperscalers and the amount of debt they will be issuing and the amount of demand there is for it on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I might just make 2 points. I mean, one, to your point, Lisa, there continues to be ample demand for debt out there of all different varieties. I mean, one thing I was looking at to go to the story you highlighted about the news we heard from China overnight, looking at just the market for U.S. Treasuries, if you roll back the clock 15 years ago, the buyer base was 50-50 between foreign and domestic. Today, it's 75-25, 70-30. Just highlights that, this has been a long-running trend. There's been a huge change in the composition, but there's continued to be really strong demand. I think similarly, when you look at something like the Alphabet issuance, what we've seen in markets recently is, a change in the composition of the AI thesis, but if anything, that thesis deepening. So I think both of those things, that long-running demand for high-quality paper, combined with, if anything, the deepening of conviction in AI markets, even as that's changed, highlights to me, this is something we're going to see more of.
We've had about 10 years of price action in the space of 1 month and 10 days so far this year. You came into the new year pro-risk. Is your conviction higher or lower now?
I think that the interesting thing in the market this year is it just highlights that
every choice is an active choice. That, one of the things we were saying coming into the year is, even just to take basic index exposures, you're making an active choice. If you take something like the market cap S&P, you're making a pretty high conviction bet in the ongoing outperformance of the mega caps and that expression of the AI theme. If you take something like the S&P equal weight, you're taking a view that's not going to play out. And what we've seen this year is that S&P equal weight is where the overperformance has been, exactly as that AI thesis has changed shape and reflected a different aspect than what we saw last year.
Well, it's fair to say, what is your framework as you are as an active investor? And as we're talking about this CapEx boom, especially as we're going to get all this economic data, there's a real question, how much will it get to the underlying economy to help fuel that broadening out? Torsten Slok has a note that's pretty provocative out this morning saying that AI only benefits tech companies when it comes to increasing their profitability. Do you agree with that? Do you think that ultimately that is going to be kind of a bifurcated story that doesn't hit the underlying economy?
I guess my view there is that's not exactly what we've seen getting reflected in markets year to date. If you look at places where we've outperformed, and you guys have talked about it here, it's been the physical over the digital. I mean, we've seen places like commodities and commodity producers. We've seen spaces like energy. We've seen places like industrials and cyclicals more broadly have a significant run of outperformance. That's been reflected in the US equity market. It's also been reflected in global equity markets and where we've seen outperformance like in emerging markets, like in Asia, ex-Japan, like in Japan itself. I guess my view is, when we look at markets year to date, it's a little bit the other side of that thesis from Torsten.
Do you have to treat the United States, and I'm saying this delicately, more like an emerging market as you hear the president say things like he wants to see the growth rate above 15%, which usually is more of a developing market trend than a developed market one?
I think what I would highlight is when you look at the ongoing quality of the U.S. corporate sector, it's very clear there's no market quite like the United States anywhere in the world. And yes, are there going to be moments of policy uncertainty, moments of geopolitical uncertainty? Sure, that's what we've come to expect over the last period of time. But also, I think markets have shown that they can absorb that, they can digest that, and they can look through to ultimately the economic fundamentals and the corporate
Mike's
technology
not taking that bait, Bramo.
Well, that was really
Very right.
that was completely
diplomatic.
Wow.
That's not a headline.
Shocking, bring a
BlackRock
diplomat
was.
on the air. I should get his diplomacy.
Oh my goodness.
BlackRock,
Yeah.
third world country. That is not the headline. No.
I mean, I was trying.
Not the
I mean, come
headline
on.
that won
And
this
then I saw
one.
that complete pun. We think that the United States is a deep liquid market. You have to look at all these
That's
things.
just not going to work
fantastic.
for Larry Fink or Mike Kyle. But Mike, you worked on Pennsylvania Avenue and you work on Wall Street. We've been having this discussion all day about what AI actually could mean for the everyday consumer, high electricity prices, potentially job loss. What do you think is going to be the policy response? I mean, the Anthropic CEO is meeting with Elizabeth Warren today. There is going to be a much more specific focus in Washington on what all of this means for everyday Americans.
I guess I'd say when we look at the AI build out, there are a range of constraints that are going to have to be navigated. There are energy constraints, there are financing constraints, there are political and policy constraints. I think right now, and my colleague Wei Li was saying this the other day, the binding constraint is energy. And there's a lot of work to do, including, frankly, in the policy and regulatory space around permitting, to relax that bottleneck and to create more energy supply like what we're seeing in other parts of the world. I do think as we roll the clock forward, there's going to be a lot of focus on navigating the emergence of political constraints as well. Clearly, the AI build out is a growing political issue. And I think it's going to take a lot of focus from policymakers more broadly to clear the space to create positive sum build out.
You mentioned Anthropic. I'm fascinated by Anthropic, the headlines and the marketing around that name. And we were exploring this at the end of last week, just whether they are really punching above their weight in ways that maybe their market position doesn't really justify.
Yeah.
And how many of the headlines we're seeing around this company are really just about the pre-IPO roadshow. I said, last week I just felt like the roadshow had started for Anthropic. These are the headlines they want us to be talking about. Highly disruptive. It's going to lead to all of these job cuts because the technology is that powerful.
Yeah, and then you start digging in, and that's what people have been doing over the past couple of days. What are the capacity? What are the capabilities potentially? You're right, and that's the reason why you saw software stocks bounce. There is this question, though, hanging over the entirety of the sector that we don't understand what is going to get disrupted and in what time frame. A lot of that is TBD. Anthropic certainly does have the upper hand on that, and congratulations for some great ads during the Super Bowl.
They did have great ads during the Super Bowl. And OpenAI had something to say about that. You can go look at a very long tweet from Sam Altman. But when it comes to this idea of you have to justify the CapEx spend. And that is what Ben Affleck said a lot of these companies are doing when he was asked about Joe Rogan and how AI is changing Hollywood. He's like, all of these companies have to justify all the spending they have, which is why they're coming out with these huge pronouncements.
I have to say, he sounded like a fantastic sell-side strategist.
I know. I'm trying to book him.
Just in case he wants to give up the act. I don't know. Mike, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Mike Powell of BlackRock, one of the very best breaking down this market. Let's give you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahara with more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. More details emerging on Alphabet's turn to the global debt market. The Google parent is selling around $9.5 billion worth of bonds denominated in pound sterling and Swiss francs. The sterling offering drawing high demand with a record $32.8 billion worth of bids. It follows yesterday's $20 billion seven-part dollar debt sale. Meanwhile, Standard Chartered CFO Diego DeGiorgio resigning to take a role with Apollo. DeGiorgio joined the bank in 2023 and was seen as one of the front runners to eventually replace longtime CEO Bill Winters. He will move to Apollo as a partner and head of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. And President Donald Trump is scheduled to travel to China in April, the White House saying there are no exact dates yet for his visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. That's after Politico reported Trump would head to Beijing to meet Xi in the first week of April. The report says the two leaders could potentially meet 4 times this year as their trade truce holds. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the update. Up next on the program, big tech's debt binge.
We're seeing these CapEx numbers increase so quickly, and they're really outpacing operating cash flow. So it brings up the sustainability question. If they're planning to continue CapEx at this pace, they really do need to start issuing debt.
Up next, we'll catch up with Matthew Mish of UBS, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance. Just turning slightly lower in the last 15 minutes or so. No drama, down by not even 0.1% on the S&P 500, following a two-day rally of 2.5%, a two-day tech-heavy rally in yesterday's session, particularly the financials started to struggle just a little bit. We snapped a 5-day winning run of regional banks grinding higher, massive run for some of those names. Elsewhere on the Nasdaq, just about positive by not even 0.1% and unchanged on the Russell. The action is very much elsewhere in fixed income. Under surveillance this morning, big tech's debt binge.
We're seeing these CapEx numbers increase so quickly, and they're really outpacing operating cash flow. So it brings up the sustainability question. If they're planning to continue CapEx at this pace, they really do need to start issuing debt. Year to date, we've already seen CapEx for 2026 expectations increase 16%. So that really drives our expectation. The directions can continue to go up in terms of the CapEx.
So here's the latest this morning. Alphabet tapping the global debt market and seeing record demand. The offerings including a rare 100-year bond denominated in pound sterling. Matthew Mish of UBS writing, we see IG tech issuance growing significantly, fueled by hyperscalers increasing supply in EU markets. Matthew joins us now for more. Matthew, welcome to the program. What a morning to have this conversation with you, sir. What kind of numbers are you setting clients up for in the year ahead? How big could this issuance be?
Yeah, I mean, we have been moving our estimates gradually higher. I think last year we had over 200 billion of IG supply. More broadly in global markets, we had, call it 600-700 billion. And this year we've been moving IG higher. We're now kind of north of 300 billion. And we think more broadly, global tech issuance led by AI is really going to be hitting over $1 trillion this year, with an expectation again of a run rate of, call it almost growing 100% or doubling every 2 years. So it really is monumental. And it raises the question of, A, if the market can digest all of that supply. But more importantly, the conversation we've been having with clients over the last week is really if AI continues to develop at the rate that it does and penetrate in the enterprise space, how disruptive is it going to be for companies and a lot of the credit markets where, a lot of these securities were underwritten really when AI was just coming into fore or even before AI. So it really raises the question of disruption and then ultimately the outlook for credit risk.
Let's start with demand, Matt, and then we can get to the disruption. Who's the natural buyer of all of this when you get a 100-year issue in a place like the UK, sterling-denominated debt? When you get issuance of this size and we see it massively oversubscribed, where's the demand coming from?
I mean, a lot of it is institutional investors, it's pensions, it's life insurance companies. That demand for long duration assets has always been existent in the market. And to be honest, outside of a few areas, the US really as an example in the US credit market, it's hard to get long duration in the portfolio or on the book. And so I think a lot of this is really coming from the core institutional client base. And our conversations, certainly with those investors, would indicate that there is a dearth of supply at the long end of the curve across fixed income. And they want to see more, particularly if it is in the corporate market where they get a little bit more spread and can hit yield bogeys that they're looking, again, in many cases to either asset liability manage or essentially just lock in higher yields for a long period of time.
Matt, let's get to the disruption side of the story that you've been referencing. You've talked about how this is going to potentially create a lot of potholes in the credit markets. Can you give a sense of the scope of how much disruption you think that would be and put some numbers to that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, we've run a scenario where you have rapid and severe disruption. So you could think of the market as expecting disruption really just a few weeks ago. I would say more of a 27, 28, 2029 issue. The market is pulling that forward, and the key question we're getting is the timing. So in the scenario that I'm outlining, we essentially assume the timing happens by the end of the year, and it's very severe disruption. So the developments on the AI side related to some of the new models that have been released, Claude or Gemini, the expectation in this scenario is that you continue to elevate and improve or accelerate the model development at a nonlinear rate. If that's the case, we generally think that you have exposures that are largest in loan markets. So private credit and leveraged loans in particular, we think have about 30% of the portfolio in private credit and about 15 to 20% in leveraged loans. That is essentially high disruption in terms of the categorization that we give. From a default rate perspective, if that scenario materializes, and it is a tail risk for us at this point, we think default rates could go up materially. And so for leveraged loans, we think they go up 6-7%. For private credit, you could see essentially about an 8 or a 9% increase. But the key question really that we and everyone are asking is, what is the timing as it becomes more and more evident that disruption will happen? Again, the timing is really the key question that everyone is asking us.
Matt, do you have a sense of what kind of expectation there is internally among private credit managers in terms of defaults? In other words, how protected they are against some of these tail risks in the case of severe disruption?
Yeah, I think, look, the asset class has had a very strong performance over the last decade. It's been a great place to invest. And managers, to answer your question, don't expect that to last forever. So I think in a world where you have default rates, there's a number of different metrics, obviously, for where private credit defaults are right now. We generally say 3 to 5 or about 4%. The market is expecting, and managers are expecting, an increase of a few hundred basis points. But 200 to 300 basis points is still kind of our baseline. I would say that that's manageable, again, after a decade of very good returns with very low losses. It really is the case where if you get a significant spike in default rates, and in general, we would suggest that number goes from 4% to something like 10 or 15%, so low double digits, that I think you'll see more problems in the system. And that's pretty consistent, at least with what we see traditionally, which is, average default rates for high yield or leveraged loans, about 4%. Markets can work and participants can work through that type of a default outcome. It really is when you get a spike to kind of that 8, 10, or even 10 to 15% level that you start to see more spillover, and you start to see somewhat of a vicious cycle in terms of contagion to other parts of the market, the credit market, and also into the financial sector.
So, Matt, that's the piece of it that I'm interested in, the prospect of contagion. I'm going to try and find some positive spin, and you can maybe push back if you want, by all means. But, Matt, if the disruption's that great on one side, is the margin improvement elsewhere going to be fantastic to offset some of this? And how bifurcated could the market become?
Yeah, I think dispersion or bifurcation is a great term. That's still how we're thinking about it in the base case. Because the reality is, if there are winners from disruption, the new challengers in the marketplace that are taking share, in theory, it depends on the asset that you own. So if you own equity, if you own private equity, you're going to have parts of the portfolio that should do quite well in terms of share price performance. And then you may have parts of the portfolio that are quote unquote losers or disadvantaged by AI. But on balance, that's a risk reward that isn't necessarily, to your point, negative. The problem in the loan market is just the structure of the loans are such that if you have a winner or AI, let's say either the firm is a leader or a challenger that wins in AI or is able to use that technology to improve operating fundamentals, most of those loans are either traded or marked currently at par. And if they trade above par or they appreciate, normally they get refinanced. So you lose the upside in a credit portfolio, but you're exposed to the downside.
Matt Smart, thank you, sir. One of the best conversations we've had in the last month for sure. Matthew Mish there of UBS on the credit market. Just a clinic, I think it's fair to say.
The reason why people want the upside risk of equity is not necessarily the downside risk of some of the riskier credit.
Up next on the program, we'll catch up with Michael Kantrowitz of Piper Sandler, Craig Dacko of EY Parthenon, Christina Kameni of Invesco, and a whole lot more. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance up next.
We're trying to diversify the tech trade. It's all part of that rotation story that we're talking about.
We need almost those big tech companies to be performing well and delivering.
The opportunity set for small caps has become a bit more narrow.
The net of everything is that it seems to be more about positioning, valuation, and sentiment recalibration, not a deeper growth scare.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. Equity futures rolling over. We're down by 1/10% following 2 days of gains on the S&P 500, down by 0.1 also on the Nasdaq 100. Later on this morning, it's about 30 minutes away, the first data point in a long string of data points for the week ahead. Retail sales at 8:30 Eastern time before payrolls tomorrow.
Is this a boom economy? Ultimately, that is what this entire market is leveraged to, that this will be an economy that is being run hot without the inflation and with a huge capex boom. Do we get the ratification of that in the numbers, leading with retail sales, which have been completely skewed by the upper end of the K? So are we going to see a continuation continuation of that, or are we going to see a broadening out in terms of the types of sales that really are driving this?
So a note out of Bank of America a little bit earlier on this morning from Adichie Bave, who basically said, you see any weakness in the spending numbers, fade it, because they're bullish growth and things are going to pick up in the year ahead. And the president hopes they're right.
Oh, he does. And he's out what he says he has to sell the economy right now. And that's why he's talking about 15% GDP, maybe more, in terms of that's what Kevin Warsh could deliver. Kevin Warsh has a growing to-do list. At the same time, you have Citi coming out with a note saying we see more risk to markets if spending is weaker than expected. It's going to be a real testament. We get a lot of this data this week, retail sales, jobs, and CPI. What is going on the underlying economy? Because we know where the growth is coming from, and it's coming from these hyperscalers.
They're spending a lot of money, issuing a lot of debt, and guess what? This market is supporting that build-out big time. Alphabet, with a big bond issue in the last 24 hours, yesterday in dollars, today in Swissy and in sterling, and the market's sucking it all up.
7 times oversubscribed when you see the 100-year tranche over in the UK. They were able to sell plenty. You saw the same kind of trend in the United States where they were going to sell $15 billion worth of bonds. It was at $20 billion and it was 5 times oversubscribed. So it raises the question of how much further this can go. Clearly, there is plenty of cash to be put to work. People are absorbing it. People are saying, go, go, go. We want to see this build out plan. Is there a constraint for smaller companies? Is this going to only fuel something that's going to come to roost later? I know I sound like a worrywart, but we can talk about that.
Well, you should be worried because there obviously are risks, especially Jonathan, and you point out all the time that these are companies that are tech companies. And now all of a sudden they're going to be retail companies or energy companies. Megan talked about $250 billion this year in terms of borrowing. Jonathan, you brought up Morgan Stanley, $400 billion. And I saw Moody's with the stat that AI-related infrastructure spending over the course of 5 years will be $3 trillion. It's an insane amount of money that's almost hard to really understand and grapple with.
As things stand, this bond market is not pushing back. Equities rolling over just a touch. We're down by 0.1%. Coming up, we'll catch up with Michael Kantrowitz of Piper Sandler, with stocks hovering around all-time highs. Greg Deco of EY breaking down the latest retail sales data, and Christina Campmany of Invesco as US dollar concerns continue to grow. We begin this out with stocks holding steady, aiming for a third consecutive day of gains. Michael Kantrowitz of Piper Sandler writing, we're in the midst of the first fundamental rotation in markets since 21, and we continue to prefer value cyclicals as the backdrop broadens out. Michael joins us now for more. Michael, welcome to the program. As you've noticed, we've had years of this market economic bifurcation. Are we starting to see some of that unwind?
Yeah, absolutely. And unwind, I think, is the right way to think about it. In a sense, we're beginning to go through the opposite of what we saw start to take place in 2023, where AI was booming and it was the only thing where earnings were picking up at the time, where the rest of the economy was really starting to suffer from the price shock of 2022 and the resultant increase in interest rates from the Fed and on long bonds and the mortgage rate. So the good news is that unemployment has gone up. Yes, and that's good news because it's helped to bring down interest rates, inflation, and energy prices over the last 2 years, which now sets us up for a broadening macro backdrop for the first time since late 2020.
So, Michael, if that's the trade, let's talk about how to play it. So traditionally, at the index level, as you know, when price appreciation is elsewhere, and Liz Ann Saunders of Schwab's done a great job on this, price contribution is still coming from the same place. The heavy lifting is done by tech, given the weighting on the S&P 500. With that in mind, how do you want to play the story this year?
Yeah, it's really outside, certainly the Mag 7 and the largest tech growth stocks that have done really well. And it's not to take away from them necessarily, but we're certainly seeing more questions about future profitability, future debt raising to fuel a lot of this CapEx and have free cash flows obviously grinding to a halt at a time where we're seeing parts of the economy essentially wake up for the first time in about 4 years. So we've recommended for investors to move down and out. And that's down in market capitalization and out of large growth stocks and into cyclicals. And that means sectors like financials, industrials, energy, and some consumer areas, and out as in outside of the U.S. Because there's much more cyclical exposure in global markets outside of the S&P 500.
Michael, how broad is the broadening out when it comes to the economic benefits that we're seeing from the artificial intelligence boom that we're seeing at the big tech names? I mean, this is sort of the ultimate question, right? How much of this broadening out is because of AI, and how much is it in spite of AI because of some of the incentives that have been given to really engage in capital expenditures?
I would say it's the bulk of the broadening out is really from old school classic macroeconomics in what I mentioned earlier, that interest rates have been coming down and there's a lot of fiscal stimulus this year. Some of it, I would say the broadening out has come from the AI area or the AI trade. In one sense, we've seen multiple compression in the NASDAQ over the last few months as investors seek to diversify away from, again, what was the only area growing earnings. And then, yes, the build out of AI is moving clearly just beyond the hyperscalers. And the benefits of AI, while not strongly broad-based, are clearly starting to to show up in company comments and company fundamentals. But that's got a long way to go. But this story to me is really about cyclical stimulus coming from monetary and fiscal policy.
You have a phrase in some of your notes that I think is really interesting. You said that our outlook for the economy and markets can be summarized in one simple phrase: stocks will have to earn their returns. What does earning their returns look like based on the fact that we've seen some results that have been really positive, with positive projections that beat expectations, and then the stocks have been punished for expectations beyond their control?
Yeah, well, a lot of that's taken place again in some of the larger cap AI related names. What we mean by that is the last 3 years, there's been AI earnings, which have driven large cap growth stocks up phenomenally. Plus, they've had the benefit of multiple expansion that's taken place across the equity market from interest rates and inflation coming down since 2023. Now, if you're a small cap investor, you've only really seen multiple expansion. You've not seen better earnings data in 3 years. Now, as we start to see the macro economy begin to heal and positive data points in manufacturing, transportation, housing activity, that's corresponding with some better earnings breadth. So while the market's been led by both AI earnings and broad PE expansion in the last 3 years, we think the story going forward is really all about incremental earnings. No more PE expansion from here, but the incremental earnings are going to show up in areas of the economy that, again, have been kind of left behind for many years now.
When it comes to the broadening out, is it based on the rate cuts we've already had, or you're expecting more from a new Federal Reserve under Kevin Warsh?
No, it's based on what's already taking place. I would argue we don't need more rate cuts at this point. A year ago, 2 years ago, and 3 years ago, you did, because there was no improvement going on or taking place or set to take place in the macro data or in the breadth of earnings data. Now we've seen earnings broaden out for the last quarter and a half, and all the stimulus that's taken place over the last 2 years that's also being combined with the fiscal stimulus this year is already in place to continue evolving this soft landing we're seeing in the economy. So no, we don't think we need to see more rate cuts to get to where our preferences are within the market.
You don't think we need it, but do you think we're going to get it?
We may get another cut or two. However, I would say we're not going to see a cut because we're seeing a spike in unemployment. We may actually see some better inflation data in the next several months, which may allow another rate cut to take place. Our view on employment is that we're going to continue to see some sluggishness, but we're not concerned we're going to see a spike in the unemployment rate. So kind of more of the same with respect to employment. And our view on interest rates is that they're going to stay somewhat range bound at this lower level, especially on the long end. And that's good news. Again, I would argue it's good news we have softer employment in the context of it helps to provide relief for parts of the rate-sensitive economy like housing and manufacturing, which are already starting to show up.
Michael, it's good to see you. Interesting thoughts. Michael Kantrovitz there of Piper Sandler talking about rates. Yields lower across the curve today. The front end of the curve down 1, 2's at 347, 10 at the moment, down 3 at 417. Later on this morning, about 20 minutes away, we'll talk about US retail sales. The story of the moment, though, is the amount of issuance we're seeing from the hyperscalers, including Alphabet, in the last 24 hours. The CapEx intentions are sky high, $650 billion across 4 names, and it might get bigger. This from Savita Subramaniam over at Bank of America. Hyperscalers 25 CapEx revised up by a whopping 30% since reporting 24 results at this time last year, suggesting upside risk for AI CapEx from here. And we've heard that from a few people in the last few days.
And that's been the path of travel. I mean, if you think about even Alphabet, $185 billion for 2026 in terms of CapEx plans, that's double what we saw last year. I mean, the increase that we've seen so far has been exponential. How much can they continue that? I mean, if you think about a once in a generation build out, is this going to be over 2 years? Is it over 3 years? Or is it exponential for 6 years? Because at a certain point, people are going to put up the stop sign and say, I've got enough 100-year debt.
Existential risk. That's what they think they're facing, right? Which is why they've been so aggressive. And they've got the balance sheet to do it. And the debt market's come along for the ride if they wanted to.
What's the ultimate goal, though? I mean, I keep going back to this. Is it just absolute intelligence that's going to disrupt humanity? Is it, the idea of, just simply disrupting some of these basic industries? And I think that's an important question, because none of these big tech founders can answer that. What is the the application for all of this technology that's going to lead to real world gains? We have to eventually see that in order to justify some of these really ambitious plans.
You want to see the proof in the pudding, but the issue is right now, when it comes to all these tech companies, they just don't want to be left behind. And it is a race right now. So if you see Meta doubling down and spending X, Alphabet comes out and says, well, actually, we're going to top you. And that is what the race is right now, until potentially they start hitting some of these risks.
Which generates a lot of questions. But here's my one. What does that mean for OpenAI and the big capital raise we're about to see in the next year? Because these are the guys with the balance sheets to do it. These are the guys already putting up the revenue numbers. Never mind the promise of revenue in the future. They can cover it with internal operations. That's done. They're fine. Alphabet's got the means to do this. And if they want to get really aggressive, they can make it even more uncomfortable for the likes of OpenAI.
The key question embedded in that, I think it's a really good question, is how intertwined are their business models with OpenAI? How much are they dependent on some of the ChatGPT and related models that OpenAI has developed in order to continue to apply some of the technology? Or are they developing their own internal competitors with the likes of Sam Altman's company? How How much are we going to see that also from Anthropic? These are some of the reasons. I mean, NVIDIA, why are they investing so much in OpenAI? They need to have some diversification as Google creates its own chip to try to compete with NVIDIA. So this is going to be a very complicated and competitive landscape.
There's a big 10 months ahead of us, that's for sure. Equity futures rolling over just a touch. We're down by more than 0.1% with an update on stories worldwide this morning. With your Bloomberg brief, here's Yahara. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, Don. We're seeing Spotify shares rising more than 8% in the pre-market after reporting a record-setting number for monthly active users added in the fourth quarter. The company crediting its success to the end-of-year Wrapped campaign and the launch of an enhanced free tier around the world as contributing to the growth. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump says his pick for Fed Chair Kevin Warsh will be able to drive the U.S. economy to a 15% growth rate. Trump says Warsh was the runner-up in his last search for a Fed chair, and it was a big mistake to pick Jay Powell, who was pushed by former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Warsh's confirmation, though, may be delayed due to a Justice Department probe. And billionaire Meta founder Mark Zuckerberg is planning to buy a property in the Miami area. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan are looking at purchasing a property on Indian Creek, a man-made island known as Billionaire's Bunker. Residents of the ultra-secure enclave include Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, Jeff Bezos, Carl Icahn, and Tom Brady. Funny, he already knows who his neighbors are. That's your Bloomberg brief. John?
Lucky him. Yahara, thanks for the update. Thank you very much.
What a quinky dink. Who would have thought?
You know?
I mean,
these guys have got property everywhere.
Yeah.
How much signal can you take from that?
How about, honestly.
It's the bunkers in New Zealand that concern me.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they're the ones that kind of like freak me out.
Well, as long as they don't have a go bag and a spaceship in their backyard to go to space.
That's what concerns me.
Yeah,
they're ready to go.
Yeah. Then
what are they ready to run away from?
Exactly. If they have their own island with oxygen supplies, let's stack it there.
Cause for concern. Up next on the program, the Morning Calls Plus, Alphabet becoming the latest tech giant, borrowing big in the race to fuel AI spending. That conversation up next, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
This is not an economy that requires a significant amount of job growth behind it. We're used to an environment where growth is a rising tide that lifts all boats. Not so in this particular environment. Despite these high growth numbers that are likely to come through this quarter in the next few months, you are still going to see the issues that have weighed on Americans over the past few years persist.
That was Francis Donald of RBC. You could have a scenario once again where GDP is close to 3 and payroll growth is muted for a whole bunch of reasons. That could be the story we see again this morning with retail sales at 8:30 Eastern time, and then again tomorrow morning with payrolls on deck, and we're looking for a number around 70K. Going into the opening bell, 1 hour and 12 minutes away. Equity futures on the S&P pulling back by 0.1%. Likewise on the Nasdaq 100. That's the price action. Here are your morning calls. First up, Barclays raising its price target on FedEx to 450, citing its rising business-to-business market share. Your second call from Piper Sandler raising its price target on semi to 75, saying its AI data center business is resulting in growth. And finally, Morgan Stanley resuming coverage of Qualcomm with an underweight rating, saying the memory shortage will create a, quote, tough environment. A stock is down. That name is negative by 1.5% in the pre-market. Let's stick with tech. Alphabet tapping the global debt market to fuel AI spending. The hyperscaler seeing record demand as it looks to raise $9.4 billion in pound sterling and Swiss franc denominated bonds. Bloomberg's Tassos Velsos covers global credit markets for Bloomberg News, and he joins us for more from London. Tassos, welcome to the program. Let's just talk about what they issued and how oversubscribed that debt issue was.
Well, thank you very much. There's no two ways about it. It was a blockbuster. These are numbers we have never seen in the sterling market before. Just to give viewers some kind of backdrop, less than a year ago, we were talking about whether the sterling market is becoming irrelevant and whether investors should be looking elsewhere. Comes now Alphabet, and then we start seeing something like 30 billion pounds of demand shortly before coming on air. That was the latest. So we are talking about massive demand across a number of markets that these companies haven't tapped before. That was the first time Alphabet, for example, is coming on the sterling market, and it's been something that we may not see again for a while, unless another hyperscaler, of course, comes forward and starts issuing big as well.
For those on the outside looking in who aren't familiar with the sterling debt market, specifically the credit market, and more broadly the sovereign debt market too, what is it that's unique about the sterling debt market that makes it a natural place to make an issue with a duration this long?
Yes, and we'll get to that because today was actually rather iconic. In very few, it's mostly insurance providers and pension funds. They have very long-dated liabilities. They need to cover that with very long-dated bonds. So this is why you tend to see issues more than 10 years long coming to the market. But what we have seen from Alphabet, and it's a bond that everyone's talking about, is the 100-year bond that they brought to the market. This is a bet that Alphabet will be around in one way, shape, or form for the next 100 years to pay you interest every single year and mature, well after we've left this world.
Is this a good template, Tassos, for other hyperscalers that have to sell debt, given that it seems like there is ample demand from the pension funds and the insurance companies in the UK for something like this? In other words, is Europe going to be an increasing destination to finance U.S. hyperscaler needs?
Yes, and everyone's ready for it, and everyone's willing to buy that as well. We've had 32 weeks of consecutive funds into Euro investment grade funds. Investment managers here are flush with cash. They want supply. There is some supply, obviously, from domestic players, but the amount of capex they want to see from hyperscalers is well beyond what you get from the entire debt market here. So all of this is going to be well received, and actually people have already started talking about who could potentially be the next hyperscaler to come to the market.
So there's a real question here, Tassos, going forward about how much we end up with a European market that has lots of money that starts looking at U.S. tech companies as an alternative to government debt in the United Kingdom and, frankly, to Europe more broadly. I mean, how are you seeing this priced? Do we have any sense of that?
People have already started talking about the implications of it, because before this issuance, both Alphabet and previous issuances from other hyperscalers, we tended to view US and European credit as silos, and then thinking of the US being more linked to the performance of the US economy, for example, and Europe being more linked to the performance of the European economy. But now they're becoming much more merged. Now that the names that you start seeing in the market, we had lots of issuance from other US companies in Europe last year, but the sheer volume that we're going to see from hyperscalers are going to bring those two economies together. So suddenly, as a European credit manager, you have exposure to both the European cycle and the US cycle, which is something that for many people is going to be the first time they have to do it.
Do you think we're going to see another 100-year note specifically from another hyperscaler?
Well, this 100-year note received the most demand out of all sterling tranches. That tells you a lot. I think they covered the amount issued by 10 times. People just really went for it. So that is, that's a template for anyone else to do it. Of course, you put your money and your faith into a certain hyperscaler remaining at the top of their game and being around for the next 100 years to pay you interest and the principal of maturity. So it is a leap of faith to a certain extent, but today it showed that people are willing to take it.
Someone else's problem. Tassos, you know that. It's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Tassos Wassos there, breaking things down in the UK for us. The demand for duration, let's put it that way. I got an interesting note just moments ago. I thought it was a really good point. Let's pair the story with the Treasury, Besant and Walsh, together with what we're seeing from Alphabet. But if you do believe you're going to be starved of duration because the Treasury is going to bring things forward and tighten things up, then maybe it's these guys that are going to fill the gap.
I'm just thinking Alphabet has some really good bond traders in their C-suite, because ultimately they are timing this market perfectly and giving them the supply. Not only do they have the 100-year piece over in the United Kingdom, but they're talking about 40-year debt here in the United States. So we're talking about long duration assets that are filling a void that might be left by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and others.
We're going to see more of this in the year ahead. Lots more. And I keep going back to the conversation we've had with Oh-Sung Kwon of Wells Fargo yesterday. The numbers could get bigger, and this could go on a whole lot longer than you anticipate because of the names of the companies with the balance sheets that are involved right now. They have the ability to do more and do more for longer.
I think it's worth continuing to ask, what is the end point, right? Because usually a CapEx cycle or an industrial build out has an end point. And right now, I'm not sure anyone sees it or understands it, which is the reason why Reynolds Strategy put out a note this morning saying it is definitely a debt-fueled AI bubble. It will end, but not in the near term, because there still is all this appetite. There are still questions of what will the large language models accomplish? How well will they be able to replicate human intelligence and fulfill some of these roles that are currently occupied by human design software and beyond? And I think that we have to keep looking at the science behind what this accomplishes before we start pricing in exactly what the benefits are going to be.
Equities on the S&P down by not even 1/10% in the bond market. Yield to lower by 3 basis points on 10s, 417. Up next, the latest round of resales data sets across. We'll catch up with Greg Dacko of EY in just a moment. And Mike McKee will break down the numbers for you. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV. The opening about 60 minutes away, with equities pulling back by not even 1/10% on the S&P 500. The data seconds away. In the bond market, 2-year and 30-year yields are down. Yields are lower across the curve. We're down 5 on 30s, down by 4 on 10s. A lot of demand out there for fixed income this morning. The 10-year bond yield at 4.16, on 30s at 4.80. Retail sales data about to break with the number. Here's Mike McKee. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, John. We're just waiting for the numbers to drop now. And I should remind everybody that the retail sales numbers are from the month of December. So they are a month behind, and they're basically trying to catch up at the various statistical agencies while they wait for these numbers to come down. The other number that's going to be important today is the employment cost index. And I don't know, it may be that my connection is slow, but I'm not seeing the numbers yet here. Hopefully they will drop soon, and it's just a glitch back in the servers in Washington and at the Census Bureau.
Mike McKee, we'll let you go because I've got the numbers in front of you. I imagine it's an issue on your end, a technical problem. Michael McKee, they're breaking down the results. So let's start with retail sales month over month. I'll give you the number and compare it to the estimates. So we come in flat. This is for the month of December at 0. We were looking for 0.4. The very closely followed retail sales control group comes in at negative 0.1%. That's the actual against an estimate of positive 0.4. Mike was talking about the employment cost index. That was a downside surprise. It comes in at 0.7% for the fourth quarter. The estimate was 0.8, but that's a downside surprise on retail sales. I talked about that bid into bonds going into this data. That bid sticks. We're down by 5 basis points on 10s to 415 at the very long end of the curve. On a 30-year yield this morning, yields are lower as well. We're down by 5 or 6 basis points to about 480. In the equity market, equity futures were a little bit lower, and that's where they stay, down by 0.1%. So this is the month of December. Retail sales coming in a little bit lighter than expected. It's the wrong kind of downside surprise, of course. A negative read. Do you fade it on the anticipation that we're going to get some tax refunds in the months ahead and this story turns around?
You know, this is difficult for me to really wrap my head around, and I want to see the internals of this because so many people had said that people brought forward the spending from the one big beautiful bill and already took it out on their credit cards. You see credit card outstandings that are increasing, that people are actually borrowing ahead of that. Also, just to add on to that, the revisions to the prior read were all revised downwards. So this isn't necessarily a catch up or a catch down in terms of what the actual numbers were. If you take a look at the retail sales control group, the original reading was 0.4% for the previous month. The revision, 0.2%. So not only is it a negative read in this latest reading for January, but you're also looking at a downward surprise, or excuse me, you're also for December, you're also seeing a downside surprise for November. So this really does highlight some underlying weakness that I want to see more explanations to.
Yeah, the revisions aren't great. I looked at those too, especially since we have a pretty boring number of unchanged, but this is the month of December. But Lisa, to your point, how many analysts have come on this program and said, we actually think that given the fact that this administration in Washington has been front loading and talking about the fact that you're going to get a massive tax rebate, that then they use that money, especially in the month of December ahead of the holidays. You're not seeing it today in the data. And that might be a bit concerning. And maybe why Kevin Hassett this week was talking about a little bit of don't panic when he talks about the employment number. Maybe don't panic potentially when you look at retail sales.
Payrolls tomorrow morning, about 24 hours away, 8:30 Eastern time. If you're just joining us, welcome. A bit softer than expected on retail sales. We were looking for positive 0.4 and we got 0.0. Greg Danko of EY joins us now for more. Greg, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you make of that downside surprise? How much weight would you put on it?
I think what's very interesting is that over the course of the past few months, we were trying to explain where the strength in consumer spending was coming from. And we were talking a lot about polarization. We were talking about the wealthy doing more of their fair share of spending. We were talking about credit growth. We were talking about a savings dip, all of which are real. But the reality is that the averages are softer than we had anticipated. So what this tells us is that even with a savings dip and the saving rate having fallen 2 percentage points since April, even with credit growth being quite strong in December, and even with affluent consumers still doing more than their fair share of spending, spending momentum is softening. Why? Because the labor market is softening. This is the key pillar to income growth and in turn to consumer spending activity. And we are seeing that labor pillar start to slow and show slower income growth.
It sounds like you don't think tax refunds are going to turn this story around.
Well, there was this proposition that tax refunds were essentially spent ahead of time, that people were banking on these tax refunds to spend. That's rarely the case. And even if they had done so, there was this question as to how much more fuel these could bring in the early part of 2026, with these tax refunds either being spent or used to reimburse credit or to replenish savings. I think that story is one that we're going to have to pay very close attention to because yes, there will be larger tax refunds, but who gets these tax refunds and how are they being put to use in an environment where the labor market is in a deep freeze and where job opportunities are not as widely available as they once were and where income growth is slowing. Real disposable income growth over the course of November and into December, 1%. Consumer spending in November, 2.5%. And we're seeing as of today with the retail sales data that momentum is slowing going into 26.
We spent more than 2 hours on this program talking about the boom of the U.S. economy and how we're going to see a run it hot type of environment right now with all this hyperscaler spending. And then we see spending by the average consumer that comes in extremely disappointing and points to a completely different picture if you watch what they do, not necessarily what they say. How do these two stories get reconciled?
Who benefits from the growth? That is the key question. We are in an environment where not everybody is benefiting from growth. We are seeing an environment where when you look at productivity growth, it's quite strong. And I think it's real. It's not AI driven. It's driven by businesses trying to do more in a high cost environment. So that is real. We're seeing the gains, however, benefit a few. It's a winners takes all type of environment. It's an environment where a lot of the gains are accruing to capital and not labor. If you look at real wage growth right now, and we're seeing with the employment cost index that adjusted for inflation, we're very close to zero. It's an indication not that the economy is not benefiting from stronger productivity growth, but instead that the gains are not split equally. They're going to profit margins, they're not going to real wage growth, and that means that income is under pressure and that we have this fragile foundation to growth when it comes to consumer spending activity.
Is there a breaking point for this? And I'm talking about an economic breaking point, not necessarily a political breaking point. We talk a lot about potential policies that are populist to come and redistribute the wealth, et cetera, that could stem from this type of dynamic. But is there a market equalizing factor that comes from people not able to spend maybe on some of the goods that might be enabled by artificial intelligence? I mean, when does that sort of bridge gets broken through?
I don't know that there's one point at which something breaks, but the reality is that a narrow foundation to growth is less stable in terms of economic momentum. If you have more weight that is put towards higher income individuals that are doing more than their fair share of spending, then as a result of that, any type of uncertainty on the financial market front can lead to a pullback in spending from those individuals. And if the foundations in terms of income growth for the masses, in terms of consumers, are softer, then that means that they are more susceptible to pulling back and being more judicious when it comes to outlays. Same thing is valid on the business front. We often talk about a K-shaped economy on the consumer front. It's the same on the business front. A few businesses are driving business investment. It's not all businesses that are investing. And that means that when you look at profit margins on average, they're still very healthy and they are a good sign and a reassuring sign. But look at small businesses. They're struggling in the face of a number of these headwinds, and they're not driving growth as strongly as the larger businesses.
Is it too soon to extrapolate maybe potentially what also is going on here? Are prices too high? Are we seeing that people are just buying less? Or as we see in some of the consumer confidence reports and sentiment data, people are concerned about the job prospects upcoming. So maybe they're not spending as much. What do you make of actually what is going on in the psychosis of the American consumer?
I think the split between labor and capital is really an example of how businesses and consumers are feeling this economy. Anybody that benefits from strong income growth, whether it's via the stock market or via wage growth, is going to feel relatively well. But the masses that are not benefiting from these types of rapid wage growth and these types of strong job growth environments, they are the ones that are struggling. They are the ones that are being more judicious as to how they spend. From a business standpoint, they are the ones being more judicious as to who they hire, what skills they look for, what salaries they offer as entry wages, and how much growth they tolerate. And that is really the narrow foundation to growth that we're currently seeing. And that is why most people do not feel happy about the current economic environment, yet average growth figures are still relatively healthy.
What are you expecting then for tomorrow when it comes to the first clean read in a while for payrolls?
I don't know that we're going to get clean data for a few months in terms of CPI, in terms of employment. But what I do expect tomorrow, cleaner, is an environment where we see almost no job growth after revisions in 2025. Why? Because we're going to get the quarterly census of employment and wages that will show a strong negative revision to job growth through March of 2025. And the birth-death model that is being used to forecast job growth over the rest of 2025 will lead to job growth being very close to zero in 2025. Yes, that may not matter because we can argue that there has been a significant negative shock from labor supply and reduced immigration, but it does matter for everybody that is looking for a job and that is reliant on income as a source of spending. That weakness is something that we have to be very cautious of. The income story is going to be the key story in 2020.
Why are some Fed officials less concerned about that than others?
I think it depends on what the weight is that you put on the employment side of the mandate versus the inflation side of the mandate. If you put more weight on the inflation side of the mandate, which is what a lot of policymakers are doing right now, you're seeing an environment where essentially inflation is still above the target, around 3% when you look at the PCE gauge. That is a concern because they do not want inflation to become an anchor to the upside and not come back down to the target. If you focus more, as Governor Waller has been focusing, on the labor side of the mandate, then you're more focused about a potential downside risk to labor market activity. And when you look at a broad range of labor market indicators, they're not as reassuring as we may observe in some of the other data. If you look at how people are feeling about their job prospects, if you look at the hiring rate, if you look at wage growth, which I find to be the best indicator of underlying labor market demand, it's softening, it's not accelerating, and real wage growth is very close to zero. Those are signs that the labor market is softer than what might have appeared up till now in terms of payroll growth and the unemployment rate.
It's hard to argue against that. That's the Governor Waller camp as well. Greg, it's good to see you. Greg Taylor there of EY on the labour market and on the retail sales data just moments ago. Well, that came at a 0.0. The estimate was positive 0.4. The team here at Bloomberg breaking down the numbers. 8 out of 13 categories posted decreases, including declines at clothing stores and furniture outlets. Sales at auto dealers also falling.
Yeah, and this is the reason why the comp sale, the control group of the retail sales, actually declined 0.1% for that key December month. The real question here going forward about about how much this is just a blip versus exactly what we were just talking about with Greg, just people aren't getting paid. So how are they going to spend, even if some of the numbers have been robust from individual retailers?
Bonds are rallying, yields are lower by 4 basis points, the 10-year at 4.16. With an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg brief, here's Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Recapping the data we just got, delayed December retail sales coming in unchanged at 0.4%. Meanwhile, the retail sales control group coming in lower than expected at negative 0.1%, as Lisa just said. Elsewhere, ADP's weekly jobless claims show U.S. private employers added an average of 6,500 jobs per week over the 4-week period ending January 24th. Meanwhile, consulting giant McKinsey is handing over its $20 billion investment arm to Neuberger Berman. The deal caps off decades of Neuberger's management of McKinsey's current and former investment partners. It will see about 280 employees join Neuberger, with the deal still subject to regulatory approval. And Google parent Alphabet making a major push into the global debt market, issuing over $11 billion in sterling and Swiss franc denominated bonds. The sterling portion of the deal, which is the largest ever for a corporate issuer, attracted $30 billion worth of bids. The offering also includes an ultra-rare 100-year note, highlighting the company's aggressive long-term commitment to AI. That's Bloomberg Brief, John.
Yahira, thank you. Thank you very much. Up next, Christina Campmany of Invesco on the downside surprise for retail sales. Plus, Yahira's back with your morning movers. Shares of Coke lower after reporting a sales miss. That name is down by 3.8%.
Maybe a year or two down the road, it could become maybe a headwind. But for right now, you're unlocking all of this cash into the economy. So you essentially had trapped cash on balance sheets, trapped abilities of these companies to issue debt, and now they're taking advantage of it, and they can do this for years to come.
That was Eric Johnston of Cantor Fitzgerald a little bit earlier on this morning on the record issuance we've seen from some of these players and the record demand that this market is ultimately giving them. Equities at the moment on the S&P 500 just about unchanged. We just received the first data point of many for the week, and it wasn't good. The December retail sales number coming in much softer than expected and unleashing a rally in the bond market. Yields down by about 4 or 5 basis points across the curve. 10s at 4.16, 30s at 4.80. The opening bell, 42 minutes away. Let's get you some single names as well. Your morning movers with Yahira. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Coming into earnings, Coca-Cola shares were up more than 12% in the pre-market. So the bar was high and it did not quite meet it. Shares are down 3.7% after the company's 2026 sales outlook came in just a shy below Wall Street estimates. As the beverage giant continues to grapple with people just drinking less soda, it points to the challenges facing Henrique Braun, who is set to take the helm in March as CEO. Meanwhile, moving on to the chip manufacturer TSMC, shares are up 2.3% after revenue in January surged 37% as the hyperscalers are set to spend an eye-popping $650 billion in CapEx this year alone. TSMC also planning to spend big, earmarking $56 billion in CapEx this year as well. And we end on Datadog. This is one of the companies that had been caught up in the software sell-off last week. It is still off about more than 40% since its November peak, but it is making some strides. Shares are up now 15% in the pre-market after beating fourth quarter expectations. And while its full-year outlook did come in a touch lighter than expected, analysts do view it as conservative. John?
Hey, Yahira, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for that. As we count you down to the opening bell, retail sales behind us. This is what the calendar looks like now for the week ahead. Look out for the Fed speak from Halleck and Logan at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We'll also get a White House press conference, plus Ford reporting earnings after the closing bell. Wednesday, the payrolls report just around the corner, plus results from McDonald's on Thursday, jobless claims on Friday, CPI. Looking across that calendar, yes, the data matters, but McDonald's in focus just a little bit more now, just to get a better idea of where this consumer's at into the new year.
Yeah, with Coca-Cola really pointing to some of the weakness, particularly in low-income consumers. They really spotlighted that with one of their executives talking about how you continue to see that pressure. Do you see that? Interesting, Coke raised their prices, an average of 4%. Pepsi dropped their prices to try to increase volume. It gives you a sense of what the backdrop is from the consumer.
So let's look at the next 12 months. Christina Campmany of Invesco writing, in many ways, we're at a crossroads, and the next few weeks should be telling for the first half of 2026. Christina joins us now for more. Christina, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so
that
much
wasn't a nice data point on retail sales, and thanks for being here. What was your reaction to that?
Look, I think the data remains very noisy, and we know we're continuing to balance the inflation in the labor market, but we know that there's this bifurcation of the consumer, and we're all sitting here talking about the K-shaped recovery, but we know that there's a lot of weakness out there in the labor market. It feels like we're back into this waiting for the next shoe to drop moment of you just aren't seeing labor creation, and if there's not job creation, it's hard to see the extent of a robust economy continue.
You think
We just
that
haven't seen it.
we might actually get some clarity because we have been in this sort of, what are we looking at? How are these numbers really shaping up for quite a number of months? Why is this potentially an inflection point that could give us more clarity?
So I think that we're getting to this point of, does it break or can we push through? We have some of the impacts of the fiscal and the big beautiful bill that should come online in first into second quarter. But the labor market, I think the market has kind of gotten acquainted to maybe the break-even payroll really is this 0 to 50K number. And I think that that's in the dialogue, but I don't know if the market's ready for seeing a negative print or seeing that is still reacted to as a more negative. So I think the labor market really holds the key here of where do we go from here? And again, if you take a step back, you've never been able to maintain this level of growth without job growth.
Can the rotation that everyone keeps talking about continue without seeing the commensurate economic data, given that a lot of it's predicated on a whole host of spending that, frankly, the debt market is super happy to keep financing?
But you guys spoke about it earlier this morning. I mean, so much of the growth in the U.S. economy has been driven by the hyperscalers and the hyperscalers alone. And you have the administration focused on affordability and talking about pushing out $1,000 per consumer per family. So like there's this big bifurcation, push and pull of where growth is really coming from. And again, I think the critical point comes back to, can you have labor market growth to then sustain it on a longer run basis?
When you see retail sales like this, and individuals before this were saying, actually, people were using the basically future tax rebate they knew they were going to get to spend. Well, they clearly were not. Why do you think they're actually going to use it when they get it? Potentially, is that just going to go to John's point earlier this week and last week talking about electricity prices or maybe paying down some of their own debt?
I think that there's definitely, I think the consumer has been, we've seen this since COVID, the consumer is much choosier, right? And they're savvy about where they're spending and how they're spending and rotating around as needed. But I think there's a lot of angst in the market and in the economy of like, what is the next shoe to drop? Do I have, okay, we're optimistic about better tax refunds and you have the tax bill that's coming through, but like things feel on unsteady ground more broadly. So it doesn't shock me that the consumer is taking a pause, right?
What are you expecting from jobs tomorrow?
I think the risk, again, I think what consensus is like 68, 70,000, right? Like, I think in that ballpark, the risks are probably a weaker number if you have more drag from government jobs coming from the delayed retirements or push outs from Doge of early last year. But again, I think when I look at the labor market, the risk, I think, is that we have more weakness in the medium term and that you have a market that is more reactive or overreactive to a zero print when you say, well, again, if the break-even number is only 25, having a 0 or a negative 25 is actually not that out of the realm of possibility.
This program started so bullish. I just want to reflect on that. It started so bullish on the US economy and the president was talking about 15%. No one thinks 15% is going to happen. But ultimately, there was three big reasons for that. Refunds, the tech capex, the monetary policy, the rate cuts we've already seen, and then it's one data point from December, and all of a sudden it's all bearish again. It's just like that.
It depends what side of the story you're talking about. Are you talking about the AI story where people can still be very bullish? Or are you talking about the real economy, which seems to be completely unaffected right now? Or not unaffected, I'm being dramatic, but not necessarily seeing the scope of some of those gains.
And that just really shows why the president is having such a hard time. We are seeing tons of money being spent, but only from these hyperscaler tech companies and the angst within the consumer. You're not seeing them spending. They're concerned about their jobs, and they probably are concerned about the tech companies driving up their electricity prices and maybe also making their job obsolete.
The GDP could be good to that point, but the kind of numbers that move the dial for the polls and the midterms might not be. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Christina Campmelli of Invesco. If you're just joining us, welcome to the program. Futures just about unchanged on the S&P 500, but the data we got about 25 minutes ago, just supporting the bid we saw go into bond in the last few hours. Bond yields are down across the curve. We're down about 4 or 5 basis points on a 10-year, down almost 6 on the 30s, 480 at the very long end of the curve. Coming up tomorrow, we'll catch up with Steve Englander of Standard Chartered, Lisa Shallard of Morgan Stanley, Gagi Chowdhury of BlackRock, and Mike Apen of Morgan Stanley.
Hello, Symposiast. I'm Dr. Angela Puca, Religious Studies PhD and University Lecturer, and this is your online resource for the academic study of magic, esotericism, paganism, shamanism, and all things occult, including chaos magic. I am so incredibly excited. There are two super exciting things. The first one is that I'm about to interview Peter J. Carroll, and this was a phenomenal interview. I'm sure you will love it. And we talk about all sorts of things, from the reality of gods, whether they're real or not, and how they're real, what makes magic effective, and how to improve the effectiveness of magic, whether political events can be affected, the ontology or what actually exists in the world. We cover so much. I think you're going to love it. So please stay tuned up until the end. And the other super exciting thing is that my book, The Left-Hand Path of Magic, is now available for pre-order. And you know what's fantastic about it is that Peter J. Carroll has written foreword to this book, and he told me that he loves it. So that made me super, super happy. And so I'm trying not to get too emotional here. Okay, so this is very exciting. If you're interested in pre-ordering the book, it is published by Wiser. And it should come out this autumn 2026, but it's already available in pre-order if you want it. And obviously, everything that we will talk about today with Peter J. Carroll will be relevant, because chaos magic is a left-hand path tradition. So yeah, I'm not gonna edit this. I want you to see like my full emotional reaction. Okay, it is very exciting. Also, I don't know what you think about it. I think the illustrator has done an amazing job with the cover. The cover is fantastic. I loved it. As soon as my editor showed it to me, it's like, oh my god, that's amazing. So yeah, and I'm really proud of that book as well. It's it's a fruit of a lot of research and labor. So I hope that you're gonna get it when it comes out, or now in pre-order. And and let's now have this amazing interview with Peter J. Carroll. But before doing that, you know what's coming. And I know it might be boring, because I say all the time, but unfortunately or fortunately, you decide, this project, my Angela Symposium, can only exist thanks to you. It is a crowd-funded project. So if you want me to keep going with this work and not give it up and find something else to do, please consider supporting my work with PayPal donations, joining my fantastic Patreon community, super thanking me in the comments, checking out my services on my website, drangelapuca.com. And you find all the links. There's also coffee, and you find all the ways to support me in the info box, cards, bio, and a pinned comment. So it's going to be very easy to do so. And also, don't forget to check out Peter Carroll's website, which is also linked in the description box. So thank you all, and let's start with this deep philosophical esoteric dive. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining me today for this interview. It is a pleasure and an honor to have you here on my channel.
Oh, thank you for having me on.
So I have a deep philosophical dive to do with you today. So I hope that everybody is ready and has a snack and a drink, because it's going to be long and intellectual. I'll try to use some infographics on screen so that people can follow us, because I think it's going to be a bit more advanced for those who are not super familiar with chaos magic and with your work. So the first question that I wanted to ask you is that you repeatedly state that you draw no distinction between the natural and the supernatural, and argue instead that physical reality is already quite supernatural in itself. At the same time, you explicitly reject idealism, strong panpsychism, and any ontology in which consciousness is fundamental. So on what precise ontological basis then does magic occur? And if magic is a natural phenomenon operating between unconscious objects, what distinguishes it from other poorly understood physical processes rather than from future physics itself?
Well, for me, reality is pretty supernatural in itself. Anytime you look at anything from a scientific point of view, it becomes more and more mysterious. You know, the cosmos is endlessly astonishing, and what goes on down in the quantum realm is equally profoundly strange and different from our experience here on the sort of midi-cosm or human scale of things. The universe is a very deeply mysterious place. And we've looked at this in loads of different ways. I mean, most religions attribute the universe to the activity of gods or a god, and say that, you know, that is the ultimate cause of it and the cause of everything that occurs in it. Science prefers to try and explain everything in terms of material causality. However, there's a problem with that. I mean, if everything is caused, at some point, something's just going to have to happen out of itself, isn't it? Unless it's arranged in some strange kind of self-causing loop. The magician might decide to take all available territory and say everything occurs in the universe by magic. And to what extent that view can be reconciled with the idea that everything occurs by quantum physics ultimately, because it underlies everything, or so they reckon. I don't know. I think the universe, scientifically and magically, is far more complex than we currently imagine. But it doesn't beg quite so many questions as attributing it all to gods and deities, which that just creates an infinite number of unanswerable questions. For me, reality runs on a sort of spectrum from fairly high probability reliable events, which we can deal with by science, and then surprising low probability events, which people attempt to deal with through magic. And of course, science tries to keep pushing the boundaries downwards so we can deal with events of even lower probability. But in the end, science seems to hit quantum physics, beyond which it may not be able to proceed. We don't know yet. I don't see any great mystery about consciousness, personally. I mean, there is supposed to be the hard problem of consciousness, but as far as I can see, the brain is an information processing machine. And if you can specify exactly what aspect of consciousness you've got a problem with, I'm sure we can duplicate it with a machine. I think we will soon be capable, if we haven't already, be capable of endowing a machine with any degree of self-consciousness. It's just a case of giving it the right measuring apparatus, any degree of awareness of its own internal states. And, you know, if we could pile up some form of electronic reward and punishment for it, dependent on its actions, it could probably develop its own correlative consciousness. It won't surprise me to see fully conscious machines which can duplicate everything that we can do, and probably faster and more stupidly, within my own lifetime. So yeah, I don't see any great mystery about consciousness. I tend at some moments to think the entire universe runs on magic because it runs on quantum physics, and there's possibly a deep symmetry between the two things yet to be fully discovered. Consciousness, I think, is quite a natural thing. I don't think there's anything supernatural about consciousness. There's very good evolutionary reasons why consciousness should develop. And we can actually see that in action. There are obviously many animals which have something fairly close to our own consciousness, domestic pets, apes, etc. Then we look down the evolutionary tree at things which are highly sensitive to their own environment, but not their own internal states. It seems quite reasonable that evolution would produce an organism which has a self-image of itself, because that would have greater survival value. So I don't see any massive mystery in it, nor do I regard that point of view as in any way diminishing humanity or myself.
What is your ontology of reality? So do you believe, I don't think that you believe that everything is consciousness. So do you believe that there are only physical objects? Do you think that they are ontologically existent in and of themselves, or only exist in relation to each other? So what is, what do you believe that actually exists?
Well, I tend to subscribe to what's called Mach's principle, that in physics, that the properties of any particle in the universe depend to some extent on the existence of the whole of the rest of the universe. That yes, everything is relational. A single particle in the middle of an absolute void wouldn't really have any properties at all, because it wouldn't be relating to anything. So I think, yes, there's a certain holism about the universe. It all acts upon itself and upon every bit within it, and the properties of the bits within it depend to a considerable extent on the existence of all the rest of it. I have no idea how it got that way. But to say everything is consciousness, that doesn't say anything. You might just say, well, everything's got God in it. So what? You know, you haven't added anything to knowledge by saying that. I mean, if you insist that rocks have consciousness, well, it's not saying much, is it? Because they don't have a lot of it. It's just saying, you know, I can't really explain my consciousness to myself, so I must assume it's everywhere. Panpsychism is just a way, really, of getting out of the mind-matter duality. But I don't see any kind of mind-matter duality anyway.
So you think that everything is interconnected, and you do believe that things exist, that the material world exists?
Oh, for sure. I mean, famous quantum physicist said, when you start looking at it, you find that the things of the universe aren't actually made of things at all. In other words, you can't use the sort of similes and analogies we use in the human scale world to describe what goes on down there. Like if you try and describe quanta in terms of being little billiard balls or little waves in a medium, it rapidly ceases to have much descriptive or predictive power. It's not like that. The stuff on that level isn't thingy in the same way that we experience things with our 5 or 6 senses. You could say it's all information. That all the quanta buzzing around making up the activity of the universe are not things at all. They're just bits of information. But I mean, that doesn't really get you anywhere. It might help you make better quantum computers, but it doesn't give you a very useful picture of it. I mean, they say no picture we can make of what goes on at that level actually relates to any picture that we can make of what goes on the human scale of reality. But I mean, that's true of the cosmos too, really. I mean, we can barely conceive of things like black holes or exploding galaxies. Things on that scale don't have the same kind of thinginess which is apparent to our senses in our small mammalian bodies. You know, we have to often just fall back on mathematics or not very accurate analogies. Like, are things waves or particles, or are they information or fields? We don't really know. Those are almost descriptions of choice, really. They're not forced upon us by reality. Well, they're forced upon us by the limitations of our senses. But yeah, the reality is quite possibly far stranger than we can think.
And how do you think that magic interacts with this fabric of reality in a way to achieve change within it?
Well, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? I mean, a lot of what people do in magic is to affect change within themselves. You know, to change their attitude, change their perceptions, enhance their own personal abilities. I mean, I'm assuming you have a pretty one-to-one magical link with most of yourself. When it comes to things like parapsychology, psi effects, I don't know. There are plenty of ideas being kicked around on that one. People have been kicking ideas on that subject around from the beginning of time, haven't they? To explain the peculiar, as it were, psychic or magical connections which seem to exist between things. I mean, in the earliest days, we seem to have, from what we could tell from the anthropology, and still some existing societies, the animist approach, in which everything was thought to be imbued with something like the consciousness that people subjectively experience in themselves. And then we proceeded to the idea that everything was controlled by spirits, that natural phenomena had spirits in them. And then we proceeded to things like Neoplatonism, in which a whole kind of, as it were, realm of information existed above and beyond the visible physical stuff. Unfortunately, Neoplatonism, I think, tended to mistake the imaginative creations of the mind for things which were probably outside the mind. And then there was more pseudo-scientific attempts to rationalize magic and psi with things like Eliphas Levi's theory of the astral light. At least it was a start. And you got people like Schopenhauer saying, well, you know, it's not all due to spirits and things, it's due to the will or the intent of the operator. And then people started looking at things when radio waves and electromagnetic radiation were discovered. People started thinking, well, you know, maybe that's got something to do with it. Despite the fact that if you use electromagnetic radiation to explain psi effects, then you have to wonder how sometimes it works through solid objects through which such radiation won't penetrate. And then we have ideas like Sheldrake's morphic fields, which is again almost a kind of Neoplatonism or idealism. I've been more attracted in recent years, since I retired from business and have achieved a comfortable life in retirement. I've spent quite a bit of time looking at possible explanations for parapsychological effects. The one thing that quantum physics does offer, at least in some interpretations, and at the moment I think we can safely say that nobody understands quantum physics, as the great quantum physicist Richard Feynman famously observed, there are hundreds of different interpretations of it kicking around. But I particularly like the idea that maybe the waves are truly non-local, in the sense that although they have to travel at light speed, they can also travel backwards in time at light speed as well, which means that effectively the waves form a vast kind of network in the universe, perhaps far more complicated than the physical world of observed particles and atoms, that everything is perhaps conjoined by a vast probabilistic world of waves in which everything is to some extent entangled with everything else. And it may be that, we certainly know that by setting up experiments in which you have a choice of what to measure, you can control the outcome. So there may be some explanation there. I'm looking at the transactional interpretation of quantum mechanics and the possibility of time being a little more complex in structure than we currently think. Those are the sort of ideas that I sort of kick around in my retirement. It's a complex and contentious subject. They've just had a big quantum physicist meeting on the island of Heligoland, and all they could do was agree to disagree. So yes, it's a fascinating realm of possibility there. I mean, a lot of magicians are just happy to go on and use it, whatever, use their techniques and their beliefs to get what they want. Yeah. But the theoretical aspect of it does still intrigue me. Was it Thomas Vaughan said that a witch is a rebel in physics? So I thought, well, yeah, some of the claims I've made and some of the ideas I've advocated over the years do look a bit like rebel or alternative physics to me. So I have tried to go into straight physics as far as I can. It's a complex thing, and see if I can find anything in there that warms my heart or reinforces my paradigm. Yeah, big subject, still no answers, but it's been like that for millennia, really.
But you have elaborated your equation of magic, so at least from the practical point of view, it seems like, at least at the time, maybe you have changed your mind in the meantime, but at the time it seemed like you had an idea of how magic works, what are the ingredients that are practically necessary for it to work.
Well, that equation of magic I developed all those years ago, I still think that applies. It basically says that the first part of it says that the probability of achieving something by magic is equal, obviously, to the probability of it occurring by chance anyway, modified by the effect of magic on the remaining bit of probability, but with a caveat in the form of an indices, which says that the more improbable it is, the more difficult it's going to get. I think that equation is completely rigorous in itself, but the problem with it is that it's just got this factor M, the amount of magic you're using in it. And I can only qualify the amount of magic you're using in it in terms of a kind of shopping basket of the things you need to make magic work. The first equation just tells you really whether it's worth it even attempting it and what the likely result might be. And I think that's fairly rigorous. The second part of the equation, magic equals gnosis, magical link, sublimation, and belief. That's just really a coat hanger or a shopping basket of ingredients, because you can't really, at the moment, easily measure any of those things. I mean, we all have a kind of approximate or roughly effective idea of what those four ingredients mean, but we can't measure them. Gnosis, basically means achieving a highly concentrated form of mental attention through either excitation or quiescence. The magical link is another rather squiffy one. Just how well connected are you to something out of sight or in the other room or on the other side of the planet? How good a connection is it possible to have? Sublimation, I used to express that as the inverse of belief, but sublimation, the inverse of disbelief. The sublimation is the extent to which you can make that wish or desire or enchantment really permeate the depths of your mind, because conscious wishing and consciously wanting something is always a bit of a mess in your head. You can't hold the desire for very long without doubts, caveats, everything else arising to spoil it. I think it's quite necessary to completely internalize it in the depths of your mind, the bits which are not easily reachable, what you're trying to achieve. And achieving sublimation of the desire is the main reason for so many of the apparently bonkers procedures of magic, drawing meaningless sigils or performing strange barbaric rites, which don't make a lot of logical sense, but possibly speak to your subconscious. And then, of course, belief. You really do need to not have any doubts about it, why you're doing it, no matter how nuts it might seem on a rational basis. So yeah, I think the equation still holds. I'd still stand by that after probably nearly 50 years. The one thing the equations don't address, and people have often been asking me about, is, well, then what happens if a whole bunch of people are trying to do the same thing? How do you add up their individual contributions? And I'm not sure about that. My answer has been, I think it's only the best effort counts, and that perhaps the only reason of doing a group ritual is the hope that it might provoke somebody to an outstanding performance. I once joked it's rather like being in a firing squad. It's not very polite to start debating whose shot might have done the business. We all try, and if we get a good result, well, that's fine. So yeah, the equations are magic. It's
You still stand by it.
under some pardon.
So you still stand by it after all these years?
I still stand by it. I mean, people like Dean Radin, the great American parapsychologist, he's taken quite an interest in it and has tried to revise some of his own experiments in terms of getting those ingredients right. I mean, there's certain simple tests you can do within parapsychology anyway. Like when it comes to belief, if you separate out the sheep and the goats amongst the volunteers, i.e. those who believe and who don't believe in parapsychology, those who do believe in it get better results than those who don't. And bizarrely, some of those people who don't believe in parapsychology actually get below probability results, which is in itself evidence of something rather strange. Almost as if they were using, because they don't believe in psi, they're getting a negative psi result. Of course, there's perhaps ethical limitations on the amount of gnosis you can employ in a laboratory experiment. But I mean, magical links, that can be attended to. if only by getting people to know each other before they try and do telepathy experiments together. It's a particularly elegant. Sorry, yeah.
No, I was just about to say, what do you think that constitutes a strong magical link for a magic to be successful? Would it be something like hair and nails, or does it necessarily have to be a close proximity to the person?
Well, I think probably ultimately what matters is how much of the target you've got inside your head. I mean, if I wanted to do some magic against Vladimir Putin, what have I got really? All I got is a newsreel image of him or some pictures in a newspaper. You know, I haven't stood next to the guy and smelt him or familiarized myself to any greater depth with him. You know, I'm working with very little really. You know, all I've got is the stuff in the public domain. But whereas perhaps if you're trying to divine what's going on remotely, I'm sure it helps if you've been there. You know, if someone just gives you a map reference and say, you know, just douse what's there, you think, well, I've got a map, I've never been to the place. I can, you know, you might have an aerial photograph or something, but I mean, it's not much really compared to the huge breadth of sensory experience, conscious and subconscious, you get if you've actually stood next to somebody or been to a place. Yeah, I think sometimes people perhaps overrate what you can do with photographs or fingernail clippings or hair or whatever. I sometimes think that a lot of that sort of thing is just sort of purely symbolic in some ways. In other words,
do you not think
it could perhaps have no effect? I would have thought really if you were sticking pins in a doll of somebody, what really matters is not how good a representation the doll is, whether it's a perfect little mannequin of the person, but what really matters is your connection to that person, and that maybe the fingernails and the hair clippings are just there to remind you of what you're doing. But I think to make an experiment like that work, you've really got to have some fairly broad spectrum sensory picture of the target. Although when you're actually sticking the pins in, you're just sticking the pins in the doll. You're relying on that broad sensory image of the target in your subconscious, not in your conscious mind. At least I think that's probably how it works. I don't do a lot of that sort of stuff, by the way.
Well, I'm not here to judge anyway, but so you don't think that it's you think that it's not possible to influence somebody at a distance unless you know them personally, because even a link like hair and fingernails you think is not enough, so you need to have like an experience of that person to be able to
I think that's probably the case. Yeah. And I wouldn't attempt to divine anything much about a location I'd never been to. You know, if I was trying to divine a location, I would only attempt to do it if I was physically familiar with it. Yeah, I think people who try and give psychic advice by telephone to people they have never met. Well, I mean, we do know some of the ways they use tricks to get around that, but I mean, I think it's basically you can't hope for very much psychic at all on that basis.
What about meeting online? Is that still something that gives enough sensory image of the person, or does it have to be a physical experience of the person?
I don't know. I've never tried stuff like that, but I would be really rather surprised if that gave good results. It depends what you're looking for. I mean, you could possibly get the odd thing about divinatory information is that we only count it as a hit if it turns out to be later confirmed. And I sometimes think that a lot of divination depends on what the diviner will later know in the future. I think, important, if you must insist on doing psi experiments, that if you ask somebody to divine something psychically, you tell them as quickly as possible afterwards whether they got it right or not. I'll give you a funny example of this. A few years ago, I was playing Trivial Pursuits with my family, and in this game, a person picks up a card which has a question on it, which is often something quite obscure and not, often common knowledge, and they'll read out to you, is so and so, is it A, is it B, is it C, or is it D? And I found that when people did that, they tend to read you the question and then they turn it over and look at the answer themselves and wait for your answer. And I found that I often hadn't got a faintest clue what the answer was. So I waited till the person turned it over to look at the answer, waiting for my response. And as soon as they looked at the answer, I knew the answer. It was as though I was divining a future state of myself, perhaps, or possibly something out of their mind. I think that's how a lot of divination works. Yeah, it's not necessarily due to like divining for hidden treasure and things like that. I think if a person went round and tried to divine a landscape and wrote down what was there, and they were never told whether they were right or wrong, they would probably just write down rubbish. But if a person was asked to divine something, and it was definite that wherever they said something was, somebody would definitely go and dig and find out whether it was there or not, they would get far better results because they're effectively divining their own future state of knowledge or surprise. We did some experiments like that in my Bristol temple for a while, in which people had to divine one object from an array of objects. They had to pick out which one it was. And then after the experiment, they were presented with the actual object they were supposed to be divining in a surprising or shocking way. Somebody would run up and shove it right in their face to provide a surprise. And we found that if that was going to happen, then the person was more likely to get it right. It's as though it's working across time rather than perhaps by any other mechanism in some cases.
That's very interesting. Also, it makes me think, given that we are on the topic of magical links, as you said, you think that magical links are strongest when there is a physical and experiential proximity to the target. And it is weakest when it is relying on abstractions such as names, photographs, and so on. So how does this position sit alongside your openness to non-local phenomena such as quantum entanglement or retrocausality? So why should proximity matter at all if magic exploits non-local connections?
Well, from what we know, in straight physics about non-local connections, stuff can certainly get in the way. When you look at the various fields through which entanglement could be established, nothing stops gravity. You and I are gravitationally entangled just because we're in the same universe. I mean, the effect is probably fairly weak, but there's, apart from the equipment we're using, we're not electromagnetically entangled, because the heat radiation from my body is probably very little of it is getting out of this room. The light reflected off my surface, it's obstructed by all the room around me. It's not getting to you. Whereas perhaps if we were standing in the open with a clear path for radiation between us, there could be some form of entanglement there. So I mean, if I look out the window, the atoms in the back of my eye will be entangled with some hydrogen plasma on the surface of the sun, but not if I close the window. Entanglement doesn't necessarily go through everything. It can be obstructed, and entangled states are quite fragile as well. They tend to decohere into the environment if they hit something. So although that definitely opens up some possibilities up for a magical mechanism, it doesn't mean that anything goes.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And given we are still on the topic of magical links, I have to ask because this is something that interests me lately. So do you think that then it's impossible to affect political events? You made the example of Putin, but I was wondering even more generally. So we are talking a lot about affecting people. What about affecting events or affecting political events? Do you think that it's something that magic can do, or do you think that it's completely outside of the realm of what is possible to do with magic?
Well, I mean, there's two different aspects to magic in many ways. There's a sort of magic that may involve purely psychic and parapsychological effects, and then there is, you know, the magic of the magic of concepts and ideas and archetypes, the magic involved in the various dark arts of salesmanship and persuasion and speaking to the subconscious of another person. There's no doubt about it that politicians are often quite willing to speak and act in such a way as to get into people's subconscious rather than their conscious, to tap into people's fears and imaginations. There's certainly a massive amount of that going on. I mean, in magic that you do for yourself, you might create an invocation to bring forth some power or ability in yourself, or some perception in yourself, by arranging a suitable ritual and everything. But politicians are doing that all the time. They're appealing to concepts in our subconscious. They're appealing to our fears and desires and our aspirations. And it's getting quite dirty at the moment. I mean, you know, Putin is making massive appeals to Russian nationalism. He's also bought off the Orthodox Church. The patriarchs are all in his pocket and behind him and blessing his troops as they go off to slaughter. He's even recruited the Rodnovery people, you know, the people who practice Slavic paganism. They're also on the, or at least a fair fraction of them, are also on the approved Kremlin list and in his pocket. And he's making massive appeals to, you know, almost mystical ideas of Mother Russia. He's passing out a huge amount of peculiar propaganda about what he considers the moral degeneracy of the West. And these are all appeals to sort of archetypal concepts. I would in some ways describe those kind of actions as an almost kind of magical kind of action. It's not working through logic, it's working through archetypes and attempt to manipulate people's imaginations. So yes, there's a vast amount of that going on in politics. And I think it's coming more and more into the open, and it's getting dirtier as well. It's one of the reasons politics is becoming a lot more polarized.
So my understanding is that you think that when it comes to politics, maybe you can't affect the politicians in themselves, but perhaps there's something people can that it is possible to do when it comes to the archetypes that work in the background and you know, most of a glamour magic type of way. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, there's an awful lot of glamour magic going on, isn't there? You know, whole ideologies and identities are being demonized or lauded, and yeah, that in a way is a magical rather than a rational activity, isn't it? It's the appeal to the imagination and an attempt to subvert people's self-images. So yeah, I mean, that I think you can classify that as magic of a sort. Because
and
after
how
all,
do you create link then?
Pardon?
How do you create magical link then? as in, if somebody wanted to affect political events by leveraging on the archetypes at work and, doing some glamour magic to affect the events, how could they create a magical link so that, that kind of energy goes where it needs to go and affects what it needs to affect?
Well, I'm not sure it is even energy. It's just information, isn't it? And they use the media that are at their disposal. Yeah, I mean, it's all done materially, but the material action is designed to have an effect on the psyche. And when that fails, they just kill people or throw them out of windows, or use lawfare against them, as Donald Trump is doing. But yeah, a lot of it is an appeal to non-rationality. It's an appeal to the imagination, to the subconscious, and to the self-images of the people whose opinions and self-images you're trying to modify.
You have argued that modern psychology can explain most spiritual and religious experiences as internal phenomena. And this leaves unresolved what might be called the transmission problem. So what in physical terms, what is it in physical terms that moves a magical act from the self, from the body and the nervous system into the external world? So at what point does a mental or emotional state cease to be merely internal and begin to exert influence beyond the organism?
Well, there's no doubt about it that if you enter the company of a whole bunch of people in a specific emotional state or mood, you do tend to feel it, and it does tend to generate sympathetic response within yourself. Whether that's through subtle senses like smell or just a perception of body language and all that sort of thing. I don't know. I mean, it's obviously due partly to that, but whether it could actually be done, parapsychologically as well, I don't know. Is it possible to communicate, mood and information with no physical intermediary? I think perhaps it is. I mean, I've had quite a few instances of reliable telepathy with my mother, for example. My mother has said things to me in my head or in my dreams, and I've just rung up and checked that yes, that has just happened. Yes, your father did die this morning, sort of thing. And I was just going to ring you about it, kind of thing. That sort of thing. I have experienced that sort of thing. But there again, you probably have a pretty close magical link, to your own biological family that you've grown up with. I don't know the extent. I mean, it's obviously a capricious phenomena that depends on huge numbers of variables. But I've seen too many instances of it in my life to dismiss it. I think there must be something there, but what exactly it is, I don't know. I mean, possibly that could even be explained by me divining the state of my future knowledge half an hour later. I don't know. But there's something peculiar going on, and quite what the mechanism is, I don't really know. It's been a lifetime's quest to find out.
That's fair enough. I think these are definitely questions that are difficult to find an answer to, but I still find them engaging and interesting enough that even though you don't actually get to the answer, even the speculation around them is still something that I find quite interesting. I
mean, in 2 or 3 times, well, probably more than that in my life, perhaps a dozen or more times, when I've been in a really worked up state about something, bits of parapsychology have occurred that I have no simple explanation for. I have in moments of anger thrown objects across the room that I wasn't even touching or looking at. I have materialized objects that I was desperately in need of, but only because I was incredibly desperate. I couldn't just do it for fun. Various odd things, inexplicable things have happened. Well, there must be some explanation, perhaps. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I've seen enough really weird events to suspect that there is more to reality than we yet know.
Yeah, definitely. I was also thinking that there Another subject that you have talked about in other interviews is and also in your books, is your understanding of deities and gods and entities. So you have stated that you do not believe in objectively real gods or spirits, but you affirm the practical reality of artificial or constructed spirits, such as those deliberately created within communities or treated as operative entities. So in what sense do these artificial spirits differ ontologically and causally from purely internal psychological constructs? So do you think that they are real?
They're real if you internalize them. I mean, the thing that struck me when writing that book, The Epoch, the highly illustrated, as it were, catalogues of various gods and entities from different cultures that might be of interest to the magician for the purposes of invocation. When you look at virtually all of those deities, their myths are very complicated and they changed over time. You know, if a modern day magician says, you know, I think I'll go out, I need more vitality and strength, and I've got a big fight about something coming on, I think I'll go and invoke Horus. You have to think, well, which Horus does that magician mean? You know, the god Horus was hanging around in ancient Egypt for about at least 2,000 years, and he was lots of different characters, and the myths contradict each other. And the same is goes for virtually all deities. They all have quite a complicated, what they call theometry, you know, a measure of their qualities. They tend to evolve over time. I mean, even the Abrahamic God, people now seem to have a vastly different conception of it to what they had, you know, 500 BC in Judea. The gods mutate continuously, especially those with written mythologies. They're not the same people from one century to another. And today there are, you know, worshippers of the Abrahamic deity will have vastly different conceptions, you know, of what that deity is like and what qualities they want to get out of it. So I would say, yes, that humans have always created gods to personify things that they wanted or things that they feared, or favors that they wanted. We've always conjured them up. And if you look at the history of them, they've tended to mutate pretty substantially from the moment of their creation to the moment eventually they were superseded by something else. There's nothing very, they're as fickle as we are, shall we say. So when you say you're invoking some ancient or even modern deity, what are you really invoking? You're invoking what it means to you in your imagination, or what people have told you about it, and those bits you've chosen to concentrate on. I think they're all imaginary creations, but nonetheless powerful for that. You know, I mean, people have, you look at the way people follow famous people. There's so many people want to emulate so many various different famous people for different reasons. I mean, okay, those people are real, but only as real as their publicity department wants to make them. People always think in terms, because their brain has evolved to be a social organ. Huge intelligence derives to a great extent from the incredible complexities of living with other people. We tend to personify and anthropomorphize absolutely automatically. And it's no surprise that we made all deities look like humans, or virtually all of them. But they nevertheless they represent characteristics that we want to emulate or borrow. And they're all basically social projections, in my view. But I mean, what the heck, you can still use them because they represent things that you've got inside of yourself. I think our subconscious is the astral plane. And it's far bigger than most people realize. It looks like the entire 18-hour-a-day movie of our lives is recorded somewhere inside of our head. And so we know a fantastic amount about people and how to do things. Most of it we can't really remember very well, but it's in there. And we can bring these abilities out, I think, by concentrating on various archetypes or hero figures, or even demonic archetypes. I think we have worlds within us that we can tap into. I mean, artists do. Why can't magicians?
So to the point of when you talk about deities and you say when you invoke horrors, who are you invoking because he has changed so much? So I would say, isn't that the same with people? Like, I'm not the same as I was 10 years ago. I won't be the same in 10 years' time, but does that imply that I don't exist? Or does it simply imply that if you meet me now and you are talking with Angela, then you're talking to the Angela that you have in front of you now. And then if you were to meet me in 10 years, obviously I will have different characteristics. I might look different. I might act different. I certainly did 10 years ago. I couldn't even speak English 10 years ago. So we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We would need to speak in another language. So I think that the change that occurs with deities when they are in different places, when they're worshipped in different places, and the change that occurs within them over time, couldn't that just be the same as it happens to us? This would be more of an argument towards, could they actually exist? Because, the kind of trait is a trait that belongs to every living thing. Every living thing changes. So in a way, to me, the fact that they are different and they change could potentially be an argument towards their existence, because everything that exists is in continuous change. Nothing stays the same. What stays the same is actually dead and doesn't live. Only things that don't live remain the same. And in terms of the fact that deities resemble us, I think that we tend to do a bit of that with everything. So, for instance, if you look about how certain philosophers have argued about our perception of time, even when we look at Immanuel Kant, for instance, the philosopher. So time is not something that it is, according to Kant, it is an internal category within our mind. But what is occurring here and now in front of me, it's something that, it's all happening at the same time. But for my mind to understand something, I have to split your words into past, present, and future so that I can articulate them in a way that my mind can understand them. So I'm wondering, couldn't it be the same when it comes to deities? As in order for us as humans, because we have our senses and we can only perceive things through our senses, so we always filter things in a way that they become knowledgeable and understandable. So couldn't it be that the reason why God resembles us could also be because that's the only way we can understand them? So it is sort of the internal filters that we have, that because sometimes we do that also with other things. Sometimes we see traits in animals and things around us that resemble us that we would attribute to humans, and it makes it easier for us to make things completely different from us intelligible. So we make things intelligible by making them resemble us a bit more.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's very true. Yes, I mean, even the interpretation of the Christian God, you find fundamentalist sects which have a very Old Testament kind of version of a wrathful and vengeful kind of deity, full of rules and punishments and hellfire and brimstone. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you have a very liberal sort of God is love kind of Christians who have a completely different conception of God. But does that mean that somewhere out in the ether there is a being that's done all those different things, or is it at any point in any particular state, or are we just picking up on aspects of ourselves that we want to either exemplify or suppress?
Yeah, I suppose this also happens when you have multiple interests in your life, and if you hang out with your friends who are into magic, they are gonna know the part of you that is more into magic. Whereas if you are, for instance, into fitness and you have a group of friends into fitness, they will only know that side of you because that's the side of you that they interact with the most. So I suppose that, the kind of prismatic nature.
One of the things I was getting at in my ideas about what invocation is actually for, that we do contain an extraordinary range of abilities within ourselves and all sorts of different desires and drives. But society mainly demands that we only display a few of those, and that your performance has got to remain more or less coherent throughout life. You know, there are certain aspects of yourself you're not supposed to ever display. And you're supposed to present a reasonably consistent and orderly personality to the world. But I think, well, we've got so much in us that's unexplored, you know, at least within the safety of a ritual environment or our own attic temple, we can explore some of the more outre things that we're capable of, some of the more societally discouraged abilities that we maybe have. We can let the demons out of the dungeons. We can call down the gods from the Empyrean, perhaps, and we don't have to be under the sort of post-monotheist illusion that we're just a single self. I think we have worlds within us that deserve exploration. I mean, heck, we've only got about 80 years to do it. There's a lot to do, isn't there, to experience the fullness of yourself, of yourselves. That's I always suggest to people that the real advantage of paganism or a neo-pagan approach is that you can, within, you know, you obviously got to be a bit sensible about this, but you can discover the full spectrum of what you're capable of, not just what society wants you to do for society to remain neat and tidy. I mean, maybe just imaginatively rather than physically doing a lot of it, because some of it could be highly dangerous. But I mean, so much of our culture now depends on vicarious expression of all the wealth within us. You know, we watch huge amounts of media in which fantasy things happen, in which we vicariously experience all sorts of things that we're not supposed to experience in real life. In magic, I think you can perhaps approach those things in a more directly experiential way and become a fuller person through doing it.
Yeah, the whole idea of self has always been something that has fascinated me. I really like Fernando Pessoa, the Portuguese poet, and he also said, you know,
Sorry, whom you were speaking of?
Fernando Pessoa is a Portuguese poet. Oh, you might like him.
Oh.
If you like existential things, I think he's my favorite poet, and he talks a lot about we are plural as the universe, and he had these different heteronyms. So he wrote under different names, and they all had different personalities, different writing styles. So there were people saying, "Oh, there's these burgeoning poetry coming up of Portugal in the early 20th century," and it was him. It was actually always him. And also he met he met Aleister Crowley as well. So there's a book on that, and there's a whole story about the hell mouth, or the Boca dell'Inferno, and so yeah, I have a video on that on my YouTube channel, and there's a book by Professor Marco Pasi from the University of Amsterdam. He collected the exchanges between Aleister Crowley and Fernando Pessoa. So if you don't know the poet, I think you might enjoy it, especially the Book of the Disquiet is one of my favorites. It's very disquieting, so just to alert you. But yeah, but to the gods and spirits, because I'm just fascinated by what you have said in previous interviews. So I just want to understand your view. So you said that you still find that it is beneficial in magic, as in you find that it is effective to call upon deities and spirits. But my understanding is that you don't see that there is much of a difference if you invoke or call upon or work with a deity that is historical compared to one that has been created. So do you think that is the same level of added effectiveness, or do you think that it might differ? Also, another thing that I thought when I heard you talk about your work with invented deities, is that what if that deity was not so much a deity as much as an egregore, and it was being effective because he had created an egregore? So yeah, I suppose I'm wondering whether there is an argument to say, okay, deities don't really exist, and there's no difference between an invented deity and a historical deity, because either produce magical effects. But what if the invented deity is actually an egregore or a thought form, and the historical deity is another type of thing? I'm not trying to argue for one thing or another, but in this case, let's say maybe it is an actual deity. So would that counter your argument, or do you think that, do you still believe that?
To give you an example, I mean, I decided when I was in my early 30s that I wanted independence and a decent income, and I didn't want to work for other people. So I started my own business. And now, I mean, some people go to business school, you know, in the morning they get up and they put on a suit and a tie and tidy themselves up they dress themselves as a businessman, and then they go to work thinking of all the things they learned in business school. Well, I never put on a suit once. I always just went in my jeans. But I always invoked Jupiter on the way to work. And I carried pockets full of amulets and a servitor strung around my neck inside my shirt, my t-shirt. And, you know, I didn't know anything about business, but I just invoked the whole idea of Jupiter as a man of power and possession and command. And well, it worked for me. I ended up doing better than most of the people in suits who were my competitors. But my conception of Jupiter was a highly selective one, for example. I mean, I didn't go for all the aspects of the classical myths. You know, I didn't imagine myself turning into a swan to seduce Leda. I didn't get into the pederasty for which Jupiter was famous. You know, I didn't do a whole load of other Jupiterian things, but I did sort of symbolic things like carry blue amulets. Well, that's a Kabbalistic connection to Jupiter. But I did, and stuck Jupiterian spells and sigils all over the place. And that was my approach as to how to become a successful business person. So it had quite a few historical connections, and that helped to flesh out the symbolism. But on the other hand, whenever I do my physics, I tend to invoke Yog-Sothoth and Azathoth from the Lovecraft mythos. Now, I mean, are those things completely imaginary? You know, the Lord of the Nuclear Chaos and the Lord of Strange Dimensions. I mean, I've built statues to them and made sigils and incantations to them. And I don't know whether the physics I'm coming up with is of any interest or not, but it certainly interests me and a few other people. But those deities have no history at all beyond the writings of H.P. Lovecraft. But I like to imagine that they actually represent knowledge which extraterrestrials really have somewhere out there in the universe. I mean, that's my sort of support belief. Yes, I mean, I know that the form H.P. Lovecraft gave them was pretty imaginative, but was he tapping into extraterrestrial intelligence? Are there creatures out in the universe who know more about the structure of the universe than we do? So that was the sort of thought behind that. You know, one deity for business, which does have some historical baggage, and another couple of deities from a purely fantasy source. But whilst I'm invoking them, I do treat them as if they were real for me. I mean, whether that just means they're real for me because I've got enough stuff in my subconscious to support their manifestation, or I don't know, but that's the sort of approach I've taken.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Real, Sorry. A sort of real and imaginary at the same. I have occasionally defined magic as the use of imaginary phenomena to create real effects. I think that's a strangely comprehensive definition in a lot of ways. It's the use of imagination to change reality. Don't know. Yeah. Will that do?
Yeah, it sounds like a good definition to me. But I was thinking, yeah, like working with, for instance, an entity from Lovecraft and a god from history, from mythology. Yeah, I don't know. I suppose that the fact that you get effectiveness from both practices could have different types of sort of conclusions from that. Because on one hand, you could say, well, they are both part of my imagination, and it's actually me who's making it effective. And on the other hand, I suppose one other possible explanation could be that the work with Lovecraft is effective because it creates an egregore and a thought form, and the work with the deity is effective because of the entity being there. So they might be different sources, not necessarily the same typology of sources, but different ones. Or do you think that there is something about your experience that would contradict the latter type of interpretation?
Well, I think if you make a fairly rigid distinction between the astral plane, and you just define that as anything you can imagine, and that is responsible for all the sort of magic that you can do to change yourself, and possibly all the kind of physical things you can do to change other people's mind, the acts of persuasion, etc. The act of capturing somebody else's little intermediary processes, like talking to them or exposing them to images and activities. And then there's the ether, which is some would say an obsolete scientific term, but it does seem to be coming back with quantum physics. This idea that there is a web of connections between phenomena, this whole kind of world of waves and fields and entanglements that our experiments seem to suggest must be there, even though we can't observe them directly. If you make it a fairly rigid distinction between those two, then you've got the both halves of magic. The question is, can one actually make one affect the other? And that is parapsychology, really, which is a capricious kind of thing. The equations of magic suggest basically it's damn difficult to make a lot of difference to things with magic, and often not worth bothering. But yeah, that's probably sums up my worldview on the metaphysics of it.
Also, I was thinking on the topic of agency, that you describe agency as compatible with mechanistic and partly random processes, which kind of suggests that free will may consist in identifying with randomness. So if agency is largely stochastic, why should magical outcomes track desire or intent at all, rather than just random fluctuation?
Well, the whole topic of, whenever someone raises the topic of free will, I say, free from what?
Free agency.
Someone says, I know I have free will, but so I say, well, okay, that means that you can do an action which isn't dependent on any of your previous experience or inputs. It can, the definition of a random event is an event which has, no, it's not connected to its history. It doesn't arise out of previous events. So you're saying you can actually do something which is not a result of anything that has happened to you in the past, or and I think we can do things like that. It's a case of, do we choose to own them or not? In practice, if it doesn't work out, we disown them, and if it does work out, we own them. So perhaps we have a choice about that, but I don't think it's necessary to posit anything extra physical to explain free will. I think you can easily equip a machine with any required degree of free will. The reason we don't do it is that we don't want a dishwasher to act creatively. We want it to do exactly what we tell it to. But you could easily make a machine, and particularly an information processing machine, which did things you didn't expect it to, or things it wasn't even programmed to do. You could have a random generator in it, which selected, say, or say its logic circuits could select the 3 or 4 best options, and then a random circuit could just pick one of them at random. Or alternatively, you could get it to generate random options and then use logic circuits to pick what seems like the best one out of it. I mean, such machines would probably be quite annoying, and we probably wouldn't want to build them except for amusement. But I don't think that in the exercise of our own free will, so-called, we do anything other than that, i.e. randomly choosing between several options or randomly generating options and then using a certain amount of logic or emotional intelligence or whatever to pick between them. I don't think that, I mean, the universe, according to quantum physics, doesn't run on causality anyway. And I think, although a lot of philosophers have said, well, you know, determinism obviously doesn't give you free will, but randomity doesn't give you free will either. But I think a combination of the two definitely could. A lot depends on whether you choose to own the result or not. And if somebody does something that they didn't expect to do, and they don't like the result, they will probably say, I don't know what came over me, I didn't mean to do that, you know, it was just a mistake. Or if it worked, they'll rationalize it. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, I'm a bloody genius. Yeah, I meant to do that. But I don't really see any necessity of introducing anything metaphysical, you know, or supernatural to explain free will. I think we have it because we are both deterministic and random to various degrees, you know, all the time. I don't think this conversation, for example, was set in stone before it even began.
No.
We probably both said things we didn't expect.
Yes.
We didn't expect to say.
So you think it is fully deterministic?
No, I don't think it's fully deterministic at all. There are so many processes going on that show that the universe cannot be deterministic. I mean, if you take a lump of radioactive material, after a certain period, only half of it will be left. It's so-called half-life. I haven't got any precise figures available in my head, but you know, after a while, the radioactive isotope will decay slowly, and half of it will be gone after a certain period. And then the half that you've got left, the only thing you can say with any certainty is that half of that will be left after the same period. And then after the same period, the quarter that is left, there'll only be half of that left after the same period. But what that means is that what the individual atoms are doing has got nothing to do with their history. Because at any point, you know that the only thing you know is that half of it will be left after a certain period. So obviously the atoms can't have a clock inside them or anything deterministic that makes them do it. It must be a purely probabilistic process that gives rise to that. Because there's no connection with the previous history. The history of the object is completely discontinuous from what it does, which is what some people would expect free will to consist of. You know, you can do something not conditioned by anything in your past or any constraint that's been applied to it. And I don't think the universe runs like that at all. You know, it is, some of it runs on cause and effect, and some of it is just random things. But out of the two, I think we conjure free will.
Yeah, that's very fascinating observation. I suppose as the last question, because I'm mindful of your time and I've kept you on for a long time already. So I know that my audience will be interested in this because obviously they're interested in effectiveness in magic. So what do you think that actually improves magical effectiveness over time? Do you think that it is an increased capacity for hypnosis, stronger belief modulation, better target selection, or simply greater tolerance for uncertainty and failure? So what do you think that over time makes magic more effective?
Well, all of those things, really. I think because magic is to my mind, it's a bending of probability. It's the making of unusual things happen. It will often fail. And you've just got to say, well, just tough, you know, just try again. For me, magic often fails, but it seems to work often enough to make it worth doing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been doing it for this last 50 years. And I think gradually you get a feel for the kind of probabilities it's worth trying to distort and the ones that are just best left alone. I mean, it's pointless trying to win the lottery with magic, because I mean, perhaps the odds are 20 million to 1 against. So according to the calculation of my equation of magic, nothing you could do is very likely to reduce that down to anything less than about 15, only 15 million to 1 against. It's still not worth doing, you know, but making lots of small increments to things, you know, if there's a course of action you want to take through life, gradually building towards it by doing it bit by bit and throwing the magic in on top, I think can yield quite spectacular results in the long term. I think if you it's crazy to think, well, you know, I'll cast a spell for a pile of gold bars, and the chances of a pile of gold bars spontaneously materializing in front of you or being brought to you by a series of utterly dumbfounding mistakes by reality, a pile of gold bars ending up in front of you within a day is zilch. I mean, it's so infinitesimally small, it's not worth bothering about that sort of thing. But if you decided, well, you know, I want to have wealth and the experience of wealth, and so I'll start doing lots of incremental things to make that more and more likely, and you pile them on top of each other, you can quite easily end up with a pile of money worth far more than a pile of gold bricks. You've got to be a bit realistic about what magic can and cannot do. You know, if you want to find the perfect partner through magic, well, that person's very unlikely just to come and knock on your door. You know, you're going to have to take appropriate steps, put yourself in the way of suitable targets, and conjure to make yourself more attractive to them, and that sort of thing. It's incremental stuff, magic. It's not sudden discontinuous changes in reality. It's the manipulation of probability in the direction you want your life to go. And of course, you know, control over your thoughts and concentration, the ability to get into ecstatic states, to reprogram your mind and possibly even exert psychic effects on the universe. These things all help. But yes, it's there's no magic answer, if you like, but because magic really consists of quite a complicated and structured series of acts to eventually end up getting what you want. The state of mind you want, the experiences you want in life. I always advise people not to conjure for money anyway. It's much better to conjure for the experiences you want in life, and you'll find that the money normally sorts itself out anyway. Most people who go into business don't actually go into business to make money. They go into business because they want personal autonomy and control over their own lives. And if you start by establishing that, you will probably find that you do it well and the money just comes in anyway. I mean, what's the point in piling up a whole heap of money and suffering whilst doing it, and then eventually you get to buy what you want and think, well, did I really want that? Was it worth it? You know, don't go into business unless you enjoy being autonomous and self-directed and having independence. And if you stick to maintaining those, you'll probably find it ends up as a successful business anyway, if you guard those principles.
Yeah, I think that's a very insightful direction for someone's magic, to aim for what you want to obtain in the long run, rather than, you know, what you think will
Then
get
the money to buy it. Yeah.
Exactly. So thank you so much, dear Carol, for this interview. It was very enlightening, and you know, I have been very excited to interview you, and it's been an honor to be sitting here with you. So thank you so much for this.
Okay, well, thanks for having me on and for putting up such a good suite of questions. It's been an interesting afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. I can't wait to read the comment section. I know it was long, but I think it was an incredible interview, and I was so excited to have the opportunity and the honor to have a conversation with Peter J. Carroll. So let me know in the comments what you thought about this interview, and don't forget to share it around so that the symposium can grow and more people can be aware of this amazing interview. Also, if you watched up until this point, leave me a star emoji. I was thinking of a chaos star, but I know that the emoji doesn't exist. So let's go with a star. Okay. So let's leave me a star emoji if you watched until this point, so that I know that you're very committed to your learning and I am very proud of you. So please consider supporting my work so that I can keep this project going. You can do so by PayPal, joining my amazing, fantastic Patreon community. You can support me on Coffee. You can check out my services at drandrepupa.com. Also, don't forget to sign up for my newsletter. That's a free way to stay in contact with me. And if there is any news or any updates, I always give it to the newsletter and my patrons first. So you might want to consider joining that. And it's a lot of fun. As you know, with me, it's all academic fun. So yeah, if you like this episode, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and share this video around, like widely, just annoy people randomly, pester everybody. And yeah, thank you all so much for being here. I hope also that you get my Left Hand Path of Magic book. I'm really proud of it, and I think you're going to love it. And as always, I hope you stay tuned for all the academic fun. Bye for now.
Today we hold a drum, we'll never disappear. We're blessings and blessings, but we won't pray our dreams.
Hey, I wanted to answer a question asked on my Tumblr by the Beard of Andronicus. He asked, why aren't historical time periods used more as settings within RPGs? There appears to be potentially interesting, well-known periods, fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century, Crusading period, early Middle Ages, Renaissance Italy, etc., that would make for an interesting backdrop for an RPG, but developers seem content on relying on standard fantasy fare, judging from the last few popular releases. Is it a lack of interest on the part of the public, developers, or something else? That's an excellent question that I've been asking for about 15 years.
Producing a documentary on the development of Pentiment is kind of a no-brainer for us here at NoClip, because there's simply not another game like it. Pentiment is a 2D historical RPG set in 16th century Upper Bavaria. You play as a journeyman artist working in a Benedictine abbey overlooking the alpine town of Tassing. A unique concept for a game, which produces unique design challenges. But the story of where it was developed is also remarkable, as this wasn't put together by a small indie studio. Pentiment was created by a team of about a dozen developers inside of Obsidian Entertainment, a studio drenched in role-playing game history, from the Black Isle days of Icewind Dale, Fallout, and Planescape Torment, to Obsidian's work on Fallout New Vegas, Pillars of Eternity, The Outer Worlds, and of course another 2D RPG, this one set in 21st century Colorado. But Pentiment isn't aping any game from Obsidian's past or anyone else's. From a design perspective, almost everything about Pentiment feels like new ground. Its setting, gameplay, art style, its use of typography, explorations of themes of faith, monastic life, Middle Ages society, war, revolt, and spiritual justice. In this documentary, we're going to explore as much of this tapestry as possible. We're going to talk about the challenges of finding the game's art style, the difficulty in trying to contextualize critical historical concepts without boring players to death, how the team built a town full of distinct characters and animated them, how the font was designed, the pressure on historical fiction to be accurate, and yes, we're going to ask them about all those weird little animals hiding in the margins. We're going to avoid the major spoilers for this game as much as we can, but the final chapter of this documentary concerns the final act of the game, so we're going to give you a heads up before we get into all of that. But for now, let's start before Quill hit Parchment and explore just how a game like this gets greenlit in the first place.
I've been at Obsidian since 2005. First game I started working on here was Neverwinter Nights 2. I took over toward the end of the development as the lead designer, so I closed that out. And then after that, I worked on a few projects that got canceled. And then I directed Fallout New Vegas, and then directed Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2, and most recently Pentiment. It's weird because when I talk about the inspiration for it, it was just the inspiration to make a historical role-playing game. That was about it. But the game that I drew inspiration from way back then was an early 90s game called Darklands from Microprose. And it's a pretty janky game. Like, even by the standards of the day, it was fairly janky and difficult to play. You know, it was 320 by 200, and it used like a stylized font, which is a weird choice and a weird combination of things. But it was very intriguing because it was a historical role-playing game, and it incorporated fantastic elements, but it really did feel like it was rooted in 15th century Greater Germany, which was the Holy Roman Empire. that sort of got me interested in history. And then I also studied Shakespeare's histories because I was initially in college in music and theater. And then I went over from the Conservatory of Music into the college to study history. I got my degree in history. I didn't know what I was going to do. I got in the games industry doing web design because I taught myself web design. And when I got in the industry, in my mind, my thinking was, I want to work on a D&D game, which I got to do immediately because I worked on Icewind Dale at Black Isle. I wanted to work on a Fallout game, which I didn't get to do, and then I later got to do. And then the third one was a historical game, and it eluded me for a long time. A lot of the people I talked to about it were very skeptical about the idea of historical games in general. I think it's a lot of cases people have bad experiences with history in school. They don't like the way it's taught. It's very memorizing dates and things like that. So I said, yeah, I'm going to skip the boring parts, right? Like when I say I'm going to do something historical, assume it's the cool things in history. But it took a very long time. And around, I would say 2018 or so, I had played Night in the Woods, and I had thought about the idea of doing something that was structurally similar to Night in the Woods, but aesthetically more like late medieval, early modern illuminated manuscripts and woodcuts, and more of a narrative RPG, really. So focusing not on combat or stats or anything like that, but just on choice and consequence and storytelling. And that's where the idea started sort of forming, but I was kind of like, I don't know how I would make that. And then Microsoft acquired us. And around that time, I was like, okay, they have Game Pass, and I'm pretty sure that they want kind of like smaller, unique titles for it. And this is probably the only chance I'm going to get to do this. So I just went for it.
What was the process of making that pitch deck, I guess?
Oh, I never made a pitch deck. Yeah, I went to Fergus while we were being acquired, and I said, hey, man, I'm pretty burned out from working on Deadfire. So if I'm going to stay here, I got to work on something really small. And I said, I promise you, it's not going to be more than a dozen people. It was 13 people, but it's not going to be more than a dozen people. I'm not going to work on it forever. I'm not going to lose money. And then I'll go back to working on sort of more traditional stuff if that's what we need at the studio. So, and he was like, okay, you can do that. There was like no resistance. He was like, okay, yeah, you want to work on that, that's fine. So at first, the only other person I really had to work with, and it was part-time, was Hannah Kennedy, who's our art director. And I knew that if she couldn't kind of build the art style, that I would not get any traction. So I described it to her. I said, I want elements of late medieval illuminated manuscripts. I want elements of early modern woodcuts, but I don't want to copy them directly. I want to synthesize something out of that for a singular art style. So Hannah worked through that, and she's extremely analytical. She broke down like what makes up those art styles, what defines them, and what distinguishes them. And then she started ideating on it. Even her early examples showed a lot of promise. The early examples are quite different from what we wound up with, but it really didn't take that long to get to something where people are like, whoa, that looks pretty cool. That looks really interesting.
I tend to approach problem solving like that in a very sort of puzzly way, especially when you're put in this position where it's like, anything could be the answer. So I have what I'm personally excited about. And so for, I think, myself and Josh, we were both excited about the historical context and getting able to reference that and be spiritually true to kind of just calling back on that look. But then I knew that right away, there would also be challenges of like, if we just did this one for one, if I just copied this look and tried to make a game that functioned with that look, here are the things that would be difficult about that. So figuring that out right away, beyond preference of just what are our limitations if we did want to make this look exactly like a painting. So there are some things about kind of textural complexity, things getting really, really crunchy looking, things being difficult to navigate if you were trying to, like, you know, a painting is beautiful, but it's a fixed frame. So with games, you have to think about the composition similar to film, similar to animation. You have a moving camera that the player also has control of, and all of that kind of influences your limitations on what the look can look like. So I think we kind of went through a phase of establishing like, all right, this would be challenging to see. We know we want it to feel at least this big. How can we make it feel large without still making it like a completely open world exploration space? So I kind of tackled it having that bullet list of here's all the things that might be limitations, and also here's the things that I think would be really cool to be able to do. And then after having that, that's when I kind of sat down and did some experiments then of taking reference material from history, reference material from other games, and then reference material from animation, kind of knowing that those were going to be the three spaces we were majorly pulling from. We spent through prototype really kind of landing on exactly what that look was going to be. It's not like we just did a, like, here's our test phase and we're going to do a whole bunch of variations and then go, that's the one, and go forward. It did evolve over time as we encountered problems or things we still needed to solve. For one example was like, we didn't really understand it was going to be a limitation of like traversal going into a scene when it's all 2D, because then you have to think like, okay, is the guy going to shrink as they walk away, or does it stay the same and then they technically are moving up? And that's one thing where it's like people that have made a lot of platformers are probably like, yeah, that's an obvious problem. You have to, of course, you have to consider that. And I was like, I've never worked on a game in exactly this structure, so just none of us expected that to be a thing. And when we encountered it, we were like, okay, no walking into scenes, only diagonally up staircases one way or the other, hills. And then that also then in turn kind of influenced the look and the way that the scenes were laid out.
I mean, that honestly was one of the bigger challenges that we struggled with on the project. I mean, it's not nearly as complicated as a 3D project, for example, but that is the challenge of a 2D project in the perspective that we were driving with the art style that we were driving was how do we handle the layering and the sorting, and especially when you have a character that's cutting something on a cutting board. How do you get the character to be over the sprite, but some of the character to be behind the sprite kind of thing. So figuring out those processes and figuring out how the artists and the animators were going to set that up was definitely a challenge. I was number 4 or 5 on the team, so like I was one of the principals that was hired on. You can't do much without programming, so we're the first ones to come on the project and one of the last to leave. So I worked on Pillars of Eternity for about 3 weeks, and then I was shuffled onto Tyranny. So most of my time prior to Pentiment was on Tyranny, and then I left for a bit. And then when Pentiment was in development, I was an option that came up, and the project was just very irresistible to me. So a small team with the resources that Microsoft and Obsidian have was pretty hard to turn down. So yeah, the majority of an Obsidian programmer's time is tooling. To be honest, we're a design-driven studio, so we really focus on making sure that we develop the tools and the processes in place to empower our designers and our artists to do the work themselves.
When we got Alec Fry and Brett Closter and a few other, Kathy Nichols, that was sort of our core prototype team. And that allowed us to do the prototype. And at that point, honestly, the game looked, I would say, 85% like it did at the end. So obviously the end game is much bigger and it has visual effects and more polish, but the visual style was established, animation style was established. And it wasn't until after we already had the prototype that we showed it to Xbox, and they were very enthusiastic about it. So it went well. The prototype focused on the Abbey. One of the things that we talked about early on was, much like in the film of The Name of the Rose was a big inspiration for the game in a lot of ways. There was a film in 1986 by Jean-Jacques Annaud, and he chose to have extremely unique looking people cast for the monks, because he said if you have this big cast and it's all basically, with the exception of like one guy, it's all white men in robes, largely indistinguishable, you have to have people that are very unique looking. And he tried to cast people that looked like men from his village that he thought were just like, he said, pretty ugly, but it made them very memorable. And so Hannah said, well, we face sort of a similar problem. We were actually inspired a lot by Cartoon Saloon and the approach that they took, for example, in Secret of Kells, where also they had quite a few monks, but they really exaggerated proportion and bodily features and things like that. We didn't go as broad as they did, because theirs are really exaggerated, but we toned it down. But we said, if we can distinguish between the monks and the nuns in this large cast of monastics, then we'll probably have a pretty good chance of being able to extend that to the villagers.
I think it was kind of a cruel joke that Josh put it in a monastery where they're all going to be wearing the exact same outfit. That was one of the most immediate challenges right away. At the beginning of production, the cast, for all of us, we had anticipated it being a lot smaller. We knew that we wanted it to be a large community feeling environment, but we knew that we would need to imply a lot of that. And also, we just hadn't landed on the scale yet. We never would have imagined that we would have had, I think it was in the 700s as far as the amount of character states, discrete character states we had by the end of the game across all 3 acts, which is a lot. And not all of them have as many like facial animation states or outfit states, or they're not as bespoke, but that still is a lot of things to set up. But at the very beginning, who we knew for sure was we'd have a handful of farmers, a handful of villagers, and then the Benedictines up in Kearsarge. And so how far can we push the realism here of like what the shapes of the habits would be, how much of maybe pieces of their hair or things you'd see coming out of them, and then playing with stature and proportion and stuff just to make those characters very recognizable. So that was something that working on the monks and nuns first kind of helped figure out, like, this is going to be the most challenging group. Now we can move on to the villagers where we have a little bit more clothing diversity and things. But then I also found right away that the hats were going to be super important, because that's the kind of thing that you can play with the head shape. So Marin's headgear was, made exaggerated or made very specific colors depending on their family, which is a goofy thing that was just supposed to be subconscious association. Like, it just because you're all in the baking family doesn't mean you'd all be wearing yellow clothing. But we did that just to try to help you remember association between characters, because there were so many. Kind of after we had worked that out and gotten flow of the stylization for the outfits and how to make them different and how to kind of make people feel related to each other, we got hit with the challenge of Josh at one point, after kind of reviewing some stuff and talking about situations that he wanted to include in games. We wanted to have these scenes that took place inside the home. And he was like, oh yeah, of course, all their hats have to come off. And I was like, no, we need those. And so I was like, do they really? Can we forgo that little historical accuracy bit? And he was like, no, they definitely do. So then we had to design them with their hats off, which was challenging again to try to make them still feel like themselves, even though we kind of incorporated that into their designs. I think especially too with when they grow between acts and making them readable as the same person. Like some of these people were babies to children to adults, or young adults to very, very elderly in the final acts, and it was fun figuring out how we could still get the player to feel like they were looking at the same person, even though they maybe had dramatically changed since they first saw them, which was a lot of just like finding some specific feature to incorporate into their design, whether it be like a specific mole and birthmark on their face, or just kind of always leaving their eye and nose facial proportions the same, regardless of what else you kind of change about them. That was a very fun challenge. And I think we ended up, we have the narrative context to help support that as well. But I think people like that gratifying feeling when they can recognize them on their own and they're like, oh, I know them. I've met them before. They're different now.
The first approach was the prototype was set in the Abbey only. It was actually about the murder of Brother Guy. I said, that's not what it's going to be in the end. I want someone else to be the murder victim. But I said, whatever structure we choose for quests and stories here, I want to throw it out because it's a prototype and I don't want to get too attached to anything we do here. The only thing that we did keep actually from that, although I reworked it heavily, is the sequence with Sister Illuminata where you go into the books and walk around in books. So that aspect of the prototype we kept, and a few pieces of background art, but we refactored them heavily. And of course, in the final story, it's not about Brother Guy being murdered, but that was really the prototype. And it was, you kind of were just thrown into it without much explanation, said, here's a murder, Andreas, figure it out. And then at the end of it, the Archdeacon showed up and you would kind of explain it. And we played through that and talked about like, what aspects of this feel good and what feel not good. And then we revised that for our vertical slice.
I don't think there was anything that really stumped us for a super long time. I think there were things that we were trying that didn't necessarily work out, but we discovered pretty quickly they didn't work out. Something that we had really early on was, this concept of having an alibi, having a weapon, having a motive. And we kind of thought about how can we make that really interesting in the aspect of walking around, talking to people and finding all of this stuff. And our early prototypes actually basically required that you find a lot of these bits before you're really able to strongly accuse somebody. And we found that some of those bits are much more interesting than others. So obviously motive is exciting, and getting to talk to people and as a player thinking about why they would want to kill somebody, that's a really exciting thing. Finding a weapon is useful, but isn't necessarily as big of a tie-in and maybe should be less of a requirement. So that's all stuff that we kind of had to trip through with our early prototypes and see what felt good to actually gossip with the town about and like kind of investigate and things like that. Some of those things became a little bit more sidebarred as we developed, and some got lifted up as the main thing that you were kind of looking for. I think like really early on, because it was mostly just people messing around, coming up with ideas, kind of testing things, doing concepts, it was just kind of organizing that and getting it into a space where we could maybe start making something. We did a pretty good job of not really like pursuing a final version of any of the art assets or any of that until we were really comfortable with the scenes and how they played out. We did know basically day one that the game was going to take place in a monastery and the town nearby. Knowing that, we spent a lot of time really early on. Josh kind of drew out the map of what he wanted the town to kind of look like and the monastery to kind of look like. The layouts of the scenes themselves shifted a lot more, where we would place things here, we'd have walkways over here, and then we'd be like, it's confusing to run into this before this, and so we'd shift those around. We were told the scenes from Josh when he laid out the town that we wanted. We built out all those scenes with I actually built them. They were just a piece of parchment paper as the background of the scene, and I wrote the name of the scene. It would be like kitchen, and then there would be a big line across the bottom that was bright red that you could walk on. And then I would place the characters in the scene, which they all looked the same. One of our characters, Father Garnett, was kind of the default character in the game that we had programmed him in as that. And so every character was him. And so we just turned him bright pink so that you knew that was temporary. And then we wrote the name of the real character on him. So these people would walk around with like Piero, but it was like a pink, this guy, and we'd place those in the scene, and then you could walk up and talk to them. The dialogue all triggered, and you could see what it felt like to kind of interact with those characters in the scene, walk to the next scene, see how many scenes away it was. And that kind of really gave us a decent feel of what the whole game was going to feel like. Once we started to get confidence in the storylines and things like that, we started to be able to build like, okay, well, we're definitely using these characters, let's make the art for them. We're definitely using these scenes, let's make the art for those. Then future acts of the game really are just later versions of those scenes. So we were able to do things like, oh, now this scene needs to exist in the fall. Well, let's knock the leaves off the trees, change the colors, make the buildings look maybe like they need to be swept up a little bit. And then, then we need to show it in winter. Well, let's bring some snow in here. And it was really just kind of an evolution of previous stuff. We spent a lot of time in our vertical slice building the whole first act of the game. So once we got that really good, we were like, cool, act 2 and 3, breeze. The acts definitely the first one took probably 2 to 3 times as long as the second one, and the second one took 2 to 3 times as long as the third one. And it just it got a lot smoother as we went.
I picked the time and the general place because it's what I know best. I only have a bachelor's degree, so it's not like I have a PhD or something, or I'm a professor, but it is the area and the time that I know best, early modern Europe, specifically the Holy Roman Empire. I've traveled to Germany and spent a lot of time there. My grandmother was born in Bavaria, and so I kind of had an affinity for that general area. But then the more I thought about the setting, and I thought about what Umberto Eco did with The Name of the Rose, which is set it at a fictional, in his case, nameless abbey in, I think it's Piedmont. By doing something fictional that is framed within historical events, it gave me a lot more freedom. I'm actually very happy about the fact that Bavarians have played the game and they're like, where is Tassing? Like Kearsarge, that like this seems familiar. And it's because I actually lifted specific elements from a dozen communities, religious communities or secular communities usually in Upper Bavaria, but sometimes just more broadly in southern Germany or even in Austria, whether it was like St. Moritz is their patron saint, or there's an abbey built on top of a Roman fort, or there was a double abbey, or there's a legend about a well or a spring. And these are all things that are present in communities, but not all of them together. And so by creating Tassing in this location where it's in the mountains, and it's near the border with Austria, and it's not on the road, but very near the imperial road, so you can get traffic from Italians coming through and all these things, it created this sort of ideal location to tell the specific story that I wanted to tell without being burdened by like, well, this isn't really like what happened in Totz. This isn't really like what happened in Innsbruck, because it's not a real place. It feels like it's a real place, but it's not. I thought pretty early on that I wanted to have quite a large cast. I've told this anecdote before, but I was watching a film called The Mill and the Cross. It was based on a book examining the procession to Calvary by Pierre Bruegel the Elder. And it's this beautiful Mannerist painting showing hundreds of people in this valley and Christ crucified sort of like in this inconspicuous spot, which is a very Mannerist thing to do. And there's just so many people from all these different strata of society. And then there is a mill in the background, and this mill is towering on this impossibly tall cliff. And in the film adaptation, Rutger Hauer actually plays the artist, and he says at one point, my painting needs to be big enough to hold everything, everyone, all the people. And I was like, that's awesome. And he described the idea of God as the miller watching over the world. And so there's a couple of things that I pulled from that. One is actually the mill, which there weren't windmills in Bavaria, which is something we address in the story, but the idea of the miller sort of like looming over the town, almost at the level of the abbot, this kind of hated figure. But then I said, no, it's important in the story that it holds charcoal burners and printmakers and bakers and artists and nobles and all these people, and also to show different perspectives on, for example, vocation, being called to monastic life. And for some people, it's something that they take very seriously, and others, it's grudging. And for some people, it's sort of an opportunity. People came to that life and still come to that life from all different places, and their experiences in it are very different. And I didn't want to try to portray any individual occupation or strata as this is what everyone here is like. There are some pretty decent and nice nobles, and there are some pretty awful nobles, and there are some monks and nuns that are very pious and some that aren't. So it was kind of to give that breadth of experience. Thinking back to it, I want to say that Klaus Drucker was the first person, because I knew I wanted a printing press to be kind of an important central feature of this town. Would there have been a printing press in a town in the Alps? Probably not, but it's my town. I can kind of say whatever. And they kind of explain, well, there are Italians coming through and we print things for them, and all these travelers, and there are people going to the shrine, so we can print for them. And then I knew there would be a parish priest, a town priest, because yes, there are the monks and the nuns, but they're separate. They have a cloistered life. And then I think I had the idea for Sister Amelie being attached in her cell, attached to the church. And then after that, I think I started to develop a few other things. I talked to Winston Black, one of our consultants, actually went to school with him, although he went on to actually become an academic. But his specialty is in medieval medicine, so I worked with him on the idea of the town doctor and his relationship to the midwife. So I knew that I wanted a midwife, I wanted a town doctor who's actually university educated, and then the peasantry. And we really built out the peasantry. I said they should be the most numerous because they were the most numerous. It takes a lot of work to get all that food made. And I wanted to really distinguish those farming families, but also show that in a lot of ways they are interconnected. There are marriages between them. There are marriages sort of between those classes. So I knew I wanted a lot of the peasantry because I did think, again, to show the breadth of experience and intelligence and attitude. There are some peasants that are truly awful, and there are some that are extremely kind and nice and hardworking and intelligent because they're just people. And I think it kind of just went out organically from that until I kind of looked at this map. I think very visually. I think of characters in terms of kind of like a name and an image in my mind. And then I start building traits around that. And then I start working them into story elements. That's how I naturally do it. And it's also, I was interested to find out that when Umberto Eco started The Name of the Rose, he started with just a list of names of monks and their positions. But that's kind of just how I thought about it. And then I thought about them kind of in the town and where they would all live and how they would be arranged around the commons. And that's kind of how I just thought about it. And for a long time, a lot of the story doc other than the most bare bones elements of it, was just a list of characters, names, a very, very brief description, their age and kind of general appearance, and then like a sentence or two about like, this is their deal. And it was kind of about getting that spread of contrast. So when you read through it, you started to get a sense of, yeah, this is a whole community of people who are quite different and quite varied. Yeah, I think that was kind of the process. It was pretty organic.
If you're finding this documentary interesting so far, we just wanted to let you know that we have extended cuts of some of the interviews, along with some bonus patron-exclusive scenes available over on our Patreon. That's patreon.com/noclip. Pentiment is a game entirely focused on people, their motives, relationships, and what role they occupy in the town. But creating a cast of memorable characters isn't easy when there's just so many of them. So how did the team populate the town of Tassing and the adjoining abbey? And what about the character of the town itself?
The characters that were only featured once or like in their own specific context were really fun to work on as well, because it was interesting trying to give justice to their story and draw attention to them, even though they might only have them a couple small moments. For all of the Memory Palace characters were really fun, because those were getting to push the limits of what we wanted to do for character design, like do the really ornate kind of, that was a fun one as far as having historical vetting and notes given on the project. I had given all of them sort of the rings around their heads, the halos in the first one, of sort of like, these are holy figures and they're imaginary, so this might be appropriate in the setting. And it was kind of a very strong reaction of like, well, in all Catholic portrayals, like literally the only people that have those are saints, so it should only be saints. And then it was funny because it was like, well, I guess Grobian gets to keep this, and he's like the awful one, but he's the only one that's actually at sainthood status in this whole lineup. So we made that adjustment. It was like, okay, well, this one is a philosopher and this one's a king and that one's a saint, I guess. I tried to do as much research as I could on those things in the places that it would have the strongest impact, at least. So I think with something like historical costumery and stuff, a lot of what there is record of, like, we're not a studio that's based in Europe, so there's not as many like places that have physical pieces of historical textiles and things that still exist here. Like textiles in general just don't hold up in the same way that architecture does. So I think architecture references were a lot easier to find examples of, because buildings from that time period from all across Europe still are standing. You can kind of look at them and backwards engineer what the materials were maybe made out of. And with fashion, that was a lot more difficult, because I think what mostly has remained is clothing of extreme nobility, or like very specific religious clothing and things, the pieces of history that people deemed important enough to try to preserve at a time where commoners' clothes just really didn't exist. So that was where we needed to get a bit more flexible as far as where we were pulling the visual references from. There were paintings and stuff that were from a very similar time period, but Flemish or slightly outside of the region that we were at, or German paintings that were a little bit before and after the historical setting that I would look at and think, okay, with the amount of stylization we're doing with our characters, if we kind of take some creative liberties here and assume what they would be doing would be somewhere between here and here, then this should feel close enough. There aren't photos from that time period, so you really only have the reference art. And when we're talking about woodcuts and stuff, a lot of those aren't necessarily realism. It was how they drew the clothing at the time. So then it would be, well, we can just copy that too. Like maybe this isn't necessarily exactly how the garments were structured, but it's how people portrayed the garments to be structured, and that's close enough. And I think when it comes to like the colors of the clothing, that was something where we really did focus on the range of pigments being used in the woodcuts, more so than the type of pigments that would have existed for dyeing clothing, because that gave us a nice limited palette of kind of like, here's our reds, here's our blues, here's our greens, yellows. We really wouldn't get many of these color ranges. So when we play with what color people's clothing can be, it should stay within this range, because that's what people were using in the art.
Andreas was always the main character. I don't know if I had a fully formed idea of who he was initially. I wanted someone who felt like they could move between the ecclesiastical world and the secular world. And I talked somewhat, this is maybe some of the most implausible stuff in the story, but I talked with Christopher DeHamel about the idea of a professional artist working within a religious community. And he said pretty bluntly, like, pretty much all monastic scriptoria were like gone by this point in time. It wouldn't be impossible for one to still be working, but it would totally be on the way out. So that became then a plot point where everyone is like, how is Kearsaw's scriptorium still open? And it was explained that, like, yeah, this is an anomaly, this is an anachronism. And the idea of Andreas as this artist on his Wanderjahre, where he is in his journeyman years, he's preparing to become a master, but he's traveling around Europe and learning from masters and making some money. And this is sort of his last stop before he goes back to Nuremberg and gets married. And so there are some things where he would probably have to adopt a habit when he was inside, but we hand wave that because it would be a little clunky. But yeah, I mean, secular people would and do work in religious institutions in this way because sometimes they just don't have the people who are actually part of the community. So Andreas sort of lodging with the peasants and then literally traveling all the way through the town to go over into the abbey gave us an excuse to have this guy who's literally traveling between both worlds by foot, which I thought worked out very well. Another inspiration for the story of the game and the structure of the game, other than Name of the Rose, is Andrei Rublev, which is a Russian film made in, I think, 1966 by Tarkovsky. And it is about a 15th century Russian icon painter. So it's an actual historical figure, but the story they tell is complete fiction. So it starts with the artist as a young man, and then he goes through witnessing all of these horrible things that happen. And then it just spans this long period of time. And it's like a 3.5-hour movie in typical Tarkovsky fashion. It's like really slow and really like intense. So I liked this idea of focusing on one community and following one character with all the people in that community over a long period of time. I was in college in the mid-90s, and at that time, a lot of the focus was on microhistory and social history. And so it was more about learning about the day-to-day lives of people, and often not super fancy people. I felt like using the Reformation and using the Revolution of 1525 as sort of a setting and a context was good and important, and it would inform people's thinking. Obviously, it's going to matter more to certain people than others. It kind of gets away from the great men of history, which, don't get me wrong, I actually think there's a ton of things to learn about kings and generals and pharaohs, but there's also a great benefit in understanding day-to-day lives of people. And because people don't really know this period super well, I wanted to show more day-to-day life and also show kind of, hey, here are people that are in a society that is interconnected. And so they're not cut off from, like, the Reformation is not really happening right here, but people travel and people talk. And so the abbot is aware of who Martin Luther is, and most of the monks are aware of who Martin Luther is. So when the Baron starts talking about it, they, even if they don't really know the details, are kind of like, I know we're not really supposed to be talking about this. And then the German Peasant War, because it was a popular revolt, because the conditions people lived under were getting worse, kind of all over the place. And even though it really happened very little in Bavaria, it was almost entirely within what is now Baden-Württemberg, Swabia, basically, there were still knock-on effects because people's living conditions were not that dissimilar. With pamphlets getting distributed and people can read, then people are like, oh, I'm reading this, and this makes sense to me. Yeah, I think we maybe should be upset about what's going on and how our taxes have been getting worse and how there's less to eat. And so I wanted to use that as a backdrop, but not have it focus on, well, the Duke of Bavaria did this, and we're going to follow him on his campaign to crush peasant revolts within Bavaria, because that's a very different type of story.
The most interesting tidbit that I learned would be how people walk. That was an interesting one that I had to learn, because I'm like, I didn't think about it. I'm like, I got shoes. I don't have to worry about it. But people back then, like, they didn't have, like, rubber-soled shoes. They had, like, leather shoes with no soles, really. The only thing they had is, like, something just to barely protect their feet. Josh showed me. He was just like, by the way, people don't walk with heel first. They walk with the ball of their foot first. And so I actually did a deep dive on that. I'm like, oh, they walked with the ball of their foot first, because if they walked with their heel and they stepped on like a sharp rock or a sharp like object, then they put something through their foot, and that's potentially very deadly. So, or they can just not work for a while and then their family goes hungry. So they had to step with the ball of their foot first, as he's doing, to ensure that whatever they step on, they don't step fully on. So it's more of like an investigation method before they step fully or their whole body weight on it, to make sure what they're stepping is safe. Them to line up correctly. Like, I love this.
It eats it so bad.
And then the smear. Bump. There we go. The main thing that I look at when trying to find an animation style for a game is like, what in my mind would look good for this style of game. I look at it, the art style it's older, the style of the characters, like, how flat they look. They really don't have perspective to them, because the illuminated manuscripts really didn't do very great perspective, nor did they do like great anatomy. Hannah did a great job actually adding anatomy back to some of the characters to make sure that they actually work for our character rigs. So when I looked at them, I'm like, obviously fully animated wouldn't really work well. If we did it full spline, like every frame per second, that would have looked really awkward. It would have made it look really fluid. It would have made it look really puppety. The animation style that I opted for, that I actually played around with to get there, was a limited animation, but also doing more of exaggerated animation. The limited animation helped sell the art style. So it looked like it fit. It felt like it fit. It didn't look awkward. And then the exaggerated animation helped sell, one, the character, and then also helped sell also the art style. In terms of trying to find the animation style, basically all it was just me. I think it was just me and Hannah in a room for a long time. And then we ended up doing, basically, it's like animating on like 4s is an animation term. Instead of animating on 1s or 2s, we're animating on 4s. If we did fully traditional animation, I would have needed a whole lot of more animators and a whole lot of more money.
When we started getting into like facial animations and stuff, we definitely had a lot to figure out as far as how far to push them, because we had this challenge of like, one of our pieces of reference material was definitely Night in the Woods and looking at how they managed setting up their scene structure and conversations. But with that game, they have very simplified and stylized characters that have huge eyeballs, which is really great for making emotions read from a distance that's like looking at it from scene size and not being in a conversation view. And we realized that with the art style we were doing, we don't have as much real estate for kind of expressing with the eyes in that way. So then we knew, well, this is why in animation things are often exaggerated and stylized and things, because you want to be able to see it within the scene and have the emotions read really well. But we also didn't want it to feel goofy. So we had to do a lot of kind of experimenting on, like, I think Andreas had like 4 or 5 different waves of facial animation or facial expression states until we got that just right. Like his surprised face for a while was like very surprised. Finding the balance of stuff that would read in context and feel good and not feel like we were being a little too, silly or not consistent with the mood that we were trying to set in the story.
So when we were making the characters, when I was rigging up Andreas initially, I wanted to be able to do anything that I wanted to do on one of our like 3D games. I didn't want to stunt our animation capabilities by having a limited rig. So I created pretty much a detailed rig that can do anything that Josh wanted under the sun. If the character wanted to do a cartwheel, we could do a cartwheel. The rig can handle that. The only caveat is that we had to then draw more art assets for like the actual character themselves. So like if we wanted to have to do a cartwheel, we made sure that they had the poses so they could do the cartwheel. Like for example, on the torso, there's only so much mesh animation we could do on the torso. We would have to do like, a new art piece. The amount of bones that the character has are pretty simple in terms of points of articulation. The magic really comes in when you do the actual like mesh animation. So for example, the 2.5D face gave us a lot of freedom to make the characters look around and feel more alive and give more like acting nuances to a scene rather than kind of like having a character going, meh, meh. We were able to add more acting choices like looking around like that. And then same with like the torso and like we see on people's skirts is that we added mesh animation to those as well, where we basically put vertex points all around the art. Like for example, the torso, so there'll be a bunch of vert points around that. We skinned it to the bones, so when the bones move or if we need a character to kind of turn, the torso would like deform with that turn. To make scenes feel alive, there were a couple things that we had to do. So for the VFX, we didn't want to do any kind of real-time, particles. We didn't want to do like realistic looking cards. So what we ended up doing was I looked at the art style that Hannah had already established. Then I looked at the touchstone art that Josh has already made for the game. And then I kind of combined all of those references to make the actual VFX style that we wanted to achieve for the game, because obviously if we use something realistic, it wouldn't work. If we use something that was fully animated at 30 frames per second, wouldn't really work because the limited art style of the character. So we did a really limited stylized VFX for the game. Even the particles that we did for for example, the fire, if you look at them, they're not just standard particles. They're like, if you zoom in on them, they're actually they have symbols and stuff that are going on and flutter through them. So it's a really cool, nice little detail that we added. So to make our game feel alive, we had to do a lot of compiling of different elements. And that was, having characters have jobs, doing random things around the environments. We did a lot of creature work so we can make sure that, we sold the rural aspect of it and making it feel alive, and that we were in a rural area, a farm area, out in the middle of nowhere, not a big town. And then we also did a lot of VFX work, even though the VFX work, a lot of people probably didn't notice, but it was more of a subconscious feeling, giving the feeling that, we're in an old house. We're by, a pig stall, so there are all the flies and things like that. So we did a lot of subconscious VFX work to sell some life happening in our scenes.
Pentiment had a setting and was populated by a cast of characters, but how was this game going to play? With no combat, perfunctory movement, and quite a lot of reading, Pentiment could easily have been a slog to get through. So how did the team write a story to pull the player along? And what game mechanics were utilized to vary up the experience?
One of the things that we like to do at Obsidian is have choice and consequence and reactivity. The problem is that usually you're a wandering stranger, so that reactivity has to happen kind of immediately or in a very short term, or you have to kind of throw that character back into the player's face somewhere way down the road so they can understand, oh, this is how my choice impacted you. But the appeal of staying in Kearsarge and Tassing for 25 years is that we could keep coming back and saying, hey, remember that thing you did? This is still going. And it made it a lot more appealing to carry knock-on effects where you don't initially realize it, but then later you see oh man, that's right, I did do that. That is having a consequence. And so that was really appealing to me. So the idea of the artist and the idea of taking place in that community over a long period of time was sort of always really central to the idea of the game. I tried to structure the pacing of the story in such a way where you meet a lot of characters, but we space that out over time. And a lot of that is so that you see the murder victim interact with a bunch of people that clearly hate his guts. And you're like, and then later when he gets murdered, you're like, oh yeah, I remember when everyone was hating on this guy. Maybe that's, I should look into that. So we try to introduce really distinctive characters and memorable things, meter them out over time. Character creation, we actually have take place over a number of scenes. We try to make it not front-loaded, not like a traditional sort of RPG. So it just happens through conversation because you're only defining like about 5 or 6 things really up front. Hopefully that can pull the player through all the way until they start seeing more and new and interesting things and getting them involved in some sort of dramatic tension. You know, we introduce Ference as this kind of mysterious guy who's like rushing in and writing something in the book and slamming it, you know, going through the books with Illuminata. These are all things to kind of like make the player, even something as simple as, we actually added this in the first patch, which is the horseshoe minigame for Endris. And it was kind of to tell people there's not just reading in the game. And granted, those minigames are all very, very simple. And again, we were inspired by Night in the Woods, and I talked to Scott Benson about that. And it's kind of just to give the players another way to look at the world and like a little fun thing to do. We just try to break things up so the player doesn't feel like, man, I've just been walking and talking to people. There's always going to be something like a stick breaking minigame, a cookie cutting minigame, like whatever that is. You know, there's a card game. That card game is probably the most expensive of them. But there's always something to kind of keep things fresh and keep things moving forward. And then over the acts, there were things where I knew, I said, if yes, we have the seasons change, and that is really nice to see, but we want to hold some things back so that the player in each act, even though they're just in the confines of this community for the entire game, they are going to see new things. So in Act 2, you're going to see the aqueduct. You know, in Act 3, you actually get to see the inside of the convent, which has been off limits to you for the first 2 acts. So we always try to have some new reveal and new thing, and especially going act to act when there's a big time jump, because I've seen this from a ton of players where they get to the end of Act 1 and they're like, oh, that was a pretty cool little game. And then they're like, oh, wait a minute, like 7 years, I'm still here? What's going on? What's, oh my God. Okay, wait, okay, let's see what's going on. Yeah, just the thought process was, show the player some interesting things, not to give them a false expectation, but to say there's variety here. There is something that's going to keep your attention. But if you don't like reading, and if you don't like this art style, you aren't going to like the game, and that's okay. That is absolutely okay. And that's actually one of the reasons why I think on Game Pass, that's totally fine. Because if people dive into like, let's check this out. Nope, yes, see ya. Like, that's fine. But for some people, it's really their thing, and it's going to hook them. I feel like by the time you get to the end of the first day, I think most players who are into the concept of the game, they start to feel a sense of who Andreas is. They start to feel some attachment to the characters in the Abbey, the peasants, and they just want to keep seeing how that develops. They know there are conflicts there. They want to see where things go, and I think it worked pretty well. I think one of the more frustrating things about working on games like this is it's really satisfying when people have the illusion works very well, and they see the things that are absolutely firing and are absolutely reactive, and they imagine more than there is. It just kind of creates, because it's about the experience. It's not actually about the tearing down individual things. But then there are some players where they make choices and there are consequences, but they don't notice them. And they make other choices expecting there to be consequences and there aren't. And then their conclusion is this game has no reactivity. So one of the things that we did do, which, I mean, honestly, we just pulled it from Disco Elysium. We adapted it to our own purposes, but it's those small choices and the little reactivity that plays into the mechanism of how, you know, when you try to convince something or persuade someone of something, how that works. So we try to introduce that very early on. Seemingly minor things that you say or do to people are going to get tracked. And at some point when you try to convince someone of something, for example, Martin, just trying to get him to greet you in a friendly manner, you know, which is harder than it might seem, those things will be tracked and it will be checked, and you'll succeed or you'll fail. There's nothing random about it. It's an aggregation of these little choices that you make. So that's very important for establishing the stakes for the player, because we're saying, hey, when you're in a seemingly innocuous conversation, actually think about what you're saying, because even something very small can have an impact. So like one of the things that we introduce also is with Ava and Otto, because you can flirt with Ava, and we track that. And at the end of Act 1, Otto is like, if you're really flirting, he's like, yeah, basically don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Like, don't, like, I'm not sad to see you go because you're trying to hit on my, you know, future wife. And then when you come back in Act 2, he's like, oh, you come back to try to steal my wife again. And, you know, so some of those things we try to build up sort of organically over time. And then there are the bigger things. And honestly, I would say some of those are planned early and some of them evolve organically. And some of them happen quite late, where we felt like, man, this character is around a long time and doesn't really feel like there's anything that you can really do to shape how they work. And so Ursula was actually one of those. Ursula's little reactivity chain was developed pretty late in the process, because she's I think 2 years old when she's the first real world character you encounter. She's poking your foot. And so I had this idea of, because she has her father, who is pretty straightforward, he's a religious man, and then her grandfather is really into like the old pagan stuff. And you have a neighbor who's Attilia, who's also into that stuff. And I'm like, well, okay, so we know that Ilpeter can die at the end of Act 1. Yeah, it's if you don't actually get the money for the Gertner's taxes, Ilpeter will die at the end of Act 1. And that's something where, if it happens, most players don't realize that it's, I mean, we bring it up and it is explicit. We say that, but some people might not.
Hello, Symposiast. I'm Dr. Angela Puka, Religious Studies PhD and University Lecturer.
But yeah. Have a lot to compensate for with that lady, that whether she wants to, people, these drunks, they just clogging up the function. Don't you want to do meth? Go out and be something, do something that's something, selecting a shopping cart full of irrelevant items, objects is somehow means something to your tweet religion.
I'm not trying to play a fucking game.
So fuck, I'm not. I've got to Tetris some stuff and all that jazz. Oh, let me drop a link and go pin it. I guess Landry and DJM are having a little cold feet on their maiden train wreck, and I'll pre-show that. I'm not going to sit around and wait on it. Might as well pre-show it. And while we're here, maybe we'll get a little Talcott up here, sir, for some accountability. Yep. Frank, my honest as a man. I don't know how to use words as a Jack Talcott. I'm honest as a man. And spoiler alert, as a man, he's not even honest. Oh, get that faggot up here. I want to give somebody bring me the business pages and Jack Talcott, because I want to give him the business. And all right, well, we're gonna go longer than that. I'll probably be on when you get back. I don't know how long those things run, but we'll probably be on when you get back. Yeah, somebody bring me business pages and Talcott. I'm gonna give Talcott the business.
Go put some content up since you're always bragging about it. Watch it fail. Let us laugh at you. You won't do it because you got no balls.
I am the business because I am the value.
I can't do anything on my own. I am famous because I went to 2 towns in the middle of nowhere and they walked up to me in a store and said, "We know you."
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Just look at my Tommy.
You son of a bitch.
I am from the future.
He's from the future? Son of a bitch.
Welcome to the stage, and then
Oh my god, yes, dude! Yes! You guys look so lame. I love it, dude! You need to dress up all old school just to meet me? So Jedi. You guys suck. Both of you guys suck. You look great, huh?
Thanks.
Holy jeez, man.
Tom, you offer me
nothing that I don't know why you speak most of the time. Yeah, a little disrespectful. Does that help? I've been trying to express one thought. I don't know what to do. I'm sure Tom will be blowing up.
You get away from Paulie, he's going to discredit you. He's not a professional. He's uncivilized, unsophisticated.
Yeah, it's the Tommy Show. Starring
That's why they bring me up.
This fucking StreamYard bullshit. Like I say on YouTube, if I see my intro, because if I come back to StreamYard, you know the intro says Frozen Spring. No fucking volume. Sick of this shit. Oh, we're live. Fuck.
Hey guys. It's my Prince Valiant look.
How about you?
Yay. They'll be like, arrows incoming. And I go, swash, and outgoing. And then they get valiantly motivated. They follow me into battle. Give me their lives. Like the real ones. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, this is not, I'm going through like an Owen Wilson thing. I'm going through this Owen Wilson thing. Well, you people are all white people this and black people that. You know? It's my Owen Wilson face. You rubbing cokes, do it, do it. Where's this fucking shit? Where's this beta simp fucking here it is. Listen, man. I'm not your father. Because when I kill niggers, it's on purpose. And it's usually because they're shooting at me. I'm not your father, Landry. But if I was, I'd probably look like a tranny. And I'd say, Landry boy, when you claim to be besting your fellow man in combat and then you come simp to him like this, it makes you look twice as weak. And it's not that you look twice as weak. It's that you are Landry. And you just need to come correct like that Moose character eventually. Because Moose likes to say come correct. He's not much on doing it. Now, you're not waiting on the next one, Landry, because the next one is very much coming at you. And it's very much going to be more like legit and funny because your fails are funny. Everybody will recognize Landry. Even you yourself recognized, not knowing who the fuck I am, but everyone will recognize Tom actually took it good. Tom took it easy on you. He gave you time to acclimatize yourself. He let you do your thing. He let you make your mistakes. He let you say that he was right all along. I still hear this Landry's my daddy winning bullshit, except for when you're saying that you're failing. And so naturally, I think besides the next edit, which will very much undemonize Chris Host, anything you might be saying, and show just what an acknowledged failure you are, I'm going to have to chop down Talcott a few more pegs too. So I don't know what you're doing here. This is your pre-DJM train wreck pre-show. I'm giving you that. You're starting a little late, I guess, because you saw it didn't go live at 6 this time. Look, I'll even do the Talcott constant like ponytail Talcott thing, and then it doesn't stay. Best hair in the business. A lot to compensate for with that. That lady, that whether she wants to or knows she does it or not, she loves to fuck shit up. And like you and others, she also likes to tell us what a famous show she's got. I seem to just have my success off not out here really pushing nothing. I recognize what the Panelverse was while people are still catching up, Landry, and that's people who have been here longer than you. Still are not catching up to this status quo access hangout bill. And to the real ones that are out here doing something, more to you. Good luck keeping that bar set. I've set the bar for how am I going to wow them next. And I've lost the channel over at Landry. You know the 2 channels you keep on referring to, which is really over the loss of the first channel? You know what? I got to step up to do that. It's like back in like 2003 Xbox Live. Do you know what you had to do in 2003 to get banned from Xbox Live? It certainly wasn't saying nigger over and over again in Call of Duty. That flies. It flew. Now Xbox is so left as Enos. I don't know what Enos like. Breathe wrong. You'd be like Jackie Chan. What are you doing? Breathe it. Get him. And like the whole Microsoft's coming at you. Back in 2005, like you literally had to be Epstein defying Bill Gates to lose your Xbox account. And speaking of that, did you know that the main hacker that was cleaning up and modifying Epstein's wiki, dead at the bottom of a cliff near his house? Isn't that funny? They always die at the bottom of a cliff near their house. Not surprised. Not surprised. And I think he was like dating I think this hacker was dating Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, but don't quote me. I think it's funny that Asmongold and all these people that read into shit, they're so amazed when actually, when you think about it, it's fucking awesome. I mean, you need the proof, But once you find the proof that it's like, oh, the hacker cleaning up his wiki also was dating Ghislaine Maxwell, big surprise. I think that shit's just, it writes itself. It's too obvious. What are you going to do? Meet some rando to do it? No, your alias, your partner's sister is dating a hacker. He can do it. Then you can keep him close and your enemies close. You get how it works? I mean, the way I'm 7D chess is panel, you guys don't want me on that life and death shit. You don't want me on that life and death shit. You don't. Not because I'm great, it's because background myself. Jack Talcott is a complete and fucking heretic, utter fucking heretic. He needs to hit that link. Yeah, and Christos, I'm glad you could experience this. Like, number one, we're gonna wag on Landry because he has the nerve in his obliviousness. Sit there and go, well, I guess Christos is off limits. We can't have it. No, Christos has always, despite, like, Christos had one overstep, then he was like, I'm gonna back off and make sure I'm aware of my movements, and I respect that, Landry. I respect that. You're the one that came along and built these. Not you, Christos, built these nobodies up in your own mind and then acted like we agree. I'm glad you're still stepping over lines, Landry, because I'm going to show you how easy you are. Like, some of these rejects were more of a challenge than your obliviously constantly overstepping ass is. It's not like you're making big hits out here. It's like, you're just so wrong. It's going to be funny and easy. Like, oh, I guess we can't touch Christos. Christos stays back from being worth much of a touch. And because I also acknowledge, hey, Christos, I don't care if you go to Landry's, that's cool. I get that you guys have talks and shit. I don't care. I just don't fucking like that faggot. And Christos saw that, respected it, stayed, and look at what you did. Look how you did it, Landry. Look how you did it. It's going to be too easy, Landry. I mean, all within 2 streams, you're giving me, I'm Tommy's daddy, I always win, I'm failing at panelverse. It's too easy, Landry. Usually I wouldn't waste the time. I wouldn't give someone this fucking upside down the time of my editing, especially living outside. But that's why God made Christmas, isn't it? All things to his glory. That's what Jack Talcott doesn't get. He says it the wrong way. Do you want to know how nefarious I am, even when I don't try? Greg, help me move a load of my stuff here, and while we do this show, not show, I'm going to Tetris some stuff in. He's like, hey, you want that little furniture moving dolly? I'm like, sure, I'll take it. I wondered why he was so generous with it, why he wanted it on his property. Well, now it's the reason I want to keep it. It's the reason I have even more street cred. Listen, I know there's people with street cred of like body counts. And I don't mean that DJ on body count. I mean like body counts. I know there's that cred, but how many of these street thugs can say that they have a dolly that if you find it, you should contact U-Haul? Oh, I found it. You see a phone in my hands? You're calling out U-Haul. You see a phone being done out in these hands? I got your moving dolly, U-Haul. What you gonna do about it? The fuck you gonna do about it, U-Haul? I think we can go to Mitchell for that. You ain't gotta do nothing but complain on the internet. Then even if they come here, they gotta find out which unit it is. Do a little homework, unlike this panelverse group of characters. Christos, you working? They're on it. See, this is how I get them, AJ. Kick his ass, CMOS. This is how I get them from panelverse to out here in the outdoor life. And I was just talking to Greg about this. I'm like, Greg, one of the fun things about my outdoors an experiment life thing here is they all automatically assume and take me in as just another felon, junkie, addict, you know, and they don't realize I'm not that. They don't realize, like, maybe there's still traffic things left on my record. Maybe that fire ticket for not having a fire is on it, but fuck that. I mean, the most nefarious I've been is on the East Coast for a few years. I was a swag lord of the brick Mexican variety. And maybe within a certain number of years, if you got any brick weed in the a tri-state area, that might have went through me. But I was still even a Christian like that. I'm not going to flip it on you guys like Talcott and Paul do. Like, they can't decide if they were always good or if they were really bad and then became good. They can't decide. They'll tell you both. But I've always been a Christian. I was raised in it. And that's what makes it harder when you're coping with, like, wait, but I do these things. I'm like Paul. I do the things I don't want to do, except I did want to be a swag lord. And as a note to the success that some of these losers try and say we don't do out here, it ain't on my resume that if between 2003 and some year, if you got brick weed in a tri-state area, it probably came through me. That's a level of success. I think it was a level of success that if you wanted me to front you a quarter pound, I would do it. And I'd be like, if you don't have the money for this, just don't come back. I'm not going to find you. Like, I hunt you down. You're just sparing me your business. I could afford to risk a quarter pound on someone and still not risk that, hey, I got to go rough them up because of this money. No, it's come back with the money or don't come back. Easy as that. And even if something happens and you got to go work a slave job and then come back with the money because you still want to put on, that's fine. You know, but if you came back asking for another Guapo, no, I wouldn't shoot. I just laugh and say no. I think we're gonna try and hang these bike barns up because I got a lot of bikes. I got a lot of bikes here now. I mean, I got Yeah, these I got. Hey, look down. I'm down here. I'm down here. Here's some bikes. Here's some games. Games you want to get out. Here's a bike cart. You're trying to make that mobile. There's more bike bodies and another cart experiment I started. Another BMX I had on here. There's that U-Haul thing. Here's more bikes. There's bikes. I'm not even renting this one. I'm not even renting this one. Somebody moved out. I moved in. I'm squatting it. Guys, I'm squatting it. I'm a storage squatter. The next time on Storage Squatters, Tommy at it again. And watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Fast as fuck, we. Can you back up? Well, come squat that one too. I'll squat this one free. Oh, that's nice. Done. Maybe I'll put some stuff in the extra bathrooms. Now I gotta do something before they. I gotta do something before they get in the manager here. Because then there'll be someone. I'm gonna like tend to the move outs. Right now it's like if you move out, it's just empty. Until your manager in here. Oh, we gotta start working on the Mad Max jacket too. That's gonna be a fun project. I've been putting stuff aside whenever I find the things for the Mad Max jacket, and it's gonna make the Mad Max jacket look like a normal jacket. Should maybe call it the Fallout 4 jacket. A few things over here already. Just so no, please. No memento. It's right here because I need. Oh, there. And all right. So we got like kids shin guard that I can put on the forearm. I'm not sure if this is a knee pad or an elbow pad, but since it's a jacket, we'll make it the elbow pad. And then in case we come across any critters, we'll put this like little critter petting thing on, because it's not all about the violence for gasoline and petrol and stuff, guys. It's not all about that. You guys got too much Hollywood. Yeah. It's not all about fighting your fellow man for gas to just take your convoys on destruction runs. What does this mean? Is this like we should just call it an anagram because I can never get it right. P-U-O-Y in effect. Puyo effect. Is that Puyo like a flamey stick game thing for the Raves? Is that Puyo? Poi? Poi? Soy boy. What is this? I do need an LLC. I should have an LLC by now. I want to get smart with my crypto holdings and my assets. I'm thinking if I don't LLC, I'll just slowly sell it off and just be like, fuck it, come find me, IRS. IRS and incest. Put your family through the test. Your mama. Your mama. Fuck yeah. I think that's a new. Nothing new under the sun. I know people might have suggested it, talked about it. I'm out here doing the damn things. Somebody find me a Talcott or a Sam High. I don't have a new pad. Do you? Is that what you're talking about? Do you have a new pad? Or you still have your gams in the Illinois doxed? You're not supposed to ride a bike in here either. I do.
articulated by Aleister Crowley, quote, "The devil is historically the god of any people, esoteric or occult doctrine, and the other was the exoteric, which was presented to the outside, and that was Catholicism." The public masses received the version of the religion which lacked an understanding of the deeper symbolic meaning, so therefore it was just the outer veneer of the faith. To the occult insiders or adepts, Lucifer, which was translated to light bearer in Latin, was not detested but revered, and in some versions considered a son of Aurora, the Latin word for dawn, and personification of an earlier Proto-Indo-European goddess called Eos to the Greeks and Hossos to the Aryans. Her origins stretch into prehistory, but we know she was associated with the rising of the sun, likely rode a chariot pulled by horses. We know she was beautiful, a symbol of love and insatiable sexual desires, as well as fertility and eternal rebirth. Her name means east, which to the Anglo-Saxons is Ostra or Istra, the Old English word for April, which was celebrated with a feast in her honor and was appropriated by the Christians as Easter, the celebration of the resurrection of Christ. As a spring festival, it remained associated with fertility and birth, or rebirth, in the mysteries. The modern symbols of Easter, such as eggs, rabbits, and flowers, are relics of this ancient association with fertility and new beginnings. In Old German, the name of April was Ostermanath. The goddess was Astara, a pagan holiday that celebrates the spring equinox. Catholicism is based, in large part, on pre-Christian mystery schools. For example, the 7 sacraments are similar to the 7 initiations in Mithraic mysteries, which also had Eucharist and baptism. So, in an astrotheological context, Lucifer is associated with the planet Venus, which in Greek mythology is Hesperos in the evening, son of the dawn goddess Eos, or Aurora to the Romans, and half-brother of her other son, Phosphorus, the morning star. In Revelation 22:21, Jesus identifies himself as the morning star, which is also a term used to describe Lucifer.
I'm a Christian, sir.
I'm pure and virtuous and wholesome and innocent. How can you say anything about me?
Sir, you need to be born again.
I am born again.
Now, did you just say that you were Lucifer?
I am Lucifer.
Okay, define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy...
Virtuous.
Virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh, man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet.
Oh, God bless you,
Amen.
brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer is light.
No.
And
What
you're
about those
confirming
hospitals?
You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, we did not do these good deeds in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Jesus said it?
In Matthew chapter 5.
Mercy.
No.
That's hard to believe.
So you're a Christian and you don't know that. Actually,
No, I really am.
you are.
Because I'm pure and virtuous.
You're pure and virtuous. Okay. Yeah. In other words, you're perfect without Jesus, right?
No.
Okay. Tell me about Jesus. Who is Jesus?
Well, he's my leader.
Is he the Son of God?
Yes, he
Is he
is.
the only worshipful master?
Yes.
Have you ever been called worshipful master?
No, because I've just been too busy. I've been working.
Working.
Been working to help people.
What
like
kind of
you.
work? Okay.
Get out of here.
See, this is what a Mason confesses, is that Lucifer is light.
Flammas eius, Lucifer matrutinus inveniat. Ille in quam Lucifer, qui nescito casum, Christus filius tuus, qui regressus ab inferis, humano generis serenus illuxit, et tecum vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum.
Lucifer was a journal published in 1889 by Madame Helena Blavatsky, founder of the Theosophical Society. The journal published articles on philosophical, scientific, and religious topics, including the Kabbalah, which Blavatsky insisted was part of an ancient mystery passed down since remote antiquity, long before it reemerged as Jewish mysticism, predating all Abrahamic faiths. Quote, "The mysteries of the Jews were identical with those of the pagan Greeks, who took them from the Egyptians, who borrowed them in their turn from the Chaldeans, who got them from the Aryans, the Atlanteans, and so on, far beyond the days of that race. Composed towards the end of the 13th century, the Zohar emerged in southern France and Spain as a foundational text of Jewish mysticism, which, among other things, facilitated a way of understanding the esoteric context of passages in the Bible, such as the part of Genesis where the serpent tempts Eve with the forbidden fruit. According to the Zohar, the serpent reveals that touching the fruit but not eating of it will not result in death or spiritual slumber, but instead open her eyes and make her like the Elohim, or like God. To Kabbalists, the forbidden fruit is the orgasm, which results in a loss of life force unless the sacred act is performed in a way where the orgasm is attained, but the vital essence is not lost through climax. This is known in the East as White Tantra, and was one of the alchemical practices known to the Templars a century earlier. The 12th century was the century of the Crusades, when thousands of men from all over Europe were leaving for the Holy Land. It was the century which saw the dissemination of the Grail legends throughout Europe. Incidentally, Europe is named after Europa, a Phoenician princess from Tyre, a city located just 12 miles from the modern border of Israel. The Templars believed that they descended from bloodlines that fled into Europe after the destruction of the temple, and part of their crusade, while reclaiming territory in the Levant, had to do with retrieving esoteric Kabbalistic doctrines allegedly hidden below the Holy Temple. Besides their famous Red Cross, they revered another sacred magical symbol, allegedly passed down to Solomon from the Aryan Magi, or magicians, that were rumored to have helped him build the first temple. The Knights Templar were accused of worshipping an idol known as Baphomet, which is a word that reveals its true esoteric meaning when written in Hebrew and interpreted with what is known as the Atbash cipher, where the first letter of the alphabet is substituted for the last, the second for the second last, and so on. When applied to the word Baphomet in Hebrew, which is written from right to left, it reads as the Greek word Sophia, that translates into wisdom in English. As for the goat head associated with Baphomet, it is simply symbolic of Capricorn, the zodiac sign affiliated with Saturn, who rules over the latter part of the year during harvest time and Saturnalia, or what has come to be known as Christmas. We still see the Yule goat in many parts of Europe around the winter solstice, symbolic of spiritual rebirth and liberty, as articulated by Aleister Crowley. Quote, "The devil is historically the god of any people that one personally dislikes. This serpent, Satan, is not the enemy of man, but he who made gods of our race, knowing good and evil. He bade know thyself and taught initiation. He is the devil of the Book of Thoth, and his emblem is Baphomet, the androgyne, who is the hieroglyph of arcane perfection. He is therefore life and love, but moreover, his letter is Ein, the eye, so that he is light, and his zodiacal image is Capricornus, that leaping goat whose attribute is liberty." That said, Sophia was the goddess of wisdom and considered to be the bride of God. In a Kabbalistic context, internal wisdom, or gnosis, means knowledge in Greek and implies an intuitive internal knowledge, which is equated with light. The Templars were Kabbalists, which, according to 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike, predates Judaism and all Abrahamic faiths, and it is in this context that Lucifer is symbolic of divine spiritual light or wisdom. This inner light is activated through Tantra, or sacred sex, which means that through the act of semen retention, the orgasm is separated from the expelling of one's vital essence and is instead amplified, prolonged, harnessed, and transmuted into more refined creative and spiritual energy, known in the East as chi, or prana, and in European and alchemical societies as vril. Stanley Kubrick was an initiate into the ancient mysteries and would often reveal this guarded esoteric knowledge to the public through his films. One example is in this short clip from the 1964 movie Dr. Strangelove.
Tell me, Jack, when did you first develop this theory?
Well, I first became aware of it, Mandrake, during the physical act of love.
Huh.
Yes, a profound sense of fatigue, feeling of emptiness followed. Luckily, I was able to interpret these feelings correctly. Loss of essence. I can assure you it has not recurred, Mandrake. Women sense my power, and they seek the life essence. I do not avoid women, Mandrake.
Yeah.
But I do deny them my essence.
Yes.
Eliphas Levi, author of The Mysteries of Magic, who says, quote, "What is more absurd and more impious than to attribute the name of Lucifer to the devil, that is, to personified evil? The intellectual Lucifer is the spirit of intelligence and love. It is the Paraclete. It is the Holy Spirit, while the physical Lucifer is the great agent of universal magnetism. In her book, The Secret Doctrine, Helena Petrova Blavatsky says, quote, Lucifer represents life, thought, progress, civilization, liberty, independence. Lucifer is the Logos, the serpent, the savior. Another 33rd degree Mason, Albert Pike, is quoted as saying, Lucifer is divine and terrestrial light, the Holy Ghost, and Satan at one and the same time. In this context, the light bearer is not a person with a pointy tail in a fiery pit, but a force of nature which has potential for what, from our perspective, could be defined as good or evil. In his book, Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike once again says, quote, Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light, and with its splendors, intolerable blinds the feeble, sensual, or selfish souls? Doubt it not. Another proponent of this line of thought is author and honorary 33 degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, who goes on to say, quote, when the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands, and before he may step onwards and upwards, he must prove his ability to properly apply this energy. In Slavic folklore, the goddess sisters of the dawn are called Zorya or Zarya. They live in the palace of the sun, open the gate for him in the morning so that he can set off on a journey through the sky, and are also described as virgins. Associated with the color red, the goddess of the morning was linked with saffron and roses, which also embody the glowing hues of the dawn. The rose was also the primary symbol of the feminine archetype, the great goddess, and the soul. In the Christian tradition, the rose was associated with the Virgin Mary, along with the Rosa Mystica and the Hortus Conclusus, or enclosed garden. And in the Gnostic and alchemical tradition with Sophia, or divine wisdom in Greek, the feminine aspect of God and the Holy Spirit. Lucifer only referred to Venus in the morning, before sunrise, hence the term lightbringer and morning star. Venus in the evening and morning were likely thought to be different planets, hence they were given different names represented by different gods. It became associated with a fallen angel descending from heaven to rule the underworld, which is seen as comparable to the motion of Venus in the sky and appears in several Near Eastern mythologies, which mimics Satan's fall from heaven. Another example from mythology is Persephone, goddess of spring, who is abducted by Hades to become queen of the underworld, until she's eventually reunited with her mother, Demeter, goddess of agriculture and harvest, to start the spring cycle all over again. This story of Persephone is central to the Eleusinian mysteries, which involved psychedelic intoxication, which allegedly aided in altered states of consciousness and facilitated divine mystical insights and divination to occur. This brings us to the topic of the Vatican, with the Vatican regarded by millions as a symbol of Christianity. But what is the ancient history of this location in Italy, and what are the origins of its name? In actuality, the Vatican is neither Latin nor Greek, and it cannot be traced to the Bible either. While the word Vatican is associated with the Church, it predates Christianity and is closely linked to the Etruscan goddess Vatica. Located in Rome, the Vatican is a symbol of the Roman Catholic faith, and as a city-state was founded on February 11, 1929, as the world's smallest independent country by both population and area, with a population of around 840 and an area of about 108 acres, but with an influence over millions of people that span the globe. Yet, as with many other Christian traditions and customs, the Vatican has a pagan origin, and about 3,000 years ago, the Etruscans settled the region of central Italy, known as Etruria, and ruled that part of the Mediterranean before the rise of Rome. The Etruscan nobility were known as Rutuli, or Rutulians, which means the red ones, with the meaning of the blonde ones. They were a legendary tribe, like the Phoenicians, which also means red in Greek, and the ancient Aryans, all of whom revered the swastika. The first kings of the Roman Empire were Etruscan, with many of them having blonde hair and blue or gray eyes. Of course, the Roman Empire famously had red shields, which incidentally is what Rothschild translates to in English, as they were the official bankers of the papacy, which is a covert continuation of the empire. Their capital city was about 20 miles southeast of modern Rome, and they allegedly used Rome as a burial and place of sorcery, divination, and other ritualistic activities associated with the mysteries. While most of the Etruscan literature and mythology has been lost, we do know that they built a large cemetery on a hillside slope outside their ancient city in the area that later became the city of Rome. And the guardian of this necropolis was the Etruscan goddess Vatica, goddess of the underworld, whose duty was to keep a watching eye on those who had passed away. It seems that the Etruscan beliefs about the afterlife were similar to those of ancient Egyptians, where treatment of the deceased remains was important for survival and a successful journey to the next life. According to Etruscan mythology, Vanth was a death demon that attended from the moment of death until entry to the underworld, usually depicted with wings and had bearded snakes entwined around her arm. In addition to being goddess of the underworld, Vatica was also a bitter-tasting grape used to make wine that grew on the slope. When people ate it, they experienced hallucinations, and a word passed on into Latin as a synonym for prophetic vision. The Latin word Vaticaner means foretell or prophecy, from vadis, poet, teacher, oracle. So while according to the Catholic Encyclopedia, the origin of the name Vaticanus is uncertain, other sources claim that it comes from the ancient Etruscan language, and the Vatican Hill takes its name from the Latin word Vaticanus, alluding to the drug-induced oracles, or fortune teller priestesses, which delivered their prophecy there in ancient times. The area, which is now St. Peter's, thus became known as Vatican Hill. Another proposed connection to the word Vatica relates to the tika, or dot, of jewelry Hindu women place on their forehead to indicate the third eye, and corresponds to the pineal gland, and also related to psychic phenomena, intuition, and the Hindu sixth chakra. In addition to melatonin, the pineal gland is thought to produce a molecule known as DMT, a powerful hallucinogen, and appears to be related to dreaming and near-death experiences. In Welsh mythology and folklore, especially in Wales, I'm told that migrating geese are sometimes associated with the hounds of hell, supposedly because their honking in the night is reminiscent of barking dogs. The pagan version of hell is not the same as the Christian version, where you get tortured and punished. In the Viking Age, if you didn't die in battle, you would simply just go to hell. The Old Norse word hell, H-E-L, which in Old English is hell, H-E-L-L, derives from the Indo-European word kel. Therefore, both of the words can be translated into hide or cover in modern English. The term is also etymologically related to modern English word hall, and therefore also Valhalla, an afterlife hall of the slain in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, hell is also the queen of the realm of the dead, and inside her hall, everything has names associated with misfortunes. For instance, her dining table is called hunger, and the knives are called starvation. In her bedroom, she has her bed called sick bed, encapsulated with curtains called misfortune. In Icelandic sagas, Hel is referred to as a daughter of Loki, described as half blue and half flesh colored, and plays a key role in the attempted resurrection of the god Balder. She's neither dead nor alive, but rather seems to be in between the two. Her name means hidden and refers to the dead, whose souls are invisible to the living, and she shares some parallels with the Etruscan goddess Vatica, goddess of the underworld, where the Vatican gets its name. The Etruscans did not bury their dead inside the walls of their cities. Instead, they built a large cemetery on a hillside slope outside of their ancient city in the area that later became the city of Rome. Vatica had several other related meanings in ancient Etruscan. The name was not only associated with the goddess of the underworld, but the word passed on into Latin as a synonym for prophetic vision. The Latin word Vaticanor means foretell, prophecy, from vatis, meaning poet, teacher, or oracle. So while some argue that the word Vatican literally means divining serpent, even though the word does not appear in the Bible, keep in mind that divination was associated with the ancient goddess, which was also always affiliated with a serpent in pre-Christian times. It's ironic that the Gnostic trance-induced divination associated with the ancient mysteries were declared heretical by the Vatican and punishable by death, when the Vatican itself is literally named after the very location known as the ancient epicenter of oracle divination, sex magic, and drug-fueled orgies. That said, prior to the writings of Snorri Sturluson, the Icelandic mythographer who preserved the Norse sagas, it seems that Hel was previously a place, and synonymous with the grave, having no supernatural being overseeing it. The gates of Hel are various places on the surface of the world that have acquired a legendary reputation for being entrances to the underworld. Often they're found in regions of unusual geological activity, particularly volcanic areas, or sometimes at lakes, caves, or mountains. Legends from both ancient Greece and Rome record stories of mortals who entered or were abducted into the netherworld through such gates. According to Hawaiian folklore, Waipio Valley contains an entrance to the lower world, which is now concealed and hidden from view by sand. Waipio means curved water in the Hawaiian language. In China, Fengu has a long history in the Taoist tradition of being a portal to hell. Diwu is the realm of the dead, or hell in Chinese mythology and Buddhism. Diwu is typically depicted as a subterranean maze with various levels and chambers, to which souls are taken after death to atone for their sins that they committed when they were alive. Mount Asoro in northern Japan is said to be an entrance to hell. It's the location of a Buddhist temple and a folk religion pilgrimage destination located in the caldera of an active volcano and is believed in Japanese mythology to be one of the gates to the underworld. The mountain was once called Usuriyama by the Ainu people, but was gradually changed by the Japanese to Asoru, meaning dread. St. Patrick's Purgatory is an ancient pilgrimage site on the Station Island in Ireland. According to legend, the site dates from the 5th century, when Christ showed St. Patrick a cave, sometimes referred to as a pit or a well, on Station Island that was an entrance to purgatory. Its importance in medieval times is clear from the fact that it's mentioned in texts from as early as 1185 and shown on maps from all over Europe as early as the 15th century. Although the cave has been closed since 1632, several descriptions by early pilgrims survive. They refer to it as a bottomless cave or an enclosed pit. The entrance, which was kept closed and locked, has never been excavated, so we can only rely at this point on these descriptions of the cave. Based on other archaeological excavations, it seems clear that this was probably a very ancient structure. Prague is the capital and largest city in the Czech Republic, the 14th largest city in the European Union, and the historical capital of Bohemia. Nicknamed the City of 100 Spires, it's known for its colorful Baroque buildings and beautiful Gothic churches. Prague was the capital of the Kingdom of Bohemia and the main residence of several Holy Roman emperors, and was an important city to the Habsburg monarchy and its Austro-Hungarian Empire. Located in the forests about 30 miles north of Prague in the Czech Republic is the mysterious Gothic Huska Castle. It was constructed in a remote area in the second half of the 13th century during the reign of Ottokar II of Bohemia. I say mysterious because it wasn't near any available sources of water, and it did not hold any significant strategic importance. Yet the Third Reich occupied the fortress during World War II, and multiple myths exist about their alleged occult involvements there. I don't want to speculate too much about what they were doing, as it was just rumors, but years later, during renovations, the skeletons of 3 SS officers were found, though it is not certain what the circumstances were surrounding their deaths. Folklore states that the significance of its location is due to a bottomless pit, or what some have called a gateway to hell, or gateway to other worlds, and that the Bohemian rulers decided to seal up the gateway with a castle. There are legends surrounding this deep hole, with some locals claiming it is an entrance into a subterranean cavern system leading to possibly inhabited realms of the inner earth. It is said that Bohemian rulers decided to seal up the gateway or entrance, and while it is now possible to tour the enigmatic castle, the hole itself is shut off and covered by metal bars. Investigators who have tried to find the bottom have not been able to find one, and the walls inside are covered with some of the oldest paintings in Europe. Most are of demons and dragons being slain. The cellar is named Satan's Office, and it even has a throne embellished with horns and a trident. At best, no one can tell why this castle is here, or how long it has stood here. Who built it? Why is it here, and why was it built? Nobody can tell you. It is not known if it was inhabited, as there is no trade route through here. We are in the middle of a medieval forest, in the middle of nowhere. It was said that these forests were not even suitable for hunting, but this was a well-equipped castle for its time. Huska is also called the gateway to other worlds. It's here to prevent something from getting out of here, but what was never named. They were called beasts of hell, devilish. They took an inhuman form. It was at the end of the 9th century. At this point, the earth should have broken. A rock should have broken. A hole was created. This hole was described as a gateway to hell. Huska is also called the gateway to other worlds. They were half men, half animals. They were also called non-humans. They hurt people, cattle, and crops. It is written that pilgrims and travelers did not want to come here much later. So they tried to fill the hole. They brought in hundreds of wagons with waste. Each time it was almost done, everything fell inside. At least they closed off the hole. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon and through all other major book outlets. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description. Please subscribe for future updates. Leave your thoughts below. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. In 1935, the Shah of Iran issued a proclamation to the League of Nations that, henceforth, the country of Persia would be called Iran, the name reaching back in time to the country's ancient roots and the Sanskrit phrase Aryanam Veja, or home of the Aryans. In 1936, Germany declared Iran as the second laws. Germany bestowed their seal of racial purity on the Iranian kingdom. The Nuremberg laws that had made anti-Semitism the law of the land were amended, which included Persian Jews. Iranians formally educated in 1936 were to be considered as Aryan as any full-blooded German. In fact, in 1936, Hitler's cabinet issued a Nazi directive that exempted Iranian Jews from wearing the Yellow Star of David. Hitler personally promised that if he defeated the Soviet Union, he would return all of the Persian land taken by Russians during the 19th and 20th centuries. In 1939, Germany provided Iran with the so-called German Scientific Library. The library contained over 7,500 books selected to, quote, convince Iranian readers of the kinship between the National Socialist Reich and the Aryan culture of Iran. What was at the root of Germany's close historic ties to Iran, and why were they thought by the Anunnaki to be descended from ancient Aryans? In his 1896 book called The Swastika, the earliest known symbol and its migrations, Thomas Wilson, curator of the Department of Prehistoric Anthropology in the U.S. National Museum, wrote, quote, an Aryan symbol used by the Aryan peoples before their dispersion through Asia and Europe. This is a fair subject for inquiry and might serve as an explanation how, as a sacred symbol, the swastika might have been carried to the different people and countries in which we now find it by the splitting up of the Aryan peoples and their migrations and establishment in the various parts of Europe. But who were these Aryan people? Where did they come from? And what exactly was the meaning behind the symbol itself? In the religion of the Aryan Magi of ancient Iran, Zorvan is both the sun god and the god of time and space. Neither good or evil, but completely neutral, the primordial keeper of balance, neutrality, and in charge of the flow of time throughout all of existence. Zorvan's true form is absolutely incomprehensible to any mortal, but is sometimes depicted as Father Time, an old man with a long silver beard. Zurvan is the androgynous parent to equal but opposite twins, Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, also called Ahriman. Ahura Mazda is the sky god of the ancient Iranian religion of Zoroastrianism, where Ahura means Lord and Mazda means wisdom. Ahriman is the destructive or evil spirit in the Zoroastrian religion, which is locked in an ongoing struggle with Ahura Mazda, which lasts for 12,000 years, when at the end, the evil creation is destroyed. Zurvan developed into the Hellenistic Ion, the Alexandrian god of eternity, who was at the head of the divine hierarchy in Mithraism, regulating the revolution of the stars, and often depicted as a nude male figure with a lion's head, with a serpent coiled 6 times around his body, which was also covered with zodiacal signs and the emblems of the seasons. Lord of the 4 elements, he rules over 4 winds, or 4 directions, and the 4 seasons, which are sometimes also represented by 4 seasonal solar deities depicted in the 4 corners of his icons, or symbolized by his 4 wings. Although they were historically considered Zoroastrian priests, the Magi themselves were not part of the mainstream Zoroastrian religion, but were adepts of an initiatory sect of the Mithraic mysteries, based on the cult of the rising sun god Mithra. In mystery school religions, The sun or fire worship are metaphors and should not be taken literally. They are symbolic, with 7 grades of initiation, which are mirrored in the 7 chakras of the human body that are illuminated through sacred tantric rituals that enable the adept to bypass the ego and attain higher states of consciousness where they can gain insight by subjectively interacting with the divine, collective unconscious, or their own higher self, attaining a trance-like Gnostic state where they can transcend time and allegedly perform acts of divination, clairvoyance, and other forms of mediumship. Of course, the secret rituals of the Mithraic cult sometimes involved the consumption of psychoactive substances like psilocybin mushrooms, coupled with various inner alchemical techniques that prolonged, heightened, and transmuted the orgasm to facilitate the bioelectromagnetic energy required to induce astral manipulation or magic, a term derived from the word magi. This brings us to the Greek god Kronos, which means time, and was known as Saturn in ancient Rome. In antiquity, 3-dimensional space and time was represented as a cube with 12 edges, symbolically synonymous with the primordial black sun Saturn, Kronos, and Zervan, which speaks to the esoteric black cube symbolism in some Abrahamic faiths, whose Kabbalistic origins predates Judaism and Islam and can be traced back to the ancient Magi. In Greek mythology, the solar deity was represented in 4 stages, in alignment with the 4 seasons, where in summertime he was known as Helios, when the sun was at its peak, with the days at their longest during the summer solstice. At the time of harvest, as the climate became colder and plants started to die, the sun was represented by Saturn, considered the nocturnal or black sun, ushering in the transition to autumn, which, after the winter solstice, Pluto would rule, also known as Hades, the god of the dead and the king of the underworld, who also plays a prominent role in the Eleusinian mysteries, which I covered in a prior video, where Persephone symbolically dies when she's crowned queen of the underworld and then is reborn. This period is followed by Zeus as the sun god in spring, also known as Jupiter, the king of the gods, coinciding with Easter and the time of resurrection, when vegetation and crops start to grow again and the days start to get longer and warmer, heading back into summer, repeating the endless cycle of renewal and rebirth.
When you go deep into Greek mythology, you find that Saturn is a father of Jupiter and many other gods. It is symbolized with a scythe or cycle, and it is also called Kronos, the god of time and death, because astrologically Saturn is related with the ray of death or destruction. When we investigate our root race, the Aryan race, we know that the first sub-race of this Aryan race flourished in Tibet, and then the second in India and China, and the third in Egypt, Persia, Babylon. When we investigate the fourth, then we discover the Greek-Roman civilization. And of course, between these 2 races or sub-races, we discover the emerging of Judaism and Christianity. So this Diodorus Siculus state that Iao is the highest of all the gods. Indeed, Iao is Saturn. The seasons of the year, according to this theologian, Diodorus Siculus, state that Zeus governs spring, Helios, the sun, Helios governs summer, and Iao, autumn or fall, while Hades, the god of hell, which is also called Pluto, governs winter. Remember that Saturn is called also Kronos, which is related with time. And time works, of course, through the sexual energy. In other words, we enter into the circle of time through sex.
The swastika therefore represents the solar wheel or the sun in its 4 seasonal aspects, perpetually renewed in an endless cycle of birth, death, and resurrection, symbolic of the solar cycle of time in an astrotheological context and spiritual immortality in an esoteric or occult context, where in the mystery school religions, the sun represents God and therefore light, the only light, the universal light, an omnipresent symbol of divine luminosity, the light within each of us. Closely related to eternal light and endless time, Zurvan's influence is also found in the figure of the Buddha, Amitabha. The name Amitabha translates to infinite light, who in very ancient times may have been based on a monk named Dhammakara, who in some versions is described as a former Aryan king, as even Gautama Buddha himself was Aryan nobility, described as having blue eyes and commonly associated with the swastika symbol, which predates Buddhism itself, and in Tibet was also revered by the earlier Bon religion, which according to Madame Helena Blavatsky, inherited its tradition of magic from the ancient Aryans. Uncovered by the German National Socialist expedition to Tibet in 1939, an ancient swastika-bearing Buddhist sculpture known as the Iron Man turns out to have been carved from a meteorite that fell to Earth around 10 to 15,000 years ago, the time period when Atlantis was allegedly destroyed during a cataclysm. Featuring a swastika prominently displayed on its chest, the statue's phenotype appears to be bearded with Caucasian features and is dressed in Scythian attire. Scythian, incidentally, is acknowledged as being an Aryan tribe from northern Iran that vanished from history in the 5th century. It's from this region of northern Iran near Turkey and sites like Göbekli Tepe that the ancient Aryans, described in the scientific journal Nature Communications as blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and fair-skinned migrants that introduced the Chalcolithic or Copper Age to the Levant 6,500 years ago. By sequencing DNA from the distant past, archaeologists have discovered that thousands of years ago, in what is now northern Israel, waves of migrating people from the north and east, what is now present-day Iran, Armenia, and Turkey, arrived in the region, not only bringing with them new cultural practices, they also introduced new genes, including those responsible for blue eyes, which are reflected in the ancient statues of early Mesopotamian cultures, such as the Sumerians and Babylonians. The DNA retrieved from more than 600 bodies, dating back approximately 6,500 years ago, makes this one of the largest genetic studies of ancient DNA in the Near East, and concluded that the gene responsible for blue eyes was associated with 49% of the sampled remains, suggesting that blue eyes had become common in people living in Upper Galilee, a widespread phenotype in the ancient Middle East, as well as fair skin and blonde hair, which in modern times has become very rare. Of course, this speaks to why the most ancient depictions of Jews are always portrayed as resembling modern Europeans, and why despite pushback from federally funded universities which prefer to push an Afrocentric narrative, early depictions of Jesus Christ, if he actually existed, faithfully depict him with the accurate phenotype of the ancient Middle East, with blonde hair and blue eyes. That said, in late 2017, scholars announced the discovery of an original Greek copy of a heretical Christian manuscript that tells the story of what Jesus secretly taught about his brother James, also known as James the Just, an early leader of the church. The page of Coptic writing is from the Nag Hammadi, now at Oxford University, containing 13 Coptic Gnostic books found in 1945 in Egypt. In it, we find conversations that allegedly took place between Jesus and his brother James, where Jesus imparted secret teachings. Of course, Jesus was also depicted with swastika symbols, speaking to the ancient pre-Christian concept of death and rebirth, or spiritual immortality, seen on early Christian statues and other iconography, including places like ancient Ethiopia, which, according to Herodotus, was once home to people of a very fair complexion, which is supported by ancient Ethiopian DNA that reflects a high degree of Eurasian admixture in antiquity. That said, the religious philosophy at the time in the Levant included Christian Gnostic sects, such as the Essenes, that flourished in the 1st and 2nd century, and reflected the same dualistic concepts found among the mystery teachings of the Magi, which was adopted into the Jewish Kabbalistic mysticism that was disseminated by Jews after the fall of Babylon, where they possibly picked up esoteric teachings of the Aryan Magi during their captivity, that in turn influenced early beginnings of philosophy in places like Greece around the 6th century BC. Its etymology comes from the terms philo, which means love of, and sophia, which means wisdom, in a Gnostic context, meaning esoteric knowledge. The Chaldean Kabbalistic influence of the Magi also went on to influence Plato, and by extension, Neoplatonism, Hermeticism, Gnostic alchemists such as the Knights Templar, Cathars, Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons, which is acknowledged by Albert Pike, who said in his book Morals and Dogma, quote, "The occult science of the ancient Magi was concealed under the shadows of the ancient mysteries. It was imperfectly revealed, or rather disfigured, by the Gnostics. It is guessed at under the obscurities that cover the pretended crimes of the Templars, and it is found enveloped in enigmas that seem impenetrable in the rites of the highest masonry." Magism was the science of Abraham and Orpheus, of Confucius and Zoroaster. It was the dogmas of this science that were engraven on the tables of stone by Hanok and Trismegistus. Moses purified and revealed them, for that is the meaning of the word reveal. He covered them with a new veil when he made the Holy Kabbalah, the exclusive heritage of the people of Israel, and the inviolable secret of its priests. The mysteries of Thebes and Lucius preserved among the nations some symbols of it, already altered, and the mysterious key whereof was lost among the instruments of an ever-growing superstition, that still and ever conceals from the profane and ever preserves to the elect the same truths. It was this same remembrance, preserved or perhaps profaned in the celebrated order of the Templars, that became for all the secret associations of the Rose Cross, of the Illuminati, and of the Hermetic Freemasons, the reason of their strange rites, of their signs, more or less conventional, and, above all, of their mutual devotedness and of their power. The Gnostics caused the gnosis to be prescribed by the Christians, and the official sanctuary was closed against the high initiation. The Hermetic science of the early Christian ages, cultivated also by the Arabs, studied by the chiefs of the Templars, and embodied in certain symbols of the higher degrees of Freemasonry, may be accurately defined as the Kabbalah in active realization, or the magic of works. Its religious realization is the durable foundation of the true empire and the true priesthood that rule in the realm of human intellect. Its philosophical realization is the establishment of an absolute doctrine, known in all time as the Holy Doctrine, and which Plutarch speaks at large but mysteriously, and of the hierarchical instruction to secure the uninterrupted succession of adepts among the initiates. The primary tradition of the single revelation has been preserved under the name of Kabbalah by the priesthood of Israel. The Kabbalistic doctrine, which was also the dogma of the Magi and of Hermes, is contained in the Zohar. Magic is that which it is. It is by itself, like the mathematics, for it is the exact and absolute science of nature and its laws. Magic is the science of the ancient Magi. Tradition also gives these Magi the title of kings, because initiation into Magism constitutes a genuine royalty, and because the grand art of the Magi is styled by all the adepts the royal art.
You have to start with this notion that the Magi were priests of the religion of Zoroaster, what's called Zoroastrianism. It's a Persian religion. It's well known for having two gods, Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, who basically were in eternal cosmic conflict. The Magi that became famous throughout the world practiced a number of doctrines and beliefs that had nothing to do with Orthodox Zoroastrianism. So fundamentally, what you see is that they worship some kind of dying god. In their case, it was Mithras or Mithra, which is basically the Persian version of Baal, and a version of the goddess. I think her name was Anahita, which is the origin of Athena. And they would have believed in astrology, numerology. They believed in reincarnation and vegetarianism. In Greece, we already have a sort of a bedrock of this dying god tradition that was existing there through the survival of various, the worship of Dionysus and various other versions. So what happens is that in the year, I think it's 538, Cyrus conquers Babylon from the Babylonians, and he releases the Jews from captivity. What happens at this point is that the majority of them are allowed to return to Israel and to rebuild the temple. But they don't all return there. Some of them go to Egypt, and some of them end up in Greece. Because what's important here is that the Persian Empire conquered the entire area of what is today Turkey. And so on the very westernmost part of Turkey was a region called, a Greek-speaking region called Ionia. And it's well known that the first beginnings of Greek philosophy began there. And again, what historians don't tell you is that those philosophers emerged under Persian occupation, even though they're referred to as Greek. And so when you look at, if you look at the what they call pre-Socratics, the earliest Greek philosophers, their ideas all hold elements that are similar to the Magian cult. And in particular, you can read Heraclitus, and this comes from the 5th century BC. He says that the cult of Dionysus was borrowed from the Magi, and that's an infernal cult dedicated to the phallus. So the cult of Dionysus was key because it was the earliest form of the ancient mysteries in ancient Greece. So again, this was the same dying god ritual that involved intoxication, dancing, and orgies and human sacrifice. So from the cult of Dionysus, you get the cult of Orpheus. So now at this time, you'll find that there's numerous claims that the earliest Greek philosophers derived their teachings from this period of Magian influence in ancient Greece. Because what's important is that a significant transformation happens here, as it happens in many parts of the world. This is also the 6th century, which is often referred to by scholars as the axial age, because there was so much in the transformation of world religions and ideas that took place in that century. So what you have is you have this archaic, more ancient religious tradition in Greece, which was dedicated to the worship of Dionysus and these other gods, which now gets supplanted by this new cult, especially the cult of Dionysus, but also the advent of Greek philosophy. And so that has been taken in our time by Enlightenment philosophers to suggest that the Greeks, because the Enlightenment was the so-called age of reason, so they were trying to see history as an evolution of reason, which is why they suggested that the Greeks were rejecting religion in favor of reason, and they were abandoning superstition in favor of empirical thought. The reality is that the Greek philosophers were actually adopting a new religion, and that religion was the Magian cult. And that's why when you look at the fundamental teachings of the earliest philosophers, particularly Pythagoras and Plato, you can see that it was derived from Magian teachings. And this is the way that they were viewed ever since. And this is why throughout history, Plato has always been viewed as one of the major founding figures of the Kabbalah by Jewish Kabbalists as well. And this is why now you can see why Albert Pike would claim this heritage for the Magi. This Magian cult is basically early Jewish Kabbalists who were, because the world at the time did not know who Jews were, so they basically confused them as Persians or Babylonians, which is why they were known as Phoenicians and described as having practiced circumcision, but the ancient world made no distinction as to their religious practices. And so this cult then spread more and more, especially with Greek influence. When Alexander the Great conquered much of the world, that's when this Greek version of the Kabbalah then was infiltrated the various parts of the world, most importantly, the city of Alexandria. And this really, Alexandria is really effectively what we can regard as the beginnings of the occult tradition, because this is where now you have this whole confluence of all these different versions. So now you have in Alexandria, you have the influence of the Persian occult tradition, the Egyptian occult tradition, which is known as Hermeticism. You have the influence of the various ancient mysteries, so the mysteries of Mithras, the mysteries of Sibyl, the mysteries of Isis, the mysteries of Osiris, were all basically just variations of the ancient nine god mysteries. The Jewish mysticism, which is evidenced in groups like the Essenes and another group affiliated with them in Egypt, in Alexandria in particular, called Therapeutae. The Greek influence, which is called Neoplatonism, and that's how it enters the fold. And then you have Gnosticism. And Gnosticism is basically the Christian version of all these various cults. But they're all, the thing is that scholars refer to this era as an era of syncretism, because there are so many, what they thought were separate elements cross-pollinating each other without understanding that they all had a single origin in the cult of the Magi. And they were just basically branches of the same cult. So Hermeticism was the alchemical, sort of practical magic branch of this occultism. Neoplatonism was the theology, and the ancient mysteries were the rituals. So what happens in 659 the Babylonians come. Before that, what happens is that the Syrians come and they conquer the northern kingdom of Israel and send those people off into captivity. They become, from that point forward, the lost tribes. The lower kingdom of Judah is conquered again, I said, in 597. They are taken into captivity in Babylon. And this is where they come in contact with the teachings of the ancient Magi, known to the world as ancient Magi. But basically what happens is that they come into contact with the teachings of astrology and numerology and magic, which they incorporate with their religion of Baal. But now instead of practicing their cult outwardly, they disguise it as a mystical interpretation of Judaism, which becomes the Kabbalah. Basically, so how the Kabbalah is effectively is it's a Gnostic version of Judaism. So according to the mystical teachings of the Kabbalah, the Jews are the chosen people. But what that means effectively is that they are history is laid out for their purpose. So
now I've got to stop you there, because this is sounding a little bit too much to me, like the Nazi idea of the master race, the Aryans.
Yes, well, now that's where we're getting to. So when you look at the term Aryan, the whole idea of the Aryan race is a Kabbalistic idea. It's not expressed that way openly, but there's enough hints in the language when you look at what the Aryan race was referred to, who had survived the flood of Atlantis. They were descendants of the sons of God of the Bible, who lived before the flood. They survived Atlantis, and then they landed in the mountains of Asia, or specifically the Caucasus, and then spread out to India and to Europe, which is why they're referred to as the Indo-Europeans. So it's important to remember at this point now that the Aryan race was a Kabbalistic idea. So as paradoxical as it might seem, the whole concept of the Aryan race is actually, occult Jewish supremacy. The Star of David, of course, is not a Jewish symbol. It's a magical symbol from the Kabbalistic, the practical Kabbalah. And the swastika, the reason it was adopted is because it was a symbol that was believed to be a hallmark of the survival of the Aryans. And in this case, they thought it was a representative of reincarnation, which is found in Buddhism, was similar to a belief called Gilgul from the Kabbalah, which also has a kind of belief in reincarnation.
But I mean, you're talking about the Star of David there, these two triangles, one superimposed upon another. This has become obviously a massive symbol now on the Israeli flag, etc.
The idea is, it comes from the legend that when Solomon was granted the power to employ demons, spirits, in Islam they're called jinn, to assist him in building the temple. And so he had a ring which had a seal on it, which is what apparently gave him power over these entities. And so this is why this craft, witchcraft, is sort of supposed to be the craft for masonry. And this is why Masons allegorically are trying to rebuild the Temple of Solomon by using the craft and the seal of Solomon, which is control over entities, to rebuild the temple, which is an allegory for building effectively, sorry for the cliche, but a new world order.
My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon and through all other major book outlets. If you'd like to support my work, you can do that through patreon.com. There should be a link in the description. Please subscribe for future updates. Leave your thoughts below. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon.
The story of Elden Ring is an epic one, a tale of heroes and gods, of wars and creation, spanning a massive timeline. Yet those familiar with the game and its myriad stories will know that this timeline is far from clear. It is a complex mix of events presented to us through half-truths, rumours and myth, with no clear idea of order or the passage of time. Yet after some time exploring the lore, we can get a general idea of an order of events, of certain epochs of history, of different ages in the lands between. And that is what this video will attempt to do, to present a plausible timeline that offers my perspective on the order of events, born from my long relationship studying this universe's lore. The way in which I've ordered the lore, I believe, is a logical one, by ordering events into different eras, with the acknowledgement that many events could easily be swapped within each era. However, with that being said, this is no easy task, nor is it a simple thing to discard my own preconceived notions and ideas of how things fit, and so I'd like to thank Lore Hunter and Tarnished Archaeologist, who collaborated with me on this video, not only by reviewing my timeline and giving their perspectives and corrections, but also writing and recording a section each. Before we begin, one final note is that recently George R.R. Martin, well-known father of content creator Quailag, appeared on Colbert's Late Show and made a brief comment about his work on Elden Ring and mentioned timescales that helps us a bit, but I will leave that to Lore Hunter and his section on The Shattering. With that said, let us take a journey through the histories of the lands between and its timeline. But before we begin, remember, if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider subscribing to the channel, as I have hours of lore content for you on the channel. And the very first event on our timeline isn't an event, rather a state of being, the One Great. It won't be revolutionary to say that the start of Elden Ring's story and mythos appears to begin with this One Great. Hayeta tells us that once, life existed in a singular form, before there were any individual life forms.
All that there is came from the One Great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame.
We do not know what form the One Great took, where it existed, or how long it existed for, only that it was the original source of life. According to Hayeta, and therefore the three fingers who are speaking through her, it was the greater will that then fractured this One Great, meaning the greater will must have stimulated this change. The Golden Star. This brings us to event number 2 in our timeline, which is the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring, as told to us by Elden Star's incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star, bearing a beast, into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. The Greater Will never acts directly, and so it makes sense that even in this act, the act of fracturing the One Great, that it will have coincided with the arrival of the Elden Ring, a medium through which the Greater Will can control the lands between. I suggest that the power of the Elden Ring, its power to influence the world, is what reformed and fractured the One Great, and thus, the arrival of the Golden Star must have happened right at the beginning of our timeline. This now takes us on to one of the first dominant life forms that would emerge from this fracturing that we are aware of, the Ancient Dragons, which also takes us into our next era. We know that the Ancient Dragons are said to have ruled in what is referred to as the Prehistoric Era, and this is thanks to any of the Dragon Protection Talismans, which read as follows. The Ancient Dragons who ruled in the Prehistoric Era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. Now, prehistory in our world is a huge period of history, roughly dating from about 2.5 million years ago to about 1200 BC, though dates do vary from region to region, as prehistory ends when writing begins, and that obviously happened at different stages for different civilizations. Regardless, what it shows is that the empire of the ancient dragons must have existed very early in this timeline, even before the ancient civilization that built the Ul and Uld palaces, which align more closely with ancient history. The Beastmen gain intelligence. Serving under the ancient dragons, another civilization arose, the Beastmen, who we know live alongside their draconic masters thanks to the archaeological evidence found in Fire Missoula. Early human history in the real world is generally categorized through three main archaeological periods: the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. Through the Beastmen, we can follow this same progression of their society, first of all learning that they were once a bestial species that eventually had intelligence granted upon them, as the Cinque Dea reads the following. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. 5 fingers are of course symbolic because it is the symbol of an intelligent species' ability to use tools and weapons with their hands. Beastmen, Stone Age. Much like humanity's ancestors developing into the sentient species that we are today, one of the Beastmen's first steps in becoming a more complex society is marked by their use of stone tools, marking their Stone Age. We learn of their use of stone implements via the bestial sling incantation, which reads the following. It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. The Beastmen would then advance to something akin to our Chalcolithic period, an observation made by the tarnished archaeologists in their Fire Missoula lore video, where they identify that the Beastmen burials that we find in Fire Missoula are very much based upon the real-life Varna burials. The Varna burial site is a necropolis in Bulgaria that possesses the oldest gold treasure and jewellery in the world, dating from 4600 BC to 4200 BC. Now, we have placed the end of prehistory here at the beginning of ancient history to mirror our own world's eras, as history, while not homogeneous across the world, is generally accepted to have begun with writing, the world's first instance of which was in the Bronze Age of Mesopotamia. Beastmen, Iron Age. Finally, the Beastmen would make it to their Iron Age, an age defined by Wikipedia that marks the advent of ferrous metallurgy and the metalworking techniques that allowed the use of iron tools and weapons. With that in mind, we know the Beastmen began to wield iron weapons that replaced some of their stone ones, as the description of the Beastman cleaver reads, curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron and wielded by the Beastmen of Fire Missoula. The blade is incredibly heavy, but well balanced, comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. It is clear that the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken. So the last line of the cleaver is important, not only for when we talk about the advent of smithing under the giants, but also because despite the prehistoric nature of the Beastmen and Dragon Society, it is clear that their techniques are fairly advanced, as they were able to create some wonders like Fire Missoula. Fire Missoula constructed. Fire Missoula is described as a mausoleum, such as in the description of the Azula Beastmen ashes, but is also described as a royal city in the Old Lord's Talisman, suggesting that this majestic city was the centre of their civilization. It is widely believed, and I share this belief, that Fire Missoula was once situated and built on the ground, specifically in the Bay Area of the Lands Between, adjoining to where Dragon Barrow now lies. We know this due to the archaeological evidence found in Dragon Barrow. Firstly, the Great Bridge outside Bestial Sanctum is known as Firearm Great Bridge, thanks to the site of Grace nearby, and indeed it does share the same architectural hallmarks as the Royal City. Then there's of course the Bestial Sanctum itself, clearly a building of Azula construction, and thus it leads us to conclude that Fire Missoula was once rooted to this same spot. Emergence of humanity. It is possible that humanity had also emerged around this early era of the Lands Between. Around Fire Missoula, we can find engravings of human characters, leading us to conclude that there must have been human figures at this time. While dragons can take human form, as shown by Lansax's history, how would they even know what a human is to take this form if there was no frame of reference? Instead, I would offer that this is the first archaeological evidence of humankind, and is made even more interesting when you consider the appearance preset Draconian, which reads as follows: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. Placidusax, Elden Lord. The dragons not only ruled, but seemed to be the first custodians of the Elden Ring, having both a god and Elden Lord, a mirror to Marika and her Elden Lord consorts. Ruling over this civilization seems to be the first pantheon, the first god and Elden Lord, who first brandished the Elden Ring. For not only do we see an early depiction of the Elden Ring within Fire Missoula itself, but we also learn of the dragon pantheon via the remembrance of the Dragon Lord, which reads, the Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erd Tree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return. This early era was the age of the dragons, ruled over by their Elden Lord and god. Beyond time. Obviously, the other interesting part of Placidusax's remembrance is the fact that his god fled, the ruling god of his era, who he was consort to. This god is now gone, suggesting some greater calamity that happened to the dragon civilization. Much like when Marika disappears in the time of the Shattering, we can imagine that the disappearance of this god will have definitely contributed to the downfall of this society. Placidusax now lies beyond time, and the reasoning for this seems clear from his remembrance: to preserve Far Missoula and himself for the return of their god, in their hope that they can restore the dragon civilization. Sadly, this is an event that never comes to pass, and with the god fled and Elden Lord locked behind time, we can consider the reign of the dragons effectively over. The Dynast civilization. The next oldest civilization, based on archaeology, would be the civilization that built the Ul and Uld ruins, the ancient mausoleum, and the Grand Cloister. I'm sure many are aware, but the architectural style of these buildings closely follows the styles of ancient Greece and ancient Assyrian civilizations. But it's at this stage that I will hand you over to Tarnished Archaeologist, who has kindly done a full breakdown and analysis of this ancient civilization.
Elden Ring's world is littered with the discarded and long-forgotten remnants of previously great empires. The ruins of Far Missoula are scattered across Limgrave and Liurnia. The mysterious divine towers are left as remnants of civilizations with long-lost power, now barely even conceivable in the modern era. All of these evoke the opening lines of the famous Welsh poem called The Ruin, which begins, quote, "These wallstones are wondrous. Calamities crumpled them. These city-states crashed. The work of giants decaying." End quote. Written by an unknown poet as he marveled at the ruins of a prior great civilization that was so inconceivably impressive he could only imagine it was the work of giants. So it is in Elden Ring. The decaying work of giants is found everywhere, and there's no better example of this than the great and mysterious ruins of the ancient dynasty. These ruins, which are Hellenistic and early Roman in their architectural features, convey a deep antiquity to the civilization. The ruins themselves are scattered across vast spaces of the lands between, from Upper Liurnia to Schiefer River to the Grand Cloister, attesting to the impressive breadth of this once great civilization. We know about the existence of the ancient dynasty from the Oracle Bubbles description, but beyond this, there is essentially no written evidence in-game of their culture. In order to place them within the proposed timeline of the lands between, we must therefore rely on the archaeological evidence. As we've said, the architecture is a mixture of classical Greek, Hellenistic, and Roman, all conveying the deep antiquity of this civilization. On the specific point of placing this civilization within the timeline of Elden Ring, we can clearly see that the developers have drawn inspiration from real-world archaeology and history to tell their story. The Eternal City of Nokron is actually embedded within the Grand Viaduct of the ancient dynasty, indicating a sort of cultural continuity between these two civilizations. In much the same way you might find Greek ruins in the IRL Eternal City of Rome, as the classical Romans borrowed heavily from the culture and architecture of the Greeks. And sure enough, you can see faint glimpses of this cultural heritage in the grave steles still scattered around Nokron. Throughout Schiefer River and the adjacent Mohgwyn Dynasty mausoleum, we can see these same steles depicting various animals, signifying a dominant naturalistic religion. The steles which we light to progress in Schiefer River are modeled in form off the black obelisk of Shalmaneser, a great Neo-Assyrian king, but instead of the relief scenes depicting various conquered kings, as in Shalmaneser's stele, they depict a ritual involving sacred trees. More on that in a future video, but for now the point is they clearly had their own naturalistic culture. And then there is the so-called Dynast, affectionately termed Elden John, whose crumbling visage scatters the Ul and Uld Palace ruins, and whose full form we can see in the Mohgwyn Dynasty mausoleum, in the subterranean Ainsel River, and in the mysterious and impressive Grand Cloister. We've delved into this previously in a separate video, but to briefly summarize, the Dynast depiction is that of an itinerant preacher, dressed as he is in humble robes and shown clutching a tablet, an object evidently of great importance to both him and his followers. The tablet is invariably split in identical fashion, not by the processes of time, but by the design of the sculptor. The lower half, lying at his feet, is a replica of the real-world Imago Mundi, also known as the Babylonian world map, a depiction of the entire world as it was known to the Neo-Babylonians. The upper half, which the Dynast still clutches, simply depicts a great tree. The combined symbolism is clear. The statues show the discarding of the old, more polytheistic or even secular world, and the embracing of a new religion, dominated by the singular worship of the great sacred tree, a tree that literally sits astride the entire world, and is now seen to be even growing roots out of the Dynast himself. The Dynast, modeled off of Moses and other great prophets, is preaching a kind of tree monotheism, prophesizing the coming age of the great tree. So now, to place this all within the larger story and timeline of the game, we would suggest that the Dynast lived in a time perhaps even before the building of these great Hellenistic ruins. Likewise, if the Dynast prophesied about the coming of the great tree, it stands to reason that this civilization rose and fell before the first great tree, hence the lack of tree iconography elsewhere amongst its grand architecture. The dynast likely did not live to see the age of the Great Tree, but up above in Liurnia, at the four belfries, we do see a depiction of a figure suggestively similar to the dynast, with the similar long beard and even the similar position of his hands. Only now, the dynast is aged, and at his feet, the new tree has begun to grow. This is his prophecy coming to fruition. We'll leave the description of that Great Tree era to Smo for now, but rest assured, it did come. And in the end, much more so than the ruined marble columns and grand viaducts, it is the ancient dynasty's true legacy.
The Great Tree. As Tarnished Archaeologist has suggested here, I am now in agreement that there was a great tree that preceded the Crucible and the Erd Tree, a great tree prophesied by this dynast. In time, the great tree would spread its roots throughout the world, including throughout Fire Missoula, where we can see the roots protruding from the earth still attached to its base, suggesting that the spread of the great tree preceded Fire Missoula's skyward departure. While there is some controversy over the translation regarding Erd Tree and Great Tree, where some think the Great Tree is a separate entity from the Erd Tree, or translators like Last Protagonist who have confirmed that they are one and the same, becomes irrelevant with TA's interpretation of what happened next. The theory being that following the demise of the Great Tree, a process known in the real world as sprouting would occur, a process known to us in Elden Ring as the Crucible. But we will touch on this later, but to me this sequence of events explains the long contested differences between the Great Tree and the Erd Tree. Destruction of Fire Missoula. Some event evidently led to Fire Missoula being reduced to a ruin that floated in the sky. And quoting the Old Lord's Talisman, it is a ruin that has been crumbling since time immemorial. And indeed, these shattered remains of buildings that we find scattered through Liurnia and Limgrave appear to have come from Fire Missoula, as the ruin item description reads as follows. These shards of stone are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. Evidently, something happened to the royal city that not only led to it becoming shattered, but also airborne. And while tackling the airborne question is a little bit more tricky, we know what contributed to it becoming a crumbling ruin. It is the result of a meteorite collision, as we learn via the ruin's greatsword, which states, originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. This surviving fragment was honed into a weapon. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive power. So clearly, the shattered remnants of Fire Missoula are a result of the meteorite strike that is described by the ruin's greatsword. And if the ruin's greatsword is imbued with gravity magic, a fragment of Fire Missoula itself, perhaps the same gravity magic is why Fire Missoula is skybound. Maybe all of the ruins are affected by the gravity magic of the meteorite that once hit it. Onyx and Alabaster Lords. Another ancient event that we need to place upon the timeline is the arrival of the Alabaster and Onyx Lords. We learn of this via their swords, which both read as follows. A weapon unique to the Onyx and Alabaster Lords, a race of ancients with stone skin, who were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. The reason I place this here in the timeline is the fact they are considered ancients, making them of course very old, but also because it is possible that this meteor strike that brought them could have been the same event that wrecked old Fire Missoula. Regardless, we can see this unique race of beings being born a long time in Elden Ring's distant past, the Death Rites. The Erd Tree in latter parts of the timeline would come to dominate funerary and burial practices, but in the ancient times, another force would hold sway over this domain. I of course refer to the Death Rites and the Death Birds. We have it implied that these practices are ancient, that took place in a time long before the Erd Tree, and we get this by examining the descriptions of ancient Death Rancor and Explosive Ghostflame. The fact that Death Birds are still symbolic of death to this day shows how deeply ingrained their influence is, and leads us to conclude that the Death Birds oversaw the Death Rites a very long time ago. War of the Ice Dragons and the Giants. After the fall of the ancient dragons, it is implied that an offshoot species would emerge, the modern dragons. Of these modern dragons, there was a subspecies that would come to live in cold environments, in the region we know as the mountaintops of the Giants. These are of course dragon kin to Borealis, the ice dragon that we actually fight in-game. At some point, the dragons dominated this mountaintop, a time before the fire giants dominated it, and thus when the fire giants did come to this region and want to control it, the two species would clash, an event we learn of via Borealis's mist, which reads as follows. The ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago, until they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from the peak, and thus this marked the beginning of the fire giant civilization. The giants invent smithing. We learn the following via the hammer description, as it reads, hammer comprised of a large stone affixed to a metal handle, originally a blacksmith's tool. The art of smithing is said to have originated among the giants. This makes sense, given the Flame of Ruin is located in the forge of the giants, a forge being a hearth meant for heating metal so it can be shaped. To me, it suggests that the fire giants learned of these arts via the fell god, given its association with fire. It may appear to contradict the lore we looked at earlier, with the beastmen utilizing iron weapons, but I do not believe this to be the case, as the Beastman Cleaver makes it clear that the beastmen had knowledge beyond human ken, suggesting this weapon was created using another unknown technique, whereas the more widespread practice of blacksmithing that humans will use appears to have originated here with the fire giants. I also do place this after the ancient society that built the Ul and Old civilizations, because the claymen of these cultures do not wield smith weapons. In fact, it appears like they are using crude stone daggers and blades. The Giants, an early astrologer society. After the defeat of the Ice Dragons, the Fire Giants would be the masters of these mountains and establish their own society and structures. But not only that, we learned that an early astrologer community developed at this time on the mountains alongside the Giants. We learn this from the Sword of Flame and Night, which reads the following. Astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in the mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbours. The astrologer community is likely the precursor community to the Carians and the Rea Lucarians, especially since their techniques are more primitive. The idea of being closer to the stars by being up a high mountain suggests a lack of advanced tools and advanced understanding of the stars. Zamor civilization. We know that the Zamor civilization dates back quite a bit, as their armor set reads the following. These long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial. The fact that phrase time immemorial is used suggests that the Zamor have been fighting the giants for a long time, meaning they must have developed on the mountaintops not long after the giants did. The arrival of the Numen. The Numen are a race of humanoids from a world described as outside the lands between by Marika's hammer. In fact, it is a race that we can choose as our base appearance when creating our characters. So let's read that description now. The face of the Numen, supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. Importantly, it says descendants of denizens of another world, meaning the Numen have been here for some time, hence placing it far back. Another reason for placing their arrival this early in the timeline is due to the fact that Queen Marika is one of their kind, as we learn via the Numen's rune, which reads the following. The Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. So the Numen needed to have arrived, become established, before the Erdtree was even emerging, so that Marika has enough time to be selected as Empyrean. Construction of Divine Towers. The Divine Towers are somewhat of a mystery, but one thing that isn't a mystery is that they were built before the Erdtree emerged. As Erden, a fellow content creator, points out in his superb Limgrave lore video, there is a painting in Stormveil Castle that shows Storm Hill. Two things are conspicuously absent in this painting. One, Stormveil Castle itself is not in this painting, and we will get to Stormveil later. But number two, the Erdtree and its light is also absent in this painting. So this at least narrows it down to pre-Erdtree and pre-Godfrey Conquest. And to me, I place it closer to the Giants because the architectural style of these towers is closely matched to that of the Forge. And while I'm not sure that the Giants would build these, or if they actually did, the purpose of this video is a timeline, and thus the similar architectural styles to me suggest that it must fit in here in the timeline. Development of Liurnian society. We have already discussed how the astrologist community once developed on the mountaintops of the Giants, and at some stage they must have come down and settled in Liurnia. The Liurnian community has had a long history, from the establishment of the Rea Lucarian Academy to the founding of the Carian dynasty. And for all of this to have happened before the Erdtree Wars, there must have been a good long history before this, hence my justification for putting this event in the timeline. Emergence of the Crucible. In the past, I have considered the Crucible to be the force that formed at the fracturing of the One Great, and was the source of all life. However, Tarnished Archaeologist has instead suggested another compelling timeline, that there was a Great Tree, then there was the Crucible immediately preceding the Erdtree. And if you remember, Tarnished Archaeologist has already discussed the coming of the Great Tree and its significance in early architecture. Tarnished Archaeologist's reasoning for this progression is as follows. There was once a Great Tree that preceded the Erdtree, which was destroyed, but from its remains and stump began a process called root sprouting, where there were many competing sprouts that were growing from the stump in an attempt to regenerate it. If you look at this artistic representation of the process, you can see that it is very reflective of the depiction in Soluria's helm and Soluria's spear. And what TA calls the gardener statues. Tarnished Archaeologists will be releasing a video soon on this subject, and so I will leave the details to them regarding this theory. But upon reflection, I do think it is correct that the Crucible is a transitionary state for the Erdtree that immediately preceded the Erdtree's emergence, especially if we consider the Godskin Noble set, which reads, "Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology. Not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. The Erdtree in its primordial form is as if the Crucible is nothing more than a specific earlier state of the Erdtree." Hoaraloo's Wars. It is of course in this time, the time of the Crucible, and prior to the Erdtree's emergence, that Hoaraloo will have gained his fearsome reputation. We know that Hoaraloo was a far more brutal man than he would be as Godfrey. Hoaraloo was a man who believed it was strength that befits a lord. Not only through his dialogue, whereupon he is defeated, and he then states that our strength in defeating him, befits our position as a lord, but also the description of the acts, which reads the following. In the days of the past, a crown was warranted with strength, and Hoaraloo's strength would be proven many times over. We hear of him via the Morn Greatsword, which reads, "The storied sword of Castle Morn, a revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors." We can get a little clarification from the description of Oath of Vengeance, the weapon art for this weapon. It reads, "Swear an oath upon the greatsword to avenge the clan." To avenge the clan, meaning that this revenger has gathered the swords of his entire clan, who have evidently been wiped out, and he is the lone surviving member. The reason we know that this clan was wiped out by Hoaraloo is due to the fact the sword monument found outside Castle Morn makes it clear that Hoaraloo, or Godfrey, is the target of the revenger's ire. Given what we know of Hoaraloo's mantra, i.e. might equals right, I would speculate that it was just one of many clans obliterated by Hoaraloo in his quest to prove that he is the mightiest of all. The Crucible Knights. We of course know that the Crucible Knights were an elite cadre of warriors specialized in Crucible incantations that served Godfrey, for the Crucible Knight helm reads, "Helm of the Crucible Knights, who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord." When they were specifically founded is unclear, but given their association with the Crucible, clearly it must have been during this era. Emergence of the Erdtree. Of course, at some stage, the Erdtree would emerge from its transitional form, the Crucible, as we learn from varying sources such as the Godskin Noble set. The emergence of the tree changed the makeup of the world, and immediately its power was seen as a threat by many. This is something we learn via the protection of the Erdtree incantation, which reads, "In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order." Of course, it is obvious from Godfrey's armor set that the early age of the Erdtree was a brutal era marked by war, and therefore the Erdtree would have needed some defenders. Marika as Empyrean. We know that Empyreans are those chosen to be potential gods, candidates for the next era, and we learn this via Rani's crucial dialogue.
"I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age."
Therefore, it is interesting to know that Marika was once an Empyrean prior to being a god, which is told to us via the remembrance of the Black Blade, that refers to her specifically as an Empyrean. This means that Marika was elected from among her people, the Numen, as a candidate to lead the age of the Erdtree. I have made the Erdtree Wars its own distinct transitionary period, because clearly by the time of the War of the Giants, the Erdtree had emerged, and the Crucible was no more. And yet, according to the Sword Monument, found atop the mountaintops of the Giants, the age of the Erdtree didn't truly begin until the Fire Giants fell, and so this tumultuous period is no longer the age of the Crucible, but not quite the age of the Erdtree. Thus, I've made it its own distinct, if transitionary, period. The founding of Lanedale. In the Lanedale map item description, Lanedale is described as the royal city of the Erdtree, and thus it makes sense that the city was founded early on in the age of the Erdtree, a holy city built around the most holy relic on this earth to those who believed in it. Whether it was founded before the War of the Giants or when it was concluded is of course speculation, but all massive cities throughout history begin small and take several generations to reach their zenith. They aren't just built in one day. Rome, of course, being a great example, famously not built in a day. So for me, it makes sense that as soon as the Erdtree emerged, those loyal to it would have most likely began flocking to it and building at its base to some degree. Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Evidently, one of Marika's first acts will have been to marry Hoaraloo, no doubt to bind his strength to her. With the prospect of becoming a lord, Godfrey vowed to be more lord-like and leave his bloodlust behind him, and to use his strength for more focused goals. And we learn of this transformation via the Godfrey icon, which reads the following. Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. While Horaloo would no longer be a bloodthirsty destroyer, he evidently still had the might and will to persecute wars on behalf of Marika and the Erdtree. As we saw in the Protection of Erdtree incantation, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree at the beginning, and thus it makes sense that the early era of the Erdtree, when it first emerged, was one marked by war, and therefore the following wars make sense to have come early in Godfrey's reign. The war with the Stormlord. Of course, this conflict is one of Godfrey's greatest victories, and is referenced in his Elden Lord armor set. And a lot of what I know of this war comes from Eridan's excellent lore video on Limgrave, so definitely check that out. As Eridan points out, there is a painting in Stormvale that shows the castle was built after the Divine Tower, and this is the painting we referenced earlier in the video that shows Stormhill without the castle but with the Divine Tower. And to me, this does track when we consider who the Stormlord really was, or what the Stormlord really was. And to me, the most likely candidate is the Stormhawk King. The description of its ashes reads as follows: ashes of a hawk, revered by all others as sovereign, back in the day when Stormvale's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. So quite clearly this hawk was a monarch, and it makes sense that it would rule over a domain and not need a castle. Given all the associations with Storm at Stormhill, where Stormvale will be built, I do believe that the Stormlord was this hawk, and we get further evidence that this was the Stormlord via the Warhawk Ashes, which reads, Spirit of a Stormvale Warhawk, the talons of which have been sliced off so that razor-fine swords could be grafted in their place. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home. To me, it's clear that the lord of this hawk is the Stormhawk King, the Storm Lord, defeated by Horaloo so that he could claim its domain, Stormhill. The building of Stormvale. Eridan makes a compelling argument that Godfrey is the one to have built Stormvale Castle after the defeat of the Stormlord. Godfrey respects strength, and his respect for the Stormlord is shown in the hawk iconography displayed around the castle. More importantly, there is a custom-built throne room displaying Godfrey iconography and statues, again suggesting that this was the seat of his power that he built himself, the Siege of Morn. This of course leads on from the aforementioned Revenger we spoke of in the Horaloo chapter, where this story would come to its conclusion, and to consider the Siege of Morn itself, we need to consider the Castle Morn. The Weeping Peninsula appears to be an arrival point for many travelling to the lands between, as we can see boats littering the coast in this area. Much like King's Landing from George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones, Morn sits right on a coastal area, as if it were built where someone first landed. Given the name Morn, as in morning, and that the Sword of Morn is the storied weapon of this castle, I would suggest that the Revenger himself was responsible for the construction of the Castle Morn, and that they came here and built their base in order to challenge Godfrey, who may well have established himself here after the defeat of the Storm King and the building of Stormvale Castle. As we know from the sword monument found outside Castle Morn, we know how it ends, with Godfrey defeating one more opponent and claiming the spoils, Castle Morn and the Sword of Morn itself. It is interesting to note that both Stormvale Castle and Morn are still in the possession of the Golden Lineage to this day. With these conquests, the Erdtree forces would control the entirety of the southern peninsula of the lands between, leaving their most deadly rivals to remain in the north. The War of the Giants. An event that needs little introduction to many, but a hugely dense and important event nonetheless. Upon the defeat of the Giants, the Age of the Erdtree would officially begin, making it a really important event. There are a number of different incidents that happened during this war that are important to note, such as the betrayal of the Trolls, those giantkin who would fight against the Fire Giants, and thus explains their widespread presence in the lands between during the Erdtree era. We know that Godfrey and Marika also personally fought in this war. Godfrey is mentioned to have in his armor set, and Marika also gave a speech here.
Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword, and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring, for the age of the Erdtree.
Marika is also reputed to have slain the fell god of the Fire Giants, according to the One-Eyed Shield. The Zaemor joined the Erdtree forces to finally destroy their ancient foes, and according to their armor set, they were heralded as heroes for their role within this war. The Confinement of Flame. We learn via the remembrance of the Fire Giant that upon realizing the Flame of Ruin could never be extinguished, even with the fell god and the giants put to sword, Marika confined the first Fire Giant to stand vigil next to the Flame of Ruin amongst the dead of his kin. It would also be around this time that the Order of the Fire Monks would be established to watch over and quarantine the flame. And with that, the Age of the Erdtree would officially begin. The Age of Plenty. The Age of the Erd Tree began, and we learn of a period known as the Age of Plenty, which is marked by life energy falling as dew from the Erd Tree itself. For example, we learn of it via the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads as follows. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erd Tree would drip from its boughs forever, while that Age of Plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erd Tree became more an object of faith. We also know that Godfrey was very much still Elden Lord in this early era, because when this dew fell and hardened and became amber, these ambers were prized possessions of Godfrey's reign, as we learn via the Amber Medallions. Indeed, according to the Erd Tree Favour Talisman, Queen Marika herself would bestow these gifts upon the faithful in person. In general, we can see the imagery associated with this era as one of positivity and bounty, showing amphoras and chalices full of dew. However, as already seen in the Blessed Dew Talisman, this era did not last long. And to me, the reason it didn't last long is because I see this as another transitional state between the Crucible and the Erd Tree, where the newly emerged Erd Tree was still bursting with the chaotic life energy of the Crucible. The Nox Heresy. We know via the Nox armor set that these people were banished underground at some stage for invoking the ire of the Greater Will, and given the description and purpose of the Fingerslayer blade, my most likely assumption is that it was for killing A2 fingers. And we know that these so-called Nox were once the Numen that Marika herself was a member of, as the Black Knife Assassin set says that they are Numen, and Rogier links them to the Eternal City also. Numen and Nox are one and the same, and if you'd like to see a deeper video on those types of connections, I would refer you to my Eternal Cities lore video. In all honesty, it is hard to place where the Nox actually came into being when they did invoke the ire of the Greater Will and were banished. However, I am more inclined to place it here, further along the timeline, because of the sophisticated architectural style of the Eternal Cities that appear closer to Gothic architecture of our real world. The Golden Lineage. Of course, one of Godfrey's most enduring legacies is the Golden Lineage, the birth of his and Marika's children. I believe this must have come early on in the Erd Tree era to give chance for this famous lineage to propagate before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between. We learn of the Golden Lineage via Godric's Great Rune, which reads as follows. The first of the demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. So this is the beginning of the idea of demigods. Potential first-generation members of this lineage are of course Mohg and Morgott, the Omen twins. We know that these twins are of the Golden Lineage via Morgott's Great Rune. While they could of course be later descendants of Godfrey, the fact that Godfrey acknowledges that he has a relationship with Morgott in the scene where he lays Morgott to rest.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
Suggests indeed that Godfrey had actually met Morgott before, suggesting he is Godfrey's son rather than one of the later descendants of the Golden Lineage. Another presumed member of this first generation is Godwyn, given his prominence in early Erd Tree history. Regardless, this is where the Golden Lineage and the demigods begin. The Arenas. Godfrey was a champion who valued martial strength over everything else, and so sitting still, even in peacetime, was not an option, and so Godfrey finds the Arenas, and we learn this via the Ritual Sword Talisman, which reads, a talisman patterned after the swords used in ritual combats held to honour the Erd Tree. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. By implication, because this practice had died out under Radagon, it means that this practice was established under Godfrey, and this makes sense given of what we know of the man. Carian royalty. As mentioned earlier, already by this time, the people of Liurnia will have a rich history, and the Academy of Rey Lucaria clearly precedes the Carians. And I see the establishment of their royalty as a fairly recent event, given that Renala is both the founder and now current queen, meaning that not enough time has even passed for there to be even more than one monarch. The Godskin Apostasy. The Godskin Apostasy is a difficult one to place again, but I think the main thing that we can say with some certainty is that it must have taken place after Marika's ascension, because of the Black Flame monks. We learn from their armor set that the Black Flame monks joined the forces of the God-slaying Black Flame, meaning that they were active at the same time of the Godskin Apostasy. And given that the monks only existed after Marika had confined the flame, we must place it after the beginning of the Erd Tree age. The reason for my focus on where this important event sits is because of what happens at the conclusion of the war. It is very critical. Upon Malekith's victory over the Glow-Eyed Queen and her apostles, he seals Destined Death, as we learn via the Scouring Black Flame incantation, which reads, the Black Flame could once slay the gods, but when Malekith sealed Destined Death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. This is the moment that death was confined, and thus is super important because this is also the moment that the Golden Order was founded. For the mending rune of the Death Prince reads as follows, the Golden Order was created by confining Destined Death. This is also my reasoning for placing it at this stage, as we know from other sources that the Golden Order has to have existed within this period before other certain events. We learn from sorcerer Rogier that the Liurnians were adopted into the Erdtree royal family, i.e. when Renala and Radagon got married, when the Golden Order was already around.
They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
This, of course, means a number of things in regards to the timeline. The Golden Order was a thing before Radagon became Elden Lord, and thus the events that led to its formation, the removal of death after the Godskin apostasy, must also have already happened by the time of the two Liurnian wars, before Radagon married Renala, and before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between. So now that we have established that, what actually happened in this important event? Well, the Black Flame ritual incantation tells us that the Glow-Eyed Queen is an Empyrean, meaning that she was elected by the Greater Will at some stage as a nominee to replace Marika. She and her followers, the Godskin Apostles, wielding the power of the god-slaying Black Flame, an element that wielded death and death, as we learn via the numerous items like the Scouring Black Flame. We know via the Godskin Swaddling Cloth that the purpose of these beings was to bring death to the gods, and therefore we must assume that they were to bring death to Marika and her demigod family. Of course, the Godslayer Greatsword tells us of their defeat via Malekith, who not only bested the Glow-Eyed Queen, but would also seal death and death to sap the power of the god-slaying Black Flame and death forever. The Golden Order. As already discussed, the Golden Order is the new order that reflects the new shape of the Elden Ring, one absent the Rune of Death. It is an order of death confined. It is also founded on another principle, as told to us by Brother Corrin, who states,
"The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god."
The Glow-Eyed Queen was an Empyrean, and it's almost as if Marika was so rattled by what another Empyrean meant, it meant that she was disposable to the Greater Will. Thus, she had to re-establish herself as the one true god. Not only that, but the forces that opposed her, the Godskin Apostles, had the power and the intention to slay her and her kin, bringing her mortality starkly into view, leading to the radical decision to completely confine death. One further thing to note is that the Golden Order as a general body of rule is not the same as Golden Order fundamentalism, which is a specific subset of scholars that we will discuss later, the Two Wars of Liurnia. This is of course one of the major conflicts in the early Erdtree era, that we learn of via two sword monuments which read, "The First Liurnian War, Radagon's glory burns red as his hair," and "The Second Liurnian War, no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon, no prize but atonement, the birth of a vow." It makes sense that these two factions would come into conflict, as by now they would be the two remaining major factions in the lands between, and given how aggressively the Erdtree forces had been in eliminating all opposition, it was inevitable that they would come for the Carians and their land. This is one of the most important events in the lands between history, and thus there are several points of interest to consider. Firstly, Godfrey is still Elden Lord at this stage, because he has not been hounded from the lands between until Radagon has married Renala, as we learn via Muriel. Given what we know of Godfrey's penchant for war, it's interesting that we get very little mention of him during this conflict. Instead, the focus goes elsewhere, as this is the first emergence of a legendary hero. This is the emergence of Radagon, who joins the champions' ranks, seemingly out of nowhere, and yet his heroism during these wars is repeatedly hammered home. This isn't a lore video on Radagon, but if you would like to see my take on Radagon, then please watch my video on Marika. But in essence, I'm in the camp that believes that Radagon has always been a part of Marika since she obtained godhood, so that together they are the perfect alchemical rebus, a living representation of the ideals of regression and convergence. Regardless of Radagon's power, this would be a hard-fought conflict for both sides. This would be in no small part thanks to the legendary Carian Knights, whose legendary exploits we can learn via their sword description, which reads, "These knights' swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. Despite the low numbers of the Carian Knights, their power and skill made them a match for the best of the Erdtree forces, and thus two wars would be fought to a standstill between both the Erdtree and the Carian forces. But then something crucial would happen at the end of the Second War. Peace. Peace bound by marriage, between Radagon, Champion of Gold, and Renala, Queen of the Moon, a ceremony that would take place in the Church of Vows, in sight of both moon and tree. The Carian royal line and Erdtree royalty were joined, a remarkable display of integration shown by the Erdtree forces that has never again been seen. Radagon and Renala. Many important events would happen during the course of Renala and Radagon's marriage. Firstly, the birth of three important future demigods, Radahn, Rykard, and Ranni. The other important factor is what Radigan learned during his time married to Renala, as we learn via the Radigan Talisman, which reads as follows. As the husband of Renala of Caria, the red-haired Radigan studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. The idea of combining intelligence-based sorceries and faith-based studies is a core facet of the Golden Order fundamentalism that Radigan would later help develop. War of the Ancient Dragons. The War of the Ancient Dragons is another difficult one to place precisely. All we can say for certain is that it took place after Godwin's death, given his obvious involvement in the war, but before the Night of the Black Knives for obvious reasons. I am inclined to place it before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between, as I see Godfrey's era as the era of war, but beyond that I have no real proof, and it could happen anywhere in Godwin's lifetime. Regardless, the main takeaways from this era are Gransax being felled in the centre of Leyndell, and the establishment of the Draconic Tree Sentinels and a dragon cult within Leyndell, and of course, the legendary friendship between Godwin and Fortisax. Godfrey and the Tarnished. Godfrey's armour tells us that after he defeated all his worthy enemies, the hue from his eyes faded, and it is clear that this is when Godfrey and his warriors became tarnished. The hue from his eyes has a double meaning. Not only does it mean he has lost all purpose, but it also means literally he has lost grace. Tarnishing is the loss of grace. The sword monument near Caelid reads, Lord Godfrey, at last, at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. It in fact appears that the loss of grace is not accidental, but a purposeful stripping by Marika, as she once said the following,
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Godfrey was the lord of the battlefield, and in the lands between, he no longer had a purpose. Yet Marika did have a purpose for him and his warriors, and so she made them tarnished, to go and fight out with the lands between, and return when they were needed. We know that the tarnished, those without grace, are seen as lesser by those with grace, and we can see this in the way that Kenneth Haight reacts to us upon first meeting.
Ah, you've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but, no, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished.
And the way in which Muriel describes Godfrey being hounded from the lands between, suggesting that he and his tarnished were chased by those with grace out of the lands between because they were seen as lesser and unwelcome. The Long March. After being driven from the lands between, Godfrey would lead his new tarnished on something known as the Long March, which we learn of via his axe. While it appears that this was a sort of crusade, it apparently did have a purpose, as we learn it came to an end via Horalu's remembrance, which reads, When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was robbed of his grace, becoming tarnished, he took with him his kinfolk and left the lands between. After the Long March of the Tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. Thus he became Horalu again, and after a long time of battling wars that broke his axe, he and his people would finally settle out with the lands between. Horalu specifically became a chieftain of the Badlands, but the Tarnished would become widespread throughout different nations. The Ascension of Radigan. A well-known and important event as told to us by Muriel. Radigan abandons Renala after Godfrey has been chased from the lands between, and returns to the capital to marry Marika. This is baffling to many, including Muriel, given Radigan's relatively low standing, he is just a mere champion, and his abrupt abandonment of his wife. Upon his marriage to Marika, he becomes the second Elden Lord, and his children, Radahn, Rykard, and Ranni, become Marika's stepchildren. The Divine Twins. At some point after Radigan's marriage to Renala, the twins Malenia and Mikla would be born, special but cursed, due to the nature of their birth from the one-bodied god, i.e., being born from Marika and Radigan while they are one body. Malenia is afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, but according to Gowry is elected as an Empyrean to replace Marika as the goddess of Rot, leading the new Order of Rot. And if you want to see a video discussing these ideas, then I'd refer you to my Outer God lore video. Mikla is also chosen as Empyrean, no doubt on account of his wisdom, and together with Ranni, we now have 3 potential successors to the next age. Development of fundamentalism. We learn via Discus of Light, Triple Rings of Light, and Radigan's Rings of Light that father and son work together to help develop the ideals and incantations of Golden Order fundamentalism. And as such, I attribute the birth of this theology to be around this time. The motivations for father and son seem to be very different. Radigan is extremely loyal to the ideals of the Golden Order, whereas Mikla is seemingly seeking a cure for his sister to rid her of the Scarlet Rot. Mikola the Unalloyed. Radigan's Rings of Light also tell us that Mikola became disillusioned with the Golden Order, and it must have been soon after that he would choose his own path as the Unalloyed. In time, he would take the sapling of a minor Erdtree, watering it with his own blood in an attempt to create his own Erdtree. This, of course, would become the Halig Tree, the Holy Tree. Rhea Lucaria rebels. We learn from the remembrance of Renala that after Radigan left, she was broken, and the Rhea Lucarians took this opportunity to imprison Renala within the Grand Library, something we learn via Muriel. And in general, it looks like Rhea Lucaria and the Cuckoos rebel from the Carians, as we learn via a sword monument which details a battle between the Cuckoos and Caria Manor. It reads, "The resting place of the contemptible Cuckoos lost in the siege of Caria Manor." And indeed, some of the remnants of Cuckoo forces are now puppets that patrol the manor they once lay siege to. Rani conspires with the Nox. We know the assassins of the Knight of the Black Knives are women from the Eternal Cities, most likely the nimble sorceresses, and at some stage, Rani must have put her plans into motion some time before the assassination took place and reached out to the Eternal Cities. This is stage 1 in her plan to cut ties with her two fingers, and it may well be that the events of the Cuckoo Rebellion and the downfall of her family's prominence spurred her into action, though as we will soon see, her plans would be halted by her brother, the Star Scourge. Knight of the Black Knives. The Rune of Death is stolen from Malekith, and we know from Malekith's Black Blade that he only had the rune hidden in his own flesh after this night, meaning it was still located in his sword at this time, and thus probably quite easy to steal. Rani's co-conspirators managed to catch Godwyn off guard due to their cloaks that fool the eye, and carve the half-wound of the centipede into his flesh, using knives imbued with destined death, but at the same time, Rani has the other half carved into her own flesh to achieve her true goal, the death of her flesh, without the consequence of losing her soul. And thus Godwyn is basically used as a totem to take the soul death, so Rani can escape with her soul out of her Empyrean flesh. Burial of Godwyn. Godwyn's living and death corpse is buried at the base of the Great Tree roots, and from his body grows the Death Root, which spreads through the lands between via these massive roots. This leads to the rise of those who live in death, living reminders of the Golden Order's flaws, and thus it becomes the target for Golden Order fundamentalist hunters. Fortisax mourns the death of his friend and enters his dream in an attempt to fight off the spread of death from within Godwyn's own mind. Radan's studies and the Star Scourge conflict. I'm placing Rani's plot prior to Radan's study of gravity magic at Celia, because while he does use it to save Celia in the Star Scourge conflict, I believe his motivations have to be the arresting of fate and stopping Rani's plans. We know that Radan is more Golden Order sympathetic than his siblings. His golden armor set shows us the figures that he admires. His father, in the Red Plume, and Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield, two massive figures within the Golden Pantheon. We also know that Radan stopping the stars directly affects Rani's schemes, as Selin says the following.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress Rani. But long ago, General Radan challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radan were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny.
And in consort, if we read the telescope item description, it reads, "During the age of the Erdtree, Carian astrology withered on the vine. The fate once writ in the night skies has been fettered by the Golden Order." So it is Radan that fetters fate, and he's actually referred to here by the telescope as the Golden Order. As we are told by a sword monument in Caelid, Radan's victory over the stars is called the Star Scourge conflict. Celia is kept safe from some calamity, and he earns his famous moniker, the Star Scourge. Marika shatters the Elden Ring. For whatever reason you believe, the death of Godwyn is the catalyst for Marika finally shattering the Elden Ring. The intro cinematic shows the struggle between Marika and Radigan, and Marika's hammer item description tells us what's happening here. Marika is using the hammer to shatter the Elden Ring, while Radigan is trying to repair it, both sides vying for control of the same body. Clearly the two halves now have radically different beliefs and views, which leads to this struggle over the hammer.
O Radigan, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Yet ultimately we know who's victorious and what happens. The Elden Ring is shattered, and the world is never the same again. And now I'll leave you in the capable hands of my good friend Lore Hunter, who will take us through the next era, the Shattering.
Why, hello there. Now we find ourselves at the Shattering War, the conflict that ultimately plunges the lands between into a cold war that lasts for 5,000 years, according to author George R.R. Martin. After Marika shattered the Elden Ring, the opening cinematic tells us that her demigod children inherited great runes, shards of the Elden Ring, as well as an empty throne. An Altus Plateau sword monument explains that a sovereign alliance formed between the demigods, but that the peace was short-lived. Diverging ideologies, distrust, and ambition rotted this sovereign alliance. In the first defense of Leyndell, the Erd Tree capital was besieged by Godefroy the Grafted, descendant of Godfrey the First, Elden Lord. Leyndell repelled the assault, and the Dragon Knight Kristoff heroically captured Godefroy, a feat that earned him Erd Tree burial according to the knight's ashes. We learned from Godric's soldier ashes and dialogue from Kenneth Haight that Godefroy's kin, Godric the Grafted, fled Leyndell and was pursued all the way to Stormvale by Starscourge Radahn. Around this time, Morgoth the Grace-Given, veiled monarch and lord of Leyndell, took on the persona of Margit, the Fell Omen. The Knights Cavalry set tells us that under the command of the Fell Omen, they were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. The war progressed, and the perfumers of the capital turned their healing arts into arts of war. The uplifting aromatic states they commanded troops by using their arts to remove their fear of death and to continue fighting. As the war drew on, they wielded fire, once prohibited for use by those who serve the Erd Tree, to burn their enemies according to the spark aromatic. Now we arrive at the second defense of Leyndell, where the Fell Omen stacked high the corpses of heroes and kept the inner wall of Leyndell secure, repelling the attack. Morgoth would continue to don the mantle of the Fell Omen through the arrival of the Tarnished, extinguishing the ambitions of any who dared seek out the Erd Tree to be Elden Lord. Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing explains that around this time the most appalling battle occurred along the slopes of Mount Gelmir. Leyndell clashed with the forces of Praetor Rykard, who in the depths of his blasphemy had declared war on the gods and burned a minor Erd Tree. This horrific battle took its toll on Leyndell's army, diminishing its power. Rykard's horrific blasphemy disillusioned and dissipated his remaining forces, as Rykard was fully consumed by his plot to devour the gods. During this time, sword monuments in Liurnia and Limgrave state that Malenia the Severed and her Cleanrot Knights marched southward. The Academy of Raya Lucaria had its gates shut and declared it would not interfere in the shattering, according to Tops the Bloodstone. Malenia defeated Godric the Grafted in battle, forcing him to beg for mercy after insulting her. Godric would remain within Stormvale following this defeat, continuing to graft himself so that he might rise to the strength of his forefathers of the Golden Lineage. Now we arrive at the climax of the Shattering War. Malenia, Blade of Miquella, and General Radahn were the two mightiest demigods remaining according to the story trailer. As illustrated in the prologue, Malenia and her Cleanrot Knights met Radahn and his Redmanes in the Caelid Wilds. The armies clashed and these two demigods locked horns in combat. Radahn and Malenia wounded each other and fought to a standstill. It was then that Malenia, Blade of Miquella, gave in to the rot within her and unleashed the Scarlet Aeonia, an act that decimated the region of Caelid and put both herself and Radahn out of commission. Radahn, his mind rotted, would endlessly stalk the battlefield, awaiting an honorable death, according to witch hunter Jaren. Malenia's knight Finley would take the slumbering and consumed Malenia back to the Halig Tree, where she would remain, awaiting the return of her brother. Miquella, however, had been ripped out of the Halig Tree and kidnapped by Morgoth's twin brother Mohg, while Malenia campaigned, as illustrated in the prologue. Miquella's slumbering corpse would remain in Mohg's clutches as he attempted to establish the Mohgwyn dynasty, with Miquella as his god. And so the Shattering War came to a standstill, with every side broken and no lord to take the throne. With no lord to succeed Marika, the Greater Will abandoned the broken lands between. But that was not the end.
And now we enter the era that we are currently in, what I will call the Age of the Tarnished. The Tarnished return.
Ah, great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord, and so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished.
Anea tells us everything we really need to know about why the Tarnished were returned to the lands between. The demigods had failed to take the throne and restore order, and so this disgraced warrior class that had been left in the pocket by Marika and the Greater Will was seen as the last option to restore order. We know that even before the player character enters the fray, the Tarnished have already been here for a long time and have a fairly storied history. We know that Vargram was one of the first Tarnished to visit Round Table Hold. We know the likes of Vike and Bernal had their time in the sun, both being serious contenders for lordship. And this is the world that we step into, a world with a rich and bloody history, from the ancient dragons to the Battle of Aeonia. What a rich world that both George R.R. Martin and Miyazaki have crafted here. So I hope you enjoyed this take on the timeline, guys. For those who are new to the channel, you won't be aware, but this was my 100k special video for my Elden Ring lore channel, which recently reached 100,000. I usually do long-form lore content, so this was a bit of a change for me. I really appreciate everyone's support in both watching this video and supporting the channel over the years. And if you are new to the channel, please consider subscribing if you do like Elden Ring lore, as I do in-depth and long lore takes. In regards to the timeline, of course, the vast majority of it is just up to interpretation. Many events could certainly be swapped in and out. The aim of this video was not to claim I've got a definitive timeline. That is, of course, impossible. But it was an exercise to string together a plausible chain of events, as this world is absolutely fascinating and has some amazing events, and I wanted to try and get some sort of order. Of course, this was too massive a task for me alone, so I'd like to again thank Lore Hunter and Tarnished Archaeologist for giving me their guidance and their opinions not only on my timeline, but giving their thoughts on certain areas, as you have heard. Please go and subscribe to their channels, as they're both phenomenal members of this lore community. But of course, what I'm interested in now is your take, guys. What's your take on the timeline? Do you have things similar to us with a little bit swapped here and then? Or do you have a radically different view? I'd love to hear your takes on the timeline. Please leave me your comments below, as well as comments on what you'd like me to cover next on the channel. My next planned video is my Albinorix lore video, which is of course a bit of a 100k special as well, given the importance that the Albinorix and the Blood Clot has had to the channel. But until next time, guys, I hope you have a wonderful night, and I will see you in the lands between. Take care, and have a wonderful evening.